Chapter 1, 80 Years of Seclusion. Golden City, Shin family's old mansion. As an ancient family with an inheritance of more than 500 years, the Shin family was very elaborate in every aspect. The Shin family's old mansion didn't look like anything special at first glance, but if one looked closely, one would realize that any of the decorations had a saying. For example, the front door of the welcome pine has more than 100 years of age. Every day needs someone to take care of, worth more than $1 million. For example, several paintings hanging in the corridor are from the hands of famous artists. Any one of them is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Another example is that there is a side ink stone in the study, beautifully crafted, but full of history, said to be the former Emperor Qianlong's beloved things, but now it has become a collection of the Shin family study. Compared with this inkstone, hanging in the study of a character's self-portrait appears to be a lot of ordinary, but the characters in this painting has a special flavor. Let a person look at it was deeply attracted. In the lower left corner of the portrait there is a small line, Shin Qi self-painting in the winter of 1949. Shin Qi, the old ancestor of the Shin family, was said to have lived for hundreds of years, but disappeared after the establishment of the Xia kingdom, never showing up again, only leaving behind a self-portrait, urging his descendants to make sure to preserve it properly. The Shin family with such a legacy and heritage was also a top-tier mansion in Golden City, with industries involving real estate, finance, entertainment, and so on. It was not an exaggeration to say that any movement in the Shin family could cause a small storm in Golden City. But now, the Shin family, which possessed such power, had been enveloped by clouds of worry, and nearly 100 people up and down the Shin family were hanging their heads in shame, with hatred and unwillingness on their faces. The head of the family Shin Hong is even pacing around in the study. His face is cloudy, his eyes are full of bloodshot, his feet are already covered with cigarette butts. Anyone who sees this scene will not be able to connect the person in front of him with the head of the Shin family, Shin Hong. The reason for this was because there was a major change in the Shin family. Just 3 days ago, the acceptance of a major project of Shin's real estate did not pass, seriously delaying the schedule, and may even need to rework again, causing losses conservatively estimated at more than 1 billion. The loss of 1 billion, for the Shin family, can only be considered to be hurt, not so much as to let the Shin family fall, but the internal network of the Shin's financial was also invaded. Some enigmatic operation caused at least 5 billion losses to the Shin family, and there are still a large number of funds are trapped, cannot be taken out at all. This was truly fatal for the Shin family. In addition to this, a number of entertainment venues under the name of the Shin family were found to have illegal transactions, and it spread rapidly on the network, and for a moment the Shin family lost its reputation and became the target of everyone's crusade. With the volume of the Shin family, it simply did not bother to engage in any illegal transactions in entertainment venues, so there must be another reason behind this. Thinking of this, Shin Hong clenched his fists, and Chang Shishan's photo was kneaded into a ball. Chang Shishan was the one who started all of this. The Chang family entered Golden City 10 years ago. In order to be able to gain a foothold in Golden City, Chang Shishan went to great lengths to curry favor with Shin Hong, not realizing that in just 10 years' time, Chang Shishan had secretly set up such a trap, pushing the Shin family into an abyss. Shin Hong's fist slammed hard on the table. He hated himself for not recognizing people well and letting the Shin family fall into this situation. Want to let the Shin family out of the predicament? It is difficult, but it is also very simple. To put it bluntly, it is necessary to have enough money injected to revitalize Shin's financial and Shin's real estate. Shin's real estate project acceptance although did not pass, but Shin Hong is very clear. This is bound to be the Chang family and the ghost. As long as there's Shin family to carry through this storm, the Golden City dignitaries have to give him face. The project acceptance is easy to get done. The financial company's funds are trapped does not matter. As long as there is a large amount of money injected, the financial company can instantly live over. As for entertainment venues, Shin Hong no longer cares. As long as the Shin family does not fall, these public opinion crises can be public relations, but it is just a little money. But the problem is, want to let the Shin family to carry through, at least need $10 billion of capital injection. Now, not to mention 10 billion, Shin Hong can't even come up with 100 million. Previously, the presidents of the major banks in Golden City had to think of ways to pull strings with him every day, but now they couldn't even get through on the phone. This is the reality. Shin Hong is about to despair. He is sorry Shin family ancestors, plopped down in front of the Shin Qi self-portrait. Now, he can only hope that this legendary old ancestor can show his spirit and bless their Shin family through this difficult time. Old ancestor, if you are still alive, open your eyes and see our Shin family lineage. I'm afraid it will be cut off. With Chang Shishan's tactics, as long as the Shin family fell, there was absolutely not a single person up and down the Shin family who could survive, chopping off the roots and leaving no future troubles. Such a simple truth. How could Chang Shishan not understand? When Shin Hong knelt down, The painting hanging on the wall seemed to really come to life, and a cold aura flashed through his eyes. When Shen Hong raised his head, this cold aura has completely disappeared. No longer see any change. Shen Hong rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Could it be that he had an illusion just now? At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from the Golden City on Zhongqi Peak, a man suddenly opened his eyes. His appearance was exactly the same as the portrait hanging in the Shen family study. It was Shin Qi. As rumor has it, Shin Qi has been living for hundreds of years, and has also been cultivating for hundreds of years, and his cultivation has long been astonishing, and it is not too much to say that he is a land god, but the road of cultivation has no end. After the establishment of the summer country, Shin Qi chose to retire, came to Zhongqi Feng closed-door cultivation. Of course, before leaving, he left a self-portrait in the Shin family, and attached a wisp of mind on it. As long as the Shin family well preserved the self-portrait, this wisp of mind will always be there. And in the Shin family encountered a crisis, he can also get the news. If the Shin family did not preserve Shin Qi's self-portrait, then there is nothing more to say. A group of unworthy descendants. There is no need to spend any more effort. So when Shen Hong knelt down and kowtowed, Shin Qi knew the general situation of the Shin family, and that was why he ended his seclusion and prepared to go to Golden City for a walk. When he chose to retreat, he had already made a great name for himself in Xia, but he was only worried that after he retired, the unprotected Shin family would be retaliated against by his enemies, so he only gave the Shin family a small portion of the startup funds to go to the Golden City to develop, and almost no one knew the relationship between Shin Qi and the Shin family. Otherwise, with Shen Qi's connections, the Shin family could easily become the top mansion in Xia. It just didn't occur to him that when he had told the Shin family to keep a low profile. Nowadays, even a random cat or dog dared to bully the Shin family's head. Shin Qi let out a cold snort and leapt from Zhongqi Peak, stabilizing himself in the air. His body transformed into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Golden City. After nearly 80 years of seclusion, it was time to move his body. This time he wanted to use practical actions to tell everyone that even if he didn't care much about the development of the Shin family, the Shin family wasn't something that could be bullied casually. If his children and grandchildren were unfilial, that was also his Shin family's business. And the others? Who dared to interfere? With a thought in Shin Qi's mind, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed in the sky and landed on a peak not far from Zhongqi Peak with a bang. Countless debris splattered, and the height of that peak unexpectedly dropped by more than 10 meters. The power of one strike was as terrifying as this. However, what Shin Qi didn't know was that this scene of him sending out lightning to shatter the mountain peak just happened to be captured by the residents in the vicinity of Zhongqi Peak, and then transmitted to the internet, causing an uproar within just a few minutes, and even alarming certain bricklayers to forcefully interpret this. Zhongqi Peak near the thunder and lightning is a normal natural phenomenon. Please do not worry. Not to mention nonsense. The world is not so much strange power. Chapter 2, it's just 100 years of living. Shen Hong decided to give up. It's not that he doesn't want to save the Shin family, but he really has no way out. 10 billion funds, even before their Shin family accident. Want to get together 10 billion is not an easy thing. Not to mention that now there is the Chang family eyeing the Golden City. Countless large and small families, groups are waiting for the Shin family. This tree fell, and then jumped up to get a piece of the cake. Things have come to this point. The only thing he can do is to leave a little bit of incense to the Shin family. Perhaps one day in the future, the Shin family can still rise again. As for himself, he will stay here in the Shin family buried with it. Long sigh. Shen Hong support the desk to stand up. Suddenly saw the window flash to thunder. Then a bang came. Scared, his body shivered. Coupled with a long time kneeling in front of the self-portrait of Shin Qi. Legs numb. A moment of not able to stand. The body fell to the side. Just at this time, a force appeared to support Shen Hong. And then a voice sounded. Are you going to give up just like that? Shen Hong was horrified in his heart and looked over in the direction of the voice, realizing that there was an additional person at the window position. Someone had broken into the study and he was completely unaware of it? Although their Shin family is not the top mansion in Xia, but it is also a top existence in Golden City. The security system that should be there is definitely not less. Not to mention a person. Even a flying bird close to the Shin family's old mansion will be discovered. How did this person come in? Could it have something to do with the thunderous sound just now? Also, that person is clearly standing at the window, at least 2 meters away from him, and just now who was out to help himself. However, Shen Hong is after all the head of the Shin family, has seen a lot of the world. After a short period of shock, he calmed down. Who are you? Why did you appear in our Shin family? The person by the window snorted coldly. The Shin family was established by me. Why can't I come? On the contrary, it is you who wants to give up after encountering a little setback, destroying the centuries-old foundation of the Shin family, thinking that I, Shin Qi, have been running the country for hundreds of years. How could I have such an ungrateful grandson like you? The person who came was none other than Shin Qi. Although Zhongqi Peak was hundreds of kilometers away from Golden City, it was just over an hour's journey for Xinqi. On his lips, he cursed Xin Hong for being an unworthy descendant, but after knowing that something had happened to the Xin family, Xinqi still rushed back as fast as he could, because it was rushing at full speed. Xinqi did not have any intention of hiding his strength, and during the flight there were constantly thunder lights appearing around him, especially when he entered the Xin family. The thunder lights that had condensed were completely released at this moment, which gave the effect of a flat thunderstorm. If Xinqi had not already dispersed 99% of the power of the thunderbolt in advance, just now this thunderbolt down, the Xin family would no longer exist. Xin Hong heard the word Xinqi. Heart thumped. Is our Xin family ancestor really still alive? Look at the self-portrait of Xinqi on the wall, and then look at the man at the window. The appearance is exactly the same. Even the style of the body robes are the same, coupled with the dusty temperament on the body of Xinqi and the way he appeared. Xin Hong plopped and knelt down again. Unworthy son and grandson Xin Hong, pay my respects to the old ancestor. Where have you been all these years? If you don't take action, our Xin family will be finished. I begged the old ancestor to take action and save the Xin family. Only then did Xinqi's face look better, and with a flick of his right hand, Xin Hong stood up, casually revealing this bit of skill. Once again, Xin Hong was surprised, and in his heart, he was even more certain that the old ancestor who had lived for hundreds of years must be a godlike figure. These years I was in Zhong Qifeng closed-door cultivation, but neglected the development of the Xin family. You first tell me the current situation. I will see what to do. Yes. At that moment, Xin Hong let Xinqi to do on the chair. He said the things of the Xin family one by one. Listening to Xinqi also could not help but frown. I have not been out for decades. Many things are different. You still tell me what to do to get the Xin family through. Is it to directly destroy their Chang family? Speaking of exterminating the Chang family, Xin Hong felt that the temperature in the study had lowered quite a bit, and couldn't help but shiver. It was evident that Xinqi was definitely not talking about it for fun, but had really developed a killing intent. No, old ancestor, we can't do this, Xin Hong hurriedly said. Nowadays is a society of rule of law. We can't directly destroy their Chang family until the last resort. As long as our Xin family can get through this time, I have countless ways to make the Chang family's life worse than death. Good. Then you say, what should we do now? Xinqi nodded slightly. At least he saw the aura that a family head should have from Xin Hong. Money. As long as there is enough money, we can revitalize our Xin family. As long as we get through this difficult time, our Xin family will still be the #1 powerful family in Golden City. And they, the Chang family, are nothing. Xin Hong paused for a moment and added, but the amount of this money, it's a bit much. It needs at least $10 billion. Xinqi frowned. 10 billion. How much is that? I don't have much of a concept of the current currency. Xin Hong hurriedly explained. The market value of all of our Xin family's companies together has exceeded 10 billion. But market value in money is not a concept. We need 10 billion to revitalize the situation. And our Xin family's net profit for a year is roughly 1.5 billion to 2 billion. Stop. Xinqi interrupted Xin Hong's words. Let's put it this way. To put it another way, the capital city Wang family, can they take out $10 billion? Capital city Wang family? Xin Hong froze for a moment. Old ancestor, are you talking about the top gentry of Xia, the capital city Wang family? Xinqi asked back. Could there be a second Wang family in the capital? No, no more. Xin Hong did not dare to refute. His heart once again gave birth to a few moments of surprise. Could it be that the old ancestor was still related to the capital city Wang family? The capital city Wang family that is truly a top-tier powerful family. Getting them to take out $10 billion in a short period of time shouldn't be difficult. Even if their Wang family doesn't have that much liquidity, all the banks in Xia are willing to give them a loan. However, old ancestor, will the Golden City Wang family help us? Xin Hong was a little worried. The Xin family wanted to get in touch with the Wang family, but the volume of their Xin family could not even enter the eyes of the king family of the capital city. Now that the Xin family was in trouble, why would the capital city Wang family help? Xinqi smiled, removed a jade pendant from his waist. You don't have to worry about this. Find a trustworthy person. Send this jade pendant to the capital city Wang family. Just say that our Xin family is looking for them to borrow $10 billion, and give them 3 days to come up with it. Xin Hong's hands that had just reached out froze. Old ancestor, are you borrowing money from others or robbing them? Open your mouth to 10 billion, and also within 3 days must come together. Our Xin family which has such a big face Of course, he didn't dare to say these words and could only politely remind them. Old ancestor, can it work? The Wang family in the capital has a huge power. If we provoke their Wang family at this time, that's right. This attitude is not very feasible. Xinqi pondered for a moment. Let's do it this way. You have someone take this jade pendant to the capital city Wang family, and after entering the door, Shout this, where is that Wang Qinlin kid? Hurry up and get out. Prepare $10 billion for me and get it all together within a day. Don't let me go to you personally. Shin Hong shivered again. Old ancestor. This Wang Qinlin, what is his identity? Shin Shi leaned back in his chair and casually threw the jade pendant to Shin Hong. Nothing, just lived for more than 100 years. Now should be the Wang family head great-grandfather. Don't be afraid, just shout as I just said. Not a word wrong, understand? Shin Hong hurriedly caught the jade pendant, then his hands shook fiercely twice again, almost dropping the jade pendant to the ground. Over 100 years old? The great-grandfather of the head of the Wang family in the capital? Isn't this status enough? If our Shin family really shouted like that, wouldn't we be beaten to death by others? Don't offend the capital city Wang family again before they get through this. Then their Shin family will really be hopeless. Shin Shi saw Shin Hong did not move, immediately pulled down his face. Why don't you go? Weren't you in a hurry to get the money together just now? Shin Hong clenched his teeth and nodded his head vigorously. Okay, old ancestor, I'll go and make arrangements. Anyway, this current situation of the Shin family was already like this. If there was no $10 billion of funds, the Shin family would definitely be destroyed by the Chang family. So it would be better to follow what the old ancestor had said and try the Wang family in the capital. In case it would work. Chapter 3, You Can't Believe in Weirdness. Shin Hong called his son Shin Xiu over after he came out of the study. Father, you are looking for me? Shin Xiu's face was not good. As the eldest son of the Shin family, he was very clear about the current situation of the Shin family. If there were no accidents, sooner or later, the big tree of the Shin family would fall. And as the eldest son of the Shin family, he was the thorn in the side of the Chang family's eyes, the thorn in the flesh, the kind of thing that Chung Shishan would never feel at ease if he didn't die. Therefore, he is very clear that his life has entered the countdown. Shin Hong nodded. At this time, his complexion had recovered a bit, no longer as disheveled and desperate as before. Well, this time I called you over. There is an important task to be given to you. Whether our Shin family can get through this difficult time or not, it depends on whether you can accomplish this task or not. Shin Xiu's eyes lit up. Father, you have a solution? Shin Hong took out the jade pendant that Shin Shi handed over to him, revealing a few moments of embarrassment, and said Shin Shi's requirements once again, especially the sentence that Shin Shi specially emphasized. It was not a single word worse, and asked at the end, what I said just now, you've memorized it all? Shin Xiu had been stunned, not to mention remembering. His brain started to go down when he heard that he was asked to break into the Wang family in the capital alone to make a big statement. Father, you're not kidding, right? A behemoth like the Wang family in the capital. We can also mess with it? Now our Shin family's situation is already like this. If we don't do anything, our Shin family might still be able to leave behind a few points of fragrance and fire. But if we offend the capital Wang family, nearly 100 people up and down our Shin family, one of them won't be able to survive. Shin Hong did not have the same kind of momentum as Shin Shi, and could only cough to cover up the embarrassment. Just at this time his cell phone rang a little, and a news push appeared on the screen. In order to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, he picked up his phone and scanned it, and soon froze, because the title of the news push to him was, Zhongqi Peak suddenly appeared in a shocking lightning, shattering a mountain peak by more than 10 meters, and it was actually the work of a god? Zhongqi Feng? Isn't that where the old ancestor practiced in seclusion? When the old ancestor appeared, it was also accompanied by a thunderbolt, and at that time, he was shocked, but now that he thinks about it, is there some connection between these two events? The old ancestor, was he the legendary immortal? Thinking of all the means shown by the old ancestor, Shin Hong's heart became more and more certain. The embarrassment on his face was also swept away, and he corrected his color. Do you see that I look like I am joking? You follow what I say. Absolutely nothing will happen. Every move you make when you go to the Wang family in the capital is related to the survival of our Shin family. There absolutely can't be any mistakes. I'll tell you what I just said again. You must keep it in your heart. Do you hear me? Shin Xiu saw that his father's tone was getting more and more serious. He also understood that his father wasn't joking. He nodded his head vigorously. Don't worry, father, I will definitely do as you said. As long as I can save our Shin family, even if I am beaten to death by the people of the Wang family of the capital city, I will still admit it. Up to now, Shin Xiu still insisted that his trip to the capital city Wang family this time would inevitably not have any good results. Just thinking that his father was so resolute and had emphasized that his performance would determine the future of the Shin family, he could only go with the attitude of trying his best. Anyway, staying here couldn't save the Shin family. Sooner or later he would be killed by the Chang family, and the process would still be full of pain. So why not try? This is what happens when you are sick and desperate. Shin Hong knew that Shin Xiu couldn't understand, but it was about the old ancestor. He couldn't explain it to Shin Xiu. He could only use the majesty of the family head to force Shin Xiu to do so. After all, This was the last hope of their Shin family. Shin Xiu quickly set off with the jade pendant, considering that the Chang family was targeting the Shin family at every turn, so the commotion of Shin Xiu's departure was very small. At least a few people knew about it. This was naturally done to prevent the Chang family from striking out at Shin Xiu on the way. After all, the Chang family could do anything at this time. Not long after Shin Xiu departed, Chang Shishan got the news because he had long ago planted eyes in the Shin family and got the exact news. Chang Shangnan snorted coldly. It's this time, the Shin family even wants to ask for help from other families? Other than the top mansions in the capital and the Magic City, who can come up with $10 billion in a short period of time? If the Shin family really had this kind of relationship, they would have used it long ago. Why wait until now? It's just a dying struggle. Chang Shishan leaned back on the sofa with a look as steady as MT. Tai, Xiangnan that's what the words say, but you also need to know that the more you get to the last minute, the more cautious you have to be. I know Shin Hong too well. Sending Shin Xiu out at this time shows that he still has some certainty about the matter of asking for help, so you can't take it lightly and find someone to create a car accident on the road to send Shin Xiu to the west. Chang Shangnan's expression was solemn. Yes, father, I'll go and make arrangements. Well, do it cleanly. Chang Shishan changed to a comfortable position, with obvious disdain in his eyes. It was this time, everything the Shin family did was just a dying struggle. Drip! The phone next to him rang, and a news push appeared, just in time for Chang Shishan to be in a good mood, so he smoothly clicked on it, and a video popped up, in which a bricklayer was analyzing the sudden appearance of that blast of thunder near Zhongqifeng with a nose for the sky. According to our analysis of the various weather environments near Zhongqi Peak in the last 10 days, this to the sudden appearance of the thunder is definitely a natural phenomenon. People do not listen to the heart rumors. There is no such thing as a supernatural phenomenon. Chang Shishan saw here and turned off the video. What era is it? There are still people who believe in supernatural phenomena? This is not nonsense? Then a message was sent over. It was the eyes he arranged in the Shin family that reported the news to him. 10 minutes ago, a thunderbolt appeared in the Shin family. Perhaps it has something to do with Shin Xiu going out to ask for help. Chang Shishan snorted coldly and instantly replied, things that are not true, don't bring them to report. The defeat of the Shin family was a foregone conclusion. He liked the feeling of having everything in his hands, and he disliked hearing this kind of unfounded talk the most. Shin Xiu was already on the highway, and was expected to arrive in the capital before evening. But after he glanced at the rearview mirror he immediately became nervous, because a large truck behind him was accelerating continuously, and was only less than 20 meters away from his car. Normally speaking, the speed of a big truck can't catch up with a sedan, but if this is the Chang family's arrangement, then anything is possible. As long as the big truck is modified, it will be able to make the speed of the big truck exceed that of the sedan. Shin Xiu realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, but the big truck behind him was still in hot pursuit, and its speed was getting faster and faster, and it crashed into it a few seconds later. Then the sedan out of control. The body is seriously deformed. Shin Xiu issued a cry of alarm. The heart only one idea, finished. But after waiting for 2 seconds, Shin Xiu did not feel any pain. Take a closer look, only to find that although the sedan was badly deformed, but a strange force appeared around his body, did not let him suffer any harm. Then, the violent impact ended, and the seriously speeding big truck pushed the sedan forward for hundreds of meters before barely stopping. The driver of the big truck came down from the car without any panic look. Instead, he took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the severely deformed sedan and sent them out, with the message, done. Hit the money. We'll just send out the information deleted. The big truck driver which dialed the police phone. Make a look of anxiety, but do not wait for the phone to connect. Shin Xiu even came out of the sedan. Holding the phone of the big truck driver froze at once. ING. This is not dead? Chapter 4, Shin Xiu, steady this time. Just out of the sedan Shin Xiu checked his body, found that there is really no injury at all. The heart is shocked at the same time also gave birth to a ball of anger. Rushed to the front of the big truck driver is a punch. The big truck driver is still in a daze. Was Shin Xiu directly to knock out? A serious car accident on the highway. A driver parked in the emergency lane. Get off to see if you need help. And then saw Shin Xiu punch the big truck driver knocked down the scene. Immediately hesitated. Shin Xiu hurriedly turned back and said loudly, friend, send me to the capital. I'll give you money, $10,000. The Shin family couldn't get 100 million, but after all, it was a big family with deep roots. Casually taking out a few tens of thousands of dollars was nothing. Money moves the heart. The driver immediately stopped. Shin Xiu hurriedly said that he went to the capital has important things. Cannot be delayed here. The driver only nodded to agree. After finding a car again, Shin Xiu carefully recalled the details of the collision just now. In the moment when the big truck crashed up, there was a strange force that appeared to protect his safety, and this force, surprisingly, was from the jade pendant that Shin Hong gave to call him. Thinking of this, Shin Xiu hurriedly took the jade pendant out for a closer look, only to find that the jade pendant was finely crafted, excellent color, and there was a coolness in his hand that made him feel extraordinarily comfortable. Although he does not know much about jade, but over the years he has seen a lot of big scenes, naturally he can see that this jade pendant is definitely not simple. Plus this jade pendant just saved his life. He also can't help but start to associate. No wonder his father is so sure. The original has long been prepared. So this time to the capital city Wang family, but just go through the motions. Father has already arranged everything in the dark. As for why father obviously have heavenly means but only use it at this time, most likely want to see through this time to see how many traitors within the Shin family in the end. Up to this point, Shin Xiu's face looked much better. Originally thought that this time he would at least be beaten up or even killed alive when he went to the Wang family, but now it was different. With this jade pendant, he instead had a feeling of going to inspect the work of the Wang family in the capital, Golden City. Shang family. Chang Shangnan received a message from the driver of the big truck and stared at the pictures for several seconds. The sedan driven by Shin Xiu was severely deformed and the interior space was completely compressed. It was simply impossible for anyone to survive such a crash. Chang Shangnan was instantly satisfied, and used his cell phone to send a message, call money, then deleted the message and came to Chang Shishan's study to report on the matter. Chang Shishan was satisfied with Chang Shangnan's efficiency and nodded, not bad. Is the person you found reliable? Don't leave any loose ends. We can't make any trouble at this time. After the Shin family is exterminated, not a single person related to this matter can be left behind. Yes, father, don't worry. I know what to do. Chang Shangnan's eyes revealed a few moments of cruelty. He loved this feeling of playing with other people's lives in the palm of his hand. Drip! Chang Shishan's cell phone rang again. Another news tweet. And then when he clicked on it, it turned out to be a follow-up of Zhong Qifeng's bizarre Thunderlight. Zhong Qifeng's sudden appearance of Thunderlight had already attracted a lot of attention and triggered countless speculations. And then people on the internet organized the related videos and pictures and discovered a shocking fact. After the appearance of Zhong Qifeng's Thunderbolt, there was another not very eye-catching Thunderbolt that departed from Zhong Qifeng and traveled along a straight line to the Golden City in just 1 hour, eventually landing in the Shin family. There are quite a few people commenting on this news, and most of them are teasing whether the Shin family in Golden City has received some great benefits, and that's why they were able to lure the Thunderbolt from Zhongqi Peak, which is hundreds of kilometers away, to the Shin family's old mansion. Chang Shishan let out a cold laugh after reading this news. Shin Hong, this is running out of other tricks? Surprisingly, he hired a bunch of water armies on the internet. It's estimated that their Shin family only has money left to hire water armies. Chang Shangnan followed and laughed out. Father, the Shin family's defeat is a foregone conclusion. Let's just wait and watch the show. On the other side, Shin Hong's cell phone also appeared with a push. The same news of Zhong Qifeng's bizarre lightning. After reading the news, Shin Hong couldn't help but laugh out. This old ancestor of his family is really a god. Now that the old ancestor is in charge, it is impossible for the Shin family to fall even if they want to. As for the Beijing Wang family, give them a day to prepare 10 billion. That is to give them face. There is the old ancestor here. They still have to rush to send money over? At that moment, Shin Hong was a little fluttery. My family ancestor is a god. Who can compare? If you have the ability, don't spell father. Let's spell old ancestor. Tick-tock. The phone rang again. It is a Shin family's eyes and ears outside to send a message. Shin Xiu encountered a car accident on the highway. The body is seriously deformed. The fate is very bad. Shin Hong immediately froze. How could this happen? Shin Xiu had an accident? Isn't there an old ancestor in charge? How could there be an accident? Shin Hong's hand holding the cell phone began to tremble. He just saw the hope of the Shin family to get through this difficult time. Why did the news of Shin Xiu's accident come? No, he had to go and ask the old ancestor what was going on. Once again coming to the study, Shin Hong said the news he just got. Old ancestor, didn't you say that Xiu'er would be fine going to the Wang family in the capital this time? How is it that halfway to the Shin Qi was very calm, sitting in front of the desk and slowly sipping tea. How are you sure that something happened to Shin Xiu? Did you see it with your own eyes? No, but the ears and eyes I arranged have already had the news back. Old ancestor, look at the photo. The car was crashed like that. How could Xiu'er have survived? Shin Hong, tone anxious, took out his cell phone to let Shin Qi look at the photos. But Shin Qi said, do not jump to conclusions so early. Don't you have a cell phone? Give Shin Xiu a call, won't you know? Right, when you call, let Shin Xiu from the Wang family to order good tea over. This tea in your study. Too bad. Shin Hong then woke up and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Shin Xiu. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Autumn, are you okay? Did you have a car accident on the road? At this time, Shin Xiu had already gotten into someone else's car, was heading to the capital, and his mood had calmed down. Father, I'm fine, don't worry. This time when I go to the Wang family in the capital, I'll make sure to do things beautifully. Really alright? Shen Hong was still a little skeptical. He had already seen the photos. The sedan had been completely bonded. How could Shin Xiu be in it at all? Shin Xiu said, "Father, isn't this all within your expectations? How can I have anything? I have now found a car that is heading towards the capital. Do you have anything else?" Shen Hong froze. This was all within my expectations? Is there such a thing? How come I'm confused instead? No, nothing. Cough. Shin Shi coughed twice on the side. Shen Hong immediately changed his words. Right. There is another thing. After you go to the Wang family, remember to ask the Wang family for good tea. Must be the best. Remember? Okay. I understand. Father, don't worry. If I don't get the best tea from the Wang family in the capital this time, I will never stop. Shen Hong froze for a moment again. Just now when he left from home, Shin Xiu was still reluctant, feeling like he was going to die. How come after a car accident, his attitude has changed so much? Could it be, hit the brain? Shen Hong began to worry again. This if the brain is damaged. How to inherit the Shin family, this huge family business in the future? Shin Shi again tasted a breath, slightly shaking his head. Shen Hong saw this, hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, you drink tea, also do not say a word with me. I have a drawer with a good big red robe, $50,000 a couple to buy. I'll give you to change on." Open the drawer. Shen Hong's face froze, because his treasured big red robe was opened, and then look at the color of the tea. Is not it $50,000 a couple of big red robe? Old ancestor, such an expensive tea can't even enter your eyes? Chapter 5, Master, I've finally found you. After a few hours of driving, Shin Xiu finally arrived in the capital. After paying the driver $10,000 for the fare, Shin Xiu also finally arrived at the gate of the capital city Wang family. The capital city Wang family was one of the top mansions in the capital city, and a lot of clues could be seen from a gate alone. The gate is made of high-strength stainless steel. The thickness reaches an astonishing 10 centimeters. It is difficult to push open by human power alone, and must rely on machinery to open or close, which shows how much importance the capital Wang family attaches to security. There was a doorbell next to the main door. Shin Xiu puffed up his chest and pressed it, and there was soon a response. A security guard walked out from the small door next to it and asked with a frown, "Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" Now that Shin Xiu was full of energy, he snorted coldly, "I'm here to find Wang Qianlin. Hurry up and get out of the way." The security guard froze for a moment. He had been working as a security guard in the Wang family for 3 years and had never heard of Wang Qianlin's name. Although Shin Xiu seemed to have a bit of status, this was after all the Wang family in the capital. So how could he get out of the way just because of Shin Xiu's words? "I'm sorry, I can't let you in without an invitation or reservation." Shin Xiu saw through the small door that there were still quite a few security guards inside who had already come over, and knowing that breaking in was definitely not an option, he simply shouted at the door, "Where's that Wang Qianlin kid? Hurry up and roll out. Prepare $10 billion for me and get it together within a day. Don't let me personally go look for you." The security guards saw Shin Xiu shouting at the door and hurriedly stopped him. If this alarmed the Wang family, their jobs would be lost. But Shin Xiu was not an ordinary person after all. Since childhood, he had been trained by Shen Hong as his successor, and had learned some self-defense skills. Perhaps not a match for these security guards, but it was not easy for these security guards to take down Shin Xiu in a short period of time. Shin Xiu shouted loudly while circling with the security guards, and soon someone came out from inside, none other than Butler Wang. These security guards might not know who Wang Qianlin was, but Butler Wang definitely knew, and because of this, he walked out to check. "What's going on? Who's yelling at the gate of our Wang family?" The security guard who was tangling with Shin Xiu immediately stopped. "Butler Wang, it's this kid who is causing trouble. Don't worry, we'll take care of things right away." Butler Wang glared at the security guards. The other party had mentioned Wang Qianlin's name. "Is this something that a few of you security guards can handle? This friend, you came to our Wang family, what is your business?" Shin Xiu saw that a steward had come out and immediately took out his jade pendant. "I'm looking for Wang Qianlin. You call Wang Qianlin out and tell him that our Golden City Shin family is here." Golden City Shin family? Butler Wang frowned. He knew that the Golden City Shin family, for the capital city Wang family, was simply insignificant, but when he saw the jade pendant in Shin Xiu's hand, his eyes shrunk slightly. With his understanding of all kinds of jade, the jade pendant on Shin Xiu's hand was skillfully crafted, pure in color, and I'm afraid it was worth no less than $10 million. To be able to take out such a valuable jade pendant, and to be able to say Wang Qianlin's name, this young man, I'm afraid, is a bit of a head. "You come with me, I'll take you to see the family head." The several security guards froze. They had been working here for several years, and it was the first time they had encountered someone who could enter the Wang family in this way. What was the origin of this Golden City Shin family? Butler Wang led Shinshio into the gate and through a garden before entering the hall. Although he didn't encounter any other Wang family members along the way, Shinshio had a feeling of being watched, and he guessed that there must be quite a few bodyguards here. Letting Shinshio wait in the hall, Butler Wang came to the door of the study room of the Wang family's head and carefully knocked on the door. "Family master, there is a young man outside, saying that he wants to find our Wang family's old ancestor, and he is holding a valuable jade pendant in his hand. So I brought the person in. Do you want to take a look?" With a creak, the door of the study opened, and a middle-aged man with fine clothes and a majestic face walked out. "Has the identity of the visitor been investigated clearly?" "Investigated. It's from the Shin family of Golden City." "A small family. Golden City Shin family?" Wang Huirong snorted coldly. To be able to call out great-grandfather's name, this Jinchang Shin family is also something. "Go over and take a look." Not long after, Wang Huirang and Butler Wang came to the living room. Shinshio was originally still bottomless. After all, the jade pendant in his hand had a magical power that could protect him from being injured even in a major car accident. But at the sight of Wang Huirang, he couldn't help but tense up and hurriedly got up, not only because of Wang Huirong's authority, but also because the reaction of the Wang family in the capital will determine whether the Shin family can get through this difficult time or not. Wang Huirong sat straight on the sofa and stared at Shinshio for a few seconds. "I am the head of the Wang family. What exactly is the purpose of your visit this time?" Shinshio knew that the critical time had arrived, and hurriedly told him his purpose, and at the end, he took out the jade pendant. "This is a token handed over to me by my father. The Wang family lord will know it at a glance." Although this jade pendant contained a strange power, Shinshio felt that a jade pendant alone could not save the Shin family. It was still necessary to let the Wang family of the capital to take action, so even if he could not bear it in his heart, he had to hand over the jade pendant. Butler Wang went up and picked up the jade pendant to check it, making sure there was no mechanism before handing it to Wang Huirong with both hands. Wang Huirong had a deep understanding of cultural curiosities and knew that this jade pendant was definitely not simple when he got it. From the appearance and color of the jade pendant, at least several hundred years of history, the workmanship is even more exquisite, ingenious, and more importantly, after getting the jade pendant, a coolness flowed throughout his body, making him feel extraordinarily comfortable. He had seen quite a lot of jade, but the one that could have such an effect had only been seen on a piece of jade pendant that his great-grandfather had carried with him. If he had to put a price on this jade pendant, Wang Huirong felt that $100 million would be considered conservative. Butler Wang knew Wang Huirong's temperament, and when he saw Wang Huirong behaving like this, he knew that he must have underestimated the value of the jade pendant before, and his heart was once again curious about Shinshio. Carefully putting down the jade pendant, Wang Huirong asked, "You know my great-grandfather?" Shinshio shook his head. "I don't know. The words I just said were all specially delivered by my father, requiring that not a single word could be wrong. This is why I have offended. Please forgive me, Wang family master." Wang Huirong was a bit helpless, because he was now not sure if this Golden City Shin family and his great-grandfather had any relationship anymore, and now if he wanted to figure out this matter, he could only personally ask his great-grandfather for confirmation. "Butler Wang, you take Shinshio to the guest room to rest, entertain him well, and do not neglect him." "Yes." It was not until he entered the guest room that Shinshio breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was truly suspecting that he would be killed alive. Wang Huirong came to Wang Qianlin's closed room through the secret passage, but did not dare to go in directly, but stood at the door waiting for Wang Qianlin's summons. Wang Qianlin was the oldest ancestor of the Wang family in the capital, living for more than 100 years, with a cultivation that was amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that with the development of the Summer Kingdom, personal combat strength had become less important, the power that their Wang family could obtain was definitely more than what was in front of them. Therefore, as long as Wang Hui Ripple came here, Wang Qianlin was bound to notice it in advance, and there was no need for him to speak at all. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, Wang Qianlin spoke. "It's Hui Ring come in." Only then did Wang Hui Ring respectfully walk in and hand over the jade pendant that Shinshio had brought with him with both hands. "Great-grandfather, just now a person came over with this jade pendant, naming you and asking you to prepare $10 billion for him, with a very bad attitude." Wang Qianlin didn't take it seriously at first, but the moment he got the jade pendant, his face changed at once. Others didn't know what this jade pendant represented, but how could he not know? This was clearly his master Shinchi's accompanying jade pendant. More than 80 years ago, the summer country suffered from foreign invasion. The mountains and rivers fell. He rose up to fight against the enemy, but the strength was not enough. He was forced to a desperate situation. If not for Shinchi's hand, he would have died long ago. After that, he stayed by Shinchi's side, and got Shinchi to teach him Gongfa, which slowly grew up, and fought bravely to kill the enemy on the battlefield, and made a name for himself. so that he could gain a foothold in the capital at the beginning of the establishment of the Xia kingdom, and slowly develop the Wang family to such a point. It is a pity that when their Wang family took root in the capital, Xinshi suddenly disappeared, and so far there has been no news for nearly 80 years, making Wang Qianlin always think about it. Now that Xinshi had brought this jade pendant over, how could he not be excited? His master, who he had been searching for decades, finally had news. Chapter 6. Could it be a bastard? After calming down a bit, Wang Qianlin asked, "What about the man who came over with the jade pendant? What else did he say?" Wang Huirong revealed a difficult look. "Great-grandpa, what he said, it's a little hard to hear. Don't say a single word." Wang Qianlin directly interrupted Wang Huirong's words. After so many years, he also wanted to know what his master would say to him. He never suspected that something would happen to Xinshi, because he was very clear about Xinshi's ability. It was not too much to describe it as astounding. With the master's lazy character, he would definitely not be willing to make a trip in person, but in order to prove his identity, he would also be bound to leave some words. Wang Huirong hesitated for a moment and repeated Xinshio's words, with an obvious uneasiness on his face. Who knew that? Wang Qianlin let out a loud laugh. "That's right, that's the feeling. It's too good. It's really great." Wang Huirong froze. What was this situation? Xinshio had spoken so nonchalantly, but why was great-grandpa still so happy? Why hadn't he realized that he still had this kind of fetish before? A few seconds later Wang Qianlin got up with an undisguised excitement on his face. "Huirong, you go and do two things. First, no matter what Xinshio asks for, do it all without any delays. Doesn't he want $10 billion? Prepare him for $15 billion. $15 billion? Wang Huirong took a deep breath. "Great-grandfather, $15 billion is not a small amount. I'm afraid that if I want to raise it all in one day, I'm afraid." Wang Qianlin snorted coldly. "If the Wang family doesn't have any money, don't the banks have any money too? Where are those bank presidents who flatter you every day? Let them go and raise money. $150 billion. Not a penny less. It must be raised before noon tomorrow. Understand?" "Yes." "Second thing, investigate the Xin family in Golden City. Don't let anyone know about this matter, and let me know immediately if there are any results." "Yes, I'll do it right away." With Wang Qianlin's order, the entire capital moved. The time was already evening. The capital bank had reached its closing time. The president Qianzhen packed up his things and was ready to leave. The phone in his office suddenly rang. He frowned. Who was calling at this point in time? The phone in his office was not something that could be called in casually. Only the truly powerful people in the capital city knew this number, so he didn't dare not to answer it. If he offended the powerful people in the capital, he would not need to work as a bank president, and it would be better for him to go back to his hometown directly. Hurriedly rushed to the desk and picked up the phone. "Hello, how are you?" Wang Huirong was not polite. "Governor Qian, prepare $1 billion in cash for me before 12 noon tomorrow. I have an emergency." $10 billion? Qianzhen was confused. "Family Master Wang, you're not kidding, right? In such a short period of time, where can I go to raise $1 billion for you? Time is too tight. How about you give me 3 days?" "No way. If you don't gather enough billions before noon tomorrow, you won't have to contact me again in the future." With a bang, Wang Huiripple hung up the phone. He knew these bank presidents too well. When depositing money they were so happy that their mouths could grin. As soon as he said withdrawing money or asking them to get money together in a short period of time, one by one, they would start to cry poor. So these people just couldn't be spoiled. Besides, did the Wang family usually give them fewer favors? The same scene in the capital of other banks continue to play. A moment of major bank presidents moved. Mobilizing all the relations can mobilize around to raise money. The capital is not enough. From the field transfer, in short, is tomorrow at 12 noon before, must be Wang Hui grain requirements of the funds in place, or they do not want to get a penny from the Wang family deposits. How powerful is the bank president? Anyway, it's not something ordinary people can imagine. 5 minutes after Wang Huirong made the phone call, the entire capital city people with some fame received the news, triggering a lot of discussion. There are even media outlets intending to expose this matter to suck a wave of heat, but the result was pressed down by the supervisor. Dare to report on the matter of the Wang family's massive fundraising in the capital. Do you want to live long? Don't bring me along when you're looking for death. In this situation, Xinshio's hard breaking into the Wang family in the afternoon was quickly exposed. After all, the Wang family was the top mansion in the capital, and I don't know how many people were keeping an eye on the movements on the Wang family's side at all times. Even if those security guards didn't say anything, there were people who could dig up this piece of news, only want to know the details of it. It is unrealistic, but it was precisely because the details of it were not known that this triggered the discussion of many powerful people in the capital. Have you heard? The Wang family is raising money in a big way. The amount is rumored to have reached $10 billion. Something won't happen to this Wang family, right? Don't talk nonsense. If this reaches the Wang family's ears, you won't be able to eat it. I heard that a young man visited the Wang family this afternoon. I guess the Wang family's fundraising is most likely related to this young man. Is that so? Has the identity of that young man been investigated? It is said to be Shinshio of the Shin family in Golden City. The Shin family had a change of heart and needed a large amount of money injected. So, this can't be right? What is the Golden City Shin family? How could it also make the king family of the capital city make a move? But that's just the way it is. Can you find another reason besides this? Hiss. There is a reason. Then us? Contact the Shin family. If the Shin family gets a large amount of money injected in a short period of time, it means that the Shin family and the capital city Wang family are close. We can also give the Shin family some help as a gesture of goodwill to the Wang family. Right, that's what I mean too. Tomorrow, go to Golden City together. Go together. Go together. Quite a few second-rate capital city families had already finished discussing in secret, and as long as they could ascertain that the Shin family and the capital city Wang family were related, they would step in to help. As for those first-rate capital city families and even the top-tier mansions alongside the capital city Wang family, they had also been surprised after receiving the news. The Shin family of the Golden City was clearly a small family that was not known, perhaps a little powerful in the Golden City, but compared to the families of the capital city, it really counted for nothing. Such a family could cause the capital city Wang family to pay so much attention. So what exactly was the origin of this Jinchang Shin family? Could it be that the Shin family head was the illegitimate son of one of the Wang family heads? For a while, all kinds of speculations were circulating in the various big families in the capital. And of course, there were already quite a few families that had sent people to Golden City overnight to explore the situation, in an effort to get a hold of first-hand information. While the capital city was buzzing with activity, Wang Hui Ripple came to the guest room on his own initiative. If it was before, he would have asked Butler Wang to call Shinshio to the study to meet him, but after seeing Wang Qianlin's attitude, he couldn't help but change his attitude and took the initiative to come over to visit. Shinshio was also really confused when he opened the door and saw Wang Hui tattoo outside the door. Wang family master, why are you here? There is something as you just call out to me. Wang Huirong laughed and patted Shinshio's shoulder with his hand. Xiao Shana, today this matter really wronged you. The few security guards who took action against you, tomorrow I will resign them. If you think it's not enough, I'll bring them here. Just punish them however you want. This can't be done. They are also duty-bound. Don't punish them just because of some misunderstanding. Shinshio was even more surprised in his heart. How was it that in just a moment, Wang Huirong's attitude had undergone such a drastic change? However, thinking about the magical power of that jade pendant, he had the feeling that this was quite normal. After all, everything was expected by his father. Thinking of this, Shinshio's heart was greatly settled. With the help of the capital city Wang family, their Shin family through this difficult time, really don't be too simple. Wang Huirong nodded slightly, with praise in his gaze. Although the Shin family was not much in the eyes of their Wang family, but as the eldest son of the Shin family, being able to speak on behalf of those security guards after being bullied so much, it showed that Shinshio's heart was still very good. Then, well, tomorrow I'll have them come over to apologize to you. By the way, this time you came over, do you have any other requests? No need to be polite. Say it all. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. A few moments of consternation flashed across Shinshio's face. Thinking of Shin Han's explanation just now, his heart couldn't help but feel once again, it was true that everything was within his father's grasp, and he had even calculated the Wang family's reaction. My father likes to drink tea. If I can, I would like to bring some tea back to my father. Tea leaves? Wang Huirong was also confused. Were all of the Shin family's requests so strange? They had already asked for $10 billion before. Why did they suddenly pop up to tea again? With $10 billion, what kind of tea leaves can't be bought? Shinshio saw Wang Hui tattooed his face and couldn't help but say, if it's difficult then. No, not difficult. Wang Huirong hurriedly explained. I am thinking that this request is too simple. It just so happens that I still have a few jars of treasured tea in my study, so I'll bring it along for you tomorrow. Thank you. Many thanks to Family Master Wang. Shinshio thanked him repeatedly, then the two of them ran out of words and looked at each other for a few seconds before revealing awkward smiles in unison. The current situation was that Shinshio couldn't figure out what exactly the capital city Wang family meant, and didn't dare to show too much, while Wang Huirong also couldn't figure out the bottom of the Shin family. Coupled with Wang Qianlin's explanation, he couldn't wait to catch the Shin family to curry favor with them properly, but was a little bit unable to pull back his face. So it was just like this. Chapter 7, Sloppy, Better Pretend You Don't Know. Wang Huirong once again came outside the room where Wang Qianlin was in closed-door cultivation. He had now developed a strong curiosity about the Shin family in Golden City, and was curious to know why great-grandpa would be impressed by the Shin family in Golden City. Was it simply because the jade pendant that Shinshio had brought over was special? Or was the Golden City Shin family's head the illegitimate son of the great-grandfather? As soon as this thought popped up, it could no longer be suppressed. After all, people are gossipy. Hui Ripple, come in. Wang Qianlin sensed that Wang Huirang was outside and let him in. Coming over to me at this time, is there something wrong? Of course, Wang Huirong didn't dare to directly ask what relationship the Golden City Shin family had with great-grandpa, but instead cut in from another aspect. Great-grandfather. The information of the Golden City Shin family has been checked out clearly. They traveled to Golden City at the beginning of the establishment of the Summer Kingdom, and after so many years of development have become the #1 powerful family in Golden City. The current head of the family is named Shin Hong, and Shin Xiu is Shin Hong's son. In addition to this, Shin Hong also has a daughter named Shin Yu. The reason why Shin Xiu came to our Wang family this time is because he was counted by the Cheng family in Golden City. The Cheng family's information I have already investigated over more than 10 years ago began to develop in Golden City, and also received a lot of care from the Shin family. This time they turned against the Shin family. The means is very disgraceful. Great-grandfather, you see, do you want us to take action and give the Cheng family a lesson? No need. The Cheng family doesn't have a few days to live. Wang Qianlin shook his head. He was very clear about his own master's temperament. Since his master had already stepped out, then the Cheng family's demise was just a matter of time. If their Wang family stepped in, it might even cause his master to be unhappy. After all, the Cheng family wasn't even scum to master. Right, tomorrow you personally send Shinshio back to Golden City. Make a full faction, but don't make a move on the Cheng family, and don't take a stand against the Cheng family. Understand? Yes, I understand. Wang Huirong tried a few times and realized that Wang Qianlin was not revealing any useful information at all, so he could only change his method. Great-grandpa, today I also saw a piece of news, and the Golden City Shin family. It's somewhat related. Saying this, Wang Huirong opened his cell phone, and what was displayed on it was exactly the news of Zhong Qifeng's bizarre thunderlight that sped all the way down to the Shin family. When he saw this news at noon, Wang Huirong just looked at it as a joke, but after seeing his great-grandfather's reaction, he felt that it wasn't a joke anymore. Wang Qianlin took his cell phone and scanned it. His eyes flashed a few joyful colors. This time he finally knew the exact news of his master. Before, with a piece of jade pendant, he was not 100% sure, but when he saw this thunder light, he was sure. In this world, besides master, who else could emit such a might? Of course, master's existence still couldn't be easily spoken of, not even to Wang Hui Ripple. A piece of claptrap is just news. Don't think much about it. Wang Qianlin came to a conclusion, and Wang Huirong's face became a little brilliant. If great-grandpa had said that this lightning was just a natural phenomenon, wouldn't that be the same as finalizing the fact that Shin Hong was great-grandpa's illegitimate son? Wait a minute. Shin Hong is the illegitimate son of great-grandpa. Then when I see Shin Hong tomorrow, what should I call him? Nima. It's too rash. Let's just pretend I don't know anything. I really don't know anything anyway since great-grandpa didn't tell me. After dismissing Wang Huirong, Wang Qianlin was already a bit pressed, and couldn't wait to go to the Golden City to pay his respects to his master right now. However, when he thought that he hadn't seen his master for 80 years, it seemed a bit unreasonable to just rush over to pay his respects, so he decided to make some preparations first and bring enough sincerity before going to pay his respects. Wang family guest room. Shinshio also had a feeling of being flattered after sending Wang Huirong away. This Wang family master was also too polite. Right. Hurry up and tell father about the situation here. Although father has arranged everything, he still has to do what he should do. The video call was connected. Shinshio said, Father, the Wang family master is very polite to me. 10 billion should be no problem. I will go back tomorrow. At this time, Shin Hong happened to be in the study, slightly nodded. Not bad. Hard work for you. No hard work. Isn't this all arranged by you, father? I am just going through the motions. By the way, Master Wang just took out his treasured tea leaves as well and asked me to bring them back to you tomorrow. Shinshio smiled and pointed his cell phone camera at the tea leaves on the table, and Shin Hong's eyes snapped shut after seeing it. Shinshio didn't like drinking tea and didn't know much about tea. It was normal that he couldn't recognize the preciousness of this tea, but he had been drinking tea for many years and was as familiar with all kinds of precious teas as he was, and at a glance, he could tell that the tea placed on the table was precisely the superb pour that appeared in the auction in the capital 2 years ago, and was sold at a price of $100,000 for 1 or 2 tael. The price of $100,000 or 2, for the Shin Hong at that time is nothing, but really able to shoot this top quality pour, not only to see if you can afford to pay this price, but also to look at the identity of the person who is bidding, and the Golden City Shin family simply do not have the qualifications to attend the auction. so Shen Hong can only look at the auction photos to relieve the appetite. Unexpectedly, this time, the Wang family lord had taken out this superb pour. This was too polite, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Shen Hong glanced at Shen Qi, who was standing there at the window looking at the scenery, and sighed in his heart, is this the old ancestor's energy? It really is, too strong. The old ancestor didn't even show his face, merely asking Shen Xiu to bring a jade pendant over, and the capital Wang family was so polite. If the old ancestor personally went over, wouldn't the Wang family head have to kneel down to greet him? Father? Father! Shen Xiu saw Shen Hong dumbfounded, shouted twice on the other end of the phone. Only then did Shen Hong come back to his senses. What's wrong? Shen Xiu hemmed and hawed. Father, there is no one else right now. You just tell me the truth. You and this capital city Wang family, in the end what is the relationship? Not much of a relationship never had contact before, Shen Hong directly said, because he really did not have any contact with the capital city Wang family before. Pops, you're not being fair. Probably the huge pressure pressing on their Shen family suddenly disappeared, allowing Shen Xiu to have a few moments of complacency, and his mouth was out of control, revealing an expression of I understand. Think about it, when my grandfather or my grandmother was young, did they do anything wrong? Do you and the Wang family's family head, is there still such a layer of blood relationship? Unbridled, Shen Hong's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly scolded Shen Xiu. Are you drunk? You dare to say anything? Believe it or not, when you come back I will break your legs. Is there anything else? Nothing. Hang up. Hanging up the phone with the fastest speed, Shen Hong glanced at Shen Qi apprehensively and realized that Shen Qi did not have any reaction, and only then did he breathe a little sigh of relief. This time, their Shen family could get through the difficulties, all because of the old ancestor. Shen Xiu, this child, if he was talking nonsense outside and upset the old ancestor, then it would really be a sin. Old ancestor, Xiu'er doesn't know anything and is tongue-tied. Please don't take offense. Shen Qi, however, said, no harm, let those people outside guess. This is just enough to cover up my existence. Turn around and you arrange an identity for me. I haven't come out for 80 years. It's time for me to take a break outside. Yes, then you see, the identity of my distant uncle. Is it okay? Shen Hong asked carefully. He didn't dare to casually arrange an identity for Shen Qi. Arranging a large generation, it is easy to cause others to be suspicious. Arranging a small generation, he was also afraid of causing Shen Qi to be unhappy. Okay, just this identity. You seize the time to do it. Shen Qi said it doesn't matter, but it's just an identity. Having lived for hundreds of years, can't even look away from this thing? Chapter 8, luckily, I've seen through it all with wit. The efficiency of the capital bank president is still possible. The next day since 6 o'clock, Wang Huirong received news one after another. The bank has already prepared the funds in advance, ready to hit the account of the Wang family. Wang Huirong hurriedly stopped and pulled all the bank presidents into a group. You guys wait, I'll give you an account. Call all the money into this account. After that, Wang Huirong hurriedly found Shen Xiu, asked for the Shen family's bank account number, and sent it directly to the group. This time these bank presidents of the capital city exploded at once. Yesterday they guessed that the Wang family raising money might be related to the Shen family, but it was just a guess. No real evidence. But after getting the Shen family's bank account number, everything was different. Hurry up, pull the group, discuss how to give the Shen family icing on the cake. So the many bank presidents moved, ready to make a trip to the Golden City. Not long after, many families in the capital city also got the news, also followed the movement, ready to set out to climb the relationship with the Shen family. Of course, climbing relations is not as simple as saying a few words on the mouth. If there is no sincerity, how can I enter the door of the Shen family? Wang Hui Ripple did not think so much. The Shen family bank account number to the bank presidents to find Shen Xiu once again. Little Shen. It's done. 15 billion. When the bank goes to work it can be transferred to your Shen family account. Let your father check it at that time. Oh, good. I'll call. And so on. Wang family master. You said, how much? 150 billion? Shen Xiu was confused. He remembered that he said 10 billion yesterday. 10 billion was already quite a lot. It wasn't an asset. It was cash. How did it suddenly become 15 billion? Could it be that he heard it wrong? Wang Huirong laughed. That's right. It's 15 billion. It's rare for your Shen family to open their mouth once. So of course I can't be stingy. You don't have to hurry to pay back this money. You can rest assured that you can use it. If it's not enough, you can still talk to me. Shen Xiu looked at Wang Huirong's attitude, and then looked at Wang Huirong's eyes with obvious concern. It's a real hammer. Pops is definitely related to the Wang family head by blood. So, should I change my words now? That's enough. Thank you so much. Wang Huirong laughed. We're all family. What's the point of being polite? Shen Xiu raised his eyebrows. All family? Sure enough, family master Wang knows everything. only I am still in the dark. Luckily, he had been resourceful enough to see through everything. Wang Huirong took out the jade pendant and handed it to Shin Xiu. This jade pendant is returned to you. Be sure to return it to its original owner. Returning the jade pendant to its rightful owner was what Wang Qianlin had specifically told him to do, and Wang Huirong had only conveyed it. But when it fell into Shin Xiu's ears, it once again took on a different meaning. From the wording and tone of voice, it could be heard that the Wang family master not only knew the origin of the jade pendant, but also knew who the owner of the jade pendant was. Shin Xiu hurriedly accepted the jade pendant with both hands. Good. I will definitely hand over the jade pendant to my father. Wang Hui Ripple nodded and got up. Let's go. The car is ready. This time I'll go back with you and pay a visit to your father. Shin Xiu was surprised. You want to go back with me? Then I'll give my father a call and ask him to prepare in advance. Don't. Wang Huirong hurriedly stopped. But it's just a simple visit. No need to notify in advance. Anyway, it's all family. No need to be polite. On his lips. In reality, Wang Huirong was unable to figure out Shin Hong's seniority. In case Shin Hong's seniority was really greater than his, letting Shin Xiu notify Shin Hong in advance to make preparations would be a bit unreasonable. Shin Xiu hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. He could just see what his father's reaction was after seeing the Wang family lord, and based on his father's reaction, he could also make more guesses. Not long after, Wang Hui Ripple set off with Shin Xiu and several bodyguards, while before them, the presidents of the major banks in the capital and a dozen or so large and small clans had already set off ahead of them, heading straight for the Shin family in Golden City. Even if it was just the icing on the cake, they had to arrive before the head of the Wang family, so as to appear sincere. On the Golden City side, the Cheng family's father and son got up early in the morning, with the purpose of course being the Shin family to watch the fun. Cheng Shangnan arranged a car accident yesterday and sent Shin Xiu to the west. Even if the Shin family was no longer well informed, they should have reacted at this time, and they just wanted to take this opportunity to rub salt into the wounds of the Shin family. And in the meantime, they would declare the majesty of the Cheng family again, so that those big and small families in Golden City would know what to do next. So less than 9 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Shishan and Cheng Shangnan had their subordinates by a wreath, and with a group of bodyguards, they set off in great numbers. Half an hour later, a group of people came to the gate of the Shin family. Cheng Shishan came out of the car, looked at the gate of the Shin family, but did not find any changes, the same as before, could not help but frown. Shin Xiu died such a big thing, Shin family actually did not react at all? Cheng Shangnan saw Cheng Shishan's doubt and said, Father, I think that Shin Hong will not take the initiative to announce Shin Xiu's death, because that would severely hit their Shin family's prestige and accelerate the Shin family's demise. So I think that it is better for you to announce this news. Cheng Shishan smiled. That's right. Go. Let's go in. Shin Hong had gotten up early today and was in an even better mood. Last night he already knew from Shin Xiu that the Wang family in the capital would call the $10 billion over today, and their Shin family was still the #1 powerful family in Golden City, so they could settle the score with the Cheng family. After simply washing up, Shin Hong hurried to the study to greet Shin Qi. If it wasn't Shin Qi, their Shin family could not have turned over at all. Now Shin Hong's respect for Shin Qi was from the bottom of his heart, the kind that was absolutely unadulterated. Old ancestor, there is news from Zhou'er's side. This morning, the Wang family in the capital will call the money over. Also, this is the ID card that I made for you. Shin Qi took the small card that Shin Hong handed over and nodded slightly. Last night he had already learned a lot about the current world from Shin Hong, although he could walk freely in Xia without an ID card. But with an ID card, it would be much more convenient. Shin Hong added, Old ancestor, since you are going to walk outside, then you this clothes, it is best to also change, otherwise it is too striking. Why don't I let you or take you out to buy some clothes on today? Shin Qi nodded. It just so happened that he also needed a guide to take him to familiarize him with the current era as soon as possible. While the two were talking, the butler came outside the study, looking panicked. Family master, it's not good. Cheng Shishan and Cheng Shangnan both came over with dozens of bodyguards, right at the gate, saying, say what? Shin Hong's face changed when he heard Cheng Shishan's name, and he immediately walked out. Put in yesterday, he did not have this courage, but now it is different. With the support of the Wang family in the capital, he can completely give the Cheng family a deep lesson. The butler felt Shin Hong's majesty, stabilized slightly and said, Cheng Shishan said that Duke Shin Xiu died. They came to send a wreath. Unbridled, Shin Hong was furious. Shin Xiu was clearly alive and well. Cheng family's move, simply bullying people too much. Go with me to see. After Shin Hong left, Shin Qi also walked out of the study. He was also a little curious. Cheng Shishan who dared to make a move against their Shin family. In the end, what kind of thing is it? Chapter 9, 300 million loan. 3 years without interest. Shin Hong, get out here. You don't even dare to say anything when your son is dead? Get out. we've come to send you a wreath. The Chang family's bodyguard shouted recklessly at the Shin family's gate, as if the Shin family had been destroyed. Shin Hong walked out with a blue face. Behind him was the butler and a dozen bodyguards. Originally, the number of Shin family bodyguards exceeded 100, but because of the changes in the past 2 days, most of the bodyguards had run away, and now there were only these dozen or so people left. Chang Shishan, you're also the head of a family, and you're also a person of honor in Golden City. How dare you bring people to shout at the entrance of our Shin family? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Chang Shishan laughed coldly. Your son died, and you don't even dare to tell the news. Don't you feel ashamed? When he said these words, Chang Shishan suddenly felt a coldness in his body, as if he was being stared at by something, because Shin Chi had already appeared, hiding behind a dozen or so bodyguards. Chang Shishan could not see it at all. Shin Hong shook his head. Whether Chior is in trouble or not, I know better than anyone else. It's you guys. You're so sure that Chior is in trouble. Could it be that car accident yesterday was not done by you guys? Chang Shishan saw that Shin Hong was still so calm. He couldn't help but show a skeptical look and gave Chang Shangnan a wink. Chang Shangnan hurriedly took out his cell phone to confirm. Yesterday, after receiving the news that Shin Xiu was hit and killed, he did not contact that driver again. After all, this kind of thing is not visible, and there are people under his hand to deal with it. He does not need to care too much at all. Now see Shin Hong such an attitude. He out of caution to testify, but he sent a message, simply did not reply. Can only once again turn over the photos received yesterday. Looking at the severely deformed body, how could he not think that Shin Xiu had the possibility of living? His confidence suddenly returned. Shin family master, you said that Shin Xiu is fine. Then why don't you let him come out to meet us? Chang Shishan also said. Shin family master, I can understand your feelings. The Shin family has suffered such a great disaster. The destruction is imminent, and your son has been killed in a car accident. It is certain that you have a hard time in your heart. But don't worry, although you and I have contradictions in many things, but the dead are the greatest. I am still willing to pay for your son to have an honorable funeral. If there's a need, I'll do your Shin family's funeral as well. Shin Hong was also too lazy to talk nonsense with Chang Shishan, and said in a cold voice, Chang Shishan, do you think your Chang family is sure to win? Let me tell you, the victory is not yet decided. You're rejoicing too early now. Too early? Chang Shishan let out a loud laugh. You think I don't know anything? Didn't you let Shin Xiu go out just to borrow money? Even if our Chang family doesn't make a move, within 3 days, your Shin family will definitely be finished. The money you owe to the bank alone is enough to bankrupt you. While he was talking, a black Audi car stopped at the entrance of the Shin family. Judging from the license plate number, it was the president of the Jincheng branch of the Capital Bank, Lu Li. Chang Shishan of course recognized Lu Li's car, and immediately laughed. Shen Hong, see, Capital Bank can't wait and is coming to your door now. If you don't have the money, just wait to go to court. Chang Shangnan also let out a cold laugh. But what needs to be done still needs to be done. Seeing Lu Li walk out of the car, he hurriedly greeted him. Chang Shishan, as the Chang family head, is higher than Lu Li in terms of status, and Lu Li also has a lot of things to look up to the Chang family. So Chang Shishan will not take the initiative to go over there. And at this time it is necessary for Chang Shangnan to go over there, so that both sides can take into account the face. When Chang Shangnan and Lu Li have greeted, Lu Li will then come over and greet Chang Shishan, which is also regarded as a courtesy. But what Chang Shishan and Chang Shangnan didn't expect was that Lu Li even ignored Chang Shangnan and directly walked past Chang Shangnan, and didn't make any statement when passing by Chang Shishan, as if their father and son didn't exist. Chang Shishan was confused for a moment. What is this situation? Is Lu Li blind today? Usually when he sees himself, he can't wait to kneel down and lick his own shoes. Why is there such a big contrast today? A bad feeling was born out, because he knew that the financial people news is the most sensitive. Lu Li is not the kind of people who will not do things, this time by Lu Li's cold feet. Not a good sign. Next, Lu Li did not pay attention to Chang Shishan, came to Shin Hong in front, nodded his head and said, "See Shin family head, yesterday you called me. I was too busy, did not receive. Today came over to give you an indemnity. You do not remember the small man over. Do not talk to me general knowledge. By the way, now I have a loan amount of $300 million in my hand. The interest rate is guaranteed to be the lowest. Do you want to consider it?" Chang Shishan and Chang Shangnan looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. This rhythm, it's not right. The Shin family was on the verge of bankruptcy. There was at least a $10 billion gap in funds, so the banks in Golden City refused to give Shin Hong a loan, because such a large gap could not be filled by loans alone. Coupled with the Chang family's secret operation, the size of the Golden City banks have not paid attention to Shin Hong, so there was a situation like yesterday. Why today Lu Li suddenly changed his attitude? Chang Shishan and Chang Shangnan don't know what's going on, but Shin Hong is very clear. Beijing Wang family has promised to play today will be 10 billion over, and play money will inevitably go through the bank. Lu Li as the bank president will certainly be the first step to get the news, so come over in advance to show goodwill is a very normal operation. After all, the Shin family does not fall. The size of the Golden City Bank have to look at the face of the Shin family life. At this time, although Shin Hong heart is not happy, but also know that these banks are not to be messed with. Openly and secretly knocking a little bit even, cannot do too much, so it's Governor Lua. If you don't say it, I almost didn't recognize it, but then, your good intentions I appreciate. This loan, even if I'm afraid I can't pay back. Lu Li heart thumped, can hear Shin Hong heart of the gas has not been cancelled? Hastily compensate for the smile. Shin family master said what words? Shin family is a big family. There is still too much money time? This time I made the decision. $300 million loan, 3 years without interest. How about it? Shin Hong's eyes jumped twice. $300 million loan, 3 years without interest. Not to say how the 300 million principal. Alone this 3 years of interest is not a small amount. Visible Lu Li this time is really blood money. Shin Hong is not a person who doesn't know what's good and bad. Since Lu Li has already stated his position, he naturally wants to give the other party a step down. After all, a good relationship with the bank is also beneficial to the Shin family's future development. Alright then I'll trouble Governor Lu. No trouble, no trouble, I brought the contract this time. Let's sign it here. Tomorrow at the latest, 300 million cash arrives. Between words, Lu Li jogged all the way to the car, took out the contract from inside, and jogged all the way to Shin Hong. Looking at Cheng Shishan father and son froze. I didn't hear wrong, right? 300 million loans, 3 years without interest, even have to rush? Before they look for Lu Li loan 50 million, Lu Li have to be in the interest on the caddy. How today on the change of nature? Lu Li is so anxious to give the Shin family burial? This world, a little bit to see not understand. Chapter 10. Your son will not see the sun tomorrow. When Shin Hong signed the contract, 5 more cars drove over. From the license plate number, it is the president of the major banks in the Golden City. This Cheng Shishan a little confused. Even if you want to come to the Shin family to call the account, it is not so many bank presidents to come in pairs, right? What's more, bank presidents still need to do this kind of work? Cheng Shishan hurriedly brought Cheng Shangnan to welcome them. If these bank presidents really got any news, they might still be able to ask. As a result, the 5 bank presidents moved in a neat and tidy manner, ignoring the Cheng family's father and son in unison, jogging all the way to Shin Hong. Shin family master, yesterday was really too bad. Really too busy. Didn't receive your call. This is not early this morning. I rushed over. Forgive me, forgive me. The 5 bank presidents apologized one after another. Looking at this, they were close to kneeling on the ground. When Cheng Shishan's father and son saw the scene, even if their reactions were slow, they knew that something was bound to have happened. But the problem was that they simply didn't know what exactly had happened. This feeling of being kept in the dark was very unpleasant, especially since this matter was also related to the survival of their Cheng family. If the Shin family did not fall, their Cheng family would definitely be in bad luck. Shin Hong of course would not easily accept these line leaders' apologies, and coped with them painlessly, but it was good that Lu Li stood out in time and shook the contract in his hand. Shin family head, then the matter is settled. 500 million loans, 3 years without interest. Tomorrow after the arrival of the account I will be the host. We can have a good drink. Quietly, the 300 million loan became 500 million. The 5 bank presidents who were chasing Shin Hong to apologize froze at once. The same as the human essence of them. How could they not understand the purpose of Lu Li to do so? But a $500 million loan, 3 years without interest, this is too much of a pain in the ass, right? But thinking of the money that was about to be injected into the Shin family's account, they hardened their hearts, gritted their teeth, and immediately stated their position. Don't worry, Shin family master, $500 million loan, 3 years without interest. We'll have someone prepare the contract right away, and we can send it over in half an hour at most. Shin Hong's face then looked better. Look at you guys, what are you being so polite for? It's not like our Shin family is short on this amount of money. Shin family master, you are wrong. Who would mind more money? Besides, we're relieved to have this money in your hands. The 5 bankers used all their skills. Looking at this appearance is not a loan at all, but Shin Hong to deposit a few billion into the bank. Cheng Shishan lowered his voice and said, Xiangnan, hurry up and go to the other banks to inquire and see what's going on. Cheng Shangnan nodded his head and was about to turn around and leave immediately, but as a result, a dozen or so cars came behind them again, and this time they didn't recognize the license plates because all of them came from the capital. This sudden arrival of a dozen cars was not the Wang family of the capital, but the presidents of more than a dozen banks in the capital, 6 of which had branches in Golden City. The reason why the presidents of the 6 banks in Golden City had rushed to Shin Hong's door early in the morning to apologize to him was because they had gotten the news in advance. The capital city is not comparable to the Golden City. Can become the president of the big banks in the capital city? It is bound to have a powerful wrist. From the time they get off the car can feel the aura is not ordinary. Chang family dozens of bodyguards feel the aura of these bank presidents. Have to back off. Luli's 6 people who were just circling around Shin Hong hurriedly gave Shin Hong a confession and greeted him. Don't look at the fact that everyone was a bank president, but depending on the city they were in, the energy they represented was completely different. As a result, the dozen or so bank presidents from the capital city snorted coldly in unison, pushed away Luli's 6 people, and came in front of Shin Hong. Shin family master, I am the president of the capital city bank, Xianjin. Next to these dozen are, respectively, Xianjin took the initiative to greet Shin Hong and introduced all the governors around him, making Shin Hong also curious. Could it be that Xianjin also came because of the relationship of the capital city Wang family? This capital city Wang family, it is also too powerful, right? The old ancestor's mighty name was truly powerful. Just by sending over a jade pendant, so many people had knelt down. This kind of thing, he had never dared to think about before. After a short period of surprise, Shin Hong recovered and greeted the dozen or so bank presidents. Under the deliberate solicitation of the dozen bank presidents, the atmosphere was cordial, but Cheng Shishan's father and son didn't think so. Originally thought that the Shin family would be able to startle the presidents of the 6 banks in Golden City to pay a personal visit. It was already an exaggeration, and didn't expect that before Luli and the others left, the presidents of a dozen banks in the capital city actually came as well. What kind of rhythm is this? Is the Shin family going against the heavens? Cheng's father and son know the way forward and backward. Now even if you do not go to inquire, but also know that things are bound to change, rubbing secretly want to retreat, with bodyguards to hurry to leave. Did not think that the capital that the dozen or so bank presidents parked intentionally or unintentionally blocked the road to the road. They cannot get out at all. Do you want to run back to Cheng's house? After some pleasantries, Xianjin said, Shin family head, the Wang family in the capital has informed us. 15 billion, not a penny less, immediately after 9 o'clock to your Shin family's account. How much? Forgive Shin Hong for having seen a lot of big world, and having Luli's 6 kneeling down as soon as he came up this morning, and then having a dozen or so capital city bank presidents climbing up the ladder. He was also completely dumbfounded when he suddenly heard the amount of $10.5 billion. This was $15 billion. He clearly remembered letting Shin Xiao say 10 billion. Could it be that this kid had a mouthful and said 5 billion more? 10.5 billion. Xianjin repeated, Shin family master, are you still satisfied with this amount? If it's not enough, we can think of another way. Enough, enough. Shin Hong suddenly had a feeling of not being able to find the north. Yesterday he was still worried about 10 billion. Today also what more did not do. First took a loan of 2.8 billion. Immediately another 15 billion to the account. Their Shin family's situation, completely revitalized. Thank you, Governor Qian. Thank you so much. Xianjin hurriedly waved his hand. Shin family head is too polite. In the future, we are all family. What is the matter? Directly speak. We must do what we can do, right? That's right. Family master Shin has something to say directly. There's no need to be polite with us. The dozen or so bankers behind him all responded in unison, with a look that they would go to the bottom of the fire for the Shin family. Capital city Wang family. $150 billion. Cheng Shishan was also confused when he heard these 2 words. His brain was completely down, and his body shook a few times, and it was only when Cheng Shangnan reached out to hold him up. Otherwise Cheng Shishan would have probably fallen to the ground. This is 15 billion. Easy to revitalize the Shin family. Their Cheng family's previous efforts, all for nothing. But compared to $15 billion, what shocked Cheng Shishan even more was the words capital city Wang family, Beijing Wang family, the capital city top mansion. Their Cheng family simply cannot be compared to the Beijing Wang family. If they had to compare, it would be the difference between a drop of water and the ocean. Cheng Shangnan suppressed the apprehension in his heart and said tentatively, Father, perhaps, these people are all fakes, actors invited by the Shin family, specifically to play us. $150 billion. How can it be so easy to put together? Snap. Cheng Shishan fiercely slapped Cheng Shangnan. Asshole. When the Shin family invites actors, can they invite Lu Li and the others as well? Cheng Shangnan covered his face, his heart aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say a word. Drip. Shin Hong's cell phone rang and the beeps kept on coming. Opening it up, surprisingly, there were already 15 more messages. Each message represented 1 billion cash arriving, a whole 15 billion. Looking at the horrible balance in the bank card, Shin Hong couldn't help but laugh out. Came to Cheng Shishan father and son, took a look at the slap mark on Cheng Shangnan's face, revealing a few moments of playfulness. Cheng family head, I said, Things don't end that quickly. Our Shin family will not fall. Chang Shishan was not willing to show weakness and said in a deep voice, even if your Shin family can get through this time, so what? Your son is already dead. Shin Hong's face was cold. Shin Xiu was obviously alive and well. Chang Shishan father and son had been cursing Shin Xiu to be dead. Before there was no bottom. Now that there was already $15 billion injected into the capital, he still endured a ball ah. You said my son is dead. I also said your son is dead. Shen Hong, put the word out that your son, Chang Shangnan, won't see tomorrow's sun. Chapter 11, believe it or not, I'll pile 200 million in cash at your door? On the highway from the capital to Jinchang, Wang Huiwen and Shin Xiu were chatting, when suddenly Shin Xiu's cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Shen Xiu? Yes, it's me. What's the matter? 2 minutes later, the phone hung up and Wang Huirong casually asked, what's wrong? Is there anything important? Shin Xiu shook his head. Nothing, it's just that when I went to the capital yesterday, I had a car accident on the road. The car was scrapped, but I was also lucky that I didn't have anything at all. Wang Hui Ripple immediately frowned. Car accident? Little Shun, tell me the truth. Is this the work of the Cheng family? Shin Xiu's face turned cold. 9 times out of 10, but there's no evidence yet. Wait for me to go back and then investigate properly. This matter can't just be left alone. If it wasn't for that jade pendant, Shin Xiu would already be dead. Of course he couldn't pretend that this incident didn't happen. Only he knows the priority of the matter. When the Shin family through this difficult time, he will definitely investigate this matter clearly. Wang Hui Ripple, however, had already picked up his cell phone and sent a message out. Golden City Shin Family Gate. Chang Shishan looked at Shin Hong's arrogant appearance. His heart gave birth to endless anger, but he didn't dare to vent it out because he felt that the Shin family had already turned over, and he couldn't take advantage of anything if he made a move at this time. Chang Shangnan clenched his fists. He was young and vigorous and was the young master of the Chang family. When had he ever suffered this kind of anger? He looked back at the dozens of bodyguards behind him. His heart was ruthless. Do it! Kill Shin Hong for me. At this point in time, it's better to cut the Gordian knot. As long as Shin Hong dies, even if the Shin family has $15 billion of capital injected into it, it is doomed to fail, and they, the Chang family, will still be the dominant one. Chang Shishan panicked at once. Chang Shangnan tiger. He is not a tiger. If fighting and killing can solve the problem, he would have found someone to kill Shin Hong. Still need to plan for so many years? But Chang Shangnan has already messed up. He felt a real killing intent from Shin Hong. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Shin Hong, when the Shin family slowed down, he will absolutely die. Chang family. These dozens of bodyguards are Chang Shangnan personally recruited. To Chang Shangnan words obey. Immediately rush towards Shin Hong intends to move. Shin Qi frowned, already prepared to strike. How could he not let Shin Hong be injured at this time? But just at this time, an ear-piercing sound of brakes came over, followed by an explosive shout. I'll see who dares to make a move. At the sound of the words, a bald man with a height of over 1 meter 8 walked out from a Range Rover with icy cold eyes. Behind the Range Rover there were 3 other cars. More than 10 people came out from the car, each one of them taller than 1 meter 8. Extraordinarily strong. The appearance of these more than 10 strong men at once let the people present froze, including Shin Hong also confused. This group of people in the end what to do? The leading man glared at Chang Shishan's father and son, led a group of juniors to Shin Hong, arched his hand and said, Capital Zhao family, Zhao Hang, see Shin family master. Shin Hong was shocked in his heart that it was the capital city Zhao family. Although he was no longer hanging out in the capital, there were a few families in the capital that still had big names, including the capital Zhao family. The name of the capital Zhao family is not because of how powerful the Zhao family is, but because the Zhao family is very unique, quite a kind of black and white. It is said that a few decades ago was the capital of a hegemony. What dirty things bad things are capable of doing. Later on, the security of the summer country is getting better and better. Zhao family changed to do business, although the business is not very successful, but the number of minions under the hand has never been quite a lot, and one is very righteous. Hard to hold up the Zhao family. So in the capital, without absolute advantage, no one dares to easily provoke the Zhao family, because once the Zhao family is angry, he will not reason with you. Any means can be used. Chang Shishan's father and son had also heard of the Zhao family's reputation, and their faces completely drooped. Just now, they could still rely on the number of people to make a quick cut, but after the Zhao executioner came, the situation was completely reversed, and their Cheng family was the fish on the chopping block, or the kind that was tied to the chopping block and couldn't move. Don't look at the fact that the capital Zhao family was at most a second-rate family in the capital, but when it came to the Golden City, it was definitely a crushing advantage, and it wasn't something that their Cheng family could afford to offend at all. So it's the Zhao family master. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Shen Hong followed suit and arched his hand in return. I wonder if family master Zhao came over this time. Zhao Hangman ran his hand over his bald head and said in a rough voice, Shen family master, my old Zhao is a rough man. I won't hide what I have to say. I heard that your Shen family has encountered some difficulties, so I purposely came over to take a look. Our Zhao family is not business material, not so much money, but 200 million can still be taken out. You give me a card number. I'll immediately have someone call you. Shen Hong hurriedly shook his head. This can't be allowed. How can you let the Zhao family break the bank? And with the help of the Wang family in the capital, our Shen family has already raised enough money. What? Looking down on me, Zhao Hang? Zhao Hangman's face drooped. Shen family master, we are not joking with you. If you don't give me the account number today, I'll let someone send $200 million in cash to your doorstep tomorrow. It just so happens that Banker Qian is also here. Banker Qian, you immediately prepare 200 million in cash for me. I want to see it before noon tomorrow. Qianjin Heart 10,000 alpacas galloped past. This Nima how to involve me again? Shen Hong saw the situation, hurriedly said, that's fine. Zhao family mastered good intentions. Our Shen family will take it. 200 million counted as we borrowed. For a period of 1 year, the interest will be in accordance with the interest on the loan of the money governor. How about it? Look down on who? Zhao Hangman patted his bald head. Our Zhao family lent money to their own brothers to deal with emergencies, but still can charge interest? What does that make me? This matter is settled. Don't be polite to me. By the way, I just saw someone trying to make trouble here. Brothers, watch out for me. Whoever dares to make trouble in Shen's house is messing with me. Zhao Hang, I'll kill him directly. Yes, a dozen or so strong men behind Zhao Hang answered, with a full force, scaring Cheng Shishan's father and son into a shiver. How the hell can this still be done? It was a mistake for them to come to the Shen family today. If they had known this, they should have looked at the yellow calendar more often when they went out. The storm caused by Zhao Executioner has just ended. Behind them came dozens of cars, but because the front already has a lot of cars, simply cannot drive in, can only get off early to walk over. Shen Hong was curious and wondered what these people were here for again, and as a result, Zhao Hang shouted, "I noisy! How did a few of their old men also come? Luckily my car is fast, or else they would really be left behind." Shen Hong asked, "Zhao family master, who are these guys?" Zhao Hangman said, "Walking in front of those four old men is the capital city Lu family, Li family, Chen family, Sun family's head of the family, not to be messed with." The old man, "Well, I have suffered a loss in the hands of a few of them. The back of those don't need to worry about it. With our Zhao family compared to the poor, dare to make trouble, I'm the first one to flatten them." Shen Hong inhaled a breath of air. So many families in the capital have come? Lu, Li, Chen, Sun, four families can let Zhao Hangman suffer. That must be the capital of the first-class families. Casually take out, it can put the Golden City many families to the slag of the kind of seconds left. Now the four families have come, not to mention there are behind several second-rate family head. This battle is also too big, right? Shen Hong couldn't help but glance in the direction of the study. Was this the old ancestors' terrifying influence? Zhao Hang spoke loudly. It was hard for Cheng Shishan's father and son to not hear clearly. The four families of Lu, Li, Chen, and Sun were famous in the capital, and they had all heard of them, and now they had unexpectedly all come. There were also those second-rate families in the back. Could it be that they had all come to back up the Shen family? When did the Shen family have this kind of strength? If he had known that Shen Hong had this much influence, how would he have dared to move the Shen family? Not to mention moving the Shen family, he could not wait to hug Shen Hong's thigh and lick his shoes every day. Chapter 12, No way. You're dizzy too? Although Lu Lichen's Sun four family heads came late, but they are all human elite. A glance can see what is the situation over here. Through the process of the father and son of the father and son side, issued a cold snort. The father and son of the Chang family shivered in unison. In the heart of the thought, the Chang family, finished. The heads of several second-rate families that followed behind the four heads of families looked at the Chang family's father and son with the same icy coldness, as if they were looking at a dead person. Seeing the arrival of so many family lords in the capital, the heads of a dozen banks in the capital rushed to welcome them. These were their bread and butter. Family head Lu walked at the front and pushed aside Shenzhen and the others. "You guys wait first. I'll have a word with family head Shen first." They didn't come here to catch up with the bank president, and they didn't need to look at the bank president's face. Qianjin and the others hurriedly stepped back and made way. Shen Hong hurriedly walked up and said first without waiting for the other party to open their mouths, "Master Lu, Master Li, Master Chen, Master Sun, and all of you who have traveled all the way from the capital. Mr. Shen has greeted you." Lu family master hurriedly said, "Shen family master is too polite. I have long heard that the Golden City Shen family has a lot of extraordinary. Shen family master is the dragon and phoenix in the people. Today I see, really not the name." Zhao Hangman cannot stand to see. Cold snort. Lu old man, you are here to pretend it. Obviously is to the Shin family to show goodwill to come. Get so literal. Are not too tired. My old Zhao could have taken $200 million out. If you guys are really sincere, don't be compared to me. Family Lord Lu was choked by Zhao Hang, but he didn't mean to get angry. His face still had a smile on it. He knew Zhao Hang's temper. Reasoning with Zhao Hang at this time would be called endless. Let Shin family master laugh. Since Zhao family master has said so, then we are not polite. This time, our four families Luli Chen's son have each prepared $300 million. Please Shin family master give me the account number. A few second-rate family lords in the back followed suit, stating that they were willing to take out $200 million. This time Shin Hong was not calm. Behind the four family lords there were 6 second-rate family lords, which added up to 2.4 billion, plus the 2.8 billion loan from the 6 banks, and the Zhao family's $200 million, which was 5.4 billion, plus the $15 billion that had just arrived. It was a huge sum of $24 billion. With this $24 billion, their Shin family not to mention through this difficult time, even if further is not difficult, and all of this was brought about by the old ancestor. Without the old ancestor, their Shin family would definitely not be in this situation right now, but would be trampled under the feet of the Chang family. Shin Hong's heart was excited, and he thanked all the family lords who had come from the capital, and the many family lords had said that there was no need to do so, with the appearance of treating Shin Hong as if he was one of their own family. Chang Shishan father and son already want to cry. If at the beginning, they still feel there is hope, now the arrival of a dozen families from the capital has pronounced the death sentence of their Chang family. As for when they would die, it was just a matter of time. For that matter, the capital city Wang family had not shown up. If the capital city Wang family showed up, it would be better for them to kill themselves, or at least land a painful death. Two people think so when, for black Mercedes-Benz from the distance to drive over, the same because this road has been blocked, can only walk over. The people inside the Mercedes had just stepped out when Chang Shangnan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Shen Xiao? Wasn't he already run over and killed? Why was he still alive? The person who came out was none other than Shen Xiao. Beside Shen Xiao was Wang Huirang. Behind Wang Huiwen were the bodyguards specially hired by the Wang family. Wang Huirang appeared with a powerful aura. Even though there were still dozens of meters away from the Shin family's gate, the family heads and bank presidents who were near the Shin family's gate couldn't help but turn back and their faces became serious. Even Zhao Hang was no exception. Cheng Shishan lowered his voice and asked, Xiang Nan, didn't you say that Shin Xiao is dead? What's going on here? Chang Shangnan's face was bitter. How the hell do I know what's going on? Wan Huirong's face darkened when he saw the Chang family's father and son, but he ignored the two men and directly walked over. When Shin Xiao passed by Chang Shangnan, he let out a cold laugh that made Chang Shangnan's body couldn't help but tremble. It was all at this time. He was truly afraid. Zhao Hang and the many other family heads took the initiative to make a path and saluted Wang Huirang. Wang Huirang nodded slightly as a return salute. As the top magnates of the capital, there was no need to be too polite to these first-rate and second-rate families. Shin Xiao followed Wang Huirang's side and also enjoyed the treatment of a big brother for once. Cheng Shishan didn't understand Wang Huirong's identity until he heard Zhao Hang and the others greet Wang Huirong. His brain suddenly went blank, his eyes went black, and he was actually fainted. Chang Shangnan was confused. Pops, you fainted. What should I do? Now the two of them are like two inconspicuous stray dogs. They can only hide in the corner shivering, hoping that Shin Hong, these big shots have completely forgotten about them. As for the dozens of bodyguards behind them, they didn't even dare to breathe a breath. Shin Xiao quickly ran 2 steps to come in front of Shin Hong. Father, let me introduce to you. This is the capital city Wang family head. This time we can raise so much money. It's all because of Wang family head. Shin Hong looked Wang Hui ripple up and down. With a smile on his face, he said, this time, thanks to Wang family master. The tone of his voice was not humble and not overbearing, and there was not the slightest bit of the consternation that he felt when facing the capital city's powerful families. When Shin Hong was observing Wang Hui Ripple was also observing Shin Hong, especially observing Shin Hong's appearance. I don't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that Shin Hong's appearance and his great-grandfather had imagined, but exactly where it was like, but could not say. In association with Shin Hong let Shin Xiao take the jade pendant to find his great-grandfather, proving that Shin Hong must know the secret of his great-grandfather, or else he would not treat himself with this kind of peer-to-peer attitude. And in fact, the reason why Shin Hong used this attitude was entirely because of Shin Qi. My family's old ancestor is a god. Your capital city Wang family is a family named by the old ancestor. Why don't you hurry to kneel? Wang Huirong continued to test the waters. Shin family master is polite. From today onwards, we are a family. A family doesn't talk about two families. Whoever dares to be an enemy of the Shin family is an enemy of our capital city Wang family. Right. There is another thing. When I came over, I heard Shin Xiu say that he had suffered a car accident before. That is the Chang family secretly moved. This time I cannot come in vain. Let's first solve this matter before anything else. Shin Hong's heart moved. Could it be that Wang family master has already investigated clearly? He originally intended to wait for the Shin family to get through this difficult time before investigating the matter of Shin Xiu's accident. Did not expect Wang Huireng to take the initiative to mention it. He was naturally willing to push the boat into the water. Wang Huireng smiled. Although our Wang family does not develop in Golden City, it is still very easy to want to investigate such a small matter. Family Master Shin, you'll just watch the show this time. After the words, Wang Huireng's face suddenly turned cold. Someone, bring me Chang Shangnan. Chang Shangnan's body went limp and collapsed when he heard this explosive cry from Wang Huireng. Chang Shishan, who had just woken up, was shocked when he saw this. No? You also fainted? Chapter 13, the wreath didn't go to waste. The bodyguards brought by Wang Huireng didn't care if Chang Shangnan fainted or not. They directly went over and dragged Chang Shangnan over, and slapped him twice on the face. And Chang Shangnan, who had just fainted, woke up. The surrounding Chang family bodyguards watched Chang Shangnan was taken away. All lowered their heads, as if they did not see. Even Chang Shishan didn't dare to make a sound, as if Chang Shangnan wasn't his son. Although Chang Shangnan woke up, his body was still soft. He couldn't use his strength at all, let alone struggle, and was dragged to Shinhong by the Wang family bodyguards. Wang Huireng's face carried an obvious disgust, and he said in a cold voice, Chang Xiangnan, you paid off the driver of the big truck to create a car accident on the highway with the intention of killing Shin Xiu. Is there such a thing? Although Chang Shangnan went limp, his mind was still clear and he hurriedly denied it. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. You can't frame me. Wang Huireng laughed coldly. You think it's alright if you don't admit it? I found the driver of the big truck you bribed. He admitted everything, including who instructed him, how much money he spent, and how the money was called over. He said it all clearly. I've already recorded the video here, so it's useless even if you try to argue. As he spoke, a bodyguard next to Wang Huireng took out his cell phone and clicked on a video. It was the big truck driver who hit Shin Xiu with his car that day. When Chang Shangnan saw this big truck driver, his eyes went black and he fainted once again. He was hopeless. Ba ba. The bodyguard next to him woke up Chang Shangnan with 2 more slaps. You can't pass out before the family head allows it. Chang Shangnan's face was on fire and his heart was already filled with remorse. Chang Shishan in the back smothered his head, not daring to say a word. Wang Huireng looked at the two of them, Shin Hong and Shin Xiu. Shin family master, Shin Xiu. It's better for you guys to decide what to do with Chang Shangnan. Shin Hong nodded his head. Thank you, family master Wang. Then I won't be polite. Just a moment ago, before the arrival of the many family heads in the capital, Shin Hong had said that he would make Chang Shangnan not be able to see tomorrow's sun, and he had thought that he would have to spend some effort on his own. But he did not expect that Wang Huireng would directly take care of the matter. Since he had already put his words out there was no reason to back off. Hooking his finger at Chang Shishan, Chang family master, come over and talk. Chang Shishan trembled with fear, but didn't dare to disobey, so he could only carefully walk over with a smile on his face. Shin family master, what are your orders? Shin Hong smiled. What's wrong with Chang family master? Where did the might of a moment ago go? Didn't you want to destroy our Shin family? Chang Shishan's face was unsightly, revealing an awkward smile. You're joking, family master Shin. I wouldn't dare to say that even if you gave me a few guts. Misunderstanding? This must be a misunderstanding. Well, misunderstanding. Shin Hong nodded. I also feel that there is a bit of a misunderstanding here, because Chang Shangnan is your son. Without your order, how would he dare to buy a murderer and the person he wants to kill is still my son? Chang Shishan shivered. It's not like that. We didn't do anything. We really didn't do anything. Shin Hong didn't listen at all. There's a head for the grievance. There's a master for the debt. You guys want to harm my son? Then I'm only looking for one person to settle the score. What do you say? Is it your son, or you? Chang Shishan froze for a moment. What do you mean by this? Shin Hong laughed. The meaning is very simple. Today, you and your son can only go one. Give you a minute. Hurry up and decide. Chang Shishan looked at Chang Shangnan, who was already paralyzed, and plopped to the ground. Shin family master, it's us who are ungrateful. Everything is our fault. Please let us go. We swear that we will never be enemies with your Shin family again. Please let us go. Shin Hong coldly laughed. Knowing the wrong now, don't you think it's a bit late? Doing something wrong is not something that can be done with a single apology. You guys are all so old. You always have to pay the price for your actions. But don't worry, I won't let both you father and son stay. If you all die, it won't be any fun at all. Chen Xishan hesitated for a moment and stood up from the ground because he knew that Shen Hong couldn't possibly let them go. Now it was just a matter of deciding who would die here first. He came to Cheng Xiangnan's side and whispered in his ear, "Xiangnan, I'm sorry, I'll find a way to avenge you." Cheng Xiangnan's eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined that his father would one day choose to abandon himself in order to survive. Wasn't he the pride of heaven? Didn't he still have a great future ahead of him? Why did he have to die here? Cheng Xishan took one last look at Cheng Xiangnan and turned around to leave without a trace of attachment. "Wait, who told you to leave just like that?" Shen Hong coldly voiced out, "Your son is still alive. You can't leave. Today, I'm going to make you watch your son die in front of you. Cheng Xishan's body trembled. "Shen Hong, don't bully people too much." Shen Hong's expression suddenly turned cold. "I bully people too much? When you made a move against my Shen family, did you ever think that you were bullying people too much? Let me tell you, your son died here today, but your torture is not over yet. I will let you watch your Cheng family go to extinction little by little, and there is nothing you can do about it. You will be the last of the Cheng family. This is your retribution." "Good, that's how this should be done." Zhao Hang shouted out a good Shen family master. "If you can't lay your hands on him, leave it to me. The people I've brought with me are all real brothers, and will definitely make things clean and clear." Shen Hong shook his head. "There's no need to bother family master Zhao. Shen Xiao, go find a slab for family master Cheng to come over. I want him to kill Cheng Xiangnan with his own hands." Shen Xiao nodded and hurriedly picked up a brick from the roadside and handed it to Cheng Xishan. "Cheng family master, please." Shen Hong gave a wink, and the dozen or so bodyguards behind him took out their cell phones in unison and aimed them at Cheng Xishan. Cheng Xishan looked at the brick in his hand, then looked at Cheng Xiangnan. His heart was torn. A tiger's poison does not eat its son. How can he let this go? Shen Hong coldly said, "Cheng Xishan, I'll give you a minute. If you don't make a move, then switch with your son and see if your son will show mercy." Cheng Xishan hesitated for a few seconds and finally raised the brick in his hand and smashed it down hard on Cheng Xiangnan's head. Cheng Xiangnan had the intention to dodge, but it was too late. His head was dizzy and slowly fell to the ground. Cheng Xishan has gone crazy. The brick in his hand has not stopped, still smashing hard to Cheng Xiangnan's head. Shen Hong coldly watched all of this, until Cheng Xiangnan was completely motionless. Only then did he turn around and reveal a smiling face. "Wang family master, and all of you who came all the way from the capital, please also come inside to have a chat, so that we, the Shin family, can fulfill the friendship of the landlord." Many family masters including Wang Hui Ripple were stunned by the sleight of hand that Shen Hong had just shown, and it was only after hearing Shen Hong's invitation that they came back to their senses, nodded their heads in succession, and followed Shen Hong into the old mansion of the Shen family. And very soon, there were only Cheng Xishan and dozens of Cheng family bodyguards left in front of the main door of the Shen family. Cheng Xishan brought wreaths, just came in handy. It is not a waste. Chapter 14, another slap on the horse's leg. Before entering the Shen family's old mansion, Shin Shi stood behind a dozen or so of the Shen family's bodyguards, and no one noticed, but after entering the Shen family's old mansion, Shin Shi appeared to be particularly eye-catching because he was the only one who wore a green-colored robe. All of Shen Hong's thoughts were focused on entertaining Wang Hui Ripple and the others, and he did not notice Shin Shi for a moment. Shin Xiao did see it, but he didn't recognize Shin Shi and thought that it was brought by some family from the capital, so he didn't take it seriously. The heads of the families from the capital also saw it, but did not say anything. After all, this is the Shin family, not the capital. Even if you do not give face to the Shin family, you have to give face to Wang Huirong, right? The only exception was Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang saw Shin Shi in a green shirt from afar and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, little brats, see, there's even someone wearing a long shirt now? How damn interesting." Shen Hong heard the voice and looked over along with it, only to realize that Shin Shi was actually right outside and had been named by Zhao Hang, and he immediately shivered his body in fear. This is the old ancestor of the Shin family. You can offend anyone, but don't offend this old ancestor of ours. The old ancestor took out a piece of jade pendant. The Cheng family is finished. Zhao Hang, you kid, if you anger the old ancestor. Your Zhao family is also finished. Shen Hong could not care about explaining to Zhao Hang, hurriedly trotted to Shin Shi. "Old second uncle. This is the Zhao family master. You must not take it to heart." Zhao Hangman originally thought that Shin Shi was a subordinate of the Shin family, did not think that Shen Hong was so anxious to run up to explain. This time also understood that he had done a stupid thing. It was hard to get on the Shin family's relationship, and incidentally curry favor with the Wang family in the capital, but the result was that just after entering the door, he scolded Shen Hong's second uncle. "What the hell is this? Is it too late to apologize now?" Shin Shi just outside has seen Zhao Hang's behavior. No, Zhao Hang seems to be a rough man, but in critical moments and will not fall off the chain of the kind. just now out of mouth is also because of the sudden relaxation, is not very concerned about these, after all, today to come here are here to help the Shin family, always have to give a few points of face, there is no harm, Zhao family master is straight talking, no need to care, Shin Hong then breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the old ancestor wasn't angry, then it would be fine, Zhao Hang was also very apprehensive just now, afraid that Shin Shi was angry, heard Shin Shi did not mean to be angry, hurriedly came up and touched his bald head to accompany the smile, second uncle, my old Zhao is a rough man, don't be general with me, wait for a drink, I'll honor you with a few more cups, Shin Shi laughed, very good, Shin Hong, if you should be busy, go busy, don't slow down the house lords, Zhao executioner hemmed and hawed and pushed Shin Hong to leave without waiting for him to speak, Shin family master, don't worry, I'll stay here with second uncle and promise that nothing will happen, second uncle, you look so young, how do you usually take care of yourself? Shin Shi took out his ID card and quietly skimmed it, saying, I'm 24 years old this year, I'm just a senior, Zhao Hangman, hasty, it seems to have slapped the horse's leg again, what should I do? Shin Hong did not expect so many people to come today, and 2 days ago, the Shin family was almost in danger of bankruptcy, many subordinates and bodyguards in the old mansion left, and now there is not much left, so he could only let Wang Hui Ripple and others rest in the hall first, and hurriedly sent people to book a hotel. These family heads from the capital can be big people, even if there is an old ancestor sitting in the town, but also have to be well entertained. After all, the human condition cannot be lost. Shin Shi does not like that kind of lively entertainment, did not go to the hall, but in the courtyard next to a stone table to sit down. Zhao Hang also followed to sit down, accompanied by a smile and chat with Shin Shi. It's not that Zhao Hang is so shrewd that he can see Shin Shi's identity, but he also doesn't like the scene of socializing with many family lords, so he might as well find an excuse to stay outside. His main purpose of coming over this time was to curry favor with the capital Wang family by showing favor to the Shin family. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he didn't ask for anything else, and chatting with Shin Shi, who was of a higher generation and younger, was just a way to pass the time. Just at this time, Shin Shi delivered a pot of tea. This pot of tea was made with the absolute best pour given by Wang Huirong, and a special fragrance wafted out. Second grandpa, this is what father specially asked me to bring over for you. Shin Xiao respectfully put the tea in front of Shin Shi, but in his heart, he was puzzled. He didn't understand why his father was so respectful to this distant uncle who suddenly appeared. Moreover, he had never heard it said that there was such a distant uncle before, but this trip to the capital had already let him know that his father was extremely energetic and that it was all under his father's control, so he would be skeptical of his father's arrangements, but he would definitely not slack off, but do his best. Shin Shi nodded slightly. Shen Xiao, you also sit down. First pour tea for Zhao family master. I'll do it. Zhao Hang hurriedly got up, picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Shin Shi. The rich fragrance floated out. Even if Zhao Hang didn't like tea much, he could still tell that this tea was not ordinary. Second uncle, this tea of yours, it's a bit interesting. Shin Xiao didn't know Shin Shi's bottom line, and the Shin family had just gotten a huge sum of $24 billion. It was inevitable that they would be a bit flustered, and immediately said, that's for sure. This is the absolute best pour that the Wang family lord gave to my father. Zhao Hang froze for a moment. Master Wang's top quality pour? You're not lying to me, right? Then Zhao Hang looked around to make sure that the Wang family was not nearby, and lowered his voice. You don't know how stingy that old man Wang Huirong is. The last time I was looking for something to do, I said I wanted to get some tea from him, and this old boy couldn't even bring out the top quality pour. Shin Xiao was also confused, not knowing how Zhao Hang's words should be answered, whether he could answer, saying bad things about Wang Huirong behind his back. This could be a big deal if Wang Huirong knew about it. Shin Shi laughed. Zhao family master, you don't like tea. This tea is also a waste when it falls into your hands. It's better to give you a bottle of Lao Bygone. He. Second uncle is right. Zhao executioner touched his bald head. Shen Xiao, did you hear what your second grandfather said? Why don't you hurry up and bring the wine? Right, bring another plate of peanuts and rice. This is a hard dish. Shen Xiao was helpless, but also knew Zhao Hang's identity, and immediately let his subordinates go get the wine. Not long after, the wine brought over, but the peanut rice is not, because the Shin family does not have such a hard dish, but let Zhao Hangman some disappointment. Shin Shi smilingly tasted a mouthful of tea, slightly nodded. This time the tea is not bad, but just drinking tea is no fun. Shin Shi right hand to the stone table below, gently flip. A plate of peanut rice fell into the hand, then put on the stone table. Zhao family master, try this. Zhao Hang's eyes lit up. Good, my old Zhao likes this. After saying that, he picked up the bottle of wine with his left hand and took a sip, while his right hand pinched up a peanut rice and threw it into his mouth. revealing a look of satisfaction. This flavor, hiss, this flavor, second uncle, this peanut rice of yours, it's not quite the same. Chapter 15, Peanuts and Rice for Hard Vegetables. Shin-Chi smiled. The things he took out, how could they be mortal goods? Every peanut rice in this plate, are after hundreds of years of cultivation, contains a rich spiritual chi. Ordinary people eat one can have the effect of strengthening the body. If you eat more, it will definitely be too strong because of the chi and blood to withstand. Especially Shinshio such as not yet married to the little baby. Zhao Hangman such as well. Eat some more is also alright. Anyway, he has more money. The most change a bet on the line. Zhao Hangman also do not drink. Savor the taste of this peanut rice, crispy in the mouth. Excellent taste. Then he ate in the capital of the mountains and seas are not bad, but realized that this is just one peanut rice, using the simplest ingredients to make a top-notch flavor. This was the skill. Second uncle, this peanut rice of yours, how did you make it? This is too delicious. No, not only delicious, after eating one, I feel like my body is warm and cozy. Shin-Chi laughed, but it's just a dish of underwine. Nothing to say, although it is a dish of underwine, but underwine is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Shin-Chi took out this plate of peanut rice, undoubtedly is the top kind. Zhao Hangman is not stupid, know that Shin-Chi is not willing to say more, also stopped asking, but the right hand did not stop the intention, one after another thrown into the mouth, next to the bottle of wine, but already cannot care. Shinshio saw the situation, the heart is also a little curious, took a peanut rice and threw it into his mouth, only to feel that the lips and teeth, is a flavor that he has never tasted, and at that moment also could not help but eat 2 more. The result is that Shin-Chi suddenly grabbed Shinshio's arm. Okay, can't eat anymore. Shinshio was puzzled. Second grandpa, I've only eaten a few, why can't I eat anymore? Zhao family master, he's eaten so many. Shin-Chi said, you're different from him, you're not married and don't have a date. I'm afraid you can't stand it. Zhao Hang, who had just extended his right hand out, froze at once. Second uncle, what do you mean by that? I'll be able to stand it? Shin-Chi laughed. You are in good health. There is no lack of women around you. It's fine. Zhao executioner hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up a peanut rice and threw it into his mouth. The last one. Hey, the last one. Shin-Chi didn't care either. Pinched up a peanut rice and threw it into his mouth, then sipped a mouthful of tea and leaned back on the stone chair to rest his eyes. This is what a leisurely life is. Good you bald Zhao. I said that I couldn't find you everywhere, so it turned out that you hid here. A slightly joking voice came over, but it was Lu family master who came out from the living room and saw Shin-Chi's trio. Behind family Lord Lu was Qianjin. Zhao Hang also didn't bother to get up and said back, who did I think it was? So it's you old man Lu. You're not in the house to get together. Why did you run out to find me? A roughneck? It's too stuffy inside. Came out to talk to Governor Qian. The Lu family head sat on his butt on the stone chair. Governor Qian, my youngest son wants to open a company. He is still short of $50 million in capital. Can you think of a way? Qianjin laughed bitterly. Family master Lu, you really think highly of me. Even if I sold it, it wouldn't be worth $50 million. Come on. It took less than a day to put together $1 billion for the Wang family. I'm only asking you for $50 million. You can't not give it. Family head Lu made an angry face. Bald head Zhao, don't you think so? That's right. Old Qian, you can't get into the eye of money, and you can't just give face to the Wang family. Old man Lu and my old Zhao, you have to take care of them too, don't you? I have a nephew who just happens to be opening a company as well. Not much. $30 million will do. While speaking, Zhao Hang did not move and pushed the peanut rice towards the Lu family head side. A strong fragrance drifted into the Lu family head's nose. Lu family head couldn't help but pinch up a peanut rice and throw it into his mouth, and said vaguely, yes, that's what it means. Anyway, I've put my word in with bald head Zhao, and you're looking at, well, this is a good peanut rice. Old Zhao, did you bring it? From the beginning, Lu family head did not look at Shin-Chi a bit. He is not Zhao Hang. Not Zhao Hang kind of marketplace atmosphere. High on the habit, and ordinary people cannot say together. Naturally will not put nothing characteristic of Shin-Chi in the eyes. Don't look at Shin-Chi as Shin Hong's second uncle. But in this world, look not only at seniority, but mainly at strength. In the Lu family lord's view, Shin-Chi could sit here. It was all because of Shin Hong and Zhao Hang's light. There weren't many people who could sit and drink tea with him. Qianjin's face was bitter and his brows were locked, but he also couldn't help but pinch one and throw it into his mouth when he smelled the aroma of peanuts, and his face immediately soothed, as if he had already forgotten about the fact that family Lord Lu and Zhao Hang were looking for him to ask for a loan. Zhao Hang glanced at Shin-Chi and realized that Shin-Chi was still resting with his eyes closed, so he pushed the peanut rice towards family Lord Lu again. No, 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 this is not what I brought. this is second uncle's. Is it good? If it's good, eat more, it's good for your body. Second uncle's stuff, it's rare. Only then did Lu family master take a look at Shin-chi. Except for his temperament being a bit special, he still didn't find anything special, and smoothly pinched a few more peanuts and threw them into his mouth. Although Shin-chi was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, but everything that happened around him could not be hidden from his perception, and he was even more clear about what this kid Zhao Hang had in mind. Lu family master is already more than 50 years old. The body function is rapidly declining. Eating this peanut rice does have benefits, but the side effects are also more obvious. Is not sure if Lu family master can still get up in bed tomorrow morning. Zhao Hang, this kid, is really nonchalant when it comes to pitting people. Xianjun also couldn't help but eat a few more, feeling much more comfortable all over. Family Lord Lu ate 7 or 8 of them in a row before he noticed the tea that was placed on the stone table and his eyes lit up. This is the absolute best pour? If I remember correctly, this is the collection of Family Lord Wang, right? Bald head Zhao. When did you get this treasure out of the Wang family lord? Zhao Hang shook his head. Don't ask me. I didn't bring this. This is what Shin-xiu brought over. Shin-xiu hurriedly explained. This was given to my father by the master of the Wang family. My father asked me to make a pot for second grandpa. That's so. Family master Lu was also a human savant, and from Shin-xiu's words, he was also able to get 2 important pieces of information. First, Wang Huiring valued the Shin family and even took out the collection of the best pourer. Secondly, Shin Hong respected Shin-chi, or else he wouldn't have sent it to Shin-chi first after getting the top quality pour. This time, even if he reacted slowly, he knew that his second uncle was bound to have some origin, and immediately laughed and said, so it's second uncle, sin. I'll punish myself with a cup of tea instead of wine. Saying that, Family Lord Lu picked up the teacup in front of Zhao Hang and took a sip, just as if he had taken advantage of it. He knew that Zhao Hang didn't like tea, and even if the best tea was placed here, Zhao Hang wouldn't even look at it more than once, and naturally, he wouldn't drink it, so that's why he did it. No harm, no harm. Shin-chi closed his eyes and nodded slightly, using his hand to push the peanut rice in front of Family Lord Lu again. If you like it, eat more. Zhao Executioner raised his eyebrows. Was Shin-chi deliberately setting up Old Man Lu? The small body of Old Man Lu, can he withstand such a large amount of firepower? Chapter 16 $10 million on a plate of peanuts? Lord Lu didn't know the twists and turns in this plate of peanut rice, and it really tasted good, outperforming most of the dishes in 5-star hotels, so he couldn't help but eat some more, feeling much more comfortable all over. Bald Zhao, why aren't you eating? Isn't your kid's favorite thing to drink with peanuts? No, second uncle is here. How can I drink? Zhao Executioner didn't move and put the old white dried on the table under the table. His face didn't even change a bit. Lu family master bristled. I'll be damned if I believe you. Reaching out to grab the peanut rice, he realized that a plate of peanut rice had actually gone down a small half, revealing the bottom of the white plate. Xianjun just happened to be about to grab the peanuts as well, and froze when he saw the white bottom of the plate. Family Master Lu, look at this plate. It seems to be a treasure. This plate? After Xianjun said this, Family Master Lu also noticed that this plate was a bit special. Looking at the workmanship and color, it seemed to be something from the previous dynasty, at least 100 years old. Bald Zhao, forget it, you don't understand even if you say it. Governor Qian, you've seen a lot of treasures. Hurry up and see if this is something from the previous dynasty? Xianjun stretched out his hands and carefully lifted the plate up to survey it, frowning at times and nodding at others. It's not running imperial use in the previous dynasty. It should be from the Forbidden City. I just don't know which emperor used it. Zhao Baldhead also froze when he heard this. Something used by the former imperial dynasty. In Shin-chi's hands, it was actually used to hold peanut rice? Although it was a plate and there was nothing wrong with using it to hold peanut rice, you can't waste it like this. Lu family master face also serious up. The former imperial. Alone this 4 words indicate that this plate is extremely valuable, worth at least $1 million. If you meet like to collect connoisseurs, a premium of 50% are very normal. More than $1 million of plate containing peanuts. Just ask you to see have not seen. Governor Qian, are you sure? Xianjun nodded. Sure, absolutely not wrong. Master Zhao, this plate? Zhao Hangman waved his hand repeatedly. Don't look at me. This is what second uncle took out. The gazes of both Lu family master and Xianjun immediately fell on Shin-chi, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. Even Shin-xiu also revealed a surprised look. This second grandfather of his own family seems to have something on. Shin-chi still did not have the intention to open his eyes. A plate is just a plate. Whoever likes it will take it. Seriously? Lu family master's expression was shocked. Second uncle, you're not joking? Xianjun opened his mouth, but said nothing. He also wants this plate. This is the former imperial. The emperor once used things, even if not for sale, put in the home is good in the future who comes to the home guests, also have some talk is not? But the master of the Lu family is here, how can he compete? Zhao Hang's eyes turned. What are you talking about? Uncle? Mr. Lu is a big family. Is he someone who can take things for nothing? Banker Qian, you're knowledgeable. Give an estimate and don't ruin the reputation of Family Lord Lu. Family Lord Lu glanced at Zhao Hang. I damn well want to smash your bald head. Can't you let me save some money? However, this was just a thought in his mind. Family Lord Lu still smiled and said, Right. How can I take Uncle Tu's things? Banker Qian, you give an estimate. Xianjun was a bit embarrassed. Family Master Lu, my eyes are clumsy. I can only see that this was used by the imperial family in the previous dynasty, but I really can't tell exactly which emperor had used it, so it's hard to say what this is worth. Family Master Wang is an expert in antiques. Why don't we let Family Master Wang give it a look? Lu Family Master was very upset in his heart. Of course he knew that Wang Huirang was very knowledgeable in antiques and could definitely give a reasonable price. But the question was, with Wang Huirang here, would this plate still fall into his hands? Without waiting for the Lu family head to speak, Zhao Hang got up. Okay, I'll go find the Wang family head. It's not easy to stumble upon such an expensive item. We can't let second uncle suffer. A single sentence blocked the Lu family master's latter words to death. The Lu family master couldn't say anything. Xianjun was slightly relieved. At least the attention of both Lu family master and Zhao executioner was no longer on Malone. Xinxiu could also tell that things were a bit unusual, and hurriedly got up to follow Zhao Hang into the hall. He had to tell his father about this side of the situation first. Not long after, Shen Hong and Wang Huiring came out, and behind the two of them were the heads of the families from the capital, the bank president, and 6 bank presidents from Golden City such as Lu Li. Several meters away, Wang Huirong said loudly, Where is the plate used by the former imperial court? Hurry up and let me take a look. This time, Family Lord Lu didn't dare to be arrogant and honestly stood up. Only Shinchi was still leaning on the stone chair with his eyes closed. So uncomfortable. Wang Huirong came to the stone table. A glance at the plate of peanuts. Could not help but frown. The plate used by the former imperial court. Even used to put peanuts? Who is such a loser? Xinxiu saw the opportunity quickly. Hurriedly took out a porcelain bowl. Put the peanuts into the bowl. Wang Huirong's face looked better. Wang Huirong took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and put them on his hands before carefully picking up the plate and examining it. After a full 5 minutes, Wang Huirong carefully placed the plate on the stone table, and the gazes of the crowd immediately gathered over. Family Master Wang, this plate? Wang Huirong said, imperial use from the previous dynasty. If I'm not mistaken, it should be from the Kangxi period. Kangxi? Xianjin and Lu family masters' face changed at once. They also have research on antiques. Don't look at all the former dynasty imperial, but the Kangxi period and the Guangxu period, the difference here can be big. The value difference is also more. Wang family master, we are all rough people. You do not say what year, just say how much this plate is worth it. This is a good thing that second uncle has taken out. We can't lose second uncle even if we lose anyone, right? Once again, Zhao Hang started to bring up the tempo. Wang Huirong couldn't help but look at Shinchi. In his heart, he was a little surprised that this Shinchi, who was not known, could take out such a good thing? Could it be that Shen Hong had deliberately arranged to use this means to show off the Shen family's heritage? Thinking of this, Wang Hui Ripple cannot help but look at Shen Hong. Shen Hong speechless, what are you looking at me? I do not know anything. Yesterday when I saw the old ancestor really did not take anything. How do I know this plate and this plate of peanut rice is how to come? I'm confused too. Wang Huirong saw everyone's eyes fall on this plate, slightly coughed twice and said, this plate has a high collection value. If it was me, I would be willing to offer $10 million. $10 million? Zhao Hang sucked in a breath. Although he knew that Wang Huirong was bound to offer a higher price in order to take care of the Shen family's face, he didn't think that Wang Huirong would be willing to offer a high price of $10 million. Didn't Qianjin say 1 million just now? In such a short while, it has doubled 10 times? This is too crazy, right? Qianjin scared to speak. According to his experience, the Kangxi year's imperial plate, exquisite workmanship, well preserved. If the value of a few million is not an exaggeration, but 10 million is really a little expensive. The Lu family head of the silent, 10 million to buy a plate? Don't be ridiculous. Although their Lu family is a first-class family in the capital, but they are not generous to this extent. What's more, his love for antiques was far less than Wang Huirong. Wang Huirong saw the crowd shocked. His heart is very satisfied. Of course he knows that the price of 10 million has a high premium, but at this time still care about this? He came over this time to create momentum for the Shen family. This time with a very high premium to show the attitude of their capital city Wang family. In the future who would dare to look for trouble in the Shen family? Second uncle, $10 million? What do you think? How is it? Shinshi finally opened his eyes and waved his hand slightly. $10 million? A bit less. Boom! The many family lords from the capital city exploded at once. $10 million? Still a bit less? Do you think this is a matter of money? This is Wang Huirong's face. Wang Huirong is a leading figure in the antique world of the capital. Who dares to refute what he has seen and the price he has set? What is Shin Han's uncle thinking? Chapter 17. Is this the realm of the big brother? Wang Hui Ripple frowned. In the antique world, he is the authority. Did not expect to be challenged in the Golden City. Shin Hong also saw that things were not right, and hurriedly said, Wang family master, my old. Well, don't look at this second uncle of mine as young, but that vision is absolutely nothing to speak of. Why don't you take a look at this plate? Wang Hui Ripple heart is also a little unhappy. I came all the way from the capital to give you Shin family momentum. You do not appreciate it even if, but also in this kind of small things to refute my face. If it is not too grandpa explain must be treated well your Shin family. I would have turned my face. Second uncle. I have no other meaning. Let's talk about things. The Kangxi years of the imperial artifacts. Well-preserved case. Worth millions. I also really like this plate. So I'm willing to give a high price of 10 million. You say that this 10 million less. Then I would like to ask. This 10 million. Less in which? Seeing this, Shinshi knew that he was going to say a few words, or else everyone would think that he was being unreasonable. Reaching out, he picked up the plate on the stone table and gently knocked it twice with his hand. The sound seemed to be a little different. Then put it on the stone table again. If you can hear this sound, you'll know why $10 million is less. Wang Huirong's face changed slightly. Listen to the sound? He was already surprised by the preciousness of this plate when he got it just now. How could he afford to knock it with his hand? What if it was knocked out? This is an antique porcelain. Preserved for hundreds of years can now have this appearance has been very rare. Who still dare to risk to knock? But just listen to Shinshi knocking the sound of the plate. Indeed some special. And ordinary antique porcelain is a little different. The heart born a few points of surprise, once again carefully pick up the plate, like Shinshi knocked. This time, he heard clearly. This plate does not seem to be solid, but hollow. Such a thin layer of porcelain plate, but still hollow? In the Kangxi years have this kind of advanced technology? Wang Hui lines cannot help but be a little skeptical. Or, this plate hollow, is caused by chance? Wang Huirong is still the first time to encounter this situation. The heart cannot understand, naturally can only ask for advice. Also please second uncle enlightenment. This plate, really hollow? During the Kangxi period, how was it made? Shinshi nodded slightly. At least Wang Huirong was really interested in antiques. It was worthwhile for him to enlighten him. The plate you hold in your hand has a total of 8. At that time, the original intention of creating it was not for Kangxi's own use, but it was to be given to Ao Bai, the number one powerful minister at that time. I'm sure you all know about the fight between Kangxi and Ao Bai. In order to kill Ao Bai, Kangxi thought of a lot of ways, including the creation of 8 special plates, which were hollow inside, leaving only a very small hole to drip poison into, and then sealing it with vegetable soup, so that it would not be measured by a silver needle before the meal was served. But as time went by, the poison hidden in the plates would follow the vegetable soup into the dishes, thus completing the process of poisoning. It is a pity that after these 8 plates were manufactured and not yet put to use, Ao Bai was killed by Kangxi, and these 8 plates were sealed up and have been preserved until today. If Family Master Wang doesn't believe me, you can look closely at the bottom of the plates to see if there is a hole the size of a needle's eye. Wang Huirong was surprised in his heart and once again picked up the plate to observe it carefully. This time he finally saw that at the bottom of the plate there was indeed a hole smaller than the eye of a needle, and if it wasn't for Shinchi's reminder, it would have been impossible for him to discover it. Surprisingly, it was real. Wang Hui Grain this time understand. Solid plate and hollow plate was not a concept, not to mention that this hollow plate there is such a story. The value is naturally higher. 10 million, indeed less. The surrounding many family owners, bank president saw Wang Hui ripple such a reaction. Naturally no as Shinchi said right. Under the heart shock, to the Shin family this is not very special second uncle, gave birth to a strong curiosity. Such a young second uncle, actually knows so many things, even the capital antique world titan was compared to him. This person's origin should not be small. If there was anyone present who behaved the most calmly, it had to be Shin Hong, because only he knew that Shinchi had lived for hundreds of years and was a true godlike figure, while Wang Hui Ripple and the rest of them were nothing more than mere mortals. How can mere mortals be compared to immortals? Wang Huiwen calmed down and respectfully saluted Shinchi. This time, he saluted because he had already been convinced by the skills that Shinchi had shown. Shinchi also had no intention of avoiding it, and just accepted Wang Huirang's salute, and even resumed his seat on the stone chair. Wang Huirong asked, "Second uncle, your plate is indeed precious. $10 million is indeed less, but I really like this plate. You set a price. I will never return the favor. Shin-chi reclosed his eyes. What opening price or not? Didn't I say it just now? A plate is just a plate. Whoever looks at it will take it. That's it. I'll squint here. After saying this, Shin-chi unexpectedly really stopped paying attention to Wang Huirong crowd, looking at Wang Huirong and the others in a daze. What is this situation? Just now, Wang Hui Ripple offered 10 million. Shin-chi felt less. Now confirmed the value of this plate. He in turn want to give the plate to Wang Hui Ripple for free? Is this the realm of the big brother? Sure enough, it's not something we can understand. Wang Huirong was silent for a few seconds and added, "Second uncle, I can't afford such a valuable thing." What are these words of the Wang family master? Shin Hong spoke up at the right time. You came all the way here to help our Shin family out this time. All of us in the Shin family have to thank you. I'm sure that second uncle also means the same thing. Otherwise how could you possibly take out such a precious plate? It's just that second uncle also doesn't want such a precious plate to be dusty. That's why he wants to tell us the true value of this plate. But second uncle's purpose has never changed. And that's to give this plate to you. Wang family master Oh, so that's how it is. After Shin Hong said this, Lu family master and the others understood at once. No wonder Shin-chi did not agree to the price of $10 million at the beginning. He was unwilling to let the pearl go unnoticed. Wang Hui Ripple also understood. Once again bowed to Shin-chi. Many thanks for the gift of second uncle. After I go back, I will definitely treasure this plate, and will never lose the second uncle's intention. Shin-chi was speechless. I just want to quietly drink a tea and eat a few peanuts. How did so many things come out? Making it seem like I did it on purpose. But things have been like this. Shin-chi also had to wave his hand, signaling Shin Hong and Wang Hui Ripple and other people can retreat. A big brother style. But now there is no longer anyone who feels that there is anything wrong with this kind of behavior of Shin-chi. Even Wang Huiring has been convinced by Shin-chi. What else do they have to say? However, when leaving, Zhao Hang took away the peanut rice on the stone table, and then it was seen by Lu family master in Xianjin, and the two of them were immediately unhappy. The peanut rice that second uncle took out, how can it be cheaper for you alone? No, you have to give us some. As a result, when Lu family head in Xianjin went up to ask for peanut rice, they were again seen by Wang Huirong and others. Soon everyone knew the deliciousness of this peanut rice, and no one refused to miss it. You three, I too. Not long ago, the small half bowl of peanut rice was grabbed, and then the crowd dispersed contentedly. Shin-chi, who was resting his eyes, was speechless. Nima, my peanuts. Without peanuts, how can I drink tea? Chapter 18. For the sake of this jade pendant. While the Shin family's old mansion was bustling with activity, the Chang family was already under a cloud. Chang family dozens of bodyguards followed Chang Shishan returned to the Chang family after half of them left. The remaining half is also calculating whether to come to work tomorrow. Looking at the Shin family's situation today, it is only a matter of time before the Chang family is destroyed. So why should they stay on a ship that is destined to sink? Although Chang Shishan killed Chang Shangnan with his own hands, he still kept his wits about him, and called the butler over immediately after returning to the Chang family, asking him to count how much money was left in the Shin family's accounts. The housekeeper could guess Chang Shishan's mind, but at this time did not dare to say a word more, especially when Chang Shishan brought Chang Shangnan's body back. The housekeeper had been completely confused. Didn't he say that Shin Shou died and they went to send a wreath to the Shin family to flaunt their honor? How come when they came back, Chang Shangnan was dead? The housekeeper still didn't dare to ask. He wanted to go to those bodyguards to inquire about it or have a response, but he didn't expect to be called over by Chang Shishan before he could go over to ask. 10 minutes later, the butler gave Chang Shishan a reply. Chang family accounts can be used on the funds still 270 million. $270 million is a huge amount of money in Golden City, but compared to the $24 billion that the Shin family just received, it is nothing. Thinking about this, Chang Shishan's face became even more ugly. Just now at the entrance of the Shin family, if he didn't make a move to kill Chang Shangnan, it was likely that he would have died there. And now that he was back at home, endless regrets had been born in his heart. A tiger's venom would not eat its son, let alone a human being. If he had a choice, how could he kill his own son with his own hands? So he had already thought about it on the way back. He must try every means to avenge Chang Shangnan. Yes, revenge. He survived for a purpose. Only if he survived could he lead the Chung family to continue to grow and develop. Only if he survived could he avenge Chang Shangnan. Nowadays, he didn't want anything more. He only wanted to use all means to deal with the Shin family. Of course, the Shin family had gotten a large amount of money injected into them, and it was no longer realistic to deal with the Shin family openly and honestly. So Chang Shishan thought of nothing but crooked ways. His right hand slammed down hard against the table, and his expression became hideous. Shen Hong, you dared to kill my son, so I'll let you experience what it's like to lose your son and daughter. Shin family's old mansion. Shen Hong and Wang Huirong and the others had dispersed, and Shen Qi got a moment of peace. However, this peace only lasted for a few minutes before it was broken as a woman walked over. Second grandpa, I'm Shen Yu, Shen Hong's daughter. Shen Qi opened his eyes. How could he say that it was also a descendant of his Shen family? He always had to take a look. Shen Yu was tall, estimated to be 1.77 meters. Her face was painted with a clear and light makeup, making people feel comfortable. Well, sit down. The first time we meet, there is nothing to prepare. Let's do it this way. This pendant is for you. Shen Qi flipped his right hand and a jade pendant appeared. Shen Yu did not know what had just happened here, and when she saw Shen Qi take out the jade pendant, her heart was disdainful. Jade pendant is just a jade pendant. Has she seen less? Before the Shen family was counted by the Cheng family, she had been to all the jade jewelry stores in the Golden City, and she would be the first to know what new styles anyone had, so she really wasn't interested in the jade pendant that Shen Qi had taken out, and even looked at it with a bit of disdain. A distant second uncle who came out of nowhere, could he take out anything good? What's more, this jade pendant is just an ordinary teardrop shape, nothing eye-catching, belonging to the kind that will not even give a second glance when placed in front of her. However, after receiving the jade pendant, Shen Yu's face had some changes. According to her experience, the material used in this jade pendant was extraordinarily precious. Even in the largest jade store in Golden City, Chen Yu Xian, it was difficult to find such a precious material. With such a material, even if the shape was very ordinary, it was still very rare. What's more, the most important thing about a jade pendant is the material. The shape and whatnot, compared to the material, is really not important. Perhaps, this jade pendant is really a good thing in second grandpa's collection? Shen Yu's attitude changed a bit, and the hand holding the jade pendant didn't have any intention of letting go. What a joke! She who had always loved jade, how could she easily let go of a superb piece of jade pendant when it was so hard for her to get it? What's more, this was a meet and greet gift given to her by her second grandfather. What reason did she have to reject it? Well, it was that this second grandfather was too young, only 24 years old, the same age as her. But for the sake of the jade pendant, let him take advantage of it. Thank you, second grandpa. Shen Yu joyfully thanked him, then suddenly remembered that there was still business to attend to, and hurriedly put the jade pendant away. Right, second grandpa. My father said that you just came to Golden City and asked me to take you around Golden City. Do you have any places you want to go? Yes. Shen Qi stood up, looked at the green-colored robe he was wearing, and said, let's change clothes first. This green robe was a treasure that he had personally refined with ice silkworm silk more than 300 years ago, which was invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was worth a lot of money. It was a pity that the style was no longer adapted to this era. If Shen Qi wanted to take a break from the mundane world, it would be best if he changed into something more normal. After all, he didn't want to be noticed everywhere he went. Shen Yu also nodded along. That's right, it's time to change clothes first. Second grandpa, where did you live before? Why are you still wearing these outdated robes? I lived in the countryside before, and everyone there wears long robes. Shen Qi casually pulled an excuse. Shen Yu couldn't get to the bottom of it and want to know what the countryside really was, right? Sure enough, Shen Yu got a satisfactory answer. It turned out that second grandpa was a countryman who hadn't seen much of the world. A sense of superiority gushed out from his heart. Sure enough, people can't be compared to each other. Although all roads lead to Rome, some people were born in Rome, while others couldn't even find where the main road was. Alright, second grandpa, let's hurry up and get going then. I still have an appointment with a friend for lunch at noon, so I can't be delayed. Although Shen Hong had already repeatedly urged Shen Yu to take care of Shen Qi and not to disobey him, Shen Yu felt that her father had requested this because of Shen Qi's seniority, and that there was actually nothing special about Shen Qi, so she also came this time with the attitude of coping with the errand, intending to hurry up and take Shen Qi to buy a dress, and then have a good get-together with her girlfriends. Since the Shen family's accident, she hadn't gone out for a few days to take a break. Shen Qi can see that Shen Yu was not very attached to himself, but did not say anything, because he felt that Shen Yu was quite good. If everyone is like Shen Hong can't wait to offer himself up, then what is the point of him to come out to take a break? It would be better to go back to Zhongqi Peak to continue his seclusion. Followed Shen Yu to the garage. After the garage door opened, a red Cayenne appeared in front of Shen Qi. Let Shen Qi cannot help but frown. Although he hadn't come to the Shen family for a long time, he could also tell that this red Cayenne, with his style, wasn't a good match. Is there another car? Shen Yu also frowned. If she didn't have a lunch appointment with her girlfriends today at noon, she also refused to drive this red Cayenne. After all, her favorite thing is this car. So far, except for her girlfriends, there is no one who can sit on the passenger side of this car. This time she was kind enough to drive a good car. Shin-chi even disliked it? But thinking of Shin-chi's identity and the jade pendant she had just gotten, she decided to endure. In that garage next to it is my brother's car. Modified Mercedes-Benz Big G. Want to drive that? Shin-yu pressed the remote control, that garage door next to it opened, and a black Mercedes Big G appeared in front of Shin-chi. Shin-chi slightly nodded his head. The style of this car. It's not bad, at least it's not so girly. Just this one. Shin-yu shrugged. It's fine to drive this one, but I don't like the Mercedes Big G. It's not as comfortable to drive as my Cayenne. Wait for me to find a driver to come over. Shin-chi said. No need. I'll drive. Shin-yu revealed a skeptical look. Second grandpa, when you were in the countryside, you learned to drive? Have a driver's license? Driver's license? What is it? Shin-chi asked and added. I learned to drive a long time ago. There shouldn't be any problem. Try it. Shin-yu shook her head. But don't. If you don't have a driver's license, don't drive. The road is like a tiger's mouth, this saying. You've heard it, right? Shin-chi laughed. Tiger's mouth? Is it dangerous? I'll just familiarize myself with it. Get in. Shin-yu hesitated for a moment, and finally got into the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. He said, forget it, for the sake of the jade pendant, I'll give you a chance. Anyway, this is Shin-cho's car. It doesn't hurt if you crash it. Chapter 19, Old Clothes Are Worth $1 Million? Shin-chi was able to drive a car before his seclusion, and his skills were not bad. However, this time out of seclusion, Shin-chi noticed that the car has been very obvious changes, and he is not too sure if he can drive now. After getting into the car, first look at the dashboard, then look at the feet, and finally look at the gear. Okay, some changes, but overall acceptable. Next, ready to ignition start. Where is the key? Shin-chi is wondering when Shin-yu pressed a key start button next to the dashboard. The heart of Shin-chi's evaluation suddenly dropped a few points. He didn't even know how to start the car, and he still dared to say that he knew how to drive? Fortunately, this was his own garage, and Shin-chio didn't have the habit of taking away the car keys, or else he really couldn't drive it. Nowadays, all cars are one-button start, don't you know? Shin-chi was not surprised and said, the car I drove before didn't have this kind of advanced configuration. Since he came out for a break, he always had to accept new things, but he couldn't be stuck in his old ways. The next step was to step on the clutch, put it in gear, give it gas. The Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly started, but also in a decent manner, making Shin-yu a little surprised. I didn't expect Shin-chi to really know how to drive. Shin-yu was surprised. Shin-chi was also a little surprised in his heart, not expecting that in just 80 years, the car had already changed so significantly. The steering wheel was much lighter and more stable. The power of the car had a very obvious improvement, and the body was stable. Almost no vibration could be felt, and in all aspects, it could easily kill the cars of 80 years ago. Sure enough, the times are progressing. He can't keep cultivating in the mountains, every once in a while to come out to turn around, or else he will really be abandoned by this era. Driving away from the Shin family, following the road pointed out by Shin-yu. Half an hour later the two came to a clothing store whose decoration looked very high-end. Song-ji Tailoring. This was already the city center of Golden City, and it was not too much to describe it as an inch of gold. But Song-ji Tailor was able to monopolize hundreds of square meters of store space here, which showed that the owner of this store still had some energy. Shin-chi just parked his car. Immediately an attendant came out to help park the car. Shin-chi is not a stranger to this kind of thoughtful service. After all, before the retreat, he has a very high status in Xia. Wherever he went he was courted, and at that time the service he enjoyed was much more advanced than this. After Shin-yu came down, he began to introduce the Song-ji Tailor. Song-ji Tailoring was established in Golden City a long time ago, and it was said that it had been passed down for 4 generations, with excellent craftsmanship, and was loved by many powerful families in Golden City. And over time, it had developed into the current scale, and those families that had just gained power would not hesitate to spend a lot of money on ordering clothes here in order to be able to be among the upper class in Golden City. It is not an exaggeration to say that only those who have the exclusive VIP of Song-ji Tailoring can be called the upper class of Golden City. Otherwise, it is hard to be recognized by many powerful families in Golden City. Of course, the cost of ordering clothes here was also extremely high. Even an ordinary shirt would cost 10,000. To be able to work as a waiter at Song-ji Tailoring, it was worth being proud of for an ordinary person. Before Shin-chi and Shin-yu both entered, there were immediately well-dressed waiters who came out to greet them. However, it wasn't because of Shin-chi or the Mercedes-Benz Big G, but because they knew Shin-yu. Ms. Shin, welcome. You haven't been here for several days. We've been looking forward to you. As for Shin-chi, although he didn't receive a cold shoulder from the waitress, he only received a professional smile. Shin-yu of course would not bring up the Shin family's dilemma a few days ago, and only said that the past 2 days had been a bit busy and had not been taken care of. And then the conversation turned and pulled to Shin-chi. This time I came to order a dress for my second grandfather. Your second grandfather? The waiter froze for a moment, looked around for a few moments, and didn't find any older people, and asked curiously, Ms. Shin, where is your second grandfather? If he himself doesn't come, the customized clothes might not fit. Ahem. Shin-chi coughed twice, and Shin-yu's face also looked a little unnatural. This is my second grandfather, Shin-chi. Today is to order a dress for him. The waitress covered her mouth in surprise, but quickly realized her lapse and hurriedly bent down to apologize. I'm sorry. I lost my tongue, Miss Shin and Mr. Shin, forgive me. Shin-chi slightly shook his head, but he would not be embarrassed with the waiter because of such a small matter. Both of you inside please. It just so happens that our chief clothing designer Songlin is also here today. I'll go and invite her right away. Shin-yu nodded slightly and followed the waiter into the store. Not long after, a woman in a dark green cheongsam walked out. It was Songlin. Songlin was not only the chief designer of Songji Tailor, but also the next heir of Songji Tailor. She had been interested in clothing design since she was a child, and at the age of 14, she went abroad to study for further education, and at the age of 21, she returned to Golden City, becoming the chief designer of Songji Tailor, and holding up this golden sign of Songji Tailor. In addition to this, many young talents in Golden City had fallen in love with Songlin and launched various pursuits, but unfortunately, none of them were able to make Songlin's heart flutter, and only after a long time did the young talents in Golden City slowly extinguish this thought. Shin Yu, I'm so happy that you could come. Songlin saw Shin Yu at first glance after coming out. As for Shin Chi, it was directly ignored by her. As the man of the hour in Golden City, Songlin of course knew about the Shin family's dilemma, and under these circumstances, how could Shin Yu have the heart to come here to order clothes? However, since Shin Yu had come, it meant that the Shin family had a way to deal with this difficult situation, which was why she expressed her inner joy in a double entendre, and would not make Shin Yu feel deliberate. Shin Yu was infected by Songlin and also couldn't help but reveal a smile. Yes, it's been a long time since I've been here. The dress I ordered from you last time is done, right? Just in time for me to take it away with me. Done and done. I can guarantee that that dress will look absolutely beautiful on you, letting you compare to all the other celebrities in our Golden City. Songlin paused for a moment and added, right, I remember that Uncle Shin's birthday is in half a month. I'll make a set of dresses for Uncle Shin in advance, and consider it our congratulatory gift to Uncle Shin. Shin Yu nodded her head. Well, in half a month it will be Father's birthday. This time we have to make it a grand one. Songlin, at that time you and Uncle Song will both come and make a big fuss together. But at that time your dress can't compare to mine, or else you'll have to treat me to a month's worth of afternoon tea. Good. Miss Shin Yu is the brightest pearl in our Golden City. Who can compare? Songlin laughed and got to the point. I heard that you're not ordering clothes for yourself this time? Shin Yu once again revealed an awkward look. Shin Chi was clearly the same age as her, but because of her generation, she always had to call out second grandpa. Well, this is my second grandfather, Shin Chi. This time it's just to make a suit for him. You should measure the size first. Songlin nodded her head, casually took the leather ruler and came to Shin Chi's side. Before she started measuring the size, the whole person froze at once. As the heir of Songji Tailoring, Songlin not only had an extremely deep understanding of clothing design, but also had a deep insight into various fabrics. Although she had yet to get her hands on it, just by looking at it, she knew that this robe on Shin Chi's body was made of extraordinary materials. Seeing Songlin freeze, Shin Yu asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Songlin took a deep breath to calm down. As a certain top tailor plus clothing designer, how could she not be excited to see a piece of superb fabric? Mr. Shin, this dress of yours, is it for sale? I'm willing to offer $1 million to recover it. This time it was Shin Yu's turn to be stunned. $1 million? Recycle an old and outdated green-colored robe? Are you sure you're not joking? Chapter 20, Where's that clown from? According to Songlin's experience, the fabric used in this robe on Shin Chi's body was very rare and precious. Even her father and his grandfather had not necessarily seen it. Therefore, when seeing this robe, Songlin has been a little out of shape, urgently want to get this robe to study it, and even ignored Shin Chi's identity. Shin Chi was able to understand this. After all, the robe he was wearing was made of ice silkworm silk, the expensive material, far beyond imagination. Moreover, a treasure like ice silk. It was not something that could be bought with money, much less measured in $1 million. And Songlin didn't know this. She thought she had set a heavenly price, but didn't know that the price she set was even less than 1% of the true value of this robe. Shin Chi shook his head. This dress is not for sale. Songlin was a little disappointed, but refused to give up on this. Mr. Shin, I know that your robe is made of very precious materials, but the style is really a bit outdated. If you don't wear it in the future, you can only use it as a collection. Why don't you transfer it to me? I will be careful to keep it, and definitely won't get dirty or wrinkled. Shin-chi once again shook his head. No need to say. This robe I will not sell. Seize the time to measure the size. Song Lin saw Shin-chi's resolute attitude. At that moment, she could not say anything else, and could only suppress this idea for the time being, intending to think of a way later. Anyway, Shin-chi was Shin-yu's second grandfather, and would probably stay in Golden City in the future. As long as Shin-chi stays in Golden City, she doesn't believe that with her means, she still can't get an outdated robe? Shin-yu had been a little confused as she watched Song Lin's attitude from the side. She and Song Lin had not known each other for a short period of time, and Song Lin had always given her the impression that she was sensible and reasonable, with a sense of propriety, never being abrupt, or else she wouldn't have been able to make a name for herself in the upper-class circles of Golden City. But it was such a person. Just now, when she saw the robe on Shin-chi, she even had an obvious loss of composure. This robe, does it have so much magic power? Song Lin convergence of mind began to give Shin-chi measurements. In the process, her hand inevitably touched the green robe. Feel the special touch of the green robe. Her heart more sure must buy the green robe over the mind. If 1 million won't do, then 5 million. If 5 million doesn't work, then 10 million. Although their Song-ji tailoring was not as big as the Shin family, but with decades of accumulation here, tens of millions of dollars could still be taken out. Shin-chi had lived for hundreds of years, so of course he could see Song Lin's mind, but he didn't care at all, because as long as he didn't agree, no one would be able to take away this green-colored robe. Song Lin's movements were quick, and she did not make any extra movements when measuring the size, and did not act excessively because of Shin-chi's identity or because she wanted to get the cyan robe. At this time, Shin-yu's heart was about to be suffocated, and seeing Song Lin finish her busy work, he hurriedly pulled Song Lin inside, and while walking, he also said, "Second grandpa, you sit outside for a while. I'll let Song Lin properly design your clothes for you." Shin-chi knew that making clothes also took time, nodded slightly and found a random seat outside to sit down and wait patiently. After pulling Song Lin into Song Lin's design room, Shin-yu hurriedly asked, "That green-colored robe, what's so special about it? You're actually willing to offer $1 million to recycle it? I've customized a skirt here with you, and it's only 100,000 or so. Is that robe so valuable?" Shin-yu had questions to ask Song Lin, and Song Lin likewise had many questions born in her heart. "Of course, do you think I can't tell? That green-colored robe on your second grandfather's body, although the style is already outdated, the fabric used is absolutely superior, and according to my experience, that robe is afraid to be more than 100 years old. Think about it, a robe that has been worn for more than 100 years can still be preserved so well. How precious should the material of this robe be? I don't know enough to recognize what kind of fabric that robe is. If I let my father or my grandfather come over, they will definitely be able to recognize it. I'll call them to come over right now." "Wait." Shin-yu hurriedly stopped Song Lin. "You're not kidding me, right? Is it really worth $1 million? I'm not kidding you." Song Lin shook her head. "I haven't asked you yet. What is the origin of this second grandfather of yours, to be able to use such a precious fabric to make robes? The second grandfather of yours is bound to be not simple." Shin-yu was puzzled. How could a person who came down from the countryside and hadn't seen much of the world be uncomplicated? If Shin-chi was really not simple, would he not even have a driver's license? Would he not even understand some common sense things? Song Lin saw Shin-yu's attitude and knew that she didn't know anything, and added, "I think you'd better ask Uncle Shin when you get back. Maybe Uncle Shin knows something." "Forget it. I'll call my father and my grandfather first and ask them to hurry over. You can't miss out on such a precious fabric." Shin-yu was speechless. Why were Song Lin's eyes full of fabrics? On the other side, the waiter brought Shin-chi hot water. "Just put the cup down." A BMW 7 Series parked at the entrance of Song-ji Tailor. A man with some eye-catching clothes and a rather arrogant posture walked in. Just by looking at him, Shin-chi knew that this person must be the type who always lived under people, and once he gained power, he hated to be known by everyone in the world. This man walked into the store, then took off the sunglasses worth tens of thousands of dollars, shook his left hand, revealing a Rolex green aqua ghost, glanced at the time, shouted loudly, "Waiter, call your boss out. Hurry up and order a suit for me. I have to wear it tonight." A waiter hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, sir. In order to ensure the quality of the clothes you ordered from us, all orders can only be picked up after 3 days. If you're in a hurry, I suggest you pick them out of our cupboard." "Roll. Are you the boss?" The man snorted coldly and pushed the waitress away. "I'm looking for your boss. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm Yu Tian. My uncle is Chang Shishan. Do you know Chang Shishan, the head of the Chang family in Golden City? What a bunch of heads. If you offend me, you won't be able to open this store anymore." Shin-chi, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly. He thought that he could be quiet for a moment in such a high-class store, but he didn't expect that another mad dog would pop up, the kind that bites everyone it catches. The waiter who was pushed away knew Cheng Shishan's name, and dared even less to offend Yu Tian, apologizing while backing away, hurriedly went inside to invite Song Lin. Not long after, Shin Yu and Song Lin walked out from inside, and Yu Tian's eyes lit up. As Cheng Shishan's nephew, of course he knew Shin Yu, and had long coveted Shin Yu. It was a pity that Shin Yu was Cheng Shangnan's target. It wasn't his turn to get his hands on her. However, Song Lin next to Shin Yu was equally outstanding, especially the cheongsam that completely accentuated Song Lin's shapely figure, making him feel a burst of fire in his belly. Are you the boss here? I want to order a suit. Hurry up and go inside with me to get measured. Saying that, Yu Tian went to grab Song Lin's arm. Song Lin naturally wouldn't let Yu Tian have his way, and immovably dodged over. Mr. Yu, if you order clothes here, we welcome it, but if you have other ideas, please be respectful. Yu Tian sneered. Self-respect? Do you know who I am? Cheng Shishan is my uncle, my own uncle. In a few days, the entire Golden City will be in my uncle's hands. If you follow me, it's considered that you've climbed high. I'm warning you, don't be ungrateful. Shin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Yu Tian, don't think that just because you're Cheng Shishan's nephew that you can do whatever you want here. Go back and ask Cheng Shishan. See if he still dares to go against our Shin family. Yu Tian let out a loud laugh. Shin Yu, do you think your Shin family is still the same as before? My uncle said that in 3 days at most, your Shin family will go bankrupt. As for you, when my cousin Chang Shangnan gets tired of playing with you, you'll have to obediently climb into my bed as well. Or can't you wait? Shin Yu's face was ugly. This was the first time she had heard such unpleasant words. Shin Shi shook his head slightly. What is this? Hundreds of years ago when he had just started cultivating, he was a small person, and the words he heard were much more unpleasant than this. After all, he was a child who grew up in a greenhouse, although he also had a lot of insight. But in the end, he was less of the fireworks of the mundane world. As an old ancestor, how can you watch the children of the Shin family being bullied? So Shin Shi said painlessly. This morning Cheng Shishan brought Cheng Shangnan to the Shin family to look for trouble, and as a result, Cheng Shangnan was killed. Cheng Shishan didn't even dare to let out a single fart. And you didn't go to inquire about it? Yu Tian froze for a moment. Impossible. The Shin family is about to be finished. How can they still dare to go against the Cheng family? What are you? You dare to lie to me here? Shin Shi wasn't angry. If it's true, don't you just call and ask? It's not too late for you to come here to flaunt your power when you've asked clearly. Yu Tian saw Shin Shi's extraordinary demeanor, seemingly casually sitting there has a special temperament, immediately believed 3 times, hurriedly took out his cell phone. A moment later, Yu Tian's entire body froze, and his cell phone fell to the ground with a snap and shattered. At the same time was shattered, and Yu Tian's heart that just floated up. Chapter 21, Second Grandpa. How much more are you hiding from me? Yu Tian's appearance was a farce, but if he had paid more attention to the movements of the Cheng family, he wouldn't have dared to come here and be arrogant after Cheng Shishan killed Cheng Shangnan. With the many family lords in the capital appearing to back up the Shin family, the demise of the Cheng family was already doomed without any surprises. Now that the Cheng family was struggling to protect itself, Yu Tian, as Cheng Shishan's nephew, not to mention entering the upper-class circle in Golden City, it was questionable whether he could keep his life. Afterwards, Song Lin gave a wink to the waiter and invited Yu Tian, who had almost gone limp, out. After such an episode, Song Lin's heart once again had many questions. When she saw Shin Yu, she guessed that the Shin family probably already had a way to get through this difficult time, but didn't ask about the details of it, and the news that Shin Shi had just revealed was really too shocking. Cheng Shishan brought Cheng Shangnan to the Shin family to show off, but the result was that Cheng Shangnan was killed and Cheng Shishan rolled back in ashes, not even daring to fart? What in the world caused this to happen? Could it be related to this mysterious Shin Shi? So she was now eager to drag Shin Yu inside to ask for a clarification. Shin Shi, however, spoke up at this time. Just now, I heard the waiter say that you have to wait until 3 days before you can pick up the clothes ordered here. Is that right? Song Lin hurriedly said. Normally speaking, this is the case, but you are our honored guest, so of course we can't make you wait for such a long time. Let's do it this way. I'll hurry to design a set of clothes for you first, about an hour or so, then I'll hurry to design a set for you, and you can come pick it up tomorrow at noon. You see, is that okay? Shin Yu once again revealed a look of surprise. Song Ji Tailoring has been based in Golden City for decades. No matter who comes to order clothes, they have to wait for at least 3 days. Even Shin Hong is not an exception. It didn't work out that Song Lin even set a precedent here in Shin Shi. In fact, Song Lin did not make an exception for Shin Shi because of Shin Shi's identity, but because she wanted to find a way to keep Shin Shi and let her father and her grandfather come over to see the fabric of the robe on Shin Shi. Even if they couldn't buy the robe over from Shin Shi, they still had to let them. The top tailors, see it. After all, for a top tailor, precious fabrics had a special meaning. 1 hour? That's fine. Then I'll wait here. Shin-chi didn't have any opinion. Anyway, this time out didn't have any special purpose. It was just to take a break. The pace didn't need to be too fast. After that, Song-lin pulled Shin-yu inside again. This time she wanted to ask Shin-yu properly what really happened in the Shin family this morning. Why Chang Shangnan died. Why Chang Shishan didn't dare to say a word. Shin-chi continued to stay outside and wait. Just 10 minutes later, an old man in his 70s and a man in his 50s hurriedly walked past Shin-chi and then stopped violently, slowly twisted his head, and his eyes fell on Shin-chi. And then the two of them took 2 steps back in a neat and organized movement and came to the front of Shin-chi, and stared at the robes on Shin-chi's body. They rushed over after receiving Song-lin's phone call, not daring to have any pause, fearing that if they slowed down a little, they wouldn't be able to catch up and see the precious fabrics. Song-lin said vaguely on the phone, and Song-lin also cannot recognize this robe on Shin-chi in the end what material. So on the road, the two are still thinking, in the end, what kind of person can be worthy of such a precious fabric? As a result, when they saw Shin-chi, a few disappointments arose in their hearts. Although Shin-chi temperament out of the dust, outstanding appearance, but always feel less some of the noble gas, it is difficult to imagine that such a precious fabric, but will be in Shin-chi, quite a bit of the flavor of the pearl in the dust. Shin-chi noticed these two people in front of him and asked, "You guys, is something wrong? You are Mr. Shin-chi, right?" The man who was about 50 years old reacted and said with a smile, "My name is Song-ja, Song-lin's father, and this is my father, Song-gung. We heard Linner say that the fabric used for the robe you are wearing is extremely precious, so we made a special trip to come here and want to see it. Please don't be offended." "Sir," Shin-chi suddenly realized that it was Song-lin who was behind this. No wonder these two men were so excited, but the thought of letting two big men study this robe on him made him feel uncomfortable, so he decisively refused. "No, you guys don't want to think about it. This robe will not be sold to you." Song-gung and Song-ja both looked at each other, but did not continue to force. Song-ja stayed behind to accompany Shin-chi. In fact, still worried that Shin-chi would leave, Song-gung went inside to find Song-lin. They already knew Shin-chi's identity from Song-lin, Shin-han's distant second uncle, so if they wanted to get this robe, they still had to let Shin-yu step forward. Shin-chi couldn't not give Shin-yu face, right? After all, Shin-chi came to Golden City and was considered to have defected to the Shin family, and now he was also relying on the prestige of the Shin family in order to smoothly enter Song-ji tailoring. Don't think that just because you have a precious robe, you will be able to mix well in Golden City. Only they, Song-ji tailoring, would value this robe very highly. If it were anyone else, they would be afraid that it wouldn't even be worth $10,000. Not long after, Song-gung brought Song-lin and Shin-yu out from inside, and Shin-yu came to Shin-chi's side. "Second grandpa, I see that this robe of yours has not been worn for a short period of time, and it is not fashionable now. Why don't you let it go to Song-ji tailoring? They will definitely offer a good price." Shin-chi shook his head. She knew this girl really didn't know the preciousness of this robe. Song-lin fancy the fabric of this robe is precious, but do not know the value of this robe, can be far from the fabric can reflect. But Shin-yu after all is the descendant of the Shin family. She opened her mouth. Shin-chi always have to give some face, then said, "This robe is impossible to transfer. No matter how much money you offer cannot, but I have a bit of fabric left over here, so I can give it to them." As he spoke, Kodong reached his right hand inside the robe and gently made a slight move, and in his hand was an additional piece of fabric half a meter square, exactly the same as the fabric of this robe on him. Song-lin's eyes lit up when she saw the fabric Shin-chi took out. Finally, loosening up, Song-gung, who was the eldest here, took the fabric from Shin-chi's hand without fail and examined it carefully. Song-ja hurriedly explained, "Mr. Shin, please do not be offended. My father has spent his whole life above tailoring. It is inevitable to be a little excited when you see precious fabrics." Shin-chi smiled and said that he didn't care. He was also a little curious. This Song-ji tailoring is the highest level of dressmaking store in Golden City. So can Song-gung see the peculiarities of this fabric? Song-gung held the fabric and observed it carefully, refusing to miss a single detail, and it was only after a whole minute that he raised his head and looked at Shin-chi with a noticeable change in his gaze. "Mr. Shin, if I'm not mistaken, this fabric should be made from the extremely precious ice silkworm silk. It's not too much to say that it's worth a fortune." Song-ja had also heard of ice silk and revealed a look of surprise. "Father, is it really ice silk? Wasn't it said that ice silkworm silk had long gone extinct? How did it appear again?" Although Song-lin was the heir of Song-ji tailoring, she was still a bit less knowledgeable in all aspects compared to Song-gung and Song-ja, and couldn't help but ask, "Father, what is ice silkworm silk?" Song-ju explained, "Ice silkworm silk is extremely rare. It is said to have gone extinct more than 100 years ago. and your grandfather and I only read about ice silkworm silk in a book. It is said that the fabric woven from ice silkworm silk is invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and is warm in winter and cool in summer, so it is rare for even royalty to see it. If we can get ice silkworm silk, at most we can use it for collection, but if those who are really dignitaries get the ice silkworm silk fabric, it can save their lives in critical moments. When Xinyu heard this explanation, her heart was once again shocked. This second grandfather of hers, who didn't seem to be very eye-catching, even hid this kind of good stuff? First that jade pendant, and now the ice silk fabric. How many more things are you hiding from me, second grandpa? Chapter 22, It's like taking advantage of the world. Songjia looked at Shinchi. Mr. Shin, I wonder what I said. Is it right? Shinchi nodded slightly. Nowadays there are really not many people who can recognize ice silk. Songgung father and son are also considered to be among the connoisseurs. Not bad. This piece of ice silkworm silk fabric was handmade by my great-grandfather more than 100 years ago, and this robe was also hand-sewn by my great-grandfather, and it has been passed down until now. Songgung and Songjia both looked at each other, nodded slightly, and added, Mr. Shin, we know that this robe is very important to you. However, we still hope that you can transfer this precious robe to us. We guarantee that we will definitely not insult this precious robe. In terms of the price, $10 million, how do you think about it? Xinyu didn't understand what was so precious about ice silk, but it was just invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. The materials made by modern technology could also do this. Why must they be obsessed with the ice silk fabric? So when he heard Songjia directly raise the offer to $10 million, the whole person was bad. The second grandfather who came down from the countryside was wearing a robe worth $10 million? For her, not to mention $10 million, even if it was $1 million of customized clothes, she would be extremely attached to it and refuse to wear it out easily, whereas Shinchi didn't have this kind of concern at all, as if this robe on his body was just an ordinary piece of clothing. Songgung, Songjia, and Songlin looked at Shinchi with an expectant face, hoping that Shinchi would be able to loosen his lips, but the result was that Shinchi even shook his head again. Not for sale. The value of this robe is not only what they said, because this is Shinchi's hand-refined treasure. Invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to fire and water is only the most basic use. In addition, this robe can automatically absorb the nearby spiritual qi, subtly improve the wearer's physique, no disease, prolong life. More importantly, this robe also has attack and defense formations engraved within it. Attack formation excitation can send out a sword. Is 10 centimeters thick steel plate can also be easily pierced. Defense formation excitation is being sniper choke front hit will not be injured in the slightest. Compared to these effects, what is $10 million? Songjia hesitated and said, $20 million. Mr. Shin, this robe for you may be the memorial value, but for us is particularly important. We do a lifetime of tailoring, dreaming to be able to get such a precious fabric. Needless to say, I'm not bad with this amount of money, and I definitely won't sell this robe. What's more, you guys don't even know the value of this robe. Falling into your hands is like a pearl in the dust. Shinchi once again refused, and his face was no longer as easygoing as it was just now. This robe was somewhat useful to Shinchi, but the role was not obvious. If it was really necessary, he would definitely not begrudge a robe. But the problem was that Songgung trio didn't even know where the real value of this robe was. What reason did Shinchi have to cut his favor? Songjia's face revealed a thick disappointment. So did Songgung and Songlin. Xinyu saw this, pulled Shinchi to the side, lowered his voice and said, Second grandfather, Songlin and I are good friends. Can you give face? This robe on you cannot be sold. Then the fabric you just took out? Shinchi said, fine, that piece of fabric can be given to them. Anyway, that fabric is only half a meter square. There is no use in keeping it. Since Xinyu has opened his mouth to plead for mercy, he has to give Xinyu a face. Who let him be the old ancestor of the Shin family? Xinyu smiled. Thank you, second grandpa. I'm going to tell Lin Lin. She will be very happy. As expected, Song Linlin's face showed excitement when she knew that Shinchi was willing to let them have that half-meter square piece of fabric. Xinyu, thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Shin, thank you. Songjia also had a joyful look on his face as he said, thank you for your love. Mr. Shin, this piece of fabric isn't very big. I'm willing to offer 1 million. What do you think? Shinchi waved his hand very casually. No need. Xinyu has opened his mouth. This piece of fabric will be good for you. It was useless for him to keep it anyway. It was not bad to do a favor. Songjia hesitated for a moment, and then said, let's do it this way. From today onwards, Mr. Shin is the top VIP member of our store. I will send you 10 sets of custom-made clothes. After 10 sets, you can enjoy half-price custom-made clothes in our store. Is that okay? Xinyu, who just had a smug look on his face, froze once again. 10 sets of customized clothes for free, and half price after 10 sets? Was this the return given by Songjia? This time, it was really a hemorrhage. According to her understanding of Songjia's tailoring, the average price of a set of clothing was around 70,000 yuan. And if it was beautifully crafted and made with precious materials, it wasn't impossible that it could easily cost more than 100,000 or several hundred thousand. So these 10 sets of clothing, how much was it worth? After 10 sets of half price, how much is it worth? The Shin family had been based in Golden City for nearly 80 years, and had never heard of anyone who could have such courtesy at Songji tailoring. Just such a piece of fabric was worth so much? She was a bit confused, but looking at the reactions of Song Lin, Songjia, and Song Gung, it seemed as if they had even taken advantage of a great bargain. Song Gung, 3 people took Shin. She took out the fabric as if it was a treasure to offer up, walked in with both hands, just almost 3 incense sticks to offer up. Shin Chi saw the situation. The heart felt funny at the same time, but also in the heart of the Song Gung 3 people have a few points of admiration. If their family hadn't put all their hearts into tailoring, their Songji tailoring wouldn't have grown to this size. From the attitude of the 3 people, it could be seen that the Song family were all down-to-earth people who were able to drill extremely deep in one aspect, and such people were destined for great development. Shin Yu kept shaking her head. If it were her, she wouldn't exchange such a large price for such a piece of fabric. Just at this time, Shin Yu's cell phone rang. Shin Yu looked at it and answered it directly. Hey, Xiaowan. What? You've already arrived? Then you wait for me again. I'll probably arrive in an hour. What do you want to eat first? Order. Put it on my account on the line. Okay. See you later. Shin Yu hung up the phone. Shin Chi said, if you have something to go first, do not have to wait for me here. I recognize the way back. No way. Shin Yu immediately refused. Father said, you just came to Golden City. You're not familiar with life here. If I bring you out, I must bring you back. But Linlin's side will have to wait for another half an hour. If we go home, it'll be a bit late. Why don't we do it this way? When Linlin gets her clothes done, you and I will go to dinner together. Anyway, there is no one else. Just my best friend Xiaowan. We'll go home after dinner. How about it? Shin Chi nodded. It's okay. Chapter 23. It's been a long time since I've eaten braised pork. Shin Chi waited patiently for half an hour in Song Ji's tailor shop before Song Lin finally brought out a set of clothes. Although it was just a simple t-shirt and pants, it was extraordinarily comfortable to wear, which showed that Song Lin's craftsmanship was still very good. In Song Lin's words, this set of clothes was only temporarily used for emergencies, and after picking up her carefully ordered clothes at noon tomorrow, this set could be thrown away. Afterward, Song Lin sent Shin Chi and Shin Yu out, and a waiter had already driven a Mercedes-Benz Big G over ahead of time, leaving Song Ji tailoring, with Shin Yu leading the way. The 2 of them went straight to Bai Xiang Lu. 100 Fragrant House has a complete menu, delicious flavor, and thoughtful service, very famous in Golden City. Many people in the upper-class circle are willing to come here to dine, so the threshold of this place is also very high. Not enough millions of people dare not easily come here to spend money. Even if you are worth more than $10 million, you have to eat here with your tail between your legs, because if you are worth $10 million, you can only be considered the bottom of the list at Bai Xiang Lu. Mercedes-Benz Big G just stopped. There is a porter up to help park the car. Welcome guests with Shin Chi and Shin Yu into the hotel. Shin Yu's best friend named Zhao Xiaowan, also quite famous in Golden City, but because the strength of the Zhao family in Golden City and the Shin family is quite a bit worse, so in all aspects of the Shin Yu was pressed head. Shin Chi and Shin Yu just entered the restaurant. Zhao Xiaowan stood up to greet, but when she saw Shin Chi, Zhao Xiaowan's face drooped. Shin Yu, who is this? Didn't you say that it's just us 2 sisters today? How come there's someone else? Shin Yu revealed an embarrassed look and lowered her voice. This is my second grandfather. Shin Chi, just came out from the countryside. My old master specially instructed me to take good care of him, but I just took him to Song Ji tailoring to make a suit, and I couldn't make it in time, so I could only bring him here. Zhao Xiaowan heard that Shin Chi was from the countryside. Her eyes carried obvious disgust, but because of Shin Yu's face, she couldn't afford to snap. After all, their Zhao family and the Shin family are very close, and in many ways have to rely on the Shin family. Even when the Shin family suffered, the Zhao family did not completely cut off the connection with the Shin family. So today after the Shin family turned over, the Zhao family could only be the first to get the news. Only their Zhao family get news is not much. Only know the Shin family turned over, but the specific how to turn over, really do not know. So Zhao Xiao won this time in Shin Yu dinner, but also stored the idea of prying news. Now that the Shin family has returned to the position of the #1 mansion in Golden City, the Zhao family also wants to curry favor. Zhao Xiaowan naturally does not dare to make trouble because of Shin Chi's identity, but only a heartfelt look down on it is unavoidable. Well, since it's your, elder let's eat together. Zhao Xiaowan couldn't help but take another look at Shin Qi, always feeling that this matter was a bit absurd. Shin Qi, who looked to be only in his 20s, was actually Shin Yu's second grandfather? She pulled Shin Yu and asked in a low voice, is he really your second grandfather? You didn't lie to me, right? Shin Yu didn't have the heart to say, if I wanted to lie to you, I wouldn't have told you. Zhao Xiaowan immediately understood and stopped continuing this topic, calling out to the waiter to start ordering. 100 Fragrant House was one of the top restaurants in Golden City. Only the upper-class people of Golden City had the qualification to come here. The dishes were naturally exquisite. Even the menus were all very fine, making people feel very high-class at first glance. Zhao Xiaowan pushed the menu to Shin Yu, letting Shin Yu order. Shin Yu thought of Shin Qi giving himself a jade pendant, and also thought of Shin Qi's performance inside Song Ji Tailoring, so she pushed the menu to Shin Qi. Second grandpa, whatever you want to eat, feel free to order. Shin Qi also did not look at the menu and said, it's been a long time since I ate meat, give me a braised meat. When Zhao Xiaowan heard this, a few points of disdain once again arose in her heart. It was true that they were from the countryside, they couldn't even eat meat. It was hard to come to 100 Fragrant House. They didn't know how to order a few dishes they hadn't seen before, and they even wanted to eat braised meat. Could this be the thinking of the countryside? However, what she didn't know was that Shin Qi really hadn't eaten meat for nearly 80 years, just so this time he could also recall the flavor of braised meat. Cultivation to Shin Qi's level. Even if he didn't eat, there wouldn't be a problem, but since he was here to take a break, he always had to fit in a bit and not be too conspicuous. Shin Yu was a bit puzzled. The jade pendant was worth a lot of money. The robe on Shin Qi's body was likewise worth a lot of money. Even if he was in the countryside, it wouldn't be so bad that he couldn't even eat meat, right? According to her understanding, Xia is still working hard to help the poor. The kind of small villages that can't eat can't be seen anymore. So, Shin Qi is lying? The waiter next to him, however, revealed a difficult look. Hello sir, here, we do not have braised pork, because many guests reacted that braised pork is too greasy, not in line with the modern concept of healthcare, so we removed it. Do you want to see a different one? Shin Qi frowned. Before he could speak, Shin Yu pulled a face first. What? You can't order if it's not on the menu? Does your 100 Fragrant House not know how to make braised pork? Or can't you buy pork anymore? What kind of joke is this? Today she is the one who brought Shin Qi out. No matter what Shin Qi's identity is, no matter if she is willing to accept it or not, since it came out, then Shin Qi represents the face of the Shin family. If they can't eat a dish even if they want to eat one at Bai Shan Lu, then what kind of face do they have in the Shin family? I didn't expect the waiter of 100 Fragrant House to make this kind of low-level mistake. Seeing that Shin Yu was angry, the waiter also realized his mistake and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, we'll arrange it right away. As long as it's what you want to eat, we have it at 100 Fragrant House. May I ask, what else do you three need to order? Shin Yu pushed the menu to Zhao Xiaowan again. Xiaowan, you order. Zhao Xiaowan knew Shin Yu's temperament and casually ordered 2 of Shin Yu's favorite dishes to send the waiter away, then began to chat about other topics. Shin Yu, when I came out today, I heard my dad say that our Zhao family has another relative in the capital. It is said that they are developing very well in the capital. It just so happens that they are going to come to Jincheng to do some work today, and they will pay a visit to our house after lunch. Why don't you go with me then? If we can hook up with the family in the capital, it will be beneficial to the development of our 2 families. When Shin Yu heard this, she immediately thought of the numerous capital city family lords that appeared at the Shin family this morning, and guessed if there were any relatives of the Zhao family in there. It was a pity that Shin Yu didn't know much about what happened this morning, and because both Shin Hong and Shin Xiu were busy greeting the honored guests that had come from the capital and didn't have time to explain too much to her, so she didn't know who all had come, and naturally it wasn't good for her to say much to Zhao Xiaowan here, and she just nodded her head slightly. Good. It's a good thing to be able to hook up with the big families in the capital. But little one, your Zhao family still has connections with the families in the capital. You never told me about it. Zhao Xiaowan laughed. That's true, our Zhao family, we also have a few underpinnings, but compared to your Shin family, it's still a bit worse. Although she said this on her lips, Zhao Xiaowan's eyes were filled with complacency. For a family in Golden City, being able to hook up with a family in the capital was definitely a heavenly good thing. She had never heard her father mention this matter before, mainly because the other party was a family from the capital city and didn't look at their Zhao family at all, and if it wasn't for the kinship, she wouldn't have stopped by this time to take a look. Of course, even if it was just a side trip, it was enough to make many families in Golden City envious. This was the reason for her complacency. Shin Qi heard it truly from the side and couldn't help but guess, the family in the capital city that Zhao Xiaowan was talking about. It couldn't be the Zhao family in the capital city, could it? After all, both surnamed Zhao. Chapter 24, I expected too much. 100 Fragrant House is the top restaurant in Golden City is good, but even more powerful restaurant cooking, also need time. In the gap between waiting for food, Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan, two people, are lively, chatting about all the content is the upper class circle of the Golden City gossip, which rich woman to find a young fresh meat, or who has an uncle outside someone, etc. After chatting about gossip, the two people also chat clothes, jewelry, afternoon tea, etc. Anyway, the content of the chat is not the same to make the clothes, jewelry, afternoon tea and so on. After chatting about gossip, the two talked about clothes, jewelry, afternoon tea and so on. Anyway, the content of the chat is not the same can make Shinchi interested. Good thing Shinchi has long been accustomed to a person, quietly sitting on the seat, did not say a word. Only when the waiter came over to deliver water, Shinchi was able to emphasize a little sense of existence. After about 10 minutes later, the waiter began to serve the dishes, but they were all the dishes ordered by Zhao Xiaowan. There was no braised meat. After all, good braised meat was not a dish on the menu, and it would take almost an hour to want to braise it well. Come, Shinyu, eat the food. Zhao Xiaowan gave Shinyu a slice of salmon sashimi. She knew that this was Shinyu's favorite. Shinyu did not eat directly, but instead gave Shinchi a slice of salmon sashimi. Second, Grandpa, try this, it's very good, much better than braised pork. Zhao Xiaowan saw this, and a few moments of surprise arose in her heart. There weren't many people who could let Shinyu personally clip a dish, but thinking about Shinchi's seniority, she was relieved again. However, it is just a countryman with a higher seniority. Shinyu is the daughter of the Shin family. She is well-read and well-reasoned, and her upbringing is very high, and she can still respect her elders. Shinchi saw the salmon sashimi and couldn't help but frown. This is sashimi, right? Isn't it only eaten by islanders? How come this is also popular in our summer country now? Shinyu lost her smile. Second, Grandpa, this is called salmon sashimi. With extremely high nutritional value and delicious taste, it's still very popular in high society. Shinchi shook his head. I'm not used to eating it. I'd rather wait for braised pork. He really can't look at this kind of raw food. Could it be that Xia's cooking skills are not exquisite enough? What's more, when he thought of the dispute between Xia and the island country before the retreat, he had even less favorable feelings towards things like raw fish. Shinyu was helpless. Alright, then I can eat it. Such a good thing. Second, Grandpa, you unexpectedly don't know how to appreciate it. Zhao Xiaowan watched from the side and laughed in her heart. It's true that she's from the countryside and hasn't seen the world. This plate of salmon can be exchanged for many plates of braised pork. Such a good thing sent to the front of the eyes do not know. But also think of a plate of greasy braised meat. Really do not understand how this kind of people in the Shin family relationship. Shinyu also no longer say anything? Is the heart always feel things a little wrong? Shinchi gave her a feeling that is full of contradictions. Sometimes feel that Shinchi is very powerful and mysterious, but sometimes feel that Shinchi is just a countryman who has never seen the world. And now she is also a little difficult to see what kind of person Shinchi is. Perhaps she herself didn't realize that when she just met Shinchi, she was looking at Shinchi as an unseasoned country bumpkin, and now in just 2 hours' time, her perception of Shinchi had already undergone an extremely obvious change. After another 20 minutes or so, the waiter brought up a plate of braised meat. Hello, the braised pork is ready. Shinchi slightly nodded. Also not polite. Pick up, quickly clip up a piece and throw it into his mouth. Savor it. At first his eyebrows stretched, but the more to the back, his eyebrows instead wrinkled again. This braised meat looks excellent, but the flavor is worse. The beginning of eating will not taste out, but chewing and swallowing, there will be a very obvious feeling. Always feel that it is a little bit worse things, and before in the Forbidden City to eat braised meat, far from it. However, when you think of Baexianglu as a restaurant, which is extremely famous in the Golden City, but if you want to compare it with the Imperial Chef in the Forbidden City more than 100 years ago, it is really not comparable. So after eating a piece, Shinchi put down his chopsticks with a tasteless look. Zhao Xiaowan saw Shinchi's appearance. The heart once again gave birth to a few points of disdain. I did not expect to eat a piece of braised meat can still let you add so much drama. Simply speechless. Simply seeing that layer of oil on top of the braised meat, she felt that it was enough. How much oil, salt, and sugar must be in this piece of braised pork when you eat it in your stomach? This kind of unhealthy stuff. She would never eat a bite of it in her life. Never. Shinyu saw Shinchi put down his chopsticks after only one bite and asked, Second, Grandpa, what's wrong? Is it not to your liking? No, I'll ask 100 Fragrant House to make a new one. Shinchi shook his head. Forget it, no need. It's not bad to be able to eat this kind of braised pork here. It's because my expectations were too high before. I think the chef here can't make the flavor I want. Zhao Xiaowan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then realizing that something was wrong, She hurriedly covered her mouth and lowered her head to pretend to eat her food. Xinyu was also a bit speechless. If this 100 fragrant house's meals couldn't reach Shen-Chi's inner expectations, then in this golden city, which other restaurant could make delicious meals? This second grandfather of his own family seems to be a bit capable, but he also loves to talk too much. The waitress who just sent over the braised pork has not gone far, just happened to hear Shen-Chi's words. The heart also gave birth to a lot of imbalance, but in the way of her status as a waitress. Not good in front of Xinyu's face to say it, but after returning to the back kitchen there are no scruples. Shen-Chi's reaction as a joke told, causing a burst of laughter from the staff in the back kitchen. Dare to say that our 100 fragrant house's food is not good. This is the first time I've seen this kind of person. When I passed by that way just now, that person even referred to salmon sashimi as sashimi. That's too ignorant, isn't it? Cut. What's the point of fighting with a country bumpkin? I heard just now, that person is from the countryside. Otherwise why would he order braised pork? Who cares about braised pork when they come here to eat? Hush, keep your voice down. Master Chin is here. The crowd in the back kitchen immediately stopped talking. For one thing, because Master Chen was the main chef and was very strict, and secondly, that braised pork just now was made by Master Chen. Being able to be the main chef of 100 Fragrant House, that cooking skill is naturally nothing to speak of, and he is also a resounding figure in Golden City, and never imagined that the braised pork he made would be disliked by a country bumpkin. Xiao Lu, you say? What's going on? Xiao Lu was the waitress who had just delivered the braised pork. At this moment, she looked a little nervous. Master Chen, nothing, it's just a customer complaining blindly. Don't take it to heart. Master Chen snorted coldly. I don't take it to heart? If this matter today spreads out, people will still think that I, Chen Liang, can't even cook a single dish of braised pork well. Where is that man? Take me there. I would like to ask what flavor of braised pork he has in mind. Chapter 25, you'll like it later. Not long after, Chen Liang came out from the back kitchen with a pulled face, and his face had some changes after seeing Xinyu and Zhao Xiaowan. He could be the chef at 100 Fragrant House. How could he not know Xinyu and Zhao Xiaowan? These two were regular customers here. However, when he thought that Shen-Chi's remarks just now were still in the words he had said in the back kitchen, he could only walk up with a hard head, or else he was afraid that he would lose his face. Miss Shen, Miss Xiao, reasonably speaking, both of you are our 100 Fragrant House regulars. I shouldn't come here to say this to both of you, but as the chef of the 100 Fragrant House, whether or not the dishes I make can be recognized by the guests is related to the reputation of our 100 Fragrant House, so I also had to come out. Just now this gentleman said. Xinyu let out a light hum. Said what? Wasn't it just that the flavor of the braised pork you made was bad? Couldn't that also be said? We Shen family members come out to eat. We are here to enjoy the services you provide, not to listen to your opinions. If you don't even understand this point of reasoning, this chef doesn't have to do it anymore. What a joke! Not to mention that this braised pork was not done to Shen-Chi's liking. Even if it was done to his liking, so what? What their Shen family members say and do. Is it the turn of a chef to interrupt? Chen Liang only had some prestige in 100 Fragrant House, but in front of their Shen family, he was nothing. Xinyu's snub immediately made Chen Liang break out in a cold sweat, and he only then woke up to how ridiculous his actions were just now. Who did he think he was? How dare he provoke the authority of the Shen family in public? Was this living out of patience? Chen Liang immediately came to his senses and didn't dare to seek out Shen-Chi for a theory, hurriedly bending down to apologize. I'm sorry, Ms. Shen, it's me who was abrupt, please. Xinyu twisted her head. Should you apologize to me? Chen Liang had no choice but to bow to Shen-Chi. I'm sorry, it was me who was abrupt, please forgive me. Shen-Chi waved his hand. No harm, it's just a small matter, go and get busy. Chen Liang was like being pardoned, but he didn't dare to leave just like that, but looked at Xinyu. Ms. Shen, what do you think? Xinyu's face then looked better. Let's forget about this matter today. In the future, before you do anything, you must think clearly and put yourself in the right position first. Yes, yes. Chen Liang nodded his head and didn't dare to have any comments, carefully retreating back. Those waiters who had crowded at the entrance of the back kitchen to watch the fun hurriedly retreated back. No one dared to step forward, not daring to touch Chen Liang's mold at this time, and even more so, not daring to come out to provoke Xinyu's displeasure. Zhao Xiaowan looked at Xinyu's actions, and once again a look of surprise appeared on her face. Xinyu had actually gotten angry at 100 Fragrant House for Shen-Chi, a country bumpkin? She and Xinyu had known each other for so many years. It was the first time she had seen Xinyu angry in front of so many people. Could it be that this Shen-Chi and the Shen family still really had some status? But how she looked. Shen-Chi are nothing special. Well, also on the temperament of this piece of pinch. Other places, really nothing to say. Shen-Chi is also a little surprised that Xinyu will give him a head start at this time. From the Shen family out, Xinyu is not this attitude. Shen Yu watched Shen Liang leave, said to Shen Qi, second grandfather, you don't take it to heart. By Xiang Lu business is bigger. Even a chef began to float. Shen Qi laughed. No harm. Some small things. I won't take it to heart, but just now you stood up for me. Then I will personally cook a braised pork for you, so that you can also taste the true flavor of braised pork. Shen Yu hurriedly said. No need, second grandpa. I don't like eating braised meat. No, you will like it later. Shen Qi did not give Shen Yu a chance to retort and got up and walked towards the back kitchen. Chen Liang, who had just entered the back kitchen, was holding fire in his heart and didn't know who to find to send it to, and just happened to see someone barging into the back kitchen, and immediately exploded. Who let you in? Don't you know that you can't just enter the back kitchen? Who let you in? Who? You are that gentleman just now? Chen Liang's words got stuck in mid-sentence as he recognized Shen Qi, thinking that he had to apologize to Shen Qi just now because of Shen Yu's pressure. Chen Liang's heart once again became stifled. How is it that any cat or dog can be in charge of him now? It's so damn unpleasant. Shen Qi of course knows what Chen Liang thinks in his heart, but he doesn't care at all. After all, Chen Liang and him, nothing at all. Borrow your back kitchen. Make a braised meat. After saying that, Shen Qi went inside by himself, not putting Chen Liang in his eyes at all. Those waiters in the back kitchen saw Shen Qi acting in such a manner, and couldn't help but back away, not daring to touch the bad luck at this time. Chen Liang had the intention to stop it, but thinking of Shen Yu's strength, he still chose to admit it, and at the same time, he also comforted in his heart, this kid just said that he wants to make braised pork? Just in time. I would like to see what the braised meat he makes looks like. If the braised pork is nothing, he doesn't need to say it. The crowd will know whose face is being disgraced. Shen Qi turned around in the back kitchen, first took a piece of 5-flour meat, and then picked up all the various seasonings and smelled them. After all, it was nearly 80 years had not come out. The world had changed greatly. The seasonings used for cooking had also changed a bit. If one could not use all the flavors of the seasonings clearly, it was likely that the next joke would be made. While Shen Qi was checking the seasonings, Shen Yu and Zhao Shaowan also walked in. 100 Fragrant House had a clear rule that idle people were not allowed to enter the back kitchen at will, but for Shen Yu and Zhao Shaowan, it was just for show. The two did not walk towards the inside because the smell of fumes inside was too heavy, not something the two of them could tolerate, but they could also see Shen Qi's movements at the door, which was enough. Zhao Shaowan was a little skeptical and asked in a low voice, Shen Yu, do you, this, second grandfather, really know how to make braised pork? Shen Yu said, I don't know. It's also the first time I've seen this second grandpa of mine today, but I think it should be able to do it. Although she was not very sure, but she did not know what was going on. But Shen Yu had an inexplicable confidence in Shen Qi. Perhaps this was the change of opinion that Shen Qi's previous performance had brought to her? The two had just finished speaking when Shen Qi's side moved, only to see Shen Qi put the pancetta on the board. His right hand took the knife and swish 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 cut down. The movement was skillful without the slightest pause, while the pancetta on the board was turned into strips in a very short period of time, and then cut into small pieces of 2 centimeters square, and neatly placed on the board. The two of them, Shen Yu and Zhao Shaowan, looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. They did not know how to cook, but from Shen Qi's actions just now they could also tell that Shen Qi had 2 skills. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. Shen Yu and Zhao Shaowan both only felt that Shen Qi's movements were very fast, but Chen Liang had already begun to be shocked inwardly after seeing Shen Qi's movements. Just now Shen Qi cut the meat knife work, without a few years of hard work simply cannot do. Cutting meat can not only cut fast, cut neatly on the end, but also require each piece of meat uniform size, cannot have too much error, and cannot be deformed. Otherwise in the cooking time will have an impact on the texture and flavor of things. This effect was so small that ordinary people couldn't taste it at all. But for a chef of Chen Liang's caliber, it was the standard for identifying whether a chef was good or not. Could it be that this person was, indeed, proficient in the art of cooking? Without realizing it, the stifled feeling in Chen Liang's heart had actually gone a small half. Chapter 26 Listen. Is this human language? Shen Qi had been cultivating for hundreds of years, although he had not specialized in practicing sword work, but his sword skill was a masterpiece, and at Shen Qi's cultivation realm, one method was good, 100 methods were good, and slicing a piece of meat or something with a kitchen knife was not a matter of concern. If Shen Qi cutting meat made Chen Liang feel a few moments of surprise, then what happened next began to refresh Chen Liang's perception. Only see Shen Qi will cut the meat into the pot blanching, the same time the onion and ginger cut, and prepared the side dishes, the whole process in one go. There is no delay, as if Shen Qi is the chef here in general. The ingredients are well prepared, the pot of oil, fried sugar color, under the meat, put seasoning and so on without any pause. See the back of the kitchen, a bunch of people dazzled. Shen Yu looked at Shen Qi's so skillful operation, cannot help but think, Could it be that the second grandfather in the countryside is a chef? She heard that in the countryside when organizing red and white events, they all have to ask the chef to operate the knife, and the taste that is also quite good. At this time, she even had a few expectations for the braised pork that Shin-Chi made. Braised pork was not a dish that could be made quickly because it needed time to stew, not something that could be made in 10 or 20 minutes. However, after Shin-Chi put all the seasonings into the pot, he didn't leave, but put his hand on the iron pot, secretly stimulating his spiritual chi, catalyzing the fire, and using special techniques to shorten the cooking time. After all, his purpose was to have a bite of the right flavorful pancetta, not to waste time here. So a tantalizing aroma wafted out just a minute after the pot was opened, causing the group of people in the back kitchen to gulp. The look of surprise on Shen Liang's face was even heavier. As a chef, he could tell how a dish tasted just by the aroma wafting out, and the aroma emanating from the braised pork Shin-Chi was stewing was something he had never smelled before. A simple braised pork could have such an absolutely beautiful flavor? At this moment, Chen Liang seemed to see the door to a new world opening up to him. Zhao Xiaowan also smelled this flavor. The rich meat aroma was mixed with a hint of sweetness, yet it didn't make her feel any greasiness or aversion. Instead, she felt an urge to taste it. As soon as this thought popped up, Zhao Xiaowan was surprised. What was going on here? She was never interested in something excessively greasy like braised pork before. Why was it that this time, just by smelling the flavor, she actually had an appetizing feeling? Shin-Chi did not have the heart to pay attention to the changes in the surrounding people, continued to catalyze the spiritual chi. Just 10 minutes later, the braised meat was stewed, then grabbed a handful of green onions and put them on, casually stir-frying them twice, and loaded the plate, and an even more intense flavor wafted out, making all these people in the back kitchen all froze. Can enter the back of the kitchen, either on the culinary arts understanding, or senior waiter, a dish out of good or bad, they can see at a glance almost. Now Shin-Chi made out of this braised meat color and flavor, simply put there, but let them give birth to a feeling of braised meat should be so. Compared to this dish of braised pork, the braised pork that Chen Liang had just cooked out was indeed already somewhat inadequate. This didn't even need to be said out loud. Everyone understood. Chen Liang's mind is complicated. Originally thought Shin-Chi was just talking big words, did not expect that people are really capable, not to mention the flavor of this braised pork. Just look at Shin-Chi's cooking posture and the appearance of the braised pork flavor. You can see that Shin-Chi is really some ability, but to let him admit that he is not as good as Shin-Chi, that is absolutely not. After all, this is related to his own rice bowl. So he walked over towards Shin-Chi, intending to say a few words to get back some face, but he didn't expect Shin-Chi to pick up his plate and walk away, not bothering with him at all. Shin-Chi came here to cook a dish of braised pork. Why did he need to talk to Chen Liang? Was it necessary? For Chen Liang's various reactions, just directly ignore them. Chen Liang watched Shin-Chi walk past him without even looking at himself, and only then did he realize that he had made a fool of himself. The Shin family represented an extremely high status in Golden City. Could it be that he, a chef, could make a fool of himself? The two of them, Shen Yu and Zhao Xiaowan, didn't have any feelings about this. In their opinion, people like Chen Liang didn't need to be bothered with. Shin-Chi carried the braised pork back to his seat. Shen Yu and Zhao Xiaowan both hurriedly followed up. The flavor alone that wafted out from this braised pork was enough for them to reminisce for days. Taste it. Shin Yu couldn't wait, picking up her chopsticks and putting a piece into her mouth. At this time, she had long since thrown all the healthy eating, less oil and salt stuff to the back of her mind. And when the braised pork came out of the pot, there was only one thought left in her mind, and that was that she must try this braised pork. Sure enough, Shin-Chi's benefit did not let her down. After eating the braised pork in her mouth, it was fragrant but not greasy. It also had a hint of sweetness, which made one's stomach open up, and she couldn't help but clip a second piece. You have to know that before this, Shin-Yu has never touched this kind of greasy food such as braised pork. Even if you have to eat, but also just taste a small mouthful of it, absolutely will not eat a second mouthful. This was not only because of the flavor, but also because the woman's care for her figure had reached an outrageous level. But this time, she took the initiative to clip a second piece. Xiaowan, don't freeze, you eat it too. It's delicious, Shen Yu said vaguely. Zhao Xiaowan was originally still a bit hesitant. Her reason told her that for the sake of her figure and health, she should never eat something too greasy like braised pork. But the problem was that the braised pork made by Shin-Chi was really too tempting. She was already about to be unable to resist. Now that Shen Yu just invited her, Zhao Xiaowan couldn't help herself, picked up her chopsticks and put a piece into her mouth, and her two eyes began to glow. She had never eaten something so delicious before. What salmon sashimi? What Australian lobster? King crab? This plate of braised pork was nothing compared to it. Could the flavor of those things be as mellow as the flavor of this plate of braised pork? So the second piece, the third piece. Zhao Xiaowan had already forgotten how she commented on the braised pork before. All she could think about was, yummy, yummy, this flavor, it's simply outstanding. This braised pork is too delicious. Shinyu also ate 4 or 5 consecutive pieces, but in the end, her reason overcame her appetite and she put down her chopsticks with great perseverance. If she ate any more, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop. Zhao Xiaowan saw Shinyu's movements, and only then did it dawn on her. What have I done? I'm actually eating braised pork again? Didn't I never touch such a greasy thing before? Why this time? Even. But this braised pork is really too delicious. Hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhao Xiaowan finally should have picked up another piece and put it in her mouth, savoring it, then put down her chopsticks with difficulty. Shin-Shi was a bit puzzled when he saw this. What? Not good? Saying this, Shin-Shi picked up his chopsticks and tasted a piece, and immediately frowned. Well, the seasoning here is not complete. The flavor is indeed a little worse. It can only be said that it is barely edible. The two of them, Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan, glanced at each other and their faces became brilliant. What did they hear just now? The flavor was a little worse, only to say it was barely edible? Listen, listen, is this human language? Chapter 27, Buddy, you're new here, aren't you? Shin-Shi's requirements for food are very high, regardless of the peanut rice that he took out before, or the braised pork this time. The flavor is far superior to the dishes of 100 Fragrant House, so Shin-Shi really feels that this braised pork is still almost on fire. But the two of them, Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan, don't feel the same way. Obviously, they have already made it so delicious, but they are still pretending to be good here? If you don't pretend, can you die? Shin-Shi didn't have any thoughts of keeping his body in shape. With his current cultivation level, no matter what he ate, his body wouldn't be deformed. However, he also put down his chopsticks after eating only 3 pieces. After tasting the flavor of the braised meat, this braised meat was not that attractive to Shin-Shi. Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan both still wanted to eat, but thinking of their own figures, they could only hold back. But letting them give up such a delicacy was still a little bit too much. In the end, Shinyu said, "Second grandpa, this braised pork, do you still want to eat it? If you don't eat it, I'll pack it." Shin-Shi nodded. "No more, pack it." Zhao Xiaowan hurriedly brought over 2 lunchboxes. "Shinyu, meat and share half, but you can't take it all yourself." Shinyu shook her head. "This is what my second grandfather made for me. I don't care. Are we still good girlfriends?" Zhao Xiaowan began her emotional attack, and then added, "Starting tomorrow, I'll cover the afternoon tea for a month." Only then did Shinyu nod. 1 month, not a day less. So the two of them split the remaining braised pork into 2 and prepared to bring them back individually. However, when packing, Shinyu intentionally left a piece of braised pork on the plate, because she could tell that Chen Liang was still a bit unconvinced in his heart, so this piece was reserved for him. Let him taste how delicious the braised pork made by second grandpa was, so as to convince Chen Liang. Originally, there was no need to do this with Shinyu's identity, but thinking about Chen Liang's attitude towards Shin-Shi, she still decided to be more serious for once. Chen Liang had been paying attention to the movements of Shin-Shi's trio, and when he saw them leave, he hurriedly came out from the back kitchen, and without caring about using chopsticks, he directly got down and put the remaining piece of braised pork into his mouth, and then the whole person froze. This flavor, this feeling, it was he who had lost completely. Previously, he could not have imagined that Shin-Shi could make such a braised pork. Directly refreshing his knowledge of braised pork, carefully recalling Shin-Shi's steps to make braised pork, Chen Liang made a decision. He wanted to add this braised pork to the menu. Such a delicious flavor could not be buried. According to what Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan had discussed earlier, they were going to the Zhao family to meet that relative of the Zhao family who had come from the capital. The Zhao family was also a very powerful family in Golden City. In terms of ostentation, it might not be as good as the Shin family, but it wasn't far from the Chang family. After entering the Zhao family's gate, there were 2 roads, one leading to the hall and one leading to the garage. Zhao Xiaowan got off at the intersection. "Shin-Yu, let's go. Just let the driver go park the car." Shin-Yu's hand was already ready to get out of the car, when she suddenly remembered that the driver was not the driver, but her own second grandpa. She hurriedly said, "Second grandpa, you get out of the car together. Just put the car here. The Zhao family has a driver who will park it." Shin-Shi said, "No need. You guys go first. This car drives pretty well. Park the car and I'll come to you." Although the Mercedes-Benz Big G was not considered a luxury car in the real upper-class circles, it was already very comfortable compared to cars from 80 years ago, so Shin-Shi also wanted to go to the Zhao family garage to see what other cars were like. Shin-Yu knew Shin-Shi's temperament, so she followed Zhao Xiaowan and left. Shin-Shi drove and followed the car in front all the way into the garage, and after parking the car, Zhao Xiaowan's driver came to the car window. "Buddy, I look at you a bit strange. New here, right?" Shin-Shi was curious. Do we know each other?" "Alright, brother, I've been here before. We're both drivers. Meeting is fate." Actually, There's nothing wrong with being a driver for someone, especially if you're also a driver for the Shin family's daughter. This is a promising future. Zhao family driver laughed, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Shin Qi. Have one? Thanks. No need. Shin Qi waved his hand. More than 100 years ago, the people of Xia were caused by smoking pressed pills that led to very serious consequences. After recognizing the harm of pressed pills, big cigarettes and these things, Shin Qi would never be interested in these things again. Zhao's driver did not force himself, and took 2 steps to the side to smoke up. Zhao Xiaowan demanded that there was absolutely no smell of smoke in the car, so he had to stay away from it. Spitting out a smoke ring, Zhao family driver asked again, "Buddy, what's your name?" MS. Zhao and MS. Shin are bosom friends. Our 2 brothers will have to get closer in the future. My name is Shin Qi. Shin Qi did not feel that this driver talked too much, or what is disrespectful. Out of the car to the side to look at the Zhao family garage also parked more than a dozen cars, but a lot of license plates do not recognize. They walked forward a few steps. Want to get closer to see. Zhao's driver saw the situation and came up. See, a good car cannot go, right? I was like this when I was young. I like to drive. Otherwise why would I be a driver? Let me tell you. This car is a Lexus LM, MPV, it can do 7 or 8 people. The Zhao family master goes out to talk about business usually drives this car. It's very comfortable, and it's also been modified. It was said that it cost more than $3 million to buy this car at that time. Shin Qi nodded slightly. Indeed not bad. What about this one next to it? Zhao family driver is enthusiastic, once again introduced to Shin Qi. When Shin Qi entered the Zhao family, there was also some movement on the Cheng family side. Cheng Shishan's face was still gloomy, and Yu Tian stood next to him, not daring to breathe a breath. In front of Cheng Shishan there was another person. This person had a gloomy expression, a pair of eyes with a regal essence. Even if nothing was said, one could feel an inexplicable pressure. If Shen Hong was here, he would be able to recognize that this person is named Sun San, and is also a resounding figure in Golden City. 13 years old, dropped out of school to mix with the street, has fought countless fights. Since childhood is a regular visitor to the Public Security Bureau. 18th birthday on the day of the fight with someone. The results of the hand did not light the person into a serious injury. Was sentenced to 7 years. When he came out, he tightened up a lot, but also became more sinister. After several years of development, he is now a famous and well-known big brother in Golden City. And the dirty deeds he has done are even more countless. Only that there are a lot of juniors under his hand to take the blame. And it's no longer his turn to step in. Cheng family master, your request, I can do, but this price, well, the price is good. A trace of madness flashed across Cheng Shishan's face. Kill Shin Xiu, give you $60 million. Kill Shin Yu, give you $30 million. Kill both of them all together. I'll add another $10 million to you. A total of $100 million. Sun San laughed. Good. I like doing business with a pain in the ass like Cheng family master. But there's one more thing to discuss with Cheng family master. I got the news that this little nymph Shin Yu is with one of Shin Hong's distant uncles. If we do it together, can we add money? Plus, Cheng Shishan's tone was thick with hatred. Anyone who is related to Shin Hong can be killed. Distant uncles are the same. I'll add $5 million for you. I want Shin Hong to savor the taste of losing all his loved ones. Chapter 28, Zhao's driver, am I saved? Shin Yu and Zhao Xiaowan both walked into the hall, and just as they entered, they saw 7 or 8 tall and strong men, and the one sitting in the main seat was not Zhao Qing, Zhao Xiaowan's father, but a bald man, who was Zhao Hang. Zhao Cheng saw Zhao Xiaowan come in and hurriedly said, Xiaowan, quickly come over to meet your uncle who came from the capital. Zhao Xiaowan had been notified long ago. Naturally knowing the honor of Zhao Hang's identity, she hurriedly took 2 quick steps to come in front of Zhao Hang. Ni Xiaowan, meet uncle. Zhao executioner leaned on the sofa and laughed loudly. Not bad, not bad. You've grown so big. I remember the last time I saw you. You were less than a year old. Zhao Qing compensated with a smile on the side. Yes, it's been more than 20 years since then. Although our 2 families haven't stopped contacting each other, they have really gotten less involved. This time when you come over, you must stay with me for a few more days, and the 2 of US brothers can get close to each other. Zhao Hang shook his head. I can't. I have to go back in a little while. There are still things to do over in the capital. I can't afford to be delayed at all. Zhao Cheng revealed a disappointed look. That's right. The capital is not the same as the Golden City. The situation is complicated. Only you have the skill to gain a foothold in the capital. If I were to go over there, I really wouldn't be able to. After that, Zhao Cheng looked at Zhao Xiaowan again. Xiaowan, go to the study and bring the 2 bottles of good wine I have in my collection, and put them in your uncle's car later. When Zhao Hang heard good wine, his eyebrows raised. It was obvious that he was still very interested in this good wine. Zhao Xiaowan answered and lowered her voice. Shen Yu, wait for me here. I'll be right back. Xinyu nodded her head. She already recognized Zhao Hang, because Zhao Hang, this bald head is really too recognizable. Seeing a glance in the Shin family's old mansion can be remembered, and will definitely not be forgotten. Zhao Xiaowan went out, but Zhao Hang's gaze fell on Xinyu. His body leaned forward. Your name is Xinyu? Shen Hong's daughter? Xinyu nodded. It's me. Meet Uncle Zhao. When Zhao Qing next to him saw Zhao Hang's look, his first thought was that Zhao Hang wouldn't be looking at Xinyu, right? His heart instantly tensed up. He knew how Zhao Hang started out in the capital. To put it nicely, he set up a company to do all kinds of business. To put it bluntly, that was a big gangster who could stand under the sun. With Zhao Hang's temperament, which woman he saw in Golden City, he would definitely not be polite. If it was normal, even if Xinyu was Zhao Xiuwan's best friend, Zhao Chang would not have any ambiguity, and would try to do everything to send Xinyu to Zhao Hang's bed. But the problem was that Xinyu was the Shin family's daughter, and the Shin family had just got over the hard time, and was still the one powerful family in Golden City, and it wasn't something that they, the Zhao family, could mess with. If Zhao Hang really moved to this, what should he do? In order to avoid such a thing from happening, Zhao Qing hurriedly said, Shin Yu, I'll discuss something here with your uncle Zhao. You go find Xiaowan first. Shin Yu nodded and was about to leave immediately. After recognizing Zhao Hang's identity, she knew that she didn't need to say much to Zhao Hang. Anyway, Zhao Hang had already been to the Shin family, so there was absolutely no need to build a relationship with Zhao Hang through the Zhao family. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hang suddenly stood up. Wait! Zhao Qing's heart tensed up once again, and he also hurriedly followed suit and stood up, constantly giving Xinyu a wink, telling Xinyu to hurry up and go, but never give Zhao Hang the chance to open his mouth. As long as Zhao Hang did not open his mouth, then everything was fine, but once some words were said, the nature would be different. Shin Yu, however, was not in a hurry and had a smile on her face. Is there anything else Uncle Zhao wants? Zhao Hang said, when I came out, I heard your father say that you took your second grandfather out for a break. So where is your second grandfather now? Next to him, Zhao Qing was confused for a moment. What are you saying? Zhao Hang? Why can't I understand? Does it mean that Zhao Hang has already met Shin Hong? What Zhao Hang came to Golden City to do this time is related to the Shin family. And who is Shin Yu's second grandfather that Zhao Hang just mentioned? Why had he never heard of him? Shin Yu was also a little surprised in his heart. How come Zhao Hang, who came from the capital, was also so concerned about Shin Qi? Could it be that there was something else between Shin Qi and Zhao Hang? Curious as curious. Shin Yu still said truthfully, my second grandfather went to park the car and said he would come over in a while. Zhao Qing was equally puzzled in his heart, but after hearing Shin Yu's words, he said, in that case, then let's wait here. He was also eager to meet who Shin Hong's second uncle really was. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hang shook his head. No, how can we let second uncle come over to us? Where is the garage? I'll go find him. Zhao Qing, did I hear you right? Zhao Hang actually wants to take the initiative to go to the garage to see Shin Hong's second uncle? Shin Hong's second uncle wasn't very famous. He was completely unheard of. So why was Zhao Hang so serious? Shin Yu's head also popped up a few question marks. What is this situation? Could it be that there is something about Shin Qi that she doesn't know? Why was Zhao Hang's reaction so big? What are you still waiting for? Zhao Qing, hurry up and lead the way. When Zhao Hang saw Zhao Qing frozen in place, he immediately became angry. Do you know what second uncle is? Can you afford to pay compensation for delaying to pay respects to second uncle? Zhao Qing not only retorted, but hurriedly led the way in front towards the garage. Shin Yu also wanted to know why Zhao Hang had such an attitude towards Shin Qi and also followed. The group arrived at the garage just in time to see Zhao's driver introducing a BMW 7 Series to Shin Qi. Of course, if it was just introducing a car, it would be fine. The key was that the Zhao family driver had a cigarette in his mouth, and while talking, he danced around, looking quite excited, and also patted Shin Qi's shoulder with his hand from time to time. Shin Qi brother struggle well, to the Shin family as a driver is still a very promising future. Perhaps in a few years, you can also drive a BMW. Shin Qi smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao family driver was just a small person. It was normal that he couldn't recognize his own identity. What's more, Zhao family driver didn't have any excessive actions. Instead, this relaxed atmosphere made Shin Qi feel comfortable too. But the Zhao family driver's actions fell into Zhao Hang's eyes and it was different. That was his second uncle. A very mysterious second uncle. A big brother who could casually take out a plate worth more than $10 million to hold peanuts. And even dared to call Wang Huirong head-on. What are you doing here as a driver to make a scene? You're a driver. What are you doing here? Are you qualified to flatter a big shot like my uncle? Second uncle, I finally found you. Zhao Hang immediately shouted and walked over towards Shin Qi. Before Zhao Hang and the others entered the garage, Shin Qi had sensed it, only that he hadn't said anything. After all, in his opinion, It was more important to learn more about cars than to exchange pleasantries with Zhao Hang, so Shin-Chi didn't even return his head and waved his hand casually. Alright, I know you're here, there's nothing to do so wait over there. Zhao family driver also heard Zhao Hang's voice, hurriedly turned back, then saw Zhao Qing. Immediately the whole person froze. The hand holding the cigarette even trembled a little, hurriedly threw the cigarette to the ground and stamped it out with his foot. Greetings family master. I was wrong. I shouldn't have smoked in the garage. Zhao Qing Dupoint couldn't figure out the relationship between Shin-Chi, Zhao Hang and this driver, and didn't dare to speak rashly for fear of saying a word wrongly and offending Zhao Hang or Shin-Chi. After all, judging from Zhao Hang's attitude, Shin-Chi was a more powerful big brother than Zhao Hang. Shin-Chi saw the driver's reaction. Then he turned back to look at Zhao Hang. You guys came at too bad of a time. All of you go and wait outside. When I let you in you can come in again. Zhao executioner not only didn't have any intention of getting angry, but instead accompanied with a smile. Yes, second uncle. You are busy first. I will wait outside. If there is something you want to say. Afterwards, Zhao Hang turned his head. His face became serious. Didn't you hear me? Get out of here. No one is allowed to disturb second uncle. Zhao Qing was confused again. I have long guessed that Shin Hong's second uncle may be a little bit of head, but I did not expect Shin Hong's second uncle a sentence. Zhao Hang unexpectedly obedient to wait outside the garage? This Shin Hong's distant uncle. In the end what is the head? Is it possible that the Shin family can get through this time because of this distant uncle? The Zhao family driver saw Zhao Hang and others obediently pushed out. The whole person froze. What the hell did I just do? Surprisingly treating such a big shot as a driver? Am I still saved? Chapter 29, Finding a Way to Fix Shin-Chi. Zhao Hang and others all withdrew. Only Shin Yu did not move. As a descendant of the Shin family, she is still a bit privileged, not to mention that her task is to accompany Shin-Chi to take a break. Just now let Shin-Chi park alone. Did not expect to make such a mess. She would not dare to let Shin-Chi stay here alone. Shin-Chi glanced at the Zhao family driver who was still confused. Don't mind them. Let's continue. At this time, even if the Zhao family driver's reaction is slow, he can also see that Shin-Chi's origin is extraordinary. Not some Shin family's driver. How can he still dare to use the attitude just now to talk to Shin-Chi? But he just couldn't figure out. Shin-Chi was obviously a big brother. Why was he still pretending to be a driver here? Brother, big brother, I really don't know that you are. When he said this, the Zhao family driver didn't know what to say, because he simply didn't know what Shin-Chi's identity was. Shin-Chi was also a little helpless. Originally listening to this driver in the garage talking about these cars was quite leisurely, but as a result, this kid Zhao Hang had to bring people to make trouble. Forget it, Shin Yu, let's go. Shin Yu also saw that Shin-Chi was not in high spirits, hurriedly walked over and lowered his voice to ask, Second grandpa, that bald guy just now, why is he so respectful to you? Nothing, just invited him to eat a few peanuts and rice, Shin-Chi said while walking out. Shin Yu was curious in his heart. Invited him to eat a few peanut rice? What peanut rice was so powerful that it could make that bald man from the capital city turn into this attitude? Shin Yu decided. After she went back, she must find Shin Hong to ask a clear question. When she first brought Shin-Chi out, she didn't feel anything, but with Shin-Chi's various behaviors, the curiosity in her heart was about to be unable to be suppressed. Outside the garage, Zhao Xiaowan just rushed over. She also carried 2 bottles of good wine in her hand, precisely to give to Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang's car was in the garage, so of course she had to come here. But she was surprised when she saw Zhao Hang, Zhao Cheng and the others outside the garage. What's going on? Is it popular to talk about things outside the garage now? Zhao Cheng saw Zhao Xiaowan coming over and hurriedly walked over to her and asked in a lowered voice, Xiaowan, that person who came with Shin Yu, is Shin Hong's distant uncle? Zhao Xiaowan nodded. It should be. His name is Shin-Chi. Shin Yu calls him second grandpa. Then, is there anything special about Shin-Chi? Special place? Zhao Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, making braised meat is delicious. Does that count? Braised meat. It's delicious? Zhao Qing was once again confused. What kind of characteristic was this? How delicious could making braised pork be to make Zhao Hang so important? With Zhao Hang's status, what kind of braised pork would he want to eat that he couldn't? While Zhao Qing was still puzzled, Zhao Hang also came over. Niece, Shin-Chi came with you? Yes, uncle. What's wrong? Zhao Xiaowan was already a little surprised in her heart. Why did everyone suddenly care about Shin-Chi? Zhao Hang asked again. Then did Shin-Chi say anything? No. Shin-Chi's words are very few, very silent, but the braised pork he makes is really delicious. Zhao Xiaowan regretted when she finished speaking. How could she say braised pork in front of Zhao Hang, making it seem like she loved braised pork? Zhao Hangman frowned. Braised pork? Could it be that big brother Shin-Chi had done something amazing again? Thinking of the plate and peanut rice that Shin-Chi took out, Zhao Execution already had a certain immunity to this kind of thing. While the three people were talking, Shin-chi drove out of the garage with Shin-yu. Shin-chi originally didn't have much interest in the Zhao family, and if Shin-yu hadn't wanted to come, he wouldn't have come over. Just now in the garage with the driver was quite pleasant, but it was a pity that it was interrupted by Zhao Hang this kid. Shin-chi naturally had no reason to continue to stay here. Shin-yu's purpose of coming to the Zhao family was also to meet the relative from the capital that Zhao Shaowan said, to see if she could get on. Now that she saw that it was Zhao Hangman, and that the relationship with their Shin family wasn't bad, there was no point in coming over this time. Shin-chi stepped on the brakes and dropped the window. Still waiting? If there's nothing going on, let's disperse. We should also go back. Wait. Second uncle. Zhao executioner hurriedly plopped down on the car window, his shiny bald head a little shaky. Second uncle. I didn't get to have a drink with you at noon. How about tonight? I'll treat you to a drink. It just so happens that Zhao Qing took 2 bottles of good wine, so it can't go to waste. Zhao Qing had a head full of questions. Didn't you say that you had to hurry back to the capital and had important things to do? Why do you suddenly have time? The good wine I gave you, you're actually about to drink it with Shin-chi in front of me? Drinking is drinking, but you didn't even mention bringing me along? Is that really appropriate? Zhao Shaowan, who was holding 2 bottles of good wine in her handbag, also froze. What exactly was Shin-chi's origin? Why was even Zhao Hangman so polite to him, even bringing him along to curry favor? Their Golden City Zhao family had to do everything they could to please Zhao Hang, so Shin-chi, who made Zhao Hang so pleasing to him, was really just as simple as Shin Han's distant uncle? Shin-chi shook his head. There's no need. I don't like drinking. If there's good tea, I can consider it. Good tea. Zhao Hangman was anxious in his heart. He is a rough man. Where can he find good tea? Think about Shin Hong gave all of Wang Huirong's collection of top-quality pu'er to Shin-chi. The tea he could buy. How could he get into Shin-chi's eyes? Shin-chi laughed. Let's leave it at that this time. We'll see each other in the future if we have destiny. After saying that, Shin-chi stepped on the gas. Mercedes Big G slowly started. Zhao Hang watched the Mercedes-Benz Big G leave, and felt sorry in his heart. This was clearly an opportunity to please Shin-chi, and the kind that no one would grab with him. How come he didn't grab it? Thinking of this, Zhao Hangman suddenly also no mood. With people into the garage to return to the capital, Zhao Qing several times to retain no avail, can only be so. In fact, Zhao Qing's heart is also very helpless. Zhao Hangman is not easy to come to the Golden City once. Thought this time can ride on the relationship of relatives, let Zhao Hangman help them a hand, so that the Zhao family further. But the result is because of an accident. Nothing to get. Sending Zhao Hangman away, Zhao Qing hurriedly called Zhao Shaowan to his study. Shaowan, how did you meet Shin-chi today? What happened after you met Shin-chi? Tell me everything. Don't leave out a single detail. Zhao Shaowan now also realized that Shin-chi's identity was not ordinary, so she told everything that happened after meeting Shin-chi from noon at 100 Fragrant House, of which the most important part was naturally the red roasted meat. But just the red roast meat, also not enough to make Shin-chi has such a high status position. So the two people discussed to the end also did not have a so. After a long silence, Zhao Qing said, Shaowan, didn't you promise to treat Shin-yu to afternoon tea for a month? Starting tomorrow, your task will be to pry news about Shin-chi from Shin-yu, and it would be best if you can get on good terms with Shin-chi. Father, you won't be asking me to. Zhao Shaowan froze for a moment, an absurd thought popping up in her mind. Zhao Qing nodded. That's right, it's what you think. Shin-chi is Shin Han's distant uncle. He doesn't have such a close relationship with our Zhao family. If you can handle Shin-chi, it will definitely be extremely beneficial to our Zhao family. Zhao Shaowan was instantly speechless. How could she have never imagined that a country bumpkin that she couldn't look down on no matter what at noon today, in the blink of an eye became a big shot that made even their Zhao family want to find ways to curry favor with. But the problem was that her impression of Shin-chi was still stuck on the hillbilly. Chapter 30. Have you ever seen this type of braking? On the road that the Zhao family traveled to the Shin family, a fully loaded dump truck was ready to go, just waiting to receive a signal to start in full force. Now it is more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Not the peak time of traffic. The road is not too many cars. As long as the calculation of the right time, this fully loaded dump truck can easily hit a certain car to scrap, even if it is worth millions of Mercedes-Benz Big G. Shin-chi and Shin-yu, two people, also did not go to other places, directly returned to the Shin family, did not even notice the impending danger. The intersection turned green. Shin-chi stepped on the gas. Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly start, just crossed the stop line. From the left intersection rushed out a fully loaded dump truck. Look at this situation is to grab the yellow light to come, but unfortunately did not count the time. Cannot cross the stop line during the yellow light, so this is straight to the Mercedes-Benz Big G Shin-chi drove to come. Shin-chi cultivation deep, even if not deliberately pay attention, can also notice the things that happen around. In the dump truck to extremely fast speed rushed over. His right hand is very casual popped a bit. Originally can directly hit them. The dump truck was suddenly stopped, as if hit an invisible and solid wall. Dump truck head instantly deformed. The cockpit was completely flattened. Inside the people simply cannot live down. The front end of the dump truck was instantly deformed. The cockpit was completely crushed. The people inside could not survive. Subsequently, because of the huge inertia of the dump truck, the body overturned. A car of dirt all sprinkled in the intersection, directly to the traffic blocked. However, the Mercedes-Benz Big G that Shin-Chi drove was not affected in any way and passed through the intersection calmly. Shin-Yu still heard the movement of the dump truck overturned before noticing the existence of the dump truck. The heart gave birth to a few moments of fear. If not the dump truck stopped, they are afraid that the true Mercedes-Benz Big G will suffer. Second grandfather. Just now that dump truck. Shin-Chi's tone was flat. Oh, nothing. That driver is a good person. A look at the fast hitting us. Hastily braked, resulting in a rollover. Otherwise we would have been hit. Really? Shin-Yu was a little skeptical. A fully loaded dump truck wanting to brake completely is not an easy thing. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many accidents related to dump trucks. So that dump truck just now, did it really stop on its own? She seemed to see that the front end of the dump truck had obvious deformation. Could it be that braking sharply could cause the front end to have serious deformation? Can't figure it out. Shin-Chi leisurely drove away, did not put this matter on his mind at all. For him, this would have been an insignificant matter. As for whether the dump truck driver was instructed by someone, is it important? When this dump truck driver chose to grab the yellow light at the intersection, it was destined that he would not have any good results, and it was only this time that he encountered Shin-Chi. If it was replaced by another car, it might make how many families broken. So Shin-Chi did not feel guilty at all about the death of that driver. 10 minutes after Shin-Chi's two left, several traffic police arrived, and after checking the surrounding situation and accessing the intersection surveillance, everyone was silent. This matter? What do you think? Can't see it. I've been a traffic cop for more than 10 years, and it's the first time I've seen a dump truck that can brake in this way. Can this be called braking? This is clearly hitting something very hard. Otherwise how could the driver's cab be severely deformed? Can't you see that the driver's body is almost turned into mush? Don't you talk nonsense. We're traffic police. We have to have a basis for making any judgment. And I also know that a dump truck is bound to hit something to change like this. But the question is, did you guys see any dump truck hit anything? No. Several traffic police officers shook their heads in unison. That's what's strange. There's obviously nothing around. So why was the dump truck able to stop at such a fast speed? And the front end of the vehicle also produced such a severe deformation? This is simply not something we can figure out. Then, how to deal with this matter? First deal with it according to the dump truck's sharp braking causing a rollover. Send people to clean up the scene and clear the traffic. The key video should not be leaked out. I will report to the higher-ups on this matter. Do you all remember that? Yes. While many traffic police were busy dealing with the dump truck accident, Sun-san also received the latest news. His face was quite ugly. As a mastermind who had created multiple accidents in Golden City, Sun-san would make foolproof arrangements when doing anything, like this car accident targeting Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu. Not only did he arrange for a dump truck, he also arranged for other people to be near the intersection. There are two people who won't show up and are only responsible for shooting the video, and when the time comes, they will use the video as evidence to ask for money from Chung Shishan. The other part of the people are able to show up. If the dump truck failed to kill Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu, they will pretend to be the dump truck driver's companion, and Shin-Chi and their conflict, secretly underhandedly completely kill two people. Unfortunately, the dump truck failed to hit the Mercedes-Benz Big G, and the people arranged by Sun-san did not play any role other than sending back a video. But it is this video that makes Sun-san alarmed. The video of the dump truck at a very fast speed toward the Mercedes-Benz Big G rushed over, but do not know what hit. The front end of the car instantly deformed. The whole car also stopped. A fully loaded dump truck. The total weight of the car cargo nearly more than 30 tons. In such a horrible weight, how can it be braked in such a short distance? Unless it hits something extremely hard and heavy. But the problem is, he didn't see the dump truck collide with anything at all in the video. So what the hell is going on? Sixth son, you were at the scene. What exactly happened then? How did the dump truck get hit like this? Third brother, I also don't know. Before clearly all well. The dump truck is only less than 5 meters away from the Mercedes-Benz Big G, but who knows suddenly like this? Sixth son trembled, paused for a few seconds, and said tentatively, Third brother, I heard that yesterday there was a bolt of lightning that fell on the Shin family from Jongchi Peak, which is hundreds of kilometers away, and there are a lot of people who say that the Shin family has a high person's guidance, and that's why they were able to save the day. So this car accident, could it be related to that bolt of lightning, or that high person as well? Noisy. Sun-san exploded a foul mouth. Less ing making excuses for me. If something isn't done right, it's not done right. How dare you talk about feudal superstitions here? How dare you believe the rumors on the internet? I can do the same thing with a little money. If someone in the Shin family could really stop a 30-ton dump truck, why would they bother? Wouldn't it be better to just go out and destroy the Chang family? Sixth son lowered his head, not daring to breathe a single breath. He also really couldn't figure out how a 30-odd-ton dump truck suddenly stopped. Sun-san took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Immediately disconnect the line of dump trucks. No one is allowed to get involved. Understand? Yes. Also, continue to send people to keep an eye on Shinshio and Shinyu's movements. I don't believe I can't handle their two little children." Chapter 31. This is going to be a little tough. Although the traffic police have used all kinds of methods to prevent the video of the dump truck rollover from leaking, but there are too many big gods on the internet. The video of the dump truck side 3 is still booming in the major media. And at this time, Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu have returned to the Shin family. Shin-Hong had also drunk a lot at noon in order to entertain the many family heads and bank presidents who had come from the capital. But when he heard that Shin-Chi had returned, he immediately sobered up. This was the Shin family's old ancestor, a god who could make the many families from the capital bow with just his own strength. How could he not honor it? Old second uncle, you're back. Little Yu hasn't slowed you down, right? No, quite well, Shin-Chi casually said, sitting on the sofa. Come to the pot of tea. The one I drank this morning is still good. Good, Xiao Yu. Hurry up and give to go make tea. Just take the one in the study that is the best pour, Shin-Hong hurriedly said, afraid of slowing down Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi looked at Shin-Hong's appearance, slightly shook his head. Shin-Hong, you don't need to be so formal. I don't have so much to talk about. This time out is mainly to take a break. If you keep doing this, I can't stay. Don't. You must not be like this. Shin-Hong was anxious. You are the old ancestor of our Shin family. It's only right for me to be respectful to you. Xiaoyu and Xiao, they don't know your identity. If there is any rudeness, you take it easy. Shin-Chi was helpless in his heart. It seemed that wanting Shin-Hong to change his attitude towards him was not something that could be done overnight. It seems that there is still a big difference between people who are older and young people's mindset. Shin-Hong saw that Shin-Chi did not speak, and took out the jade pendant again. Old ancestor, this is your jade pendant. As soon as I came back today, Chior gave me the jade pendant. Only at that time I was too busy and didn't take care of it, and now it's time to return it to you. Shin-Chi did not take the jade pendant, but said, this jade pendant will be given to Shin-Shio. Today when he came back on the road almost had an accident. This jade pendant is not bad to leave to Shin-Shio for defense. Accident? What accident? Shin-Hong instantly became nervous. Old ancestor, are you alright? It's fine. I've lived for hundreds of years. What could be wrong? It's just a car accident. Shin-Chi's words changed. For the Chang family, how do you plan to deal with it? Shin-Hong reacted extremely quickly and immediately understood Shin-Chi's meaning. You are saying that this car accident today was arranged by Chang Shishan? Shin-Chi did not speak. There were some things that did not need to be said too clearly. The appearance of that dump truck this afternoon was too coincidental for people to be suspicious. However, Shin-Hong was the head of the Shin family, and Shin-Hong knew more about the current society than Shin-Chi, so Shin-Chi would not intervene too much in the decisions made by Shin-Hong. If changed into 80 years ago, Shin-Chi will not care, so say. As long as someone has caused his suspicion, that absolutely will not be merciful. Direct action on the line. Shin-Hong turned around the room twice and said, Old ancestor, there is no need to rush about the Chang family. Now that our Shin family has gotten a large amount of money injected into it, no matter if it is a real estate company or a financial company, it can all come to life in a short period of time. By then, with our Shin family's position in the Golden City, we don't have to spend much time at all if we want to deal with the Chang family. But if we rashly make a move against the Chang family at this time, it will instead be easy to leave a trail of words that will not be conducive to our Shin family's future development. That's why I think it's better not to move the Chang family without solid evidence. However, starting tomorrow, I will have Shin-Shio go and collect evidence of the Chang family's secret calculations against our Shin family, and then we will be able to deal with Chang Shishan in a legitimate manner as well. Shin-Chi nodded. Alright, you watch over this matter. If you encounter any difficulties, talk to me. By the way, don't call me old ancestor in the future. Just call me second uncle, so as not to make any mistakes in the future. This, Shin-Hong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Yes, since Shin-Chi didn't even care, he, as a junior, naturally couldn't say anything more. Second uncle, I have already arranged a room for someone. Before it was my father who was living, then after my father passed away it has been empty. This morning I let someone pack it out. I will take you over to take a look. Okay. Shin-Chi got up. Just have Shin-Yu send the tea over there as well later. After settling Shin-Chi, Shin-Hong opened his cell phone and soon saw the video of the dump truck overturning. At the sight of the scene where the dump truck suddenly stopped and the front end was severely deformed, Shin-Hong froze at once. Hit something? Shin-shi had just said in a cloudy manner that it was just a car accident, but only when he personally saw the scene, he knew how dangerous it was at that time. Once the fully loaded dump truck hit, not to mention the millions of Mercedes-Benz Big G, even if it is worth millions of luxury cars, it should be treated as scrap. The people in the car, there is absolutely no possibility of being spared, but is such a terrible dump truck, but in an instant stopped. This is what kind of means to do. Probably besides Shin-shi, who had cultivated for hundreds of years, there was no second person, right? If Shin Hong was still skeptical about Shin-shi's various powerful means before, after seeing this video, he was completely convinced. His own old ancestor, that was definitely a god. At the same time, he also believed that this was definitely Chang Shishan's handiwork. Thinking about it this way, it was still a bit wrong for him to deal with Chang Shishan in such a manner this morning, without full certainty of destroying the Chang family in a short period of time. He shouldn't have pushed Chang Shishan to the brink of extinction. Now Chang Shishan had started to do whatever he could in order to avenge Chang Shangnan, but he had become tied up in everything he did because the Shin family had gotten through the hard times. Perhaps it would be a good choice to let the old ancestor step in and use strong-arm tactics to exterminate the Chang family? It didn't take much. As long as Chang Shishan was killed, the Chang family would be completely out of luck, and naturally, it wouldn't be possible to pose any threat to the Shin family anymore. However, he had just said in front of Shin-shi that he didn't need Shin-shi's help, and going to Shin-shi for help at this time, would it make Shin-shi think that he was incapable? No way, absolutely not. He was the head of the Shin family. He couldn't leave an impression of being useless in front of his old ancestor. After pondering for a moment, Shin Hong called Shin Shou to the study. Father, you are looking for me? Shin Hong nodded his head and took out the jade pendant first. This jade pendant was given to you by your second grandfather. This jade pendant is my second grandfather's? Shin Shou froze for a moment. He was the one who personally brought this jade pendant to the Wang family in the capital yesterday, so of course he knew how much weight this jade pendant actually had. If it wasn't for this jade pendant, the capital city Wang family wouldn't have helped their Shin family at all. What's more, on the way to the capital, it was this jade pendant that saved his life and gave him enough confidence to dare to face the authority of the capital city Wang family head-on. Before this, he had always thought that this jade pendant belonged to Shin Hong, and that this matter of him traveling to the capital to ask for help from the Wang family was also arranged by Shin Hong. But he did not expect that today. Shin Hong told him that this jade pendant belonged to Shin-shi? Could it be that the reason why their Shin family was able to get through this difficult time was because of Shin-shi, the distant uncle from the countryside? This was a bit hard to accept. Chapter 32, Don't talk nonsense when you're a little doll. Shin Hong saw the expression on Shin-shi's face and knew what he was thinking, and said, don't think too much. This jade pendant is indeed your second grandfather's thing, and it's also your second grandfather's credit that our Shin family was able to get through this difficult time. Remember? Shin Shou nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Although Shin Hong had already made it very clear, Shin Shou still had an unreal feeling in her heart about your second grandfather's origin. You should not mention it to anyone. You must remember it. Shin Hong again purposely urged a sentence, then said, this time called you over. There are other arrangements. Starting tomorrow, you have to first start investigating why our Shin family's real estate company and financial company has such a big mistake. As soon as possible to find the evidence of Chang family's secret hands. Can you do it? Can. Shin Shou puffed out his chest and raised his head. Father, don't worry. This time I'll definitely investigate the matter clearly, and I'll definitely double what the Chang family has done to us. Good. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Shin Hong got up and handed his cell phone to Shin Shou. But there is a video that you still need to watch. Shin Shou took the phone. What was playing on it was exactly the video of the dump truck overturning, and what also appeared in the video was his Mercedes-Benz Big G. Father, could it be that the Chang family is up to no good? Shin Shou, as Shin Hong's internalized heir to the family head, was very sensitive to all sorts of things, and with just a glance, he could see what was meant behind this matter. Shin Hong said in a deep voice, that's right, this is definitely Chang Shishan playing a trick. His son died, so he will definitely deal with you and Xiao Yu. This is also why I want you to investigate the Chang family as soon as possible. If Chang Shishan doesn't die, we, the Shin family, won't have any peace. Yes, I understand, Shin Shou once again assured. I will definitely find evidence of the Chang family secretly counting on us as soon as possible, and exterminate the Chang family in one fell swoop, so that Chang Shishan can go and reunite with his son. Chang family. Chang Shishan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Sitting in front of him was Sun San, Chang family master. After seeing this video, do you still think that me raising the price is a very excessive request? Chang Shishan let out a cold snort. Sun San, don't think that I don't know the market. When other clans come to you for work, a human life is just $1 million, and those with a more special status can increase the price. This time, I gave a sky-high price of $100 million for you to kill 2 people. How dare you ask me to raise the price? Aren't you afraid that you'll eat your fill? Sun San leaned back in his chair casually and let out a light laugh. Doing business, there is always a bargaining process. Now what is the situation of your Chang family? I think Chang family master knows better than me. Otherwise how could you possibly offer such a price? If it were yesterday, not to mention 100 million, 1 million and I would have dared to send the 2 little waifs, Shin Xiao and Shin Yu, to the western paradise. But today, it's really different. Although Sun San has always disbelieved in ghosts and gods, otherwise why hasn't he been retributed for all the bad things he's done? It's just that this video of the dump truck overturning was really weird, and he didn't want to waste it, so he came to find Cheng Shishan to see if he could knock off another amount. Probably he could not have imagined that this move of his made Cheng Shishan's heart give birth to all kinds of conjectures and scruples. Yesterday when Chang Shangnan let people deal with Shin Xiao, he also used similar means. Shin Xiao's car had obviously been hit and severely deformed, but Shin Xiao was unharmed. How can this be explained? Could it be that the Shin family really had the help of someone high up? Seeing that Cheng Shishan did not speak, Sun San immediately got up and made a gesture to leave. Since Cheng family master doesn't think it's appropriate, then let's forget about this matter. Wait! Cheng Shishan hurriedly called out to Sun San, how much are you going to add? It wasn't that Cheng Shishan wanted the price, but he had to do it. And Sun San had precisely seen this point, so he dared to take advantage of the fire at this time. Killing Shin Xiao and Shin Yu would not only allow Shin Hong to experience the pain of losing a loved one, it would also be able to effectively combat the Shin family's anger, letting the many families in Golden City know that the struggle between their Chang family and the Shin family was not yet over. Sun San smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. $50 million, how about it? No, it's too much. $20 million at most. Then please ask the Chang family master to find another way. Sun San once again turned to leave. Wait. Cheng Shishan almost gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. $50 million, just $50 million. But you have to promise to make things clean. Shin Chi didn't have the habit of sleeping, or rather, for the current Shin Chi, sleeping or not sleeping, there was no difference. Only this time, he was out for a break, and he couldn't be significantly different in his living habits, so he slept in his bed last night, and as a result, he woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, bored in the room. Shin Chi came to the front yard, only to find that only the servants in the Shin family's old mansion got up and got busy. Shin Hong, Shin Xiao and Shin Yu and others did not get up at all. For modern people, waking up early, indeed not very realistic. In desperation, Shin Chi came out from the front yard and took advantage of the early morning to go for a walk outside. Out of the Shin family gate, Shin Chi walked to the left. When he went out yesterday, he remembered that there was a garden over here, and it was quite nice to go for a walk in the park in the early morning. After arriving at the park, Shin Chi realized that the park is really lively. There are already quite a lot of people exercising here. The younger ones running, their foreheads have already begun to sweat, the older ones walking fast, and then some older ones can box in the park's plaza. There is a vibrant scene everywhere. Seeing such a scene, Shin Chi also couldn't help but laugh out. This is the vigor that life should have. It has nothing to do with age. He was not interested in running, and came to the square to watch these older people boxing. Said boxing, in fact, in Shin Chi's view is just fancy boxing, but to a certain extent it can really play the effect of strengthening the body. After watching the square for a few minutes, a hale and hearty old man attracted Shin Chi's attention. This old man was not only in a much better state of mind than the other old men, but more importantly, when he was boxing, there was a hidden flow of dark energy, which was not just fancy boxing, but a boxing technique that really had the power to kill. Yesterday when Shin Chi and Shin Yu went out, they also learned a lot about the current society, and one of the important points was that the real martial arts began to wither. More than 100 years ago, although the Xia kingdom was plunged into chaos, the people at that time attached great importance to martial arts, and there were also many high achievers. But unfortunately, with the establishment of the Xia kingdom, the society became more and more stable, and science and technology continued to develop, and the martial arts slowly withdrew from the stage of history, and it was more reduced to a kind of performance of flowery style, which made Shin Chi feel very sorry. So here to see a person who was truly skilled in martial arts, Shin Chi was still very interested. The old man who was boxing also noticed Shin Chi's expression, but he didn't immediately strike up a conversation with Shin Chi. But after he finished boxing all the way, he wiped his sweat with a towel and came to Shin Chi's side. Young man, are you also interested in the old man's boxing? Shin Chi said. The old man's boxing is exquisite. I think he has been practicing for decades, right? That's right. Speaking of boxing, the old man's demeanor changed, obviously much more spirited. Young man, I won't hide it from you. I was weak and sickly since I was a child. I saw many doctors but couldn't do it. Then I met my master. He passed on this set of boxing to me. and let me practice it diligently every day. As a result, guess what? 1 month of practicing boxing, I feel much better mental state. My body also has strength. Practicing boxing half a year, I have no more problems of this frail and sickly. Practicing boxing for 1 year, my body has already outperformed the normal people. Since then I have practiced every day. Until now, surprisingly, I am not sick. My body is healthy. You do not look at my mental state is so good. In fact, I have 86 today. Counting. Should be about the same age as your grandfather. Shin-chi laughed. 86 years old and want to be about the same age as his grandfather. Your joke can be a bit interesting. However, Shin-chi didn't really care about this. After all, this old man didn't know Shin-chi's identity either. In today's situation where martial arts were withering away, it was really not easy to meet such an old man. So Shin-chi decided to instruct the other party a little bit, and perhaps allow the other party to go further. This boxing method of yours is indeed good, but to be honest, there are still some places where this boxing method can be improved. Why don't I point it out to you? Without waiting for Shin-chi to finish, the old man's face drooped. The old man has been practicing boxing for decades, and now at the age of 86 years old he is still alive and well, with no illnesses, and this boxing method is also personally taught by the old man's master. You, a little doll, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 33, Lost This Way? Shin-chi shook his head slightly when he saw the old man with such an attitude. His intention was to help the old man improve his boxing. After all, this set of boxing was precious to the old man, but in Shin-chi's view, it was nothing at all. Just now, he was also on the spur of the moment. He did not expect the old man to react so strongly, so he had to stop. Shin-chi, after all, was a person who had lived for hundreds of years, and was not so bad as to cross the line with an 86-year-old junior. Since the other party was unwilling, then forget it. The old man saw Shin-chi shaking his head and retreating. His heart was even more upset. If Shin-chi was really capable, then not only would he not be angry, he would also have admiration for Shin-chi. But if Shin-chi clearly had no ability, yet he was still blabbering here, he could not accept it. Young man, don't go. Let's make things clear. It's not that old me I must have a hard time with you, but this set of boxing is passed down by my master. Not only saved my life, but also allowed me to prolong my life. No disease. So the old man is very respectful of this set of boxing, and the master his old man is even more extremely respectful. And you just said that this set of boxing still has shortcomings. That's doubting my master. In this case, you always have to give the old man a statement. Shin-chi saw that the old man had such an attitude, then suddenly remembered that more than 100 years ago, people practicing martial arts had extremely heavy gateway views, and various factions fought with each other lugubriously, and no one obeyed anyone. If someone dared to say behind the back that whoever's kung fu was not good, it would definitely cause the other party to resent and even fight, unless the party expressing the opinion was a big brother of one side, extremely majestic, which could make the party being judged not dare to speak out. In fact, Shin-chi is a real big brother, but this old man in front of him does not know. He is 86 years old, learned the real kung fu at the same time, the faction of people practicing martial arts, also inherited, so there will be such an obvious reaction. If Shin-chi didn't tell the truth today, this old man would definitely still be aggressive until he admitted his mistake. This matter originally has no obvious right or wrong, just two people's position is different. Since this was the case, Shin-chi also had no choice but to take it. Old man, does the fist technique you are practicing have a name? Naturally, there is. The old man's face showed a few proud colors. When master his old man passed on this set of boxing to me, he said that this set of boxing is called the internal soft boxing. It is about practicing in the internal. Softness overcomes hardness. The old man practiced for decades, and now he has been a little bit accomplished. Although a fist down can't open the monument and break the stone, but like the young man you like this, hitting 3 or 5 of them will not be a problem. Shin-chi laughed. Old man, people who practice martial arts focus on cultivating the heart, cannot have too much fury. That's right, people who practice martial arts first focus on cultivating the heart. So even though the old man has accomplished his cultivation, he will not easily fight with people. If not for your outburst, the old man will not bother with you. If you can't say anything, apologize to the old man once again. Apologize to the old man's master. And this matter today, it's also settled. The old man lightly stroked his beard, with an appearance of giving Shin-chi a step down. Shin-chi said, "No, you are wrong. I will not apologize, because your set of boxing is indeed a little inadequate. If you do not believe, we can spar. I guarantee that you cannot touch my corner of the clothes for half a point, and within 3 strokes, I will be able to win you." The old man's hand that was lightly stroking his beard froze at once. Young man, don't talk big here. Look at your young age. Even if you started practicing martial arts since you came out of your mother's womb, it's only 20 years of hard work. How can you compare to me? Don't say that I can't touch you, and that you can beat me in 3 moves. Seeing that you are young and vigorous, I will give you another chance. Shin-chi took 2 steps back. There is no need. Old sir, please make a move. Whether what I said is right or not, one test will tell. In that case, then the old man will not be polite. The old man had originally built up fire in his heart. He did not want to make a move with Shin-chi, but Shin-chi did not know how to appreciate it. Then he did not have to be polite. At most, he would leave a little bit of mercy when he made a move, and give this latter a lesson. But just don't hurt him, please. At the sound of his words, the old man took up a stance. His feet were separated, his fists were raised, and his aura was instantly raised. There were also quite a number of old men boxing beside them. They heard the conversation between Shin-chi and the old man, and had long since stopped their hand movements, with the intention of watching the fun. They are all regular customers of this park. For the old man's internal soft fist or some understanding. Many years ago there were once 5 strong men in the trouble here. Is the old man with internal soft fist subdued? Visible, this old man's boxing is really powerful. So this time, when they heard Shin-chi said that the old man's boxing skills were insufficient, they couldn't help but feel in their hearts, nowadays, young people are really low-eyed. Obviously they don't have much ability, and they still look down on this, look down on that. The old man did not care much about how the people around him, he and other old people boxing in the park is different. Is a real martial arts practitioner stable? If not, Shin-chi said something taboo, he would not be so laborious. Shin-chi still stood in place, his demeanor relaxed, without any preparatory stance. Seeing this, the old man could not help but frown. Young man, what kind of punches are you going to use? It's better to prepare early so that you won't be too late later. Shin-chi shook his head. No need to prepare. Start. The old man saw that Shin-chi was so braggadocious, he couldn't help but let out another soft grunt. His feet exerted force, and the whole person leaped out like a rabbit. Moving like a rabbit was probably just like that. However, the old man's speed was fast. Shin-chi's speed was even faster. When the old man made his starting stance, Shin-chi could see how the old man was going to attack, and slightly sidestepped to avoid the old man's attack. After that, the old man continuously attacked strongly, but really can't even touch the corner of Shin-chi's clothes. After a dozen moves, the old man's face became more and more serious. Before making the move, he only felt that Shin-chi didn't have much ability, but after making the move, he realized that Shin-chi wasn't that simple at all. Don't look at Shin-chi didn't fight back, but from the fact that Shin-chi was able to dodge all of his attacks in a cloudy manner, it can be seen that Shin-chi must have some skills. Just as the old man thought this in his mind, Shin-chi once again dodged the old man's attack and lightly slapped his right hand on the old man's back before drifting back again. Don't look at Shin-chi just lightly tapped, but the old man's face changed greatly at this moment. By this time, the old man was no longer lucky. Shin-chi could easily avoid his attack. The shot must be extraordinary. Only Shin-chi in order to take care of his face. So just to the point, coupled with Shin-chi's extremely fast strikes. In addition to him, the next few boxing old man simply did not see what happened, only felt that the old man suddenly stopped after a dozen or so consecutive attacks. Shin-chi took 2 steps back and slightly arched his hand. I apologize. The surrounding old men froze. This is losing? We haven't even seen what's going on yet. Chapter 34, we said we'd be girlfriends together. And you? The old man looked at Shin-chi in a daze, unable to say a word. The standard for martial arts practitioners to judge whether a person is right or wrong is actually very simple. That is to fight. Whoever wins is right. Now that Shin-chi had won, the old man, even if he had been practicing martial arts for a long time between, he had to hold his nose and admit it. Many thanks for the instruction. It's me who lost. Shin-chi laughed. In fact, he was also a little weak. He was a cultivator who had lived for hundreds of years, but he was actually competing with a person who practiced martial arts here. If it was spread out, he was afraid that this face would not be able to hang on. So after the sparring session, he still had to give the old man some favors, so that he could plug the old man's mouth. It doesn't really matter if you win or lose. If your goal in practicing boxing is to win, then you are going astray. I see that there are indeed some deficiencies in the fist you just practiced. Why don't I give you some pointers? And in time, it won't be difficult to make you go further. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Thank you for your kindness, but this set of inner soft fist was passed down by the master himself, and I don't dare to change it arbitrarily without the master's permission. So please forgive me, little friend. In that case, then I won't force myself. Shin-chi smiled. He could naturally see the old man's mind. It was not because the inner soft fist was passed down by the master so it could not be easily changed. It was clearly that the other party had lost the fight but was not convinced in his heart. That was why he did not want to accept Shin-chi's good intentions. He came to this park was unintentional, and did not necessarily say that he had to instruct the old man in boxing. The other party has clearly expressed his position. He will not rush to teach. It is a pity that this old man himself does not know how he missed a chance. After this little episode, Shin-chi left the garden to return to the Shin family, and that old man also did not have the mind to continue boxing, but followed Shin-chi from afar, wanting to see what Shin-chi is in the end, until he saw Shin-chi enter the Shin family's old mansion. The old man's face once again had some changes and turned to leave. Shin-chi, of course, knew that the old man was following behind him just now, but he knew that the old man did not have any malicious intent. According to Shin-chi's guess, most likely the old man was not convinced of defeat, and still wanted to get the scene back, so he had to find out his own details first. In this regard, Shin-chi will not say anything more. Martial arts practitioners are competitive. This is a phenomenon since ancient times. Even if the old man has already lived 86 years old, cannot change this fact. However, Shin-chi is also a little curious. This old man will use what methods to get back next time. When he returned to the Shin family, it was already after 6 o'clock, and the servants of the Shin family had already prepared breakfast, but Shin Hong didn't eat it, but waited for Shin-chi to come back before starting to eat breakfast. The two of them, Shin Xiao and Shin Yu, had also gotten up, and although they were both the children of rich families, they had been educated differently from others since they were young. The power of the Shin family gave them not privileges but more responsibilities. Shin Hong's requirements for them were even stricter. Sleeping in was absolutely non-existent. Shin Yu had already asked Shin Xiao last night, and had a better understanding of Shin-chi, and at the same time was surprised with Shin-chi's various means, and had more and more respect for Shin-chi, and completely lost yesterday's attitude of treating Shin-chi as a country bumpkin. Shin Hong put down the chopsticks and asked, "Second uncle, do you have any plans today?" Shin-chi shook his head. "Nothing planned. This time out is just a distraction. You should be busy with your business. Don't worry about me." Shin Hong of course could not do so, but looked at Shin Yu. "Xiao Yu, it's better to work hard for you today. Your brother has other things to do. Make sure to take care of second grandpa." Shin Yu nodded her head. She was now already full of curiosity about Shin-chi. She was very eager to turn out all the secrets in Shin-chi right now. Naturally she was also willing to take Shin-chi out for a walk. Anyway, for her, taking Shin-chi out for a break was similar to playing. "By the way, second uncle, you take this card." Shin Hong took out a bank card from his pocket. "There's $100 million in cash in here. You use it first, buy whatever you need to buy, and you can tell me if it's not enough." Shin Xiao and Shin Yu's hands holding chopsticks froze at once. They didn't hear it wrong, did they? $100 million? In this society nowadays, what could one buy that would cost as much as $100 million? When they were in college, their monthly pocket money didn't exceed 10,000, and they were at the bottom of the list amongst the many rich kids in Golden City. And now Shin Hong even prepared $100 million for Shin-chi in one go? This made them wonder, are they really pro-life? Shin-chi was not polite, put the bank card away and continued to eat. He now had a clearer concept of currency, and although 100 million was a lot, it was really nothing to him. Before his seclusion, the wealth he possessed was far superior to this. He was just too lazy to take it. After breakfast, Shin Hong and Shin Xiao both went to be busy. Shin Yu asked, "Second grandpa, how about I take you to buy a cell phone today? Nowadays it's not okay for people to go out and not bring a cell phone." Shin-chi nodded. "It's okay. Having a cell phone would indeed be much more convenient, and one could also adapt to the current society faster." At 8 o'clock in the morning, Shin-chi still drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G and brought Shin Yu out. As for Shin Xiao, he could only drive another car because he didn't dare to grab a car with Shin-chi at all. However, when Shin-chi and Shin Yu went out, they found a red Audi at the entrance, and as the window slowly fell down, Zhao Xiaowan took off her sunglasses and waved at Shin Yu. "Shin Yu, I have a beauty spa appointment today. Let's go together." Shin Yu looked at her cell phone. It was only just 8 o'clock. Which one goes to a beauty spa so early in the morning? Looking at Zhao Xiaowan, and then looking at Shin-chi next to her, Shin Yu suddenly understood that this best friend of hers coming over at this time was afraid that her motives were impure. "No, Xiaowan, I still have things to do this morning, so I won't accompany you. Let's go together some other day when we have time." After saying that, Shin Yu raised the car window and lowered her voice. "Second grandpa, let's hurry up and go, but don't let little Wan catch up." Shin-chi laughed, stepped on the gas, and the Mercedes Big G leapt out. Zhao Xiaowan saw that Shin Yu even ignored himself and hurriedly drove after him. Although the heart is reluctant, but yesterday Zhao Cheng specifically sent people to inquire, found that Shin-chi in the Shin family really has a pivotal position, so also spend a lot of effort to do ideological work for her. So she came early this morning to wait at the door of the Shin family's old mansion, is to want to have a chance to contact with Shin-chi. "I didn't expect Shin Yu to be so insensitive and talk about good girlfriends." Shin Yu saw Zhao Xiaowan driving behind her through the rearview mirror and let out a cold snort in her heart. "Zhao Xiaowan, Zhao Xiaowan, can your little mind still fool me? Your Zhao family knows my second grandfather's power and sent you over specifically to bring my second grandfather closer, right? We agreed to be bosom friends for the rest of our lives, but I didn't expect you to defect in the middle of the day. And quite my second grandma? You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 35, I have a pocket watch. At 8:30, Shin-Chi drove to the largest shopping center in Golden City, Golden City International, with Golden City International as the center. Within a radius of 2 kilometers was the busiest place in Golden City. Although it was 8:30, there were already a lot of people here, parking the Mercedes-Benz Big G in the parking space next to it. Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu went in. Zhao Xiaowan also hurriedly parked her car and chased after her. Shin-Yu usually had the best relationship with Zhao Xiaowan, but at this moment, she didn't want Zhao Xiaowan to show up at all, and her heart was very upset. Second grandpa, when Xiaowan comes over later, you must hold it. Shin-Chi was puzzled. Hold what? Shin-Yu still wanted to say something, but Zhao Xiaowan had already chased after him and could only stop. Shin-Yu, I finally caught up with you. Didn't we agree to go shopping together today? What are you running so fast for? Shin-Yu explained, plans can't catch up with changes. I have to accompany second grandpa to buy some things today, so I won't have time to accompany you for shopping. You go back first. Let's make another appointment when I have time. What are you saying? What kind of relationship do we have? Your business is my business. I don't have much to do anyway. I'll accompany you today. You won't be unwelcome, right? Zhao Xiaowan had a big grin on her face, and Shin-Yu couldn't refuse, so she could only agree. Shin-Chi did not care much whether Zhao Xiaowan came or not. Anyway, there is no impact. For him, Zhao Xiaowan and a decoration is almost the same. A line of 3 people came to the cell phone counter. Shin-Chi does not know much about cell phones. Let Shin-Yu give him advice. Shin-Yu said, today's mainstream cell phone is Huawei. Fruit, star these brands, of which Huawei is our summer country's brand. Okay, then Huawei. Shin-Chi directly interrupted Shin-Yu's words. Surprisingly, he didn't even want to have any understanding of the 2 brands, Fruit and Star. Second grandpa, don't you want to hear about the 2 brands of fruits and stars? Shin-Yu asked. Shin-Chi shook his head. No need. Since Fruit and Star are not of our Xia country, there is no need to listen. Only those who had experienced the era when Xia was backward and beaten could truly understand how important it was to have a strong independent brand. Shin-Chi has been closed for 80 years and does not know much about the outside world, but he also knows that choosing Huawei at this time is to support the national industry, and although the effect is not obvious, it is still a token of appreciation. Furthermore, Shin-Chi does not have high requirements for cell phones, and will not be as inseparable from cell phones as young people nowadays, as long as it can be used to contact. Shin-Yu immediately understood Shin-Chi's attitude, brought Shin-Chi to the Huawei counter, directly chose the latest model of Huawei cell phone, and then took out the cell phone card that had been prepared long ago and inserted it. This cell phone card was prepared by Shin Hong yesterday, and the number has been stored so that it can be contacted at any time. Shin-Chi's ability to adapt is still very fast. After picking up the cell phone and operating it for a while, he understood how to use it, and at the same time, he also understood why young people nowadays rely so much on cell phones, because this cell phone is obviously a window to a whole new world. As long as you get the cell phone, you can get all kinds of news constantly. If this was put in the 80 years ago, it would be a godly weapon. Putting away the cell phone, Shin-Chi began to walk out, and suddenly stopped when he passed a watch counter. Shin-Yu hurriedly followed him when he saw this. Second grandpa, buying a watch? For people in the upper class, a decent watch is essential, and very often a watch represents a person's level of taste. Shin-Chi, however, said, no, it's not to buy, but I have a pocket watch here that hasn't walked for many years. I don't know if it can be repaired here. Pocket watch? Repair? Shin-Yu froze for a moment. What era is this? Pocket watches are already outdated. Only a very few people would wear a pocket watch. Everyone else would have long since replaced it with a wristwatch. However, thinking that this second grandfather of his own family came down from the countryside and was wearing an outdated robe when he came, so having an outdated pocket watch didn't seem to be a strange thing. Zhao Xiaowan was also very strange in her heart, and at the same time, an idea also popped up. A person who came down from the countryside and brought a pocket watch that hadn't been going for a long time, then most likely this pocket watch wasn't a branded item, and most likely couldn't be repaired here at the counter, because the counters that could enter Golden City International were all world brands, and they also provided after-sales service only for their own brand of goods. Shin-Yu said in an uncertain tone, I don't know if it can be repaired. Let's go inside and ask. If it's not reparable here, we'll just change the place, or we'll just buy a new one. Anyway, this time out Shin-Chi has a 100 million bank card in his hand, not to mention buying a watch. Even if you buy a car to buy a house is enough. The 3 entered the counter, and the clerk in the counter immediately greeted them with a smile. Hello, welcome to Patek Philippe. May I ask what the three of you need? Shinchi flipped his right hand and an old pocket watch appeared in his hand. You help to see if this pocket watch can still be repaired. The clerk hurriedly took it with both hands for a closer look, his face growing more and more serious. After experiencing yesterday's robe incident, Shinyu no longer dared to underestimate anything Shinchi took out, especially when she saw the shopkeeper's serious look. She followed suit and vaguely saw a line of letters on the cover of the pocket watch, Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, the true giant of the watchmaking industry. As of now, the most elementary mechanical wristwatches from Patek Philippe cost over $100,000. And among the many styles of Patek Philippe wristwatches, a random selection would cost millions of dollars, with the top models reaching tens of millions of dollars. To be able to own a Patek Philippe pocket watch, even if it was an outdated style, even if it was already broken and not walking, it was enough to prove that Shinchi had a great deal of origin before. Shinyu couldn't help but take 2 steps back and came outside the counter. Only then did he notice the name of the counter, Patek Philippe. Could it be that second grandpa had seen the Patek Philippe's counter and that was why he remembered that there was such a pocket watch? Shinyu's gaze towards Shinchi changed once again. Sure enough, this second grandpa of his own family, there were still a lot of secrets. Zhao Xiaowan's observation was not as careful as Shinyu's, but she knew the purpose of her coming over and came in front of the shopkeeper. Hello, can this pocket watch still be repaired? The clerk revealed a difficult look and raised her head to look at Shinchi. Sir, this pocket watch of yours is a style I haven't seen before, so I don't dare to be able to fix it. Before Shinchi could say anything, Zhao Xiaowan frowned first. An unseen style? What do you mean? Seeing Zhao Xiaowan reacting so strongly, the clerk hurriedly explained. It's like this. Our Patek Philippe counter's after-sales service is only for Patek Philippe's, and the pocket watch that this gentleman has taken out is a bit old, and I'm not too sure if it's one of our Patek Philippe styles. So, Zhao Xiaowan understood this time. So you suspect that the pocket watch we took out is a fake? The clerk hurriedly shook his head. No, I didn't mean that. Although he said this on his lips, the clerk's behavior was already obvious. How could a piece of a model he had never seen before be from Patek Philippe? Patek Philippe was a giant in the watchmaking industry, and he didn't know how many small workshops would fraudulently use Patek Philippe's trademark, and this wasn't the first time he had encountered such a thing. Shinyu also couldn't help but frown. Patek Philippe's clerk didn't act excessively, and had extremely high professionalism, and generally wouldn't look at it wrong. If even the clerk hadn't seen such a style, then did it mean that Shinchi's piece of pocket watch was really a piece of cottage goods? Although yesterday's robe time gave Shinyu a great surprise, but Shinchi is after all from the countryside. The robe was made by Shinchi's great-grandfather, but it is impossible for Shinchi's great-grandfather to make out another pocket watch, right? So, second grandpa had been tricked? Chapter 36, no way? Again? Shinyu hesitated and asked, second grandpa, look, this pocket watch, did you buy it? Of course not. Shinchi coughed. He remembered that this piece of pocket watch was bought before his seclusion, and it was at least 80 years old from now, and he claimed to the public that he was 24 years old, so it definitely couldn't have been bought by him. This was also left to me by my great-grandfather, but I can be sure that this is definitely a Patek Philippe pocket watch, only that it's been a bit too long, so many people probably don't know about it. Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan nodded their heads. If that was the case, then it would make sense. After all, a pocket watch that was manufactured decades ago, it was normal for this shopkeeper to not recognize it. Did you hear that? This is definitely your Patek Philippe's model. If you don't recognize it, that's because you don't know enough. The clerk was already getting upset in his heart, but out of professionalism, he still had to keep a smile on his face. Sir, I'm not doubting the origin of this pocket watch, but it's true that we don't have such a pocket watch at Patek Philippe, and if you must have it repaired, I would suggest that you still choose a more professional organization. The words were polite, but the meaning expressed was already obvious. This is not our Patek Philippe stuff, so don't come and make trouble. Shinyu and Zhao Xiaowan were a bit angry, but Shinchi was not angry at all. After all, he was a person who had lived for hundreds of years, and his composure was different from the norm, so how could he possibly have any changes because of the sales clerk's attitude? In that case, then not waiting for Shinchi's words to finish, the clerk suddenly looked towards the door. His eyes lit up and hurriedly welcomed him out. Master Zhou, you are here. Come on, have a seat. I'll pour you some tea. Although the clerk had received extremely strict training and would not underestimate any of the guests because of their attire, demeanor, and so on, the clerk's reaction would still change significantly if a valued guest arrived. For example, in front of this old man Zhou, at first glance as the counter's guests, Master Zhou sat down smilingly and asked, Xiao Chen, the pocket watch that I put here with you last time, is it fixed? Fixed. Xiao Chen walked out with a cup of hot tea. How could I dare to neglect what your old man explained? You wait here, I'll take it out for you right away. Don't, I can't wait. I'll go with you. this piece of pocket watch is something I just found. I like it a lot. Master Zhou couldn't even care about drinking tea, following Xiao Chen towards the inside of the counter. Normally speaking, the inside of the counter of a specialty shop was not allowed to allow outsiders to enter. But at this moment, Master Zhou was no longer an outsider in Xiao Chen's opinion. When Xinyu saw the clerk being so attentive to Elder Zhou, her heart was also a bit upset. If there was no Elder Zhou, she would have felt that the sales clerk's behavior towards them was moderate. There were no highlights, but there was no rudeness either. But with Elder Zhou as a comparison, it wouldn't work. As for this Elder Zhou, she also knew that he was a famous collector in Golden City, and it was said that in order to place those collectibles of his, he had gone out of his way to buy a building in the downtown area of Golden City, and hired a dozen or so servants to clean it every day, so that it could never be messed up by half. It is because of this, Master Zhou is quite prestigious in the Golden City. Who got what strange things? Well, let Master Zhou give a look. Coupled with the fact that Master Zhou is kind to people, but also from the disputes between the many families in Golden City, even if Shin Hong see Master Zhou have to be taken seriously, do not dare to have the slightest carelessness. According to the gossip, the old man Zhou came to the Golden City is actually to pension, behind the energy represented by a great deal. Only a pity that after so many years, so many people in the Golden City want to investigate, but there is not a result. So even though they knew that they had been given the cold shoulder, the two of them, Shin Qi and Zhao Shaowan, didn't dare to have any opinions. After all, the energy of their two juniors couldn't be compared to that of Elder Zhou. The sales clerk Xiao Chen walked in front. Elder Zhou followed behind with his hands behind his back. When he passed by the maintenance operation desk, Elder Zhou stopped at once, and the sales clerk Xiao Chen hadn't realized it yet. Master Zhou, this piece of your pocket watch is really something. Not only is the workmanship very fine, but there is also a very important commemorative significance. Manufactured 50 years ago, there are only 30 pieces. Each piece is very rare. The clerk Xiao Chen opened the door of the storehouse only to realize that Master Zhou did not follow him up, and looking back, he found that Master Zhou stopped at the maintenance desk. Master Zhou, what are you looking at? Elder Zhou's breathing suddenly became rapid and his hands trembled a little as he pointed at the antique pocket watch on the maintenance bench and asked, Xiao Chen, this pocket watch, did you guys just collect it? Xiao Chen was confused for a moment, then remembered that the pocket watch Shin Qi had just asked him to repair was still on the maintenance table, and hurriedly rushed over. Master Zhou, you mean, this pocket watch? Yes, this is the piece. Master Zhou's complexion carried a clear excitement. Is this watch for sale? I'm willing to offer $50 million. Boom! Xiao Chen only felt his head explode. $50 million. What is the concept of $50 million? Nowadays, a top-notch Patek Philippe mechanical wristwatch is only worth tens of millions of dollars. Such an old pocket watch, and it's still broken, can be worth $50 million? Shen Yu and Zhao Shaowan were also confused. They looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Am I hearing this right? Such an old and outdated pocket watch is worth $50 million? Shen Yu inwardly, second grandpa, you are giving me another surprise. I can't, I have to go back and talk to my father. I can't bring you out tomorrow. If this goes on, my heart must have a problem. Inside Zhao Shaowan, sure enough, it's true. Shen Yu, this second grandfather has come from an unusual background. The first shot is a pocket watch worth $50 million. Pops is not wrong. This Shin Qi and the Shin family close relationship, but there is nothing to do with their Zhao family. Why can't she make a move? Seeing that the sales clerk Xiao Chen didn't speak, Master Zhou once again increased his tone. Xiao Chen, this pocket watch, is it for sale? Only then did Xiao Chen come back to his senses. Master Zhou, this pocket watch, what is the origin of it? That it can be worth $50 million? Elder Zhou did not answer Xiao Chen's question, but said, you answer my question first. This pocket watch, is it for sale? Xiao Chen pointed to Shin Qi next to him. Master Zhou, in fact, this piece of pocket watch, is not ours. It was brought over by this guest to be repaired. I've never seen such a style before, so I'm not sure if it's one of our Patek Philippe's products, but since you're willing to pay a high price, it's definitely not wrong. Elder Zhou directly ignored Xiao Chen's later words and looked at Shin Qi. Young man, sell me this pocket watch of yours. I'll offer $50 million. Shin Qi shook his head. Not for sale. The clerk Xiao Chen was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. $50 million is not for sale? Is this person scared out of his wits? Who is Master Zhou? A pair of eyes poisonous ruthless? What things do his eyes turn around? How much is worth can say a rough? This kid, if you think you can borrow this piece of pocket watch asking for a lot of money, then he would be very wrong. Zhao Shaowan also covered her mouth. $50 million, but not for sale? My little heart, why don't you do such a big deal? Xin Yu held her head in her hands. No way? Again? How much can it go up this time? Chapter 37, The price has gone up, $100 million. When Master Joe heard Shinchi's reply, he also couldn't help but frown. Young man, $50 million is already quite a lot. Not many people are willing to collect pocket watches these days. Shinchi shook his head, although he didn't know how much this pocket watch was worth, but based on his experience, no one quoted the reserve price right off the bat. Even if Master Joe really liked this pocket watch, he would leave a lot of wiggle room in his first offer. More importantly, why did he want to sell this pocket watch? Was he poor? Not bad. Before the retreat, he had hidden a large number of treasured cultural relics and antiques in a secure place, in addition to a large number of silver dollars, small yellow fish and so on. Not an exaggeration. As long as Shinchi take out 1% of his collection, can easily let the Shin family through this difficult time. Only cultural relics and curiosities and other things out of the cycle. Small yellow fish and silver dollars, these things in this era is not good out of the money, so chose to look for to the capital Wang family. Since it was not bad, why did Shinchi want to sell this pocket watch? I don't want to sell it. Master Joe was speechless. He had read countless people and could tell what was in others' hearts at a glance. Previously, when he purchased exotic treasures from others, the other party said that they didn't want to sell, but from their eyes, movements, and expressions, they could tell that the other party wanted to sell it, and was just waiting for a suitable price. But when Shinchi didn't want to sell just now, he really didn't want to sell, the kind that didn't have any leeway at all. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Shinyu knew that this time it was time for him to appear. If he did not show his identity and Shinchi's identity, he still did not know what kind of conditions Master Joe would offer. If it was only a matter of continuing to raise the price, it was fine, but he was afraid that Master Joe would be impulsive and do something out of the ordinary for a pocket watch, and at that time, it would not be a problem between Master Joe and Shinchi, but rather, it would be a problem between their Shin family and that mysterious force behind Master Joe. Master Joe, hello, I am Xingyu. Shin Hong is my father. Zhao Xiaowan also hurriedly walked up. Hello Master Joe, I am Zhao Xiaowan. My father is Zhao Qing. Only then did Elder Zhou notice Xingyu and Zhao Xiaowan beside Shinchi, his face slightly eased. Then this young man, what is his relationship with you? Xingyu had now accepted the fact that Shinchi was his second grandfather, and said with a big smile, this is Shinchi, my father's distant uncle, and also my second grandfather. It dawned on Master Zhou that it was someone from the Shin family. No wonder he was so confident. In the past 2 days, the Shin family had suddenly received a large amount of capital injection, not only revitalizing the situation, but also launching a strong retaliation against the Cheng family had already spread in the upper-class society of Golden City. How could he not know about it? So it's Mr. Shin. Just now it's the old man who was abrupt. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Shinchi nodded slightly. No harm done. Shopkeeper, please bring my pocket watch over. The clerk Xiao Chen did not dare to be slow this time. Not only because this pocket watch was worth $50 million, but also because Shinchi, Xinyu and Zhao Xiaowan were extremely powerful. Golden City Shin family and Zhao family is not a small shopkeeper he can offend. Fortunately just did not say anything out of the ordinary, otherwise he would really be in bad luck. He hurriedly sent that pocket watch to Shinchi with both hands. Mr. Shin, your pocket watch. I am also really blind and did not recognize the preciousness of this piece of your pocket watch. Please forgive me, sir. Shinchi laughed. No harm. You are just a sales clerk, not omnipotent. It's not a mistake if you can't recognize it. Master Joe suddenly said at this time. Mr. Shin, can you let me take a look at this pocket watch? Old me is fond of these things. Shinchi nodded his head and casually threw the pocket watch in his hand over, frightening Elder Joe to hastily reach out to catch it, fearing that this precious pocket watch would fall to the ground. Xinyu and Zhao Xiaowan also looked shocked. This is something worth $50 million. You just throw it out. Not afraid of breaking it? Mr. Joe picked up the pocket watch and looked at it carefully, but he still felt that he was not satisfied, and then came to the maintenance table and took out the professional tools to study it carefully, and he was even obsessed with it. The clerk Xiao Chen stood beside him and did not dare to say a word. Now these people appear in their store. Are not a small clerk he can provoke. Shenyu also came up and asked, Elder Zhou, people in Golden City say that you have an extremely deep understanding in all aspects. Can you see what is the origin of this pocket watch? Zhao Xiaowan also came up. She was also very curious as to what kind of pocket watch could make Master Joe offer a sky-high price of $50 million. Elder Joe did not answer immediately, but continued to hold the pocket watch and study it for a full 2 minutes before carefully putting it down, his face carrying an excitement that was hard to hide. Mr. Shin, if I'm not mistaken, this piece of your pocket watch should be specially customized. From now, it should have a history of almost 100 years, right? Shin Chi, who originally did not have much reaction, also brought a few points of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect this Master Joe to be able to make such an accurate deduction without unwrapping the pocket watch. That's right, this pocket watch, indeed, has a history of almost 100 years. Before Shin-Chi went into seclusion, he had once traveled to Europe to visit an ancient European family. In order to show his importance and respect for Shin-Chi, the head of the ancient European family had specially given Shin-Chi this piece of pocket watch, which was claimed to be the most complicated in the world. It was a pity that Shin-Chi did not have such high requirements for pocket watches, as long as they could accurately keep time. Such a precious pocket watch was also considered to be a pearl. According to this time to count, this piece of pocket watch really should have a history of almost 100 years. Shin Yu and Zhao Xiaowan revealed looks of surprise, and even that clerk was no exception. No wonder Master Joe was so attached to this pocket watch. If this pocket watch was really a Patek Philippe, and also had a history of almost 100 years, a value of $50 million would not be such an exaggeration. After all, some people were interested in these old things. Shin Yu asked again, Master Joe, then tell us, what exactly is so precious about this pocket watch? Why are you willing to pay $50 million for it? Elder Joe took a deep breath and did not answer Shin Yu's question, but looked at Shin-Chi again. Mr. Shin, the old man is really fond of this pocket watch. I wonder if Mr. Joe can part with it? The old man is willing to offer $100 million. Hiss, 100 million. Master Joe, you're not kidding, right? The sales clerk Xiao Chen's brain had gone a little down. What was the concept of $100 million? Based on a person earning $1 million a year, one would need to work for 100 years without eating or drinking in order to get $100 million. Not to mention that it was impossible for the average person to make $1 million a year, and those who could make $100,000 a year were a minority. $100 million, for an ordinary person, was a fortune that could not be reached in a lifetime. Now, Master Joe was willing to spend $100 million to buy an old pocket watch? Is this crazy? Chapter 38 is worth no less than $200 million. Even though Shin Yu had followed Shin-Chi yesterday and had already seen some of the world, such as robes worth more than $10 million, she still felt a great shock when she heard that Master Joe was willing to offer $100 million to purchase this old pocket watch. $100 million was not a small amount for their Shin family. Zhao Xiaowan already didn't know what to say. The funds that their Zhao family could raise in a short period of time was only $1 to $200 million, and now Elder Joe had even offered a sky-high price of $100 million. At this time, her eyes have begun to flash. Is this Shin-Chi's true colors? Not to mention that Shin-Chi came from the countryside. Even if Shin-Chi had no skills whatsoever, as long as he had $100 million in cash in his hands, he could definitely become the VIP of many families in Golden City. At this time, thinking about what Zhao Qing said to her, she suddenly felt that her father was really too prescient. Before other people had discovered that Shin-Chi was hiding his identity as a big brother, he first showed goodwill to Shin-Chi and took the initiative to draw him in, so that when everyone found out that Shin-Chi was a real big brother, their Zhao family would be able to seize the first opportunity. On the basis of this pocket watch worth $100 million, she also felt that Shin-Chi more and more eyes, not only the temperament of this piece of pinched dead, and then look at Shin-Chi, this eyebrow, this face, surprisingly everywhere exudes a great attraction, so that her heart wants to go. Master Joe looked at Shin-Chi with an eager face, waiting for Shin-Chi's reply. In his opinion, $100 million was already enough to impress Shin-Chi, even if he was a member of the Shin family. However, Shin-Chi unexpectedly shook his head once again. Not for sale. Not for sale? Shin Yu, Zhao Xiaowan and the sales clerk Xiao Chen all whitened their eyes. What had they heard? $100 million, and they couldn't even buy this pocket watch? What the hell was Shin-Chi thinking? Did he know what he had missed? While Shin Yu was shocked, she thought of the robe from yesterday, and an even more absurd idea suddenly popped up in her heart. Second grandpa refused to let go. Could it be that this pocket watch is worth much more than $100 million? It's unlikely, right? Elder Zhou's eyebrows had already frozen into a Sichuan character. How could he not understand why $100 million could not impress Shin-Chi? Looking at Shin-Chi's calm look, he could not help but wonder, could it be that Shin-Chi knows the real value of this pocket watch? Otherwise, why did not have any color change after hearing the offer of $100 million? What he didn't know was that Shin-Chi really didn't look at this $100 million. Shin-Chi out is to distraction, not to come to make money. This piece of pocket watch he still quite like. Why sell? It is best if it can be repaired. If it cannot be repaired, then keep it. It is not bad anyway. Master Zhou once again took a deep breath. He felt his heart beating a little fast. This was the first time he had this feeling since he came to Golden City. Mr. Shin, how about this then? How about you set a price and I will never counteroffer? I really like this pocket watch and want to buy it for my collection. Shin-Chi shook his head. No need. This pocket watch will not be sold. Shopkeeper, you are sure that it can't be repaired here, right? Sales clerk Xiao Chen was still immersed in the $100 million horror offer of Master Zhou just now, and heard Shin Shi's voice and hurriedly said, Mr. Shin, it's not that I won't fix it for you, but my skills are limited, and I don't dare to move your $100 million pocket watch. If this touch, you sell me also cannot afford to pay. Shin Shi did not force himself, and put his hand in front of Master Zhou. Well then, the pocket watch back to me. I'll go find someone else to repair it. Master Zhou was conflicted in his heart. Now this pocket watch is in his hands. Should he return it to Shin Shi? Thinking of Shin Shi's identity, thinking of his own identity, Master Zhou finally gritted his teeth and handed over the pocket watch to Shin Shi. Mr. Shin, do you really no longer consider it? No need. Shin Shi took the pocket watch. His tone was firm, without any hesitation. Master Zhou looked lost, as if he had lost a beloved thing. Go. Shin Shi turned around to leave, not realizing that the voice of Elder Zhou came from behind him again. 200 million. I'll offer 200 million. Shen Yu, Zhao Xiaowan, and the sales clerk Xiao Chun froze for a moment, and then became numb. They would still be shocked for a moment when Elder Zhou first gave a $50 million offer. When he gave a $100 million offer, they would feel that their values had been shocked, and when Elder Zhou gave a $200 million offer, they no longer felt anything. Anyway, it was all sky-high prices that could shock everyone in the world. It was only that it had changed from 1 to 2. What was there to be surprised about? Really? A little. All. No. Surprised. Only Shin Shi's footsteps did not stop. He really did not take Master Zhou's offer to heart. Seeing this, Master Zhou's hands began to shake, and he quickly walked 2 steps to catch up with Shin Shi. Mr. Shin, 200 million. That's almost enough. I've already given a very high premium. What exactly do you want to do to sell this pocket watch to me? Shin Shi still shook his head. Not for sale. Master Zhou's body trembled twice. He just couldn't figure it out. Could there really be someone in this world who was unmoved by money? Or is it that this kid Shin Shi simply does not know the true value of this pocket watch and thinks that it is a strange commodity? Stop! Master Zhou was unwilling and called out to Shin Shi again. I know the origin of this pocket watch of yours. On November 11th, 2014, there was a piece of pocket watch that was also known as the world's most complicated pocket watch put up for public auction, and at that time, it was sold for $21.3 million, which is equivalent to about 130 million yuan, making it the world's well-deserved king of watches. I once heard a rumor that in 1925 there wasn't just one most complicated watch, but 2 were made at the same time, one of which was made into a gold watch, the one auctioned in 2014, while the other was even more superbly crafted, only that its appearance wasn't very conspicuous. And if I'm not wrong, it's this piece in your hand, Mr. Shen. Now 7 years have passed since 2014. Counting inflation, the 130 million of that year is almost equivalent to 200 million now. I'll pay a premium of 20 million more, a total of 220 million. I only beg you to sell this piece of pocket watch to me. I will look for someone to restore this piece of pocket watch, and the cost will also be borne by me. What do you think? With these words from Elder Zhou, Shen Yu, Zhao Xiaowan and the sales clerk Xiao Chen were once again shocked. Originally, they thought that Master Zhou had taken a fancy to the pocket watch in Shin Shi's hand and particularly liked it, so he had offered a sky-high price, while in reality, the pocket watch in Shin Shi's hand was far from being worth this price. But the real situation is indeed, Shin Shi hands this piece of pocket watch, actually really worth more than 200 million, the inflated price, and the real price. These are 2 completely different concepts. In other words, as long as Shin Shi was willing, even if he didn't sell this pocket watch to Master Zhou, he could still offer it elsewhere, and the price wouldn't be less than $200 million, especially the sales clerk Xiao Chen. The gaze towards Shin Shi had taken on a deep complexity. This is a damn walking billionaire. Chapter 39, Second Grandpa. Are you an immortal? This time Shin Shi finally stopped. To be honest, it was also the first time he knew the true value of this pocket watch. When that ancient family in Europe gave him this pocket watch, they only said that it was the most complicated pocket watch in the world, but they didn't say anything else, so he didn't put it on his mind much. But now when he heard Master Zhou's words, it opened his eyes as well. So it seemed that this Master Zhou was indeed fond of this pocket watch to his heart, or else he would have said such words in this situation. You can repair this pocket watch? Can. Master Zhou's eyes lit up, although Shin Shi did not say that he wanted to sell it, but at least the tone had loosened up quite a bit. Shin Shi looked at the pocket watch in his hand and suddenly threw it towards old Master Zhou. Then trouble Master Zhou to find someone to repair this pocket watch. Half a year later I'll go look for you, and you have to promise to give me a pocket watch that's intact and undamaged. Seeing Shin Shi just casually throw the pocket watch over, Elder Zhou was so frightened that he hurriedly went to catch it with both hands. Half a year? Is Mr. Shin serious about this? Normally speaking, If Master Joe found a craftsman to repair this pocket watch, it would take about 1 to 2 months, so for the rest of the time, this precious pocket watch would be equivalent to his private collection. Even if Shin-Chi didn't say it, he knew that this was Shin-Chi's reward to him, and a large part of it was not based on the fact that he was able to find someone to fix this pocket watch, but rather on his attitude towards this pocket watch. Shin-Chi asked, "What? Half a year is not enough time?" "Enough, enough," Master Joe hurriedly returned, fearing that Shin-Chi would back out, probably suffering from a seizure. Master Joe asked again, "Mr. Shin, aren't you afraid that I will take this pocket watch and leave Golden City?" Shin-Chi laughed, and then his expression became solemn. "It doesn't matter. No one I, Shin-Chi, want to find has been able to hide." Although this sentence was said in a breezy manner, Master Joe felt an air of exclusivity from Shin-Chi. In front of Shin-Chi, Elder Joe, who had come from a mysterious background, unexpectedly felt that he was a head lower. "Alright, I'll look for you after half a year. That's it, Shin-Yu, let's go." Shin-Chi turned around and left. Shin-Yu came back to her senses and hurriedly followed. Zhao Shaowan also followed, and at this time, her eyes had begun to glow. Was this Shin-Chi's unique aura? Just now that sentence Shin-Chi, want to find someone, no one can avoid it yet. It was simply absolute. Is there anyone else in this world who can beat Shin-Chi in this piece of aura? There is absolutely no one else in this world who can beat Shin-Chi in this piece of temperament? At this moment, Zhao Shaowan felt that she had already been attracted to Shin-Chi. Even without Zhao Qing's words, she still had to strive for it. Master Joe watched Shin-Chi's trio leave and hurriedly came inside the counter and began to scrutinize this precious pocket watch. And next to him, Xiao Chen already didn't know what to say. As a clerk at the Patek Philippe counter, he boasted that he had seen quite a few rich people, but it was the first time he had ever seen a transaction like today's, which could easily be measured in billions. Probably, he could only see this once in his life. Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu both came out of Golden City International and went straight to the parking lot. Zhao Shaowan followed closely behind. Shin-Yu asked, "Second grandfather, that pocket watch, are you really so relieved to give it to Master Joe?" Shin-Chi laughed. "Why not? Rest assured. Can he still run away?" Shin-Yu shook his head. "It's not that. This is ultimately a precious item worth more than $200 million. If there isn't a contract, I'm afraid that I won't be able to say anything in the future." Shin-Chi smiled and did not say anything. The attitude he expressed just now was already very clear. He was looking at the fact that Master Joe really liked the pocket watch, so he let him take it for repair and at the same time lent it to him for half a year. If Master Joe didn't know how to be honorable, and wanted to keep the pocket watch for himself, Shin-Chi had all the ways to make Master Joe spit out the pocket watch, and he would also pay a huge price for it. While talking, the two entered the Mercedes-Benz Big G, while Zhao Shaowan got into a red Audi, intending to continue following Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu. Shin-Chi fastened his seatbelt and pressed the start button like before. Then a ball of fire appeared, completely engulfing the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Then there was a loud bang, and the Mercedes-Benz Big G was unexpectedly lifted directly out of the air and fell to the ground with a bang again, and the entire bodywork had turned into a ball of fire. Shen-Yu, Zhao Shaowan had just fastened her seatbelt, and watched as the Mercedes-Benz Big G turned into a ball of fire. And how could Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu, both of whom were inside the car, survive? The violent explosion quickly attracted the surrounding people over. The Golden City International Security acted quickly, less than a minute to bring a fire extinguisher. In the concerted efforts of the crowd, quickly put out the fire. But the Mercedes-Benz Big G has been completely scrapped. Only a car frame remains. No, even the frame was severely deformed. After all, this was not a spontaneous combustion of the car, but someone premeditatedly trying to put Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu to death. Zhao Shaowan hurriedly rushed up, wanting to find Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu's bodies, but was surprised to find that there was no one in the car. Why is there no one? Could it be that in such a short period of time, the bodies of the two had been burned to ashes? I don't think so. The time went back to the moment when the explosion bomb happened. Shin-Chi sensed something was wrong when he pressed the start button, and the aura in his body autonomously stimulated to protect his entire body, just as he wanted to stimulate the aura to protect Shin-Yu as well. He realized that Shin-Yu was wearing the jade pendant he took out yesterday, and withdrew the aura as well. The jade pendant that he gave to Shin-Yu and the jade pendant that he gave to Shin-Xiu, both have extremely powerful protective effects. Unusual means are simply impossible to hurt Shin-Xiu and Shin-Yu, two people the slightest bit. He naturally do not have to worry about. After the explosion, Shin-Chi cast another spell to take Shin-Yu away from the car. After all, there was such a serious explosion. If the two of them stayed in the car but intact, it would certainly cause suspicion. At this time, it is better to keep a low profile. The next second, Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu appeared in the Patek Philippe counter outside an inconspicuous corner. Did not attract anyone's attention. At this time Shin-Yu is still in a state of stagnation. She did not think that the scene in the movie actually happened in their own bodies. Not to mention that at the critical moment Shin-Chi gave her a jade pendant issued a strange power to protect her whole body. She was not injured. And the most shocking thing to her is that after the explosion occurred, the image in front of her eyes flashed, but even came here. What kind of tactic was this? She twisted her head with difficulty to look at Shin-Chi. Second grandpa, just now. Shoo, Shin-Chi made a gesture of silence. Don't talk to others. I don't want to be studied by others. When you see Zhao Xiaowan later, just say that there was an explosion before we even got on the car. Make sure you remember that. Shin-Yu nodded her head and took a few deep breaths to calm down, then asked again. Second grandpa, tell me the truth. Are you a god? Chapter 40, don't make me do it. Shin-Yu asked. Second grandpa, are you an immortal? Shin-Chi laughed. I'm not an immortal. I'm just a powerful cultivator. You must keep this a secret for me, or else I'll have to leave Golden City. Shin-Yu hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, second grandpa, I will definitely not tell anyone. Well, wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right there. Shin-Chi began to pay attention to the surrounding movements as he led Shin-Yu away from the car. He had been practicing for hundreds of years. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as an old man who had become a savant, and for something like this to happen today, it was bound to be inextricably linked to the Chang family. Now that he had already been counted so much, how could Shin-Chi sit back and do nothing? It was necessary to give the other party a vicious return blow before he could do so. While talking to Shin-Yu, Shin-Chi noticed that there was a sneaky silhouette at the entrance to the underground parking lot, and immediately let out a cold snort as his figure disappeared. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of that person. The sneaky silhouette saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G turn into a fireball. A smile appeared on his face, and when the security guards of Golden City International put out the fire and realized that there was no one in the car, his face froze. How was this possible? He had clearly seen Shin-Chi and Shin-Yu getting into the car, so why was there no one there? Moreover, the fraudulent drug he had installed needed to be triggered by ignition. If there was no one in the car, then who had lit the fire? Hello, are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly came over, and this person's body shivered and hurriedly turned around, and he saw Shin-Chi with an ice-cold face. If someone who was familiar with the various characters in Golden City was here, they would be able to recognize this sneaky figure as Sixth Son, Sun San's right-hand man. When Sixth Son saw Shin-Chi's face clearly, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He had clearly seen Shin-Chi getting into the car just now. Why was Shin-Chi okay? Why did Shin-Chi suddenly appear by his side? Shin-Chi originally only had some suspicions, and after seeing Sixth Son react like this, he could make a direct judgment. Who sent you here? Honestly explain. I can give you a pain in the ass. You go to hell. Sixth Son is after all Sun San's right-hand man. In the Golden City is also a ranking figure. Now by Shin-Chi bumped into. How can he be tied up? Immediately drew out the dagger in his waist and stabbed at Shin-Chi. Shin-Chi coldly grunted. His right hand stretched out and gently grabbed Sixth Son's body, lifted up in the air. As for the dagger in his hand, it had already been grabbed by Shin-Chi, and couldn't hurt Shin-Chi in the slightest. Very good. I hope you won't regret your choice. Where the words fell, Shin-Chi disappeared with Six Sons. A moment later, Shin-Chi brought Six Sons to the roof of Golden City International. Golden City International had a total of 48 floors, with the lower 5 floors being a commercial center and the upper 4 being multiple floors, all being office buildings. At the height of 48 floors, there was no need to worry about being discovered by others, unless someone could fly an airplane over. Sixth Son only felt a flash in front of his eyes and arrived at the roof of Golden City International. The whole person froze. What kind of divine means was this? Could it be that he was blind? Shin-Chi didn't bother to talk nonsense with Sixth Son, snatched the dagger and directly nailed Sixth Son's right hand to the ground. Sixth Son immediately let out a miserable scream, but unfortunately no one can hear here. Even if he shouted through his throat, no one would notice. Shin-Chi did not stop, pulled out the dagger again, nailed it up a little bit along the right arm of the Sixth Son. Every time he nailed it, the Sixth Son screamed miserably, and later on, he didn't even have the strength to beg for forgiveness, and Shin-Chi's face didn't change in any way. This kind of means of forcing confessions, for Shin-Chi is just a child's play. If he takes out the real skill, absolutely can make the Sixth Son regret coming to this world. After doing this, Shin-Chi looked at the blood on his hands, wiped it on Sixth Son, and asked, "Who ordered you to come?" "Sun San." "It's Sun San." Sixth Son no longer dared to talk tough, afraid that Shin-Chi would make another move against him. Shin-Chi nodded. "What else? There's also Chang Shishan." Chang Shishan offered a sky-high reward of $150 million for Sun San to kill both Shin-Shio and Shin-Yu. "I only made a move against you because you were by Shin-Yu's side. I really didn't want to kill you." Sixth Son didn't dare to hide anything and told everything. Shin Shi had long guessed that it must be Chang Shishan behind this, but Shin Hong had said that he would let Chang Shishan slowly experience the taste of losing everything, letting Chang Shishan die in endless regret, so he wouldn't make a move against Chang Shishan. But Sun San must die. Where is Sun San? Find him and I'll give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, you'll suffer more torture. In the Fooding neighborhood. Fooding neighborhood. I'll take you to him. Sixth Son was completely abashed. A few seconds later, Shin Shi appeared at Sun San's house in the Fooding neighborhood with Sixth Son. At this time, Sun San was anxiously waiting for news. Last time, he had used a dump truck to try to run over Shin Shi and Shin Yu, but he didn't expect to let the two of them survive. So this time he decided to use an even more powerful tactic, which was the fraudulent medicine. In order to make sure, he sent his most capable and beloved assistant, Sixth Son. In the morning he got the news that Shin Shi and Shin Yu both entered Golden City International. He immediately let Sixth Son set off. Now counting the time, he should have almost gotten it, that's why he was so anxious. But just as he was pacing around the room, Shin Shi suddenly appeared in the room with Sixth Son who was covered in blood, and he froze at once. You, how did you guys get in? Sixth Son? You, what's going on? Sixth Son didn't dare to look at Sun San's eyes and could only lower his head. Shin Shi threw Sixth Son to the ground and looked at Sun San and asked, did you order him to murder Shin Yu and me? Sun San took 2 steps back. In the drawer behind him there was a gun. As long as he could get the gun, even if Shin Shi came to his door. So what? Shin Shi might be somewhat capable, but could he be faster than a gun? I advise you not to move, or your death won't be as painful. How could Sun San listen to Shin Shi's words? He came out in his teenage years. The more he came to the critical moment, the more calm he had to be, the more he had to fight to the death. Otherwise where would he be today? So Sun San backed up quickly, want to go to the gun in the drawer, but Shin Shi is even faster. His right hand gently shook. The dagger flew out, hitting Sun San's right shoulder. The huge force took Sun San flew out, hit the wall, and fell to the ground with a bang. Don't look at just this one. Sun San's right arm has been ruined. The whole body as if falling apart. Can't move. Shin Shi slowly walked towards Sun San. Sun San finally panicked this time. You, don't come over. I'm going to scream for help. Help! Sun San's voice came to an abrupt end, because Shin Shi had cast a spell to seal Sun San's voice. Even if he shouted as much as he could, not a bit of sound would go out. Shin Shi pulled the dagger out from Sun San's right shoulder and threw it to Sixth Son. You, go kill him and kill yourself. Don't let me do it. Sixth Son looked at the dagger on the ground. His heart was ruthless, grabbed the dagger with his left hand, and pounced towards Sun San. Chapter 41, Am I blinking? Golden City International Parking Lot. Zhao Xiaowan had a hard time recovering from the shock, looking around trying to find traces of Shin Shi and Shin Yu. Finally seeing Shin Yu outside the Patek Philippe counter, rushing over. Shin Yu, are you okay? Shin Yu had already recovered and said, I didn't get into the car, so how could I be okay? It's just that I don't know who wanted to kill me, but even used such tactics. Zhao Xiaowan scratched her head. You said, you didn't get on the car just now? But I clearly saw that you and Shin Shi had gotten on the car, and I even shouted out when the OMB exploded just now, just because I was worried that something would happen to you guys. You misremembered, didn't you? Shin Yu didn't blush or jump. I've been behind you since Second Grandpa and I came out of the counter. It was clearly you who got on the car first, and Second Grandpa said he'd go to the bathroom for a bit and asked me to wait for him here. No, that's not it. Zhao Xiaowan started scratching her hair. I clearly saw it just now. Both of you got on the car. How could it be? What how? Shen Yu interrupted Zhao Xiaowan. If both Second Grandpa and I were in the car, with such a powerful explosive blast, would we be fine? It's really thanks to Second Grandpa today. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go to the bathroom, maybe we would have really died here. Zhao Xiaowan finally revealed a skeptical look. So, I was wrong? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask my second grandfather when he comes back. As soon as Shin Yu's words fell, she saw Shin Shi walking out from the main entrance of Golden City International, shaking the water off his hands as he walked. Why are they all waiting here? Did something happen? Zhao Xiaowan hurriedly rushed to Shin Shi's side, staring at Shin Shi looking up and down. You just now, didn't you get on the car? Get on the car? Shin Shi revealed a strange look. Get into what car? I just went to the bathroom. Shin Yu, it's time to go. Shin Yu saw Shin Shi acting in a serious manner. Her heart wanted to, but still held back, pulling Shin Shi's arm. Second Grandpa, we can't leave. Our car, it's been blown up. Blown up? Shin Shi revealed a you don't dash asterisk with me look. Stop it. What era is it now? There are still people who can get fraudulent drugs? Shin Yu pointed at the scrapped Mercedes-Benz Big G. There, right there. Look for yourself. Second Grandpa. Shin Shi followed and looked over. This time he revealed a stunned look, as if it was the first time he had seen this kind of scene. Really? Blown up? Shin Yu nodded. It's really blown up. We can only take a taxi back. No, I'll send you guys, Zhao Xiaowan said hurriedly. Her gaze towards Shin Chi carried a few moments of skepticism. Although what Shin Chi and Shin Yu said could all match up, and she seemed to have really misread just now. Shin Chi and Shin Yu didn't get into the car, but she always felt that Shin Chi at this time was a bit strange. It seemed that Shin Chi's expression was a bit richer than before. This is considered an anomaly? The explosion in the Golden City International parking lot quickly attracted the attention of the relevant departments, and without waiting for Shin Chi's three to leave, the police were looking for them. However, the two of them, Shin Chi and Shin Yu, would not personally appear to deal with the police, but instead talked to Shin Hong about the matter and asked him to send professionals over. Shin Hong received a phone call. When he knew Shin Chi and Shin Yu were attacked by explosives and almost lost their lives, he was anxious, put down everything in his hands and rushed over. In Shin Chi's view, this may be a simple and straightforward murder, but for Shin Hong, this matter is extremely involved. Golden City International is the largest shopping center in Golden City. Even in the parking lot, there is also monitoring, so Shin Chi and Shin Yu, two people in the end, whether or not they got on the car, a transfer of the monitoring will be able to see clearly. In a place like Golden City International where a case of such a bad nature had occurred, how could the Golden City Public Security Bureau not investigate it to the end? Once the police discovered the abnormality in this matter, wouldn't Shin Chi's identity be exposed? So Shin Hong must personally step in and use all the connections he could to suppress this matter. Even if it couldn't be treated as if it hadn't happened, it was necessary to unify a caliber for the public. As for the rumors about Shin Chi circulating in a small area, that was something that could not be controlled. After all, Shin Hong was not able to do it with just his hands. In this way, under Shin Hong's efforts, the Golden City International this explosion bomb finally have a conclusion. No matter who created this explosion bomb, Shin Chi and Shin Yu 2 was not yet on the car before the explosion bomb, so only to save their lives. As for the Golden City International's various surveillance, it had already malfunctioned under Shin Hong's enormous influence, just missing the critical time period. If anyone else had witnessed Shin Chi and Shin Yu getting into the car first before the explosion occurred, under the attack of numerous media and information, they would have been just as skeptical as Zhao Xiaowan as to whether or not they had misread the situation. In short, under Shin Hong's strong operation, Shin Chi's identity once again remained a mystery. Soon after the news of this explosion in Golden City International was sent out, there was another not so eye-catching news. 2 murders occurred in the Fuding neighborhood, and after the initial investigation, it was suspected that 2 people were involved in a physical clash and ended up dying together. Underneath the news, there were also photos of the 2 deceased, which were Sun San and Sixth Son. Underneath the photos, there is a detailed investigation about the 2 murders. The news of the 2 murders would normally be enough to attract the attention of most people in Golden City, except that this time, because of the emergence of this explosive glowing news in Golden City International, this news has only attracted the attention of a few people, including Chang Shishan. The first time I saw this, I knew that I was going to have to go to the hospital, and I knew that I was going to have to go to the hospital, and I knew that I was going to have to go to the hospital, and I knew that I was going to have to go to the hospital. As a result, the news didn't wait, but instead waited for the news of the explosion at Golden City International. Clicking on it, he realized that Sun San's plan had failed once again. Was the person in charge of the operation a pig? Why didn't they wait for Shin Chi and Shin Yu to get on the bus before detonating? How much is a Mercedes Big G worth? Are you blowing up the air? Chang Shishan in his heart repeatedly cursed, picked up the phone to call Sun San. On this matter, if he did not scold Sun San severely, are sorry for this 150 million, but just when he put his hand on the dialing button, the news of 2 murders in Fuding district popped up. Chang Shishan's hand froze. If he remembered correctly, Sun San lived in the Fuding neighborhood, right? Chang Shishan clicked on the news and broke out into a cold sweat after reading it. Sun San and Sixth Son, unexpectedly both dead? And still 2 people in conflict, holding the same dagger with the same death? This matter, how to see, are a bit mysterious. Although Sixth Son also had some fame, how did he dare to make a move with Sun San? What's more, the explosion on the Golden City International site had just happened, and Sun San and Sixth Son died. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Chang Shishan was thankful that he hadn't made this call just now, or else he would have been involved in trouble. But now that Sun San is dead, who will do the job for him? After pondering for a long time, Chang Shishan made a decision. Killing is a technical job, and must be handed over to a professional. Sun San, this kind of half-assed, after all, is not reliable. Chapter 42, Why don't you cut the price? While Shen Hong was busy suppressing the matter of the Golden City International explosion last, the 3 of them, Shin Chi, had already left the Golden City International. Zhao Xiaowan asked while driving. Shen Yu, where are we going next? Shen Yu didn't answer, but instead looked at Shin-Chi who was sitting in the back row. And Shin-Chi said, to buy a car. The Mercedes-Benz Big G actually didn't have much money. It wasn't much for the Shin family, but Shin-Chi felt that it was Shin-Shou's car, and as an elder, he always had to buy another one for Shin-Shou before he could be considered accountable. In addition to rebuying a Mercedes-Benz Big G, Shin-Chi intends to pick a car for himself. After all, living in the city cannot fly as casually as before the retreat. Not to mention that you cannot cast a spell to whoosh a little to here, and then whoosh a little to go somewhere else, or to be a little more low-key. Zhao Xiaowan immediately drove to the nearest car city, and did not feel anything wrong. After all, for their Zhao family, a Mercedes-Benz Big G is really nothing. Thinking that Shin-Chi also had such a reaction, Zhao Xiaowan was even more certain in her heart that Shin-Chi was also by no means an ordinary person before he came to the Shin family. Half an hour later, Shin-Chi's trio came to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Because there was already a clear goal, Shin-Chi directly came to the Mercedes-Benz Big G next to this car, and immediately there was a salesman who walked up quickly. Hello, would you like to learn about this car? No need to learn about it. Shin-Chi's eyes began to look elsewhere again. The sales face showed a lost look. Originally see Shin-Chi extraordinary temperament, surrounded by two beautiful women. Think there is some capital. Thought today can open a single. Did not think Shin-Chi came up to block his own words. Then you, take a look at other cars. We still have many models here. All. Shin-Chi waved his hand, took out his bank card. Don't need to look. Just this one. The latest model. Top match. Full payment. Swipe your card. The sales mouth was still in an open state, and the gaze towards Shin-Chi was a bit dumbfounded. Can't you act according to common sense? I have not even begun to introduce it. You want to pay in full? Why don't we go through the process, and you cut the price? Or I think I'm dreaming. Zhao Xiaowan saw that Shin-Chi so simple a movement to the sales town. Eyes began to shine. When a person is attracted to another person, no matter what the other person does, she will feel full of charm. Take Shin-Chi's move just now for example. If it was someone else, in Zhao Xiaowan's eyes, it would be a thug. But when Shin-Chi did it, it made Zhao Xiaowan feel that Shin-Chi was full of the vigor that a man should have. Shen Yu coughed. Get a grip. We still have things to do. Oh, fine. You wait a moment, I'll give you the formalities. The sales then came back to his senses, not daring to have any slack. After all, the commission of a Mercedes-Benz Big G was not a small amount for him. You wait here for a moment. I'll go get the contract. Shin-Chi's trio casually found a seat and waited for the sales to bring the contract over. As a result, a few minutes later, the sales came over this way, looking a bit demoralized. Behind him was a middle-aged man, walking with a strong aura. These two men came to Shin-Chi's trio, not waiting for the sales to open his mouth. This middle-aged man said, "Excuse me, I'm the manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. It's an honor for us that you chose us, but unfortunately, the car you just saw has already been booked by someone else, so I'm very sorry." Shin-Chi frowned. Is this the only one you have here? The sales next to him opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything. The manager nodded. Yes, this is the only one right now. The other guest has already paid a deposit 3 days in advance. We as a merchant can't go back on our word. Otherwise we'll have to compensate the other party for breach of contract. Shen Yu and Zhao Xiaowan both looked at each other. They didn't think there was any problem. Everyone was here to buy a car. Since it was someone who had booked it first, it didn't make sense for them to come and drive away. However, Shin-Chi heard a different meaning in the manager's words. Then what you mean is that as long as we're willing to pay this part of the liquidated damages, we can drive this car away now? The manager revealed a difficult look. Theoretically, this is the case, but in this case, our store's reputation will also suffer some damage. So even if you are willing to pay this portion of the liquidated damages, I still have to ask the store manager for instructions before I can do so. Just as he finished his words, his cell phone rang, and the manager glanced at the screen. His face slightly changed a bit, and added, "That's the way it is. The three of you should still consider it." After that, the manager gave a wink to the sales next to him and walked out a few meters before answering the phone. The sales also accompanied a smile at this time and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that our manager had already taken someone else's deposit ahead of time. Let's do it this way. You can pay the deposit here with us first, and I'll notify you when the car arrives." Shin-Chi shook his head. Since there is no current car, forget it, Shen Yu. Let's go. Wait. The sale was anxious at once. "Sir, what I told you is the truth. If you really like this car, it's not too bad for these few days, right?" Shin-Chi laughed. "You want to sell it, I want to buy it. Then sign the contract now and I'll drive the car away. Your manager has told me so much. Doesn't he just want me to raise the price? I will not be able to see this kind of trick of yours." The sales froze at once, because it really made Shin-Chi right. What their manager meant was that if they wanted to pick up the car, they had to increase the price, or else they would say that they didn't have a car. Now the price of the car tends to be transparent. Want to do something on the price is not very easy, so their manager thought of such a way. If Shin-chi is willing to pay liquidated damages, the car will be able to drive away today. If not, then you can only wait. Specifically waiting for how long? It's really hard to say. So do they have a car in the end? The answer is that there is, and there is more than one. But the manager is trying to make some extra money through this means. Anyway, Shin-chi selected this car. No worries about selling. But despite what he said, if he lets Shin-chi and the others leave today, this sales commission will be gone. Shin-chi saw the reaction of the sales, knew that he guessed right. Then said, give you 5 minutes. Go and discuss with your manager. No price increase. Sign the contract immediately. Otherwise we will go somewhere else. The sales did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly went to find the manager. Not much time later the manager came over again. But unlike just now, the manager's face no longer had the same kind of hypocritical smile just now, but went straight to the point. Sir, since you also know what we mean, then you should think about it. So far, the model you are looking at is very popular. At least $100,000 increase in price. If you agree, then let's sign the contract right away. If you think it's not suitable, you can take another look. Shin-chi lost his smile. He originally didn't care about this 100,000 yuan price increase, but the problem is that this manager chose the means of deception from the beginning, and after being exposed to the true face of even did not have the meaning of half an apology, but instead intensified a look of I'm like this, what can you do about it? Having lived for hundreds of years, how had anyone ever dared to treat him like this? If Shin Hong had not said many times that the current Xia country is a society of law and order, and that easy action would probably cause unnecessary trouble, he definitely would not show any mercy. Shin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. What do you mean? Are you guys still justified in raising the price privately? The manager let out a cold laugh and patted the body of the Mercedes-Benz Big G. If you have a car, you have a reason. If you don't think it's suitable, you cannot buy it. Second grandpa, let's go. There are so many Mercedes-Benz 4S stores in Golden City. Let's change one. Shin Yu was also furious. As the Shin family's daughter, when had she ever received this kind of anger? The manager moved to the side. Please, but I have to remind you, all of the Mercedes 4S stores in Golden City are owned by our boss. No matter where you go, it's the same result. Shin Yu was really angry and immediately took out her cell phone and was about to call Shin Hong. She was not used to seeing this manager with this face. Zhao Shaowan also took out her cell phone and was about to call Zhao Qing. She felt that now was an opportunity to show Shin-chi goodwill. The two of them had one idea in mind, and that was to see how this manager reacted after receiving a call from their boss. To be able to open several Mercedes-Benz 4S stores in Golden City was already considered impressive for ordinary people, but compared to the Shin and Zhao families, it was still a notch below. The manager saw the two of them, Shin Yu and Zhao Shaowan, take out their cell phones and once again let out a cold snort. You guys think about it for a bit longer and come find me when you're ready. After saying that, he turned to leave and walked towards the door. At this time, a person walked in from outside, looking somewhat familiar. The manager hurriedly greeted him. Governor Liu, you have finally come. The car you want I have prepared for you. It can be driven away at any time. I will take you over to take a look. Chapter 43. Don't take me with you when you seek death. Shin-chi also glanced in the direction of the doorway and realized that the visitor was actually Lu Li, the president of the Jincheng branch of the Capital Bank, the one who took the initiative to offer to give the Shin family a loan of $300 million with 3 years of no interest, and who also pitted the other banks of Jincheng in the process. Lu Li came in and asked, Manager Wang, just now I saw it was quite lively inside. What happened? Manager Wang smiled and said, Hey, nothing happened. Our Mercedes-Benz has always been in demand. Usually people come over to buy it at a higher price. Just now that person is still hesitating because of this. If you ask me, this person has to recognize reality. Not everyone is like you, Governor Liu. Lu Li nodded slightly. Although this ass-kissing by Manager Wang was a bit stiff, it was still quite acceptable. Don't look at the fact that he has to act like a grandson in front of Shin Hong, but in Golden City, apart from those few top magnates, he really doesn't have to look at anyone's face to act. The reason why this time to come here to buy a car, mainly because the Mercedes-Benz 4S store owner wants to loan into a batch of cars, just begged him here, promised to give a 60% discount when buying a car. When Lu Li was complacent, he saw Shin-chi's trio next to him and stopped at once. As a bank president, he has to make friends with at least 90% of the upper-class people in Golden City, and has a lot of knowledge about the family information of key customers, which naturally includes Shin Yu and Zhao Shaowan. And apart from Shin Yu and Zhao Shaowan, Shin-chi's identity was equally special. After all, the person who dared to go head-to-head with Wang Huirong, the head of the Wang family in the capital, and ended up with an absolute advantage, making Wang Huirong voluntarily concede defeat. Was someone he had never seen before? Manager Wang saw Lu Li's gaze fall on Shin-Chi's three people, immediately revealing a smile of "I see, Governor Lu? Just now I was talking about the three of them. The one who wants to buy a car is that man. The two women next to him are following over. If you are interested, I'll arrange it for you tonight." The smile on Lu Li's face instantly disappeared, moving 2 steps to the side to keep a distance from Manager Wang. "You seek death. Don't bring me along." Still arranging the two women, Shen Yu and Zhao Xiaowan. "At night, aren't you afraid that Shen Hong and Zhao Cheng will arrange you plainly?" Manager Wang still does not know what's going on. In his heart he is curious why Lu Li is moving to the side. "Follow and come over. Governor Lu, you can rest assured. I do things absolutely reliable. Will not let others know. And these two women are indeed very superb." Scram! Lu Li finally couldn't help himself, pushed Manager Wang away and quickly walked a few steps to the front of Shin-Chi's trio. "Mr. Shin, Miss Shin, Miss Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here." Shin-Chi nodded slightly, not feeling much surprise, just through what happened in the Shin family. He knew what kind of person Lu Li was. Shen Yu and Zhao Xiaowan, on the other hand, revealed a look of surprise. "You know us?" Lu Li nodded. The Shin family's 1,000 gold and Zhao family's 1,000 gold, that's the object of desire of many young talents in Golden City. How could I not recognize them? Manager Wang, who had been following behind Lu Li, froze at once when he heard the words Shin family's 1,000 gold and Zhao family's 1,000 gold. These two women who didn't look like they had any features and had followed the same man over to buy a car were actually the Shin and Zhao family's thousands of dollars? Are you kidding me? What kind of characters are the Shin and Zhao family's daughters? How could 3 of them drive a car, quietly come over to buy a car, and still follow the same man over? If you had identified yourself earlier, there would have been no such misunderstanding. Manager Wang hurriedly came up and wanted to apologize and make up for his mistake just now, but he didn't expect Shin-Chi to say first, "Governor Lu, I heard what Manager Wang said to you just now, how to deal with it. You can see how to do it." Originally, Shin-Chi did not intend to have a general understanding with Manager Wang. After all, the two people's status is very different, and he has no need to have a general understanding with an ant. But who let Manager Wang say what he shouldn't have said? And it was only Shin Yu and Zhao Xiaowan that the two of them didn't hear it, or else they wouldn't know how much of a temper they would have to throw. Lu Li originally also wanted to give Manager Wang 6 points of face, but Manager Wang is really not competitive. Fell such a big handle. He wanted to harbor cannot. And look at Shin-Chi's attitude. If the results do not let Shin-Chi satisfied, afraid that even he will be implicated. So Lu Li finally took out his cell phone. Intends to Wang manager boss call. Seeing this, Manager Wang also knew that things were not good and hurriedly pulled Lu Li's arm. Governor Lu, I was wrong. Please let me off this time." Lu Li snorted coldly. "Should you apologize to me?" Manager Wang's body shivered and hurriedly bowed to Shin-Chi and apologized. "Mr. Shin is sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." Shin-Chi did not say anything, but staggered his body, indicating that he would not accept Manager Wang's apology. Lu Li is also a smart person. When he saw Shin-Chi's reaction, he knew that Manager Wang was definitely going to have bad luck today, so he no longer hesitated and pressed the dialing button. Not long after that, Manager Wang's boss's phone was connected. Lu Li talked about this side of the matter once again, but taking into account the fact that Shin Yu and Zhao Xiaowan were here, Manager Wang's those unpleasant words were not said. But even so, when Lu Li mentioned Shin Yu and Zhao Xiaowan, Manager Boss Wang's tone became serious. "Wait for me. I'll be right there." It was about the Shen and Zhao families. Even if it was a small matter, he didn't dare to be negligent. Lu Li hung up the phone and didn't pay any attention to Manager Wang at all, but directly said to Shin-Chi, "Mr. Shin, Boss Zhang will be here soon, and he'll personally deal with this matter when the time comes." When Manager Wang heard that his boss was also coming over, his eyes went black and he almost didn't faint. How could he think that he was just doing things the way he did before, and it was still his boss's default practice? How did he cause such a big trouble? Shin-Chi nodded slightly. "In that case, let's wait here." Shin Yu and Zhao Xiaowan didn't know what Manager Wang had said. They only felt that it was still a bit inappropriate for Shin-Chi to go to such great lengths just because of the matter of selling the car at a higher price. But they didn't show it, but completely obeyed Shin-Chi's arrangement. Manager Wang could no longer care about his image and hurriedly came to Shin-Chi. "Mr. Shin, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please be generous and let me off this time." "Right, don't you want to buy a car? There's no need to raise the price. I'll even give you a discount. My maximum authority is 20% off. I'll post the money to give you 70% off. Just please let me off this time." Manager Wang was really anxious. Mercedes-Benz cars have always been in high demand in Xia. The sales were very good. It was not easy for him to become a manager and find a way to make money. If he was fired, he would have no source of income. What's more terrible is that if today's matter spreads out, he won't need to mix in the automobile circle in the future. It's a different matter whether he can even get a foothold in Golden City. This is a matter that concerns his life and family. How can he not be anxious? Shin-Chi still ignored Manager Wang, but asked the salesman next to him, "Can I test drive it?" The sales quickly nodded. Yes, you come with me. When the sales led Shin-Chi's trio to the test drive, Manager Wang turned his head to look at Luli. "Brother Lu, you must help me." Luli shook his head and got up to leave. Manager Wang's body went completely soft. Chapter 44, 100-Year-Old Enemy. The test drive was still good and the sales were dedicated. If there was no Manager Wang messing around in there, he would have already signed the contract with Shin-Chi. Now that he saw Manager Wang scared into that state, he was extraordinarily happy in his heart, and he was extra attentive when he entertained Shin-Chi's trio. Shin-Chi's purpose was not to test drive, but he did not want to see Manager Wang again. 10 minutes later the test drive ended and Zhang Yan arrived. When Manager Wang saw his boss coming, he hurriedly rushed up and tried to describe what happened truthfully. But in the end, Zhang Yan didn't pay any attention to Manager Wang, but came to Lu Li's side. "President Lu, how come you didn't say hello to your guest? I can also greet them in advance." Lu Li laughed. "It's just buying a car, so there's no need to trouble Boss Zheng." "How can this be trouble? It's my honor for Governor Lu to take care of my business. Not to mention that this time it's thanks to old brother that I was able to find out what the problem was ahead of time and didn't offend both the Shin and Zhao families at the same time." Zhang Yan glared at Manager Wang. "Older brother, tell me what happened just now, so that when I see Mr. Shin, Miss Shin and Miss looking later, I can have a say." Manager Wang hurriedly came up. "Boss, is there a part for you to speak?" Zhang Yan let out a cold snort. "Older brother, let's go inside and talk." Lu Li nodded his head and followed Zhang Yan into the office. This time Lu Li had no scruples and told the truth about what happened. Zhang Yan hurriedly got up to express his gratitude. "Elder brother Lu, this time it's really thanks to you. If you didn't find out ahead of time, I wouldn't even know that I have such a person under my hand. Where are Mr. Shan and the others? I have to apologize in person." Lu Li told the story about Shin-Chi's trio going for a test drive, and Zhang Yan hurriedly called that salesman and asked him to bring Shin-Chi's trio back. Manager Wang watched blearily outside as Shin-Chi's trio returned, then was invited into the office by Zhang Yan, not even looking at him the whole time. Zhang Yan respectfully invited Shin-Chi's trio to the main seat, and only got to the point after some courtesy. "Mr. Shin, Miss Shun and Miss Looking, first of all, I want to apologize to the three of you. It's because of my ineffective management that today's matter has occurred." Then Zhang Yan waved his hand at Manager Wang outside the office. "Manager Wang, come in." Manager Wang didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly entered the office. "Mr. Zhang, you. Calling you in is not to listen to your explanation, but to inform you that you have been fired. Immediately go to the finance to settle your salary. I don't want to see you again in the future." Zhang Yan's tone was harsh. He couldn't wait to go up and slap Manager Wang again. When he fired Manager Wang, Zhang Yan also carefully glanced at Shin-Chi, wanting to see Shin-Chi's reaction, but the result was that Shin-Chi's face did not change in any way, as if this move of his could not satisfy Shin-Chi at all. Manager Wang's body went soft and almost fell to the ground. Zhang Yan snorted coldly, didn't bother to take care of Manager Wang, and looked at Shin-Chi again. "Mr. Shin, there is a serious mistake in our management. It's my fault. In order to express my sincerity, the car you just test drove, you can sell it to you at half price. Do the formalities now. Do you think it's okay?" "Okay, then sign the contract." Shin-Chi nodded his head. In fact, he didn't care if he bought a car at half price or not. As long as people like Manager Wang got a lesson it was enough. Things went smoothly after that. It only took 10 minutes to complete all the formalities. Lu Li and Zhang Yan both sent Shin-Chi's trio out. "Mr. Shin, take your time." Shin-Chi took a few steps forward and then suddenly came back. "Governor Lu, we still have things to do. Please help me drive the car back. Is that okay?" "Of course, obliged." Lu Li hurriedly took the car key with both hands. "Don't worry Mr. Shin, I will definitely send the car back to you as soon as possible." As for what else Shin-Chi had behind him, he didn't dare to ask a single word more. After waiting for Shin-Chi's trio to leave, Zhang Yan pulled Lu Li back to the office. "Old brother Lu, tell me, what is this Shin-Chi's origin? Logically speaking, a distant uncle of the Shin family shouldn't have this much energy." Lu Li thought of Shin-Chi's performance in the Shin family's old mansion and said, "There are some things that are not as simple as what you see. You just need to remember that this person, Shin-Chi, is by no means simple." Magic City, Yang family. Yang family is the top mansion in Magic City. The power is not less than the King family in the capital. But today, Yang family head Yang Tianshang looked at a few news and fell into contemplation. And in front of him there was also a picture of Shin-Chi. These several news items were all related to the Golden City Shin family. The first news was the appearance of lightning on Zhongqi Peak, which flew through hundreds of kilometers in the air and landed at the Shin family's old mansion. The second was that Shin Xiu had a car accident on his way to the capital but was unharmed. The third was a dump truck rollover. The fourth, the Golden City International explosion. The fifth, 2 murders in the Fuding neighborhood. The first one is the one that is not in the hands of the people who are in the hands of the people who are in the hands of the people. Yang Tiansheng sent someone to investigate the 2 dead people in Fuding neighborhood in detail, and found that Sun San and Sixth Son were actually plotting to kill the people of Shin family. That's why he put these 5 news together. After pondering for a long time, Yang Tiansheng got up, picked up Shin Chi's photo and entered a secret passage, and came to the door of a room after going more than 10 meters deep underground. Great-grandfather, the enemy you have been searching for all these years may have news. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron door on the room unexpectedly flew straight out and embedded itself into the opposite wall, going at least 10 centimeters deeper. Are you sure? An old man in a black robe walked out from the room, his face carrying a fierce aura that was hard to hide. Yang Tiansheng respectfully took out his cell phone photo and handed it to the old man. This is the news that happened in Golden City in the past 2 days, and there is also a photo of a person named Shin Chi. You will know if you take a look at it. The old man's face changed when he heard Shin Chi's name. His eyes released a brilliant light, and as he snatched Shin Chi's photo, his body couldn't help but start trembling. The hatred of killing my father is not shared. Shin Chi, I've searched for you for 100 years, and today, I've finally found you. Tiansheng, tell me the situation carefully. Yes. Yang Tiansheng hurriedly told all the 5 news he had seen and the news he had collected about the Shin family in the past 2 days, without leaving anything out. The old man slowly calmed down as he listened to these news. The Cheng family is fighting the Shin family? What's the situation of the Cheng family then? Yang Tiansheng said, the Cheng family is no longer viable. In every aspect it has been suppressed by the Shin family. Defeat is only a matter of time. The old man said in a deep voice. You find a competent person to bring $2 billion to the Cheng family, to fight against the Shin family in the name of the Cheng family. Before I make a move to settle the score with Shin Chi, I want him to watch the Shin family go to ruin little by little, so that he can also experience what it's like to lose a loved one. Chapter 45, You Must Be Wrong. Near noon, the Shin family's old mansion. Shin Hong had just finished handling the Golden City International mess and was planning to rest for a moment in his study when Shin Xiu knocked on the door outside. Father, I'm back, come in. Shin Hong put down the documents in his hand and asked, is the thing that I asked you to do done? A little bit of a brow. This afternoon to find a few more people to investigate. There should be a result, Shin Xiu said, then added, when I came back just now, I saw Kong Feng wanting to see you. His face didn't look very good. I've already told him to sit down in the courtyard. Kong Feng? Shin Hong revealed a surprised look. What is he doing here? Shin Xiu shook his head. I don't know. I haven't come to ask in detail. Beside Kong Feng, there is also an old man who is older. I don't know what the origin is. Shin Hong frowned slightly. Elder Kong Feng's identity is not ordinary. He is a person with real skills. Nowadays he is counted more than 100 years old. He also took part in that war more than 80 years ago, killed countless enemies, and made a great achievement. After the establishment of the Summer Kingdom, Elder Kong Feng came to settle in Golden City, has been committed to publicizing traditional martial arts, also collected a few disciples, quite prestigious in Golden City. Our Shin family and he has not had much dealings, this time come over. In the end, what is the purpose? Shin Xiu said, Father, I think we can't guess anything here. Why don't we go out and ask to see what he really wants to do? If he wants to rely on his reputation in Golden City to find trouble with our Shin family, it's not that easy. Shin Hong nodded. Go out and take a look. Not long after the two came to the front yard, Kong Feng saw Shin Hong and Shin Xiu walking out, and did not get up, just nodded slightly at Shin Hong, doing extremely high. Beside Kong Feng there was an old man who looked to be in his 80s, but did not sit down, but stood respectfully beside Kong Feng, without any dissatisfaction on his face. If Shin Chi was here, he would be able to recognize that this old man standing next to him was the old man he met in the park in the morning. The old man's name was Fan Chang, and as Kong Feng's disciple, he had some fame in Golden City, but the Shin family didn't care much about Fan Chang, so naturally he didn't recognize him. Shin Hong arched his hand and said, Elder Kong has come to visit. I have missed the welcome. Please forgive me. Kong Feng still didn't get up, just nodded slightly and said, Master Shun's affairs are busy. I shouldn't have come to disturb you, but there are some things that I have to step in. Shin Hong was even more puzzled. Dare I ask Elder Master Kong, what exactly is the matter? Kong Feng closed his eyes and leaned on the stone chair. Next to Fan Chang said, Shin family master, this morning I practiced boxing in the park. At that moment, Fan Chang said what happened this morning, and at the end, he added, I am a person who practiced martial arts. If I lose in an ordinary sparring match, it is because I am not as good as others. I have nothing to say. But you Shin family members shouldn't have said that this internal flexibility fist of mine is defective. This is a provocation to my benefactor. How can I not swallow this breath? So I came over to ask for a statement. Please also ask the Shin family master to call out the young man who sparred with me in the park this morning, and in front of my benefactor, say where exactly this inner soft fist is bad. People who practiced martial arts had heavy sectarian views, sometimes even beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So Shen Hong was puzzled by the actions of both Kong Feng and Fan Chang, but it was just to say that the inner soft fist had deficiencies. Could this not work? If Nei Ro Quan was really so powerful, how could it lose? But disconcerted as well as disconcerted, Shen Hong also did not dare to ignore the demands of Kong Feng and Fan Chang both, and turned his head to look at Shin Xiu. Our Shin family, does anyone practice martial arts? No. Shin Xiu shook his head. Although traditional martial arts are powerful, but nowadays, the level of technology is developing rapidly. In front of all kinds of powerful thermal weapons, traditional martial arts have gradually gone into decline. Young people are willing to practice traditional martial arts. Very few people. Shin Hong said, Elder Kong, do you think this matter is a mistake? We don't have anyone in the Shin family who practices martial arts, so how could we possibly compete with Mr. Fan? There should be some kind of misunderstanding here, right? Fan Chang snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? I watched that person enter the gate of your Shin family in the morning. Could I still be wrong? I'm not as skilled as you and lost to your Shin family. It's because I'm not good at Kung Fu. But he shouldn't have said that the Nei Ro Quan that my master passed on to me is not good. If this word gets out, won't it degrade my master's reputation? Please stop harboring that person and let him come out quickly. Shin Hong's face was also a bit unsightly. Although Kong Feng was extremely prestigious in Golden City, their Shin family was not at the mercy of others. Kong Feng and Fan Chang both came to the door without a single greeting, and also had a tone of questioning. How could he tolerate it? So his tone also started to turn cold. Since Mr. Fan said that he saw that person enter my Shin family's gate, then please ask Mr. Fan to say what characteristics that person has, so that Mr. Shin can also look for them within my Shin family. Of course, Fan Chang could see that Shin Hong had begun to get angry, but he did not have any intention of giving in or compromising. For those who practiced martial arts, bravery was the first priority. If he made concessions because of the power of the Shin family, then his decades of boxing would have been practiced in vain. Good, then I'll tell you what that person looks like. 23 or 4 years old, about 1 meter 8 tall. Fan Chang immediately said Shin Chi's characteristics, then both Shin Hong and Shin Xiu froze. Shin Chi's characteristics were really too obvious, and as soon as Fan Chang said it they guessed that it was Shin Chi. And Shin Chi did go out for a trip in the morning, and the time matched perfectly. The two of them, Kong Feng and Fan Chang, actually wanted to settle the score with Shin Chi. This could not be tolerated. If it were someone else, Shin Hong might still have to take into account Kong Feng's face. After all, Kong Feng is also a famous figure in Golden City, and the prestige is quite high. Several disciples in Golden City also have not bad achievements. If they offend Kong Feng, their Shin family will also have some trouble. But if Kong Feng's reputation is great, can he still be compared to his own old ancestor? Thinking about the various divine means that the old ancestor had once performed, Shin Hong was really not surprised at all. In front of Shin Chi, what is Fan Chang? Let alone Fan Chang, even if Kong Feng personally appeared, it was not worth Shin Chi's attention. Over 100 years old. Is that impressive? My family's old ancestors had lived for hundreds of years. Elder Kong, Mr. Fan, I already know who the person you are talking about is. That is indeed our Shin family, and it is also my distant uncle. But I don't think that this uncle of mine has done anything wrong. If it was my uncle who said that the two of you have a flaw in your Nei Ro Quan, then it must be flawed. And there is absolutely no mistake about that. Kong Feng, who had originally been resting his eyes with his eyes closed in the manner of a high-ranking person, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hidden light shooting out from his eyes. Family Master Shin, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Shin Hong tit for tat. It's the literal meaning. Mr. Shin doesn't care what the two of you are or what your origins are. As long as you and my second uncle got into an argument, then it must be your fault. Chapter 46, Who gave you the courage? Kong Feng got up, his face frosty and unruffled. Shin family master, you have a big mouth. Could it be that you think that your Shin family can only cover the sky in Golden City? Shin Hong nodded his head seriously. If it was before, Mr. Shin wouldn't dare to say so, but after my family's second uncle came, our Shin family, indeed, can do it. Before Shin Chi's return, Shin Hong had great power of speech in Golden City, but he did not dare to say that he could only cover the sky in Golden City. After all, everything that their Shin family also had before was fought for little by their Shin family's grandchildren and grandchildren. They knew the difficulty of the ship industry, and they acted in a prudent manner. Even if the Shin family was already the #1 mansion in Golden City, they did not dare to make any excessive moves. But after Shin-chi came to the Shin family and showed all kinds of heaven-defying means, Shin-hong possessed a great bottom line. If anyone still thought that the current Shin family was the same as before, it would be a big mistake. Kang Fong was truly infuriated by Shin-hong's actions. As a traditional martial arts master who had once gone to war, killed countless enemies, and made great achievements for Xia, he had never been treated like this in Golden City. He took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and said in a cold voice, "Good, Clan Master Shin, since you say so, then I'm going to ask for a lesson. There is only one way for people practicing martial arts to settle their differences, and that is to fight, and whoever wins is right. Since you have such a big mouth, then call Shin-chi out. I want to see how capable a 20-something-year-old waif can be." Shin-hong didn't bother to be polite with Kang Fong and directly said, "Sorry, my second uncle had something to go out today and wasn't at home. If you guys are here to find my second uncle, then please go back. Next time, if you still want to come, please hand in your invitations first. When my second uncle has time, he will naturally see you." "Sure, see off the guests." Shin Xiao nodded his head and immediately came to the two of them. "Kang Fong and Fan Chang, both of you, please." Kang Feng's face was ugly. Before he came to the Shin family, he did not put the Shin family in his eyes. After all, the Shin family is a businessman. Kang Fong is a traditional martial arts master. There are not many interactions between the two sides. Kang Fong does not look up to the Shin family's nostrils, so the moment he came up, he took the patriarch's demeanor. He did not think that Shin Hong was so insensitive to his face, and said that he was flipping out. Fan Chang really cannot help it, took a step forward and said loudly, "Shin family master, you have to think clearly. What Shin-chi did has been serious." Shin Hong had already turned around and left, simply not having the heart to listen to Fan Chang here. He gave face to Kang Fong because Kang Fong had done great feats for the Xia kingdom, but this was not the capital for Kang Fong to be able to wield power in the Shin family. As for Fan Chang, from start to finish, he wouldn't even look at him squarely. An old man who had been boxing for decades. How dare he spread wildness in the Shin family? Shin Xiao knew his father's mind and stopped in front of Fan Chang with a cold snort. "Mr. Fan, please respect yourself." Seeing that he was ignored, Fan Chang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he immediately launched a palm at Shin Xiao. This palm does not seem to have much force, but in fact, Fan Chang has already transported the dark force. That is, 100 kilograms of strong man will also be pushed out 2 or 3 meters away. Not to mention Shin Xiao such as from a young brocade, pampered son of the public. This is still the result of Fan Chang's mercy. If he had gone all out, Shin Xiao like this, he could beat 10. But what happened next made Kang Fong and Fan Chang freeze. Fan Chang's palm did hit Shin Xiao's chest, but Shin Xiao's body did not move at all. Instead, Fan Chang felt a powerful force recoiled and even shocked him back 3 steps, which barely stabilized his body. Kang Feng's face suddenly changed. Could it be that this extremely ordinary-looking Shin Xiao was also a deep-seated practitioner? Fan Chang's heart was even more shocked. Only he knew the force of this palm. Why was Shin Xiao unharmed, but he was shaken back? As the person concerned, Shin Xiao feelings are also quite profound. In Fan Chang, this palm fell to the chest of Shin Xiao. He carries the jade pendant again released a powerful force, not only to protect him from any harm, but also Fan Chang shocked out. If it were before, Shin Xiao would still be surprised, but after experiencing that car accident on the highway, he had already seen all the magical performance of the jade pendant and was not surprised. How could something taken out by the fairy-like second grandpa be a mortal product? Fan Chang was just a mere mortal. How could he possibly fight against second grandpa? "Mr. Fan, is this the inner soft fist you cultivate? I'm afraid it's not even enough to tickle me. My second grandfather said that this inner soft fist of yours is flawed. Isn't that correct?" Fan Chang's face was about to lose its face. He hadn't expected things to develop to such a state. If he didn't make a move just now, it was at most a verbal argument between them and the Shin family. But he made a move and was easily repelled by Shin Xiao. This wasn't a simple verbal argument. After it was spread out, their reputation would definitely be affected, and they wouldn't be able to carry the title of Master Ma. This is absolutely cannot endure. Fan Chang immediately displayed the starting stance of internal soft fist, and his eyes stared at Shin Xiao. "I didn't realize that Mr. Shin was also so deep in hiding. Then I would like to ask for some lessons, please." Shin Hong heard the movement behind him and immediately turned around, but did not have any worried look, because he knew that Shin Xiao had the jade pendant that Shin Chi had given him on his body. Not to mention Fan Chang, even if Kang Fong made a move, it was impossible to hurt Shin Xiao in the slightest. Shin Xiao was even less worried. Just now heard Kang Fong and Fan Chang speak out against Shin Chi. He wanted to teach the two a good lesson. Now Fan Chang moved, just as he intended. But just at this time, an engine roar came from the front door. A brand new Mercedes-Benz Big G parked at the door. Luli walked down from the car, just entered the door, and shouted before he could see what was going on inside. Shin family head, I drove the new car over. You see what is the right place to park it? Shin Hong did not know that Shin Shi had bought a car and asked, Governor Lu, what new car? Luli came in front of Shin Hong. Only then did he notice that Kong Fong and Fan Chang were also there, and hurriedly greeted him. Elder Kong is also here. What wind blew you over? Fan Chang had clearly set up his starting stance and was about to make a move, but Luli came over and just happened to interrupt his preparations, hastily putting his stance away. To be honest, he was not sure that he could defeat Shin Xiu even after touching with him just now, and now that Luli was also there, he could not make a move even more. Without the presence of others, losing was nothing, and it was thought that the Shin family would not deliberately publicize this matter, but Luli's presence was different. Luli had a wide range of friends in Golden City, so maybe one day he would tell the truth about what happened today. His loss to Shin Xiu was a small matter, but damaging Kong Feng's face was a big matter. Kong Feng also knew the twists and turns, nodding slightly at Luli as a greeting, his face still ugly. Luli knew Kong Feng's temper, traditional martial arts master. A bit of temper is quite normal. Naturally he would not take it to heart, turning his head to answer Shin Hong's question. Shin family head, this Mercedes-Benz Big G was just bought by Mr. Shin Chi. Mr. Shin still has things to do, so he let me drive it back first. Shin Hong understood what happened when he heard this, and said, so that's how it is. It's really troublesome for Governor Lu. Please also come inside for a cup of hot tea and a casual meal. The car is placed at the entrance. I will find someone to put it in the garage later. Luli was about to make some polite remarks, but Kong Feng suddenly spoke up. Governor Lu, you said that this car was bought by Shin Chi? Luli nodded. Yes, it was indeed bought by Mr. Shin. Why? Then where is Shin Chi now? I don't know about that. Mr. Shin said he had other things to do. I don't know where he went. Luli paused for a moment to look at the faces of Shin Hong, Shen Xiu, Kong Feng, and Fan Chang, and only then did he notice that things seemed a bit off. Elder Kong, you are looking for Mr. Shin. Is there something you want? Kong Feng snorted coldly. Shin Shi spoke out of his mouth. How dare he look down on old man's kung fu? Old man came over this time, just to discuss a few moves with that Shin Chi. Governor Lu, if you know Shin Chi's whereabouts, please tell me truthfully. Luli was confused. Looking at Kong Feng's appearance did not look like he was joking. He could not help but say in his heart, Master Kong, you are so old, but you still dare to come to find trouble with Mr. Shin Chi. Aren't you making things difficult for yourself? Who is Mr. Shin Chi? Even the head of the Wang family in the capital, Wang Huirang, has suffered defeat at Mr. Shin Chi's hands, so just you, a traditional martial arts master with no powerful background. How dare you come to find trouble with Mr. Shin Chi? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 47. I advise you to let go before it's too late. Kong Feng looked at Lu Li's silence and a displeased look appeared on his face. Governor Lu, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to harbor that Shin Chi? Lu Li didn't dare to pick up Kong Feng's words, but instead looked at Shin Hong once again. Shin family head, there might be some misunderstanding here. Why don't you let me talk to Master Kong? He was a bank president with a wide range of friends. What kind of people had to be drawn in? And for someone like Kong Feng, who was extremely prestigious in Golden City, he was naturally even more attentive. So he didn't want to see Kong Feng come to Shin Chi's trouble at this time. After all, for Kong Feng, winning or losing is a small matter. Losing face is a big matter. They are so old. In case they are stimulated and something happens, what to do? Shin Hong nodded in agreement. Just now Shin Xiu and Fan Chang touched it, and had the advantage, and he had just clearly expressed his attitude. If Kong Feng is willing to give in on this, the result is also acceptable. After all, their Shin family will not be aggressive, and have to do what Kong Feng and Fan Chang two people. Lu Li hurriedly pulled Kong Feng to the side a few steps, lowered his voice and said, Elder Kong, you listen to my advice. Let this matter go. Mr. Shin Chi has an extraordinary background. Even those families in the capital, all have to give Mr. Shin Chi a few points of face. You're old at this age, because of a little trifle and Mr. Shin Chi to have a disagreement. This is not appropriate. A small matter? Kong Feng's face changed. I and others who practice martial arts, the most taboo is others pointing out things. Since ancient times there is no first in literature, there is no second in martial arts. Shin Chi is pointing out things to old man's boxing and saying that old man's boxing is not good. If this is spread out, if old man does not have a little reaction, won't it be a disgrace to people? Old me has lived for over 100 years. What scenes have I not seen before? 90 years ago when I went into battle to kill the enemy, there wasn't even him, Shen Chi. Now that the world is at peace, this kind of jumping clown comes out to disgust people. How can I give up? Governor Lu, I know you are saying this out of good intentions, but my mind is made up. I must find that Shin-chi and confront him face to face. Otherwise, this anger in my heart will be hard to dispel. Seeing this, Luli knew that it was impossible to change Kong Feng's mind even if he said anything else, so he could only sigh and say, Elder Kong, I've said what I need to say. If you have to be bent on having your own way, the consequences of this may not be something you are willing to see. I can only advise you one last thing. Let go of this matter before it's too late. It's beneficial to everyone. Kong Feng raises his hand to interrupt Luli. Governor Liu doesn't need to say anything. My mind is made up. I definitely won't make any concessions. Luli was helpless. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. He had already made it so clear. Kong Feng was still bent on having his way. As for Shin-chi's trail, he really didn't know either. Kong Feng once again came to Shin Hong. Shin family master, I don't care what Shin-chi's identity is. Today I came to find him. I just want to have a good discussion with him. If I can't see him today, I won't leave. I'll just wait here until he comes back. This time Shin Hong was not happy. Elder Kong, if you are here to visit, our Shin family welcomes you. But now that you are here to find trouble with our Shin family, I'm sorry that Mr. Shin will not receive you, and I ask you too to leave our Shin family. Since Kong Feng had already made it clear that he wanted to find trouble with Shin-chi, then Shin Hong naturally had to have a clear attitude as well. Kong Feng snorted coldly, although he knew that he was just being unreasonable by staying in the Shin family, but he still planned to rely on not leaving. Could Shin Hong still drive them away? It was not that he looked down on the Shin family, just this point of the Shin family's bodyguards did not let him put in his eyes at all. Shin Xiu saw Kong Feng and Fan Chang, two people, refuse to leave, relying on the jade pendant protection. Towards Kong Feng walked up, was about to speak. The door came another burst of engine roar, but it was a Haval H9 parked at the door. Shin Xiu couldn't help but frown when he saw this Haval. How could a civilian car like Haval drive over? Although it was a new car, the price of the Haval was here, and it had nothing to do with old or new. Which of the people who had dealings with their Shin family were not upper-class celebrities in Golden City? How could they drive this kind of car that was less than $300,000? But the next second the car door opened. Shin-chi, Shin Yu and Zhao Shaowan walked out from the Haval car. Shin Xiu froze for a moment. His face immediately stretched. Haval H9. This car is actually very also good. The appearance of the atmosphere. Power can also be. The key Haval is the independent brand of Xia. These years is still very popular. Buy a Haval H9. Is to support the domestic independent brand? Praiseworthy. Shin-chi saw Shin Xiu before he entered the door, and pointed to the Mercedes-Benz Big G at the door. There was an accident today and scrapped your car, so I bought you a new one. Shin Xiu was flattered. Second grandpa, what are you talking about? A car only, scrapped on scrapped. As long as you are okay on the line, how can you still let you break the bank? Shin-chi laughed. It doesn't matter. Your father gave the money anyway. Shin Xiu was speechless. What he said, he was actually speechless. When Shin Yu passed by Shin Xiu, he lowered his voice and said, Brother, after dinner later, I'll tell you a big secret. As the Golden City International that explosion, bomb personal experience, Shin Yu feel that they are the most right to say. And she also witnessed Shin Chi whoosh disappeared. Whoosh came out again seen. At this time cannot wait to talk to Shin Xiu. Zhao Shaowan followed behind Shin Chi, but did not say anything, because her mind was on Shin Chi. After they came out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Shin Chi inquired about what the independent brands of cars in Xia were, and after some comparisons, he chose Haval. Shin Chi and Shin Xiu's conversation reached Fan Chang's ears. Fan Chang felt that the voice was a bit familiar, and hurriedly turned his head, and saw Shin Chi. His complexion was shocked, and hurriedly said, Master, he is Shin Chi. Kong Feng had already been riding a bit of a tiger. After all, the strength of the Shin family was here, and falling out with the Shin family wouldn't do him much good. Now that Shin Chi had appeared, he had found a breakthrough at once. As long as he forced Shin Chi to fight and defeated him, then this matter today would be considered to have reached a successful conclusion. However, when he saw Shin Chi, Kong Feng's complexion appeared to have an obvious pause, because he suddenly realized that Shin Chi looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but exactly where, he couldn't recall for a moment. However, these were unimportant. He had lived for more than 100 years and had seen countless people, and it was normal for him to occasionally encounter a few people who looked similar to Shin Chi. Shin Chi's cultivation was profound and his five senses were superior. What Fan Chang said all entered Shin Chi's ears without a single word, and he immediately looked over towards Fan Chang, and then recognized Fan Chang at a glance. Looking at this stance of Fan Chang, and then looking at Kong Feng beside Fan Chang, Shin Chi understood what the two of them meant. After all, Shin Chi had also experienced that era where martial arts were honored, and knew how much people who practiced martial arts valued their face, but still didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Although Fan Chang's inner soft fist was good, it was really broken in his eyes, and he wanted to give some pointers. Was there anything wrong with that? Chapter 48, not bad for the man I've been eyeing. After Kong Feng saw Shin-Chi, his eyes instantly became energized, and he quickly took 2 steps to come in front of Shin-Chi. You are Shin-Chi? Listening to Fan Chang, you think that the old man's inner soft fist has flaws? Shin-Chi nodded his head. That's right, exactly. Although your Nei Roquan is also good, it also has very obvious deficiencies. Otherwise this morning, I wouldn't have defeated your disciples so simply. Fan Chang's face was a bit unsettled. How to say that he was also a ranked figure in Golden City, although it was a fact that he had lost a match, but just letting Shin-Chi say it like that, he still felt that he had lost face. Kong Feng snorted coldly. Fan Chang grew up weak and sickly. Practicing Nei Roquan is only to strengthen the body, not really study martial arts. Losing to you is normal, but if you say that my Nei Roquan has flaws because of that, I am not convinced. If you have real skills, then spar with me here. If you can beat me, I will admit that Nei Roquan is inferior to your fist. Shin-Chi shook his head. Cutting and sparring is not necessary. I am not in the habit of bullying juniors, but if you are willing to sit down, I can tell you where the flaws of the inner soft fist are, and in the future you will certainly get twice the result with half the effort when you cultivate it. In view of Shin-Chi having lived for hundreds of years this age, Kong Feng, who was only over 100 years old, was really a junior undoubtedly, and there was no element of exaggeration in this statement. However, these words fell into Kong Feng and Fan Chang's ears changed flavor. What do you mean by not having the habit of bullying juniors? You're a 20-something-year-old waif who dares to bully in front of the 2 of them. Could it be that Shin-Chi didn't know that the 2 of them, master and disciple, were already 200 years old combined? The 2 of them, Shin-Xiu and Shin-Yu, did not know Shin-Chi's true identity, and when they heard Shin-Chi's words, they also felt that there was something inappropriate, but out of their position. They did not say anything. Shin Hong did not say a word at the back, looking like he was watching the fun. Only he knew Shin-Chi's true identity and knew that there was no hint of exaggeration in Shin-Chi's words. Lu Li stood in an inconspicuous place, not saying a word. On this occasion, it was better for him to play deaf and dumb. Zhao Xiaowan also didn't have much of a reaction. She now had a bit of an unconditional trust in Shin-Chi's frame. As long as Shin-Chi said it, she would choose to believe it. Kong Feng's heart was even more indignant. Your kid's arrogance is too exaggerated, even calling him a senior in front of him. Could it be that Shin-Chi didn't know that he was already over 100 years old? And looking at the entire Xia country, there were no more people who dared to call themselves seniors in front of him? Shin-Chi, your words are too much of a disregard for old me. Originally, I still wanted to leave you a few points of face, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, so I can't help but teach you a good lesson today, so that you know the order of respect and inferiority. Before the words fell, Kong Feng rushed up towards Shin-Chi. Kong Feng really can't help it. Originally in Shin Hong and Shin Xiu here had held a belly full of anger, now finally met the rightful owner. Did not expect Shin-Chi said words than Shin Hong and Shin Xiu even excessive. If he didn't do it again, he still didn't know what kind of words Shin-Chi would say. However, Kong Feng does have real skills. As he rushed towards Shin-Chi, his hands were one in front of the other. His right hand was the main attacker and his left hand was the main defender. Attacking and defending. Unpredictable and unpredictable. Simply by looking at this stance, Shin-Chi knew that Kong Feng's attainments in martial arts surpassed Fan Chang's by too much. However, Kong Feng is no longer strong. In front of Shin-Chi, it is no different from a child playing house. Shin-Chi also does not bully Kong Feng, will not use the means of immortal cultivator. But when Kong Feng rushed over slightly sideways, easily avoided Kong Feng's attack, and then his right hand into a finger, gently point on Kong Feng's back. The fighting process was no different from when Shin-Chi and Fan Chang competed. Kong Feng's entire body froze when he felt his back being nudged by Shin-Chi. How was this possible? He had used 80% of his strength just now, and looking at the entire Xia kingdom, there were not many people who could block a strike of his level, and not only did Shin-Chi easily avoid the attack, but he was also able to counterattack with ease? How did he do it? Fan Chang, who was full of confidence just now, was also stunned. Surprisingly, even when Master, his old man, attacked, he was not Shin-Chi's opponent? Don't look at the master. His old man is already more than 100 years old, but because every day in practice, martial arts cultivation does not decrease, but rather increase. The cultivation of the internal soft fist is even more to the degree of the peak. It is not too much to call it a master of martial arts, but such a powerful master, but even lost to Shin-Chi in a single shot? How could he accept this? Shin Hong, Shin Xiu and Shin Yu had already been surprised by this result. Shin Hong, the old ancestor, is a godlike figure. Is it not something you mortals can compare to? Shin Xiu, second grandfather took out the jade pendant, is so powerful. How can he himself be worse? Shin Xiu, is this enough to scare you? If you see your grandpa disappear and come out again, and even the explosives can't hurt him, you'll be sitting on the ground in fear. Luli revealed a dumbfounded look, and seemed to understand why even Wang Huiring of the Wang family in the capital had to be courteous when facing Shenxi. This Shenxi really wasn't an ordinary person. Zhao Xiuwan's eyes began to glow once again, worthy of being the man I fancy. Really capable. Shenxi withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "You lost." Kong Feng's face was ashen. Until now, he didn't know how he lost. But as a martial arts master, a loss was a loss, and he was not so bad that he could not afford to lose. Don't look at the fact that Shenxi had just lightly nudged his back, but with the skill that Shenxi had just shown, as long as Shenxi was willing, he could randomly give him a fatal blow on his back. By not doing so, Shenxi was already being merciful and to the point, and also left him a few points of face. Otherwise he would have been beaten to a state of disarray, which would have been much more humiliating than this. That's right, I lost. Kong Feng finally came back to his senses. It's because I'm not as skilled as others. Fan Chang, let's go. Wait. Shenxi suddenly spoke up and called out to Kong Feng. This time you admit that the inner soft fist is flawed? Kong Feng's face was cloudy. Mr. Shen, what do you mean by this? I lost to you with inferior skills. That's my business. It has nothing to do with inner soft fist. And why do you have to hold on to inner soft fist? Shenxi laughed. If I'm not mistaken, this inner soft fist was passed down to you from another person, right? Kong Feng's face suddenly changed, and his gaze towards Shenxi was filled with shock, because the inner soft fist was indeed passed on to him by a senior person more than 90 years ago. At that time, Xia was in a period of turmoil. Everyone was in danger. Kong Feng, in order to protect his family and defend his country, resolutely set foot on the battlefield. After a battle, he was seriously injured, and had already entered a state of near death. Fortunately, a high person passed by and saved his life, and in remembrance of his determination to protect his family and defend his country, he gave him a book, which was exactly the Nei Zhou Quan. After recovering from his injuries, Kong Feng began to practice Nei Rou Quan, and slowly gained some results. He made a lot of achievements on the battlefield, and began to show his talent, and was deeply appreciated by his superiors. While Kong Feng was slowly reaping all kinds of fame and status, he was also constantly searching for the whereabouts of that high-ranking person, but never found it. Later, the establishment of the Summer Kingdom, he also slowly faded this mind. After all, in that era of turmoil, human life is like grass, even if the master is skillful, but also do not dare to say that must be able to survive. Because of this, Kong Feng regarded the inner soft fist as the most precious treasure, and even his own scales, absolutely not allow anyone to insult, otherwise he would not be because of Shenxi's words. He made a big fuss to find the Shen family. Now that he lost to Shenxi, he was willing to admit defeat, but for him to admit that the Nei Rou Quan was deficient, he was 10,000 times unwilling to do so, because the Nei Rou Quan had a special significance in his case. Chapter 49, Still to Grandpa's Pot. When Shenxi saw Kong Feng reacting like this, his heart was still a bit surprised. He did not expect that he casually saved a person more than 90 years ago and passed on a set of boxing skills to the other party, but made the other party regard it as a treasure. And after so many years had passed, he still had to maintain this set of inner soft fist, which was not at all in the top grade in the opinion of Shenxi, so much so that it was still necessary to maintain this set of inner soft fist in this way. Shenxi also participated in that battle more than 90 years ago, and recognized the other party when he saw Kong Feng. Even though Kong Feng had already changed from a young man in his 20s to an old man in his 100 years, but Kong Feng did not have this kind of ability of Shenxi. Although Shenxi had lived for hundreds of years and his appearance had not changed much, but the attire more than 90 years ago was completely different from now. Plus so many years had passed, Kong Feng's memory would inevitably be biased, and there was a preconceived notion that Kong Feng absolutely would not believe that the benefactor he met back then had not even had any change in his appearance and body shape. So when he saw Shenxi, he felt that the other party looked somewhat familiar, but was unable to determine the identity of the other party. Of course, it was precisely because Shenxi recognized Kong Feng that when Kong Feng was aggressive and wanted to force Shenxi to make a move, Shenxi said that he would sit down and instruct Kong Feng's boxing skills. But unfortunately, Kong Feng still did not recognize Shenxi's identity. Now, Shenxi also do not want to let Kong Feng down. After all, it is more than 90 years ago had a one-sided relationship, and now can still meet again, has been very difficult. And that year that the internal soft fist is really just a boxing method he got by chance, which has a lot of defects. At that time, because of the Kong Feng injury is quite serious, he did not come to tell Kong Feng the internal soft fist deficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Shenxi said, "In fact, my great-grandfather once told me that more than 90 years ago, he saved a person's life on the battlefield, and also passed the Nei Rou Quan to the other person. And if I'm not wrong, the person that my great-grandfather saved is you." Kong Feng, who just now had a look of "I'm going to die hard with you to the end," froze after hearing these words. From the very beginning, he had not revealed the origin of the inner soft fist to anyone. Even Fan Chang did not know, and Shin Chi even directly said it. Could it be that Shin Chi's great-grandfather was really the same person who saved one of his own back then? As soon as this thought popped up, Kong Feng himself was right. No wonder he felt familiar when he saw Shin Chi. So it was after the benefactor. Mr. Shin, what you said is all true? Kong Feng's expression was a bit excited. He had searched for his benefactor for decades without any whereabouts. Today he could actually meet the benefactors after here. How could he not be excited? Shin Chi looked serious. If your Animerecap was indeed passed on to you by others on the battlefield more than 90 years ago, then it is true. Kong Feng hurriedly took 2 quick steps to come before Shin Chi, and his tone began to tremble. You can't lie to me. Back then, my benefactor saved my life and passed on Animerecap to me. I have been searching for my benefactor's whereabouts for so many years, but unfortunately, I am too insignificant and incapable to find my benefactor's trail. Now that I finally have the whereabouts of my benefactor, Mr. Shin, can you take me to meet my benefactor? No way. Shin Chi immediately shook his head. What a joke. He had already lived for hundreds of years. His great-grandfather had long ago been made into a shovel full of earth. Where else could he go to find him? Just now, he only cared about taking care of Kong Feng's face, but he forgot about this. Why? Kong Feng was puzzled. If it wasn't for my benefactor saving me, I, Kong Feng, wouldn't have today. Now that I finally have news of my benefactor, how can I not go and pay my respects? Shin Chi explained, it's not that I won't let you go, but my great-grandfather left home more than 30 years ago to travel, and has yet to return. Even I don't know where he has gone now. Kong Feng's body shook twice. Mr. Shin, you didn't lie to me? Shin Chi solemnly nodded. I'm not lying to you. In fact, I'm also searching for the whereabouts of my great-grandfather. But unfortunately, there has been no news. Listening to my father, my great-grandfather is this temperament. Often play disappearing. It's normal that he can't be found. Maybe one day in the future he will suddenly appear. Or maybe, never come back. Kong Feng looked gloomy. It was hard to get the whereabouts of his benefactor, but he couldn't pay his respects. How could he not lose his mind? Shen Xiu, Shen Yu, Zhao Xiaowan and Lu Li all felt that there was no problem with Kong Feng's behavior, although Kong Feng's previous attitude was a bit aggressive. This respect he had for Shin Chi's great-grandfather was true. Only Shin Hong hid in the back secretly stifling laughter, because he knows Shin Chi's true identity, great-grandfather and so on, are all fabricated by Shin Chi, more than 90 years ago to save Kong Feng's life, is bound to be Shin Chi. Poor this Kong Feng was so fooled by Shin Chi. Shin Chi's heart was also slightly relieved. It was close to wearing a gang. Kong Feng was lost inside. Shin Chi saw this and added, although my great-grandfather has gone out to travel, but before he left, he once specially pointed out the shortcomings of the inner soft fist. That's why I was able to beat you so easily. If Master Kong is willing, I can point out the shortcomings of the inner soft fist and tell you the method of making up for it that was passed down by my great-grandfather as well. Is it possible? Kong Feng's face became excited again. Although Shin Chi expressed the same meaning twice before and after, there were deficiencies in Animerecap, and he could point them out. But the results of these 2 times were very different, because Kong Feng knew Shin Chi's identity. Shin Chi nodded. Of course you can. I had this idea from the very beginning, only because I didn't make it clear that I made today's misunderstanding. Let's go in and talk. Don't always stand outside. Kong Feng nodded his head repeatedly and obeyed Shin Chi's words. Shin Hong naturally would not say anything at this time. Anyway, nowadays the Shin family is all about Shin Chi. As long as Shin Chi is willing, let Kong Feng live and he has no opinion. Shin Chi commandeered Shin Hong's study, and inside the study, he explained to Kong Feng the shortcomings of the inner soft fist as well as the method of improvement, and after half an hour, the two came out of the study. Kong Feng bowed solemnly to Shin Chi. Mr. Shin's words have benefited me greatly. So it turns out that the inner soft fist that I have practiced for nearly 100 years has so many more doors. Although I am now over 100 years old, I will put all my thoughts into Animerecap and do my best to carry Animerecap forward. Shin Chi smiled and nodded. It's enough that you have this heart. Animerecap is entrusted to you. Kong Feng added. Old Mr. Shin was kind to me back then, but now I have nothing to repay. After thinking about it, I can only count this kindness to you, Mr. Shin. Although I don't have such a huge power as the Shin family in Golden City, but I still have some use in some aspects. In the future, as long as Mr. Shin has a word, I, as well as those of my apprentices and grandchildren, will certainly be obliged. Shin Chi waved his hand repeatedly. No need. 2 grandpa helped back then and didn't think of anything in return. Old Mr. Kong doesn't need to take it to heart. Shen Hong, noon meal is ready? Leave old Mr. Kong and Mr. Fan here for a casual meal. Shen Hong hurriedly walked up, Second uncle. It's been ready for a long time. Old Mr. Kong, Mr. Fan, please. Chapter 50, You're all children in my eyes. While the Shin family was feverishly starting to eat their noon meal, Chang Shishan walked into the dark bar wearing a black trench coat with a black hat, sunglasses, and mask on his head. From the outside, Deep Color Bar was a very ordinary bar, with a beautiful environment, and soothing music could be heard as you entered. But only those who walked in the gray area all year round knew that there were some unseemly business behind this Deep Color Bar, such as intelligence trading, and then murder for hire. In the scope of the Golden City, if you want to make a person disappear quietly, it is best to find professionals in the dark bar. But the price of the other side is also quite powerful, so Chang Shishan did not choose the dark bar at first, but went to find Sun San. Now that Sun San was dead, Chang Shishan had to pin his hopes on the dark color bar. Coming to the bar, Chang Shishan straightened the brooch on his trench coat. The bartender nodded slightly and pointed to the staircase leading to the second floor. Chang Shishan walked up. There was only one office on the second floor. The light was dim. In the center of the office there was a table and 2 chairs. Other than that, there was no furniture, completely eliminating the possibility of hiding people. At this time on the opposite side of the desk sat a man wearing a black robe. A wide hooded hat covered his features. It was impossible to see what the other party looked like. State your claim. The black-robed man opened his mouth, but what came through was a mechanical synthesized voice without any emotion. Chang Shishan pressed his voice and said, "Kill 2 people, Shin Xiao and Shin Yu." The black-robed man paused for a moment, raised his head as if scrutinizing Chang Shishan, and said after a few seconds, "2 people, $150 million. Chang Shishan frowned. "I know your market. Killing 2 people doesn't even require this much money. You're asking for a lion's share." The black-robed man let out a strange laugh. His tone did not change. "As far as I know, Chang Shishan has offered such a sky-high price to an unimpressive commodity like Sun San. If I ask for a lower price, how do you expect me to explain to those professionals? Or, are you questioning Chang Shishan's vision?" Chang Shishan was silent. At this time, what else could he say? Although the black-robed man didn't have any intention of guessing his identity, he felt that his identity had already been recognized by the other party. Since this was the case, it would be painful. "Alright, $150 million. I want Shin Xiao and Shin Yu's lives. Do it cleanly and I'll come back to you if I need you in the future." The black-robed man nodded. 30% deposit, paid up front. When the deposit arrives, I'll arrange for you to have the top assassin. 1,000 Faces. Chang Shishan's complexion was aghast. The name 1,000 Faces. He had also heard of it. According to the rumors, no one has ever seen the true face of 1,000 Faces, because he is disguised and dressed up when he shows up. It could be a senile old man. It could be a shiny white-collar worker. It could be a sunny and handsome young man. Or it could be a sexy and charming beautiful woman. In a word, just about anyone who shows up in the Golden City. It could be 1,000 Faces. In addition to this heaven-defying disguise, 1,000 Faces is also recognized as a top killer. In Golden City alone, those who have died in his hands and have some status have exceeded 10. And if you add those outside of Golden City, this number will increase significantly. If it was 1,000 Faces who made the move, then Shin Xiao and Shin Yu would definitely die. After all, 1,000 Faces was a professional, and could easily throw Sun San off a dozen streets. Yes, within 3 days, at least one of Shin Xiao and Shin Hong will die, and within 5 days, both of them will die. The black-robed man once again let out a strange laugh. "I said, as long as the deposit arrives, everything is not a problem." Chang Shishan nodded and turned to leave. Although he felt that the other party already knew his identity, he wouldn't easily pay the deposit to the other party through a bank transfer. Instead, choosing the most primitive cash transaction, 45 million, a very large sum, fitting it into a box would take up a lot of space, and it wasn't something he could bring over alone, but he wouldn't do it himself. Instead, he called Yu Tian over, and asked him to go to the bank to withdraw the money, and then put the huge sum of 45 million into a designated location, and the people from the dark-colored bar would naturally go to take the money away. After lunch, Kong Fong and Fan Chang both got up to say goodbye. Shin Shi did not intend to go out again, because he had already seen Zhao Xiaowan's meaning. If he went out again in the afternoon, Zhao Xiaowan would inevitably still look for all kinds of excuses to follow, and simply stayed in the Shin family. Shin Yu had a twinkle in her eye and pulled Zhao Xiaowan out to go shopping. She was absolutely not going to give Zhao Xiaowan any chance. Shin Hong didn't rush to arrange for Shin Xiao to go out, but found Shin Qi and voiced his concerns. Second uncle. The explosioning that happened at Golden City International this morning. It must be Chang Shishan who is behind it. I suspect that he has already targeted Xiao and Xiao Yu. There are really some worries. Shin Qi laughed. A flip of his right hand took out a jade trigger finger. Don't worry, Shin Xiao and Shin Yu will be fine, but you are not sure. This trigger finger is for you. Carry it with you. No matter what time, don't take it off. Even if Chang Shishan turns Golden City over, you will be fine. Shin Hong made a difficult look. How can this work? You've only been here for a few days. Light makes you break the bank. Give it to you and you take it. How much older do you think you are than Shin Xiao and Shin Yu? In my eyes, all are children. Shin Shi did not give Shin Hong the slightest intention to save face. His right hand flicked. The jade wrench lightly landed on Shin Hong's left thumb. Although Shin Hong was counted down by Shin Shi, the smile on his face could not be held back. Just now he was just being polite with Shin Shi. After all, the things Shin Shi took out were not mortal goods, the kind that even money could not buy. To be honest, he was still very greedy for Shin Xiao's jade pendant and Shin Yu's jade pendant, but due to his own identity, it was not good to open up with Shin Shi. He did not expect that today. After just mentioning Chang Shishan's calculations, Shin Shi gave him a protective thing. In the future, with this jade trigger finger, not to mention Golden City, where can't one go in the big country of Xia? Thank you, second uncle. Shin Shi nodded slightly and said, there is one more thing. Zhao Xiaowan, this little nymph moved her mind that shouldn't be moved. You find the time to knock Zhao Qing. Don't have the mind that shouldn't be there. Shin Hong's face became serious for a moment. There is such a thing? Second uncle. Don't worry, I will do this properly. Although the Zhao family also had some power in Golden City, it was still a bit worse than the Shin family, especially since the Shin family had received $24 billion this time. Not only could it easily revitalize the real estate company and the financial company, but it could also expand its scale in a short period of time and occupy more resources. In this way, the gap between the Zhao family and the Shin family is even bigger. So who the hell is the Zhao family to dare hit the Shin family's old ancestor? My family's old ancestor is a godlike task. How can you, a tiny Zhao family, deserve it? If we must find a companion for our old ancestor, it would have to be a $1,000 daughter of the topmost mansion in the Summer Kingdom. That's not true. You can't just look at the other party's family lineage. You also have to look at old ancestors' heart. With old ancestors' godlike means, how would an ordinary family put it in their eyes? Chapter 51. Don't worry about me. Do what you have to do. According to the previous arrangements, Shin Xiao went down today to continue to investigate the matter of the real estate company's unqualified acceptance of the project. So after eating a meal and resting for a few moments, he said to Shin Hong and prepared to leave. Shin Qi was originally drinking tea in his study, and when he heard that Shin Xiao was going out, he immediately got up. Shin Xiao, I'll go with you. Shin Xiao was puzzled. Second grandpa, didn't you say you were going to rest in the afternoon? Shin Hong coughed. Xiao, don't ask too many questions. Whatever your second grandpa says is what he says, and when you encounter anything outside, you should also listen to your second grandpa. Understand? Although Shin Shi did not say, Shin Hong also knew that Shin Shi did not want to go out, but did not want to be with Zhao Xiaowan. Shin Hong hurriedly nodded. Yes, father, second grandpa. Then you see, should we drive the newly bought Mercedes-Benz Big G, or the Havel? You drive, you choose. Shin Shi was interested in cars nowadays, but it didn't take the form that he liked to be a driver for others. Shin Xiao hurriedly went to the garage and drove the newly bought Mercedes Big G over, picked up Shin Xiao and set off. While driving, Shin Xiao talked about the situation he had investigated in the past 2 days. According to Shin Xiao's investigation, the reason why the Shin family real estate company's last acceptance didn't pass is because there is a high-ranking person within their real estate company who was bribed by the Chang family, and tampered with the acceptance before the acceptance, coupled with the Chang family's covert operation, which led to a major quality problem during the acceptance process. Now want to solve this problem is also very simple. The betrayal of the Shin family real estate company executives out, direct prosecution, and then asked to re-acceptance of the project. Before it was the Shin family was already about to go bankrupt. Naturally there was no way to operate these, but now that the Shin family has come back to life, wanting to do this is not a difficult task. Now that Shin Xiao had locked that real estate company executives who had backed the Shin family, he was looking for a showdown with the other party this afternoon. Half an hour later, Shin Xiao drove to the entrance of an upscale neighborhood, but found that there were already a lot of people surrounding the entrance of the neighborhood, seemingly watching something lively. Without waiting for Shin Xiao to get off the car, Shin Qi suddenly asked, "Is the person you're looking for called Li Chang?" Shin Xiao nodded. "Yes, it's called Li Chang. What's wrong?" Shin Qi said, "You're late. Li Chang is dead, jumped to his death. The body is still hot. Those people are there to watch the fun." "What?" Shin Xiao froze for a moment, hurriedly pushed open the door of the car, squeezed through the crowd and walked in, and indeed saw Li Chang's tattered corpse, jumping off the roof of the 18th floor. At a height of more than 50 meters, it was already hopeless. Shin Qi also walked out, looking at Li Chang's corpse and shaking his head slightly. "Shin Xiao, let's go. This line is broken. It's better to think of another way." Shin Xiao sighed. "Just a little bit. If only I could have come earlier." "No, no matter when you come, you won't see the living Li Chang. Shin-chi had heard people, and most of these people watching around him were residents of this neighborhood, and they still had a good understanding of Li Chang's family's situation. According to these people, Li Chang's family has an old mother in her 70s, and a daughter who is still in kindergarten, and Li Chang's husband and wife don't have any conflicts, so this kind of person won't commit suicide easily, but Li Chang is still dead here, and from the scene situation, it is clear that it's a suicide, so there are bound to be other claims in here. Thinking about the things that Li Chang had done, Shin-chi knew that this was bound to be the work of the Chang family. Although the Shin family had already received an injection of $20 billion and had re-emerged as the #1 powerful family in Golden City, how could Chung Shishan allow the Shin family to revitalize the situation so simply? He will certainly try to do everything possible to give the Shin family to add obstacles. Forcing Li Chang to die not only can break the Li Chang betrayal, secret hands and feet to make the Shin family project acceptance failed this line, but also to preserve the Chang family's reputation. At least on the surface, the Shin family project acceptance failed, and the Chang family has no relationship, although the power of the Chang family is not comparable to the Shin family. But want to deal with Li Chang is still very simple, especially Li Chang has an old man and a small child. If he still wants to make his family safe, he can only choose to commit suicide. In fact, when Li Chang betrayed the Shin family and worked for the Chang family, he should have thought that there would be such a day. Shin-chio sat in the car and sighed. Second Grandpa, with Li Chang's line broken, it won't be so easy for us to deal with the Chang family. Shin-chi said, dealing with the Chung family? Compared to dealing with the Chung family, I think you'd better find a way to deal with the real estate company first. Our Shin family is strong. Can the Chang family still turn over the sky? Shin-chio suddenly realized. Right, as long as our Shin family continues to expand, their Chang family is bound to perish. I have investigated clearly. Responsible for our real estate company project acceptance is Rin Xuanfeng. In the construction industry has a very high prestige. Since Li Chang this line is broken, then we can only think of ways to let Rin Xuanfeng as soon as possible re-inspection. As long as he acceptance qualified, our real estate company will be able to enter the right track. However, Rin Xuanfeng is a person who is notoriously stubborn. After the last acceptance didn't pass, he said he wanted to wait 3 months for a second acceptance, but we can't wait 3 months for such a long time. Such a big project, every day of stoppage brings unimaginable losses. We must let Rin Xuanfeng acceptance as soon as possible. Shin-chi leaned on the co-pilot seat. What to do? You just let go. Don't worry about me. I just came out to take a break. If you run into trouble that you can't solve, I can step in. Shin-chio nodded and drove straight to the Golden City Antique Market. According to the information Shin-chio got, Ren Xuanfeng's biggest hobby was to collect all kinds of antiques, but because he didn't have much money, this hobby was doomed to be difficult to realize. So Ren Xuanfeng would often go to the Golden City Antique Market to wander around, hoping to pick up leaks here. Shin-chio's idea was very simple, that is, to throw in the towel and buy a precious antique in the antique market to give to Ren Xuanfeng, so that Ren Xuanfeng could seize the time for a second inspection. After entering the antique market, a person came to Shin-chio and whispered a few words, and Shin-chi listened clearly next to him. The approximate meaning is that Ren Xuanfeng has come to the antique market, and is now wandering around inside to see if he can get a bargain. Shin-chio smiled and said, Second Grandpa, go, let's go meet this Ren Xuanfeng. With someone poking around for information, the two Shin-chi quickly found Ren Xuanfeng. Ren Xuanfeng was over 50 years old, and was close to retirement age, but the clothes on his body were very neat. Not a trace of dust could be seen, nor could he see a single falling hair, and he did not smile and laugh when walking on the road, and only when he saw an antique that interested him, would he stop to play with it, and haggle with the stall owner. At this moment, Ren Xuanfeng's face looked a little joyful, because he was holding a purple teapot in his hand, which should have just been found in the antique market. Shin-chio followed behind Ren Xuanfeng, saw Ren Xuanfeng stop in front of a stall, and hurriedly took 2 steps to come to Ren Xuanfeng's side, only to realize that Ren Xuanfeng was interested in an exquisite wooden box. Ren Xuanfeng noticed Shin-chio, but did not care, because before Shin-chio did not look for Ren Xuanfeng, and Ren Xuanfeng did not know Shin-chio. Shin-chi also walked up and revealed a playful expression when he saw the exquisite wooden box. This wooden box, a bit interesting. Chapter 52, Does Second Grandpa also have times of misreading? Ren Xuanfeng had already picked up the exquisite wooden box and started to observe it carefully, and Shin-chio took out a $100 bill from his pocket and shook it twice at the stall owner. When the stall owner saw the money, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly came over. Sir, which one do you have your eye on? Shin-chio pulled the stall owner to the side and said in a lowered voice, That wooden box, how much is it? When the stall owner heard this, the excitement on his face was a little less and he stretched out a palm. 50,000. Less than 1 point are not for sale. Shin-chio laughed. The words of the stall owner in the antique market can never be trusted. A piece of broken copper and iron dared to shout out the sky price. If you really pay according to the price offered by the stall owner, it is definitely going to lose. Even the head of the pants are not left. A wooden box, $5,000. Enough. Shinshio pointed at Ren Xuanfeng and said, I don't care how much this wooden box of yours is worth. I'll give you 5,000. And later on, no matter how that gentleman bargains, you have to find a way to sell this wooden box to him. Understand? The stall owner smiled. I understand, sir. This is something I often do. You can rest assured. But this price you gave, you have to add a little. I can't just sell things. I also have to accompany you two to act. Make up a whole. Shinshio was too lazy to return the price. Okay, get things done. You can't do without it. Stall owner he smile. Back to the stall. Looked at Ren Xuanfeng said, this gentleman. You really good eyes. A moment to the treasure of our town store to see. I see that you are also an understanding person. We do not say anything else. 50,000 yuan you take it. How about it? Ren Xuanfeng stretched out a finger. $100. I'll take it if it works. If it doesn't, forget it. Shinshio was confused for a moment. This price cutting is too powerful, right? $49,900 for one cut? Is this the rule of the antique market? Then just give the stall owner 10,000. Is not too much? No wonder that guy was smiling like a flower. As soon as the stall owner heard Ren Xuanfeng's tone, he knew he had met his match. How can you cut the price like this? I want $50,000. And you're only giving me 100? In this case, I'll give you a little more. 40,000 you take it. Ren Xuanfeng shook his head. 100. Not a penny more. Stall owner, don't be this business, how can it be like you? Say as much as you want, a little bit without letting go? You're out of order. 100. I'll give you the money now if you sell. I'll leave if you don't. Ren Xuanfeng simply did not eat the stall owner's set, turned around and wanted to leave. The stall owner hurriedly came out to pull Ren Xuanfeng. Don't go let's discuss it again. Add a little more. You go and ask. This antique street, where there is $100 can sell things? Ren Xuanfeng shrugged off the stall owner's arm. Don't ask. Just $100. If it's not for sale, I'm leaving. The stall owner saw this attitude of Ren Xuanfeng. Immediately helpless. Brewed for a long time of acting even only played out 30%. How can this stand up to the 10,000 yuan appearance fee given by Shinshio? He even felt a little embarrassed to take it. Alright, 100 is 100. Ren Xuanfeng took out a $100 bill and handed it to the stall owner, taking the wooden box to Shinshio. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you're doing this, but I'll say this wooden box is really only worth $100. Any more money you spend, any more effort you put in, it's all for naught to me, and I'm not going to take your favor for it. Shinshio was confused. He had just clearly pulled the stall owner to talk somewhere else. It was impossible for Ren Xuanfeng to hear him, but why did the other party still see through his mind? Losing $10,000 is a small matter, but if this leaves a bad impression in front of Ren Xuanfeng, then it will be difficult to get Ren Xuanfeng to start the second acceptance as soon as possible. Ren Xuanfeng is a regular visitor to the antique market. The antique market inside the various cats and dogs have long been strange. Just now Shinshio with this means, our pediatrics, how can be hidden from his eyes? If he said just now in his heart is still not sure words. In seeing Shinshio reaction, he is incomparably sure, this kid must have begged for him. When Shinshio dared to speak, Ren Xuanfeng spoke again. No matter what purpose you have, don't come back to me. I, and others, are not the same. After saying that, Ren Xuanfeng turned around and left, not asking Shinshio's identity or what Shinshio wanted to do from beginning to end. From this point of view, Ren Xuanfeng was indeed not quite the same as the others. Shinshio was very upset in his heart and looked at Shinchi, meaning, second grandfather, what should be done about this? Shinchi coughed and said, Mr. Ren, are you sure that this wooden box in your hand is really worth only $100? Ren Xuanfeng stopped, although he knew that Shinchi said this on purpose, but out of the curiosity of an antique enthusiast, he still wanted to listen to what Shinchi had to say. If this wooden box really had some origin, then wouldn't he have successfully picked up another leak? With such a mood, Ren Xuanfeng turned back. Although I'm not a curio expert, but I'm also a regular customer in this curio market. I still have some eyesight. You said that this wooden box is worth more than $100. So tell me what's so special about this wooden box? Shinchi did not immediately answer Ren Xuanfeng's words, but said to Shinshio, first settle the $10,000 you told the stall owner, so as not to create another dispute later. Shinshio didn't know what Shinchi was going to do, but he knew that he only needed to do one thing at this time, and that was to listen to his second grandfather. At that moment, he took out his cell phone and transferred $10,000 to the stall owner. The stall owner received the money. His mood brightened up at once, moved out the small bench and sat down. He also wanted to listen to Shin-chi and say this wooden box out of what flour. As a stall owner, he is still very clear about the origin of this wooden box. Is that last month he went to a small mountain village to spend $10 to collect, do their line of work, after receiving something if they cannot see. We have to ask the real connoisseur to put off. The owner is also an understanding person. After returning to the Golden City spent $10,000 to ask Mr. Gao Qingmu old help to see. The conclusion is that this looks like a fine wooden box. Worthless. Gao Qingmu in the antique world in the Golden City is quite famous. He has seen things basically can be directly priced. Otherwise the stall owner will not be so easy to agree to Shin-chio's request. After all, this wooden box really didn't cost much with him. When Ren Xuanfeng saw Shin-chi's gesture, his heart couldn't help but start drumming. If Shin-chi wasn't certain that this wooden box was something, how could he let Shin-chio give the stall owner the $10,000 he had previously promised at the very beginning? This is not clearly to prevent the stall owner in knowing the true value of this wooden box will back out. Shin-chi was not in a hurry, and only coughed after seeing Ren Xuanfeng's reaction, saying, "This wooden box itself is really not worth much, because the thing that's really worth something is inside this wooden box." When Ren Xuanfeng heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing. He had waited for half a day and thought that Shin-chi would be able to say something insightful, but he didn't expect such a sentence to pop out. "Young man, I think you've looked away this time. Inside this wooden box, there's nothing." Saying this, Ren Xuanfeng opened the wooden box, which was really empty. Nothing. Shin-chio looked at Shin-chi with curiosity in his eyes. Could it be that second grandpa also had times when he looked wrong? Chapter 53, You're much better at this than I am. Shin-chi glanced at Ren Xuanfeng and said, "Do you think that by opening the wooden box, you will be able to see what's all inside? If you really want to know the value of this wooden box, then crack open this wooden box. But I have to remind you, this wooden box itself is not worth much, but it is also something from the former Qing dynasty, and finding someone who knows what they're doing, it's not hard to sell it for $1 million. Ren Xuanfeng was originally ready to refute Shin-chi's words, but when he heard that this wooden box was worth $1 million, he froze at once. $1 million? How was this possible? If this wooden box was really worth $1 million, how could the stall owner sell it to him for $100? Although he came here with the mentality of picking up leaks, he knew very well that if he wanted to pick up leaks in the antique market, it would be harder than winning the lottery, and he could only think about it in his dreams. His real purpose was still to enjoy the process of picking up leaks. The stall owner has just sat down. His hand has reached into his pocket ready to take out the melon seeds. The result is that when he heard Shin-chi's words, his heart thumped. Can't be? Could it be that old Mr. Gao Qingmu was wrong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Gao Qingmu is the Golden City antique industry recognized everyone. How can he be wrong? Kudong this kid in order to bluff this person. Deliberately said so. That's right, it's on purpose. Only let Ren Xuanfeng think that this wooden box is indeed before. Their previous actions are considered to have sold Ren Xuanfeng a favor. Otherwise how do they next beg Ren Xuanfeng to do things? It was this kid who said it with a sense of humor, and he almost believed it. Shin-chio look at Shin-chi, look at Ren Xuanfeng, and look at that wooden box. Heart also a little confused. Although he does not come to the antique market much, but he also knows that the chances of picking up leaks here are almost zero. Could it be that they really let them stumble upon it? Under the impact of this million, Shin-chio they all automatically ignored what Shin-chi said was hidden in the wooden box. Ren Xuanfeng couldn't help but shake his head after a short period of surprise. Young man, you said that this wooden box is worth $1 million, or something from the former Qing dynasty, then you tell me instead. How did you see it? Do you have any evidence? Shin-chi said, no need for evidence, because I recognize this wooden box. This wooden box was not originally like this. At least from the outside it looks very ordinary, no characteristics, and will not attract attention, because this wooden box was made to deliver important news or very important items, not for viewing. Naturally the more ordinary the better. Now the reason why this wooden box has turned into this appearance is because someone has carried out secondary processing after getting this wooden box, and carved exquisite patterns on the outside, making what was originally worth millions of dollars suddenly fall to a value of 1 million. When Shin-chio heard this, he immediately began to stare at the wooden box, wanting to see what was different about this wooden box, but after looking at it for half a day, he didn't see anything special about it. Just now also a look at the expression of the stall owner to see Shin-chi's tone of certainty, the heart began to become uncertain. In case what this kid said was true, wouldn't he lose a lot of money this time? 1 million he couldn't even earn that much money in a year from his stall here. As the stall owner began to doubt, he couldn't help but take out his cell phone and hesitated to contact Gao Qingmu. After much deliberation, he still sent a message to Gao Qingmu. Elder Gao, the wooden box that I asked you to look at last time, someone is willing to offer $1 million to buy it. I would like to ask you to be the gatekeeper again. Ren Xuanfeng also began to doubt in his heart, and took the wooden box in his hand and looked at it carefully again, but still did not find anything. Young man, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be said indiscriminately. You said that this wooden box is worth $1 million. Then I'll sell it to you for $1 million. Will you buy it? Buy. Why not? Shen Qi laughed, turned his head to Shen Xiu and said, 1 million. You can just transfer the money directly. We don't lose. Shen Xiu took out his cell phone and was about to transfer money to Ren Xuanfeng, letting Ren Xuanfeng report a bank card number out. Ren Xuanfeng at first thought that he really picked up here. The results in the report card number reported to half of the time. Suddenly woke up, this thing, a little wrong. This is not a bribe in disguise? A wooden box worth $100. In Shen Qi's skillful tongue turned into $1 million. But this wooden box is really worth so much money? If it is not worth it, then he got the $1 million. The essence is bribery. This matter is a principled mistake he cannot make, so he immediately stopped and let out a cold snort. Alright, you guys don't need to act, I can kind of see, you guys are just colluding. When I get this $1 million, you guys should give me requests to let me do things, right? I can't tell what you have in mind, can't I? Shen Xiu was confused for a moment and looked back at Shen Qi, second grandpa. Is it really like this? This tactic of yours is much better than the one I have. The stall owner also suddenly realized. It turned out that he was also cheated by these two people. This wooden box is not worth $1 million. It is their hard to speculate the price up, and then buy it over with a high price. This is not a clear bribe? Pour him in the antique market stall so many years. Boast has also seen the world. But Shen Qi and Shen Xiu this kind of play, he is still the first time to see. When he thought that he had just sent a message to Master Gao Qingmu, saying that this wooden box was worth $1 million, he regretted it and hurriedly took out his cell phone to see if he could still withdraw it. And then he saw Gao Qingmu's reply. Are you in the antique market? I am also in. Immediately go over to you. Seeing this message, the stall owner's face instantly changed. He had been mixing in the antique market for so many years. Of course he knew Gao Qingmu's temper. If it was true that he had looked away, then not only would Gao Qingmu not be angry with him because of this matter, but instead, he would look at him in a different light. After all, this matter was considered a mistake for Gao Qingmu. But if Gao Qingmu didn't look away, but the stall owner doubted Gao Qingmu's authority because of a few words from Shen Qi, then he wouldn't need to go to Gao Qingmu again in the future. Because if he dared to doubt Gao Qingmu's authority, why would Gao Qingmu still want to help him? If Gao Qingmu expressed his attitude a little bit more, then he wouldn't need to mix in the antique market. Thinking of this, the stall owner's heart gave birth to a strong regret. If he had known that these two people, Shen Qi and Shen Qi, were singing a double act here, he would not have sent a message to Gao Qingmu. But it was too late to say this now. Who was to blame for this matter? It's still not his greed? Thinking that if that wooden box was really worth $1 million, he would have to recover it from Ren Xuanfeng even if he didn't have the face to do so. And as a result, he got his comeuppance so quickly. Shen Qi also did not think that Ren Xuanfeng would think of these. What he just said was true. He really recognized this wooden box, so he said so. But look at the face of Ren Xuanfeng and the stall owner. Clearly do not believe. Even Shen Xiu also revealed a look of admiration, clearly thinking that Shen Qi is also using this way to help him bribe. Shen Qi was speechless. I have lived for hundreds of years. What do I want that I can't get? Do you need to flatter Ren Xuanfeng here? Chapter 54. How could my second grandpa be wrong? Ren Xuanfeng let out a cold laugh when he saw the reaction of both Shen Qi and Shen Xiu. You two don't need to act either. What do you take me? Ren Xuanfeng. 4. Although Mr. Ren likes antiques, he won't destroy his principles because of this hobby. Both of you please go back. Shen Xiu's heart thumped. If he angered Ren Xuanfeng here, wanting him to re-accept the project as soon as possible would not be easy. Although the Shen family had already returned to the position of the #1 mansion in the Golden City, they could not take things too far. If they used strong-arm tactics to force Ren Xuanfeng, it was likely that the Shen family would be caught up in the whirlpool once again. If Ren Xuanfeng wanted 3 months before re-acceptance, these 3 months would bring significant losses to the Shen family. Even if the Shen family had already gotten $20 billion of capital injected into it, it was still unwilling to bear such a loss. So Shen Xiu once again looked at Shen Qi, hoping that the omnipotent second grandfather could think of a solution. Shen Qi was just about to speak when an old man with a dignified demeanor walked over and slightly arched his hand after seeing the stall owner. Boss Wang, didn't you just say that someone wanted to offer $1 million to buy the wooden box that old man had seen before? Where is that person? Seeing Gao Qingmu come over, the stall owner's heart stirred and he hurriedly pointed at Shen Qi. Master Gao, this is the young man who was willing to offer $1 million to buy this wooden box, but I have already sold the wooden box to this gentleman for $100. According to this gentleman, he did so because he was begging this gentleman and wanted to give the $1 million to this gentleman in this way. That's why he gave such an outrageous offer. I was just thinking, if this wooden box is really sold for 1 million, if this is spread out, I'm afraid that it will have some impact on your reputation. That's why I took the liberty of talking to you. Gao Qingmu slightly nodded his head. He is recognized in the antique world everyone. Earlier years have been mixed with the antique market, but also seen less with antiques bribe things. At this time do not feel surprised. As for Shin, she said this wooden box is worth 1 million. He is absolutely not believe. When the stall owner took this wooden box to find him, he has carefully looked at, is indeed an old object, but unfortunately, someone carried out the secondary processing. A good thing hard to make a handicraft. The value of the natural big discount. Gao Qingmu came to Shin Qi. Young man, willing to pay $1 million to buy this wooden box? Shin Qi nodded. That's right. If you look at this wooden box alone, the value of 1 million is not bad at all. But if you open the wooden box and see what's inside, the value of the wooden box cannot be said. Gao Qingmu instantly laughed. Young man, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. This wooden box in the end, what is the thing? What is the value? The old man can see clearly. If there is no secondary processing, it is indeed worth money. But some people are clever. Carved into this value has changed. If you think that this wooden box is an old object is worth money, then you are still really very wrong. Ren Xuanfeng likes antiques. Naturally he also knows Gao Qingmu's name. Now he saw Gao Qingmu personally come over. He hurriedly said, Master Gao, don't be general with them. They are not doing this because of how much this wooden box is worth, but because I have my eyes on this wooden box. But don't worry, I won't go against my principles just because of this amount of money. No matter what they say, I won't sell this wooden box to them. Gao Qingmu's face was slightly better. In his heart he had already determined the value of this wooden box. As long as Shinchi and the others didn't use other means to speculate the value of the wooden box by $1 million, he wouldn't care too much. Shinchi said, Mr. Run, you are really wrong. I said that this wooden box is worth 1 million. That is not excessive at all. Since you all do not believe, then open this wooden box. At that time you will see. Ren Xuanfeng was very disdainful. Nah, this wooden box has been opened. Tell me what's inside. Shinchi took the wooden box from Ren Xuanfeng's hand and said, I'll confirm with you again. I'm going to buy this wooden box for $1 million. When I open this wooden box, no matter what is inside, you can't back out. If I open the wooden box and there is nothing inside, I won't back out either. Ren Xuanfeng shook his head. Don't. Although I, Ren Xuanfeng, am not a person of great wealth, but $100 has not been put on my mind. You can open it as much as you want, even if there is a treasure inside. I won't ask for a penny, but if there is nothing inside, you will have to apologize to Master Gao in front of everyone in front of me. The stall owner chimed in. That's right, an apology must be made. In the antique market, it doesn't matter if you look at the wrong things, but you can't speak out of turn. Shinchi's face changed and he immediately took a step forward. What do you mean by that? Although Shinchi did not take a stance, Shinxiu had to show his attitude. After all, he was a junior and Shinchi was his second grandfather. How could he not react when his second grandfather was being contradicted like this to his face? What's more, the Shin family was the #1 family in Golden City. Not to mention Ren Xuanfeng, even if it was Gao Qingmu. So what? As long as the Shin family revealed some information slightly, all these people would have to eat their words. It was only that Shinxiu did not want to use the Shin family's power against them, but wanted to solve the Shin family real estate company's problems through normal means. Don't be anxious. Shinchi patted Shinxiu's shoulder and looked at Ren Xuanfeng again, saying, since you said so, then I'll do it. Where the words fell, Shinchi's right hand lightly tapped on the wooden box. The bottom of the wooden box unexpectedly popped out a mechanism, and it was only at this time that the crowd saw that the bottom of this wooden box was actually a double-layer structure. Ren Xuanfeng just opened the wooden box. The wooden box is empty, but Shinchi triggered the mechanism. The wooden box floor of the mechanism popped open. There is a very small sandwich. According to reason, Gao Qingmu is the antique world recognized everyone. Ren Xuanfeng is also antique enthusiasts. The stall owner is relying on antiques to eat. Their vision that is absolutely no problem. But the bottom of the wooden box of the mechanism is really too subtle. This layer is also too small. Can be hidden in the wooden box of the ground, and also will not cause suspicion of other people, unless someone dared to directly break open this wooden box. Otherwise with the naked eye alone, it was impossible to see what was going on here. When they saw that Shinchi had easily opened the wooden box mechanism, Gao Qingmu, Ren Xuanfeng, and the stall owner all froze. Surprisingly, there was such an operation? Shinchi also revealed an expression of surprise, but his expression quickly changed again, turning into smugness. See, my second grandpa said that there is something inside this wooden box. You guys didn't believe me? This time it's a slap in the face. isn't it? Chapter 55, My little heart can't take it anymore. Gao Qingmu, Run Xuanfeng, and the stall owner all froze. They really didn't expect that there was a mechanism inside this wooden box. However, the fact that there was a mechanism in the wooden box did not mean that they had lost. Ren Xuanfeng said, "It is true that I didn't find this organ, but this organ doesn't mean anything either. Everyone can see that this wooden box once had a secondary process. Perhaps when the secondary process was carried out, this organ was added. It doesn't mean that there is an organ in this wooden box itself, unless you can bring out strong evidence." Gao Qingmu nodded slightly. Based on a single organ alone, it could only mean that they really didn't study this wooden box thoroughly, but to say that because of the existence of a single organ, the value of this wooden box had changed once again, was still a bit far-fetched. The stall owner also concurred. That's right, a single organ can't explain the problem. The biggest problem with this wooden box is the secondary processing, not what's hidden inside. Xinshi laughed. Indeed, looking at this organ alone, it really can't explain anything, but you have to see what else is in this organ. Saying this, Xinshi took out the thin wooden board at the bottom of the wooden box, and the mezzanine inside was completely revealed. Inside the mezzanine there was a side of neatly folded in cicada-like thin silk, which looked very exquisite. Gao Qingmu, Ren Xuanfeng and the owner of the stall are people with vision. When they saw this party of silk, they stopped talking. Although they hadn't picked up this silk yet, they knew that this piece of silk was by no means extraordinary based on how exquisite it was alone. Perhaps, because of the existence of this piece of silk, the value of this wooden box will really change somewhat? Xinshi handed the wooden box together with the silk to Gao Qingmu. Old Mr. Gao, you are a recognized expert in the antique world. Come and see what this piece of silk has. Gao Qingmu sniffed and hurriedly took the wooden box with both hands, took out his glasses and gloves. His expression looked serious. Only after everything was ready did he carefully pick up the silk and study it in detail. A few moments later, Gao Qingmu's expression became excited. Ren Xuanfeng and the stall owner saw Gao Qingmu's reaction and hurriedly asked, "Elder Gao, what have you seen?" Gao Qingmu took off his glasses, sighed, and said, "I didn't expect that this time." It was really Old Man who looked away. This party silk workmanship is very fine. If I'm not wrong, should be the former Qing dynasty Yongzheng years stilled craftsman weaving. If not preserved in the sandwich of this wooden box, will not be preserved so well. During the Yongzheng era of the former Qing dynasty, the stall owner's face changed several times. Master Gao, are you not joking? Yongzheng is nearly 300 years away from now. That is to say, this piece of silk has nearly 300 years of history, and also well preserved. This is a proper antique. Meet the right person absolutely can be sold at a high price. And he just even sold it to Ren Xuanfeng at a price of $100. How could he not regret it? Even if Xinxiu gave him another $10,000, but this $10,000 was nothing compared to this piece of silk. He felt that his heart had begun to tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in the antique world for more than 10 years and had some fame, and that the rule in the antique market was that after the transaction was over, he absolutely could not back out, no matter what he sold or bought. Afterward proved to be lost or gained, can only be recognized. Otherwise this antique market is going to be chaotic. It is because of understanding this rule, the stall owner feels extraordinarily depressed. If I had known this, not to mention Xinxiu out of 10, 000, even if out of 100, 000 he refused to Ren Xuanfeng also froze. This wooden box is really inside the Qiankuan? He has bought a lot of things in the antique market, but like today's situation, he still encountered for the first time. So what Xinshi just said was not a joke. They didn't want to buy this wooden box for a bribe, but really saw the value of this wooden box? Thinking about what he had just said, no matter what was inside this wooden box, no matter how much this thing was worth, it had nothing to do with him anymore. His heart suddenly felt empty. Although he didn't intend to make a profit from this wooden box in the first place, he was still a little uncomfortable in his heart knowing that such a valuable thing had slipped away from his hands. It was not easy to pick up a leak for once, but he even lost it in this way. What is this called? Xinxiu's face was already covered in smiles, and Gao Qingmu's sentence directly reversed the situation completely. He simply does not care what this wooden box has, how much the things inside are worth. Any more valuable antiques? Could it be compared to the project that their Shen family was waiting for acceptance? As long as he could convince Ren Xuanfeng this time, the next thing would be easy. Gao Qingmu glanced at the stall owner and said, "Boss Wang, Old Man will not joke about his reputation yet. Last time I looked at this wooden box, but I didn't see that there was a sandwich in the box, much less know about this piece of silk. Now the silk is in the hands of the old man. Can the old man still look at the wrong again? No, don't dare." The stall owner then came back to his senses. His unintentional words just now were clearly questioning Gao Qingmu's vision. "Elder Gao, then what do you think? This piece of silk, how much is it worth?" When Ren Xuanfeng heard this, he also couldn't help but perk up his ears. Gao Qingmu said, "The silk of the Yongjing period, preserved so well, and exceptionally fine, is likely to be the imperial things. This value cannot be said. If encountered sincerely want to collect the connoisseur, millions is not a joke." Millions? Ren Xuanfeng and the stall owner at the same time sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Surprisingly really by Xinqi said, "Worth $1 million? Ren Xuanfeng surprised. Xinqi did not open this wooden box at that time. Not only know that this wooden box has a mechanism sandwich, but also know that there are things in the sandwich, but also accurately predicted the value of the things inside. How did he do it? The stall owner's heart, however, has been filled with remorse. The value of more than $1 million of treasure. He even $10,000 to sell. This is not just a matter of reputation, but also a matter of heartache. If he had known that he shouldn't have stayed here just now, out of sight, out of mind, at least he could still feel better. Gao Qingmu did not pay attention to the performance of the two men, but looked at Xinqi. However, there is one thing that the old man does not understand, is that there are also some strange patterns on this piece of silk, so that this piece of silk does not have a very strong ornamental properties. I do not know what the meaning is. Young man, you can see out the mystery of this wooden box from the very beginning. I do not know if you can explain it to the old man? Xinqi nodded slightly and reached out to take the wooden box from Gao Qingmu's hand. Old Mr. Gao, if you ask me, not only did you not figure out the origin of this piece of silk, but you also overlooked a very important factor. So what you just said about the value of 1 million is inaccurate. If I must be allowed to set a price for this wooden box, I feel that at least $5 million would be appropriate. And if I meet someone I truly like, tens of millions is not impossible. Tens of millions is not impossible. When the stall owner heard these words, he immediately felt a heavenly spin. Tens of millions of dollars. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. If what Xinqi said was true, then he was letting $10 million slip away from under his nose. How could he accept this? This was simply painful. If the heavens could give him another chance, even if Xinqi offered $1 million, he wouldn't sell this wooden box to Ren Xuanfeng. Chapter 56, The True Value of the Wooden Box. Ren Xuanfeng noticed the stall owner's reaction and hastily gave him a hand, which prevented the stall owner from falling to the ground. Don't blame the stall owner for having such a big reaction. But $10 million was a fortune that could never be reached in a lifetime for 99% of the people in this world. $10 million flew away from under his nose. Anyone who didn't react violently was not a normal person. Ren Xuanfeng also had some thoughts in his heart. Not enough that his status was different from the stall owner after all. How could someone who could preside over the acceptance of the Shin family's real estate be an ordinary person? If he couldn't stand the test of money, Ren Xuanfeng wouldn't have such a social status. However, when he thought that this time he had bought the wooden box in the form of picking up the pieces, and then gave it away in a moment of quickness, his heart was also a little unbalanced. After all, the two-sleeved people, the material is also a certain requirement, only to realize the freedom of wealth. In order to play a greater role in his current position, Xinqiu saw Xinqi talk eloquently, suddenly thought of that day in the Shin family's old mansion. Xinqi introduced that plate when the scene, and now there are actually a few similarities. Just do not know what the final price of this wooden box will be set at a level. Gao Qingmu couldn't help but frown when he heard Xinqi's words. Before he did not find the wooden box hidden mechanism, so the value of the wooden box has a wrong estimate. But now the wooden box mechanism has appeared. The most valuable is this piece of silk. Is it so that he will also see wrong? This young man of yours is too much of an underestimator, isn't it? Young man, you tell me instead. What else is there to say about this piece of silk? Xinqi handed the wooden box to Xinqiu, took the silk out of it and unfolded it, revealing the pattern on the silk. As Gao Qingmu said, the pattern on the silk was indeed a bit confusing, not like words or pictures, making it impossible to understand what it meant. Ren Xuanfeng and the stall owner also came over, wanting to see what was on it, but the two of them looked at it for a long time and couldn't figure it out, and could only give Xinqi a questioning look. Xinqi explained, "Want to figure out what the meaning of the pattern on this piece of silk is? First of all, we need to know what the function of this wooden box is. As far as I know, during the Yongzheng years, another secret force was directly loyal to Yongzheng, called the blood drops, and this wooden box is what the blood drops use to pass messages, because most of the things that the blood drops do are extremely secretive. They also have to use unconventional means when passing on information, and they can't be easily discovered by other people. This wooden box is only the size of a palm and has a hard texture that is not easily damaged, which is why it was chosen by the blood drops. In order to ensure the secrecy of the message delivery, the blood drops will adapt the message into a secret language and hide it within the interlayer of the wooden box, and only those who know this secret language will be able to decipher what the content on the piece of silk is. And this secret language has been completely lost, and I'm afraid that there will be no one else who will be able to decipher it. In addition to this, in order to prevent other people from noticing the secret of the wooden box or switching the silk inside the box, the blood drops would carve a pattern on the bottom plate of the wooden box when manufacturing the box, using the pattern to represent the characteristics and weight of the silk. The blood drops will first examine the silk according to the pattern after they get it, and only if the characteristics and weight match will they decipher the information conveyed on the silk. Otherwise they will be considered to have been swapped. Take a look at the bottom plate of the wooden box. There should be a very inconspicuous pattern on it. If you don't look closely, you won't find it at all. Gao Qingmu hurriedly picked up the bottom plate of the wooden box and observed it, and there was indeed a very inconspicuous pattern on it, which even he did not notice, and immediately believed Shinqi's words by 8 points. There really is a pattern. Then according to you, the blood drops are well organized. How could this wooden box flow out? Shinqi said. Yongjing's death has always been a mystery. There are many sayings, but I guess it is because of Yongjing's death that led to some confusion within the blood droplet sub. That's why a small amount of the wooden box flowed out, and the wooden box that Mr. Ren got is one of them. Gao Qingmu nodded his head, and picked up the bottom plate of the wooden box to study it in detail. With his experience and vision, the pattern on this bottom plate was indeed from the hands of the former Qing dynasty's capable craftsman. In this case, this wooden box not only has a piece of beautifully crafted silk, and this piece of silk is likely to also represent an unknown past event. If there is a collector who likes to decrypt the secrets to see this wooden box and this piece of silk, is indeed willing to pay a high price to buy? This is what I did not think of at first. Shinqi nodded. That's right. The value of this wooden box is not only the wooden box and the silk itself, but the wisdom of the ancients represented by this wooden box, and the history hidden behind this wooden box, antiques and curiosities. People value not only the value of the curiosity, but also the meaning behind the curiosity. So the value of this wooden box and this piece of silk in the end geometry is really not something we can easily decide. If it's an ordinary collector, maybe 2 million would feel expensive, but if you meet someone who really likes it, 10 million would feel cheap. Gao Qingmu nodded his head repeatedly. The value of an antique is largely linked to the subjective will of the person, so such a special antique is really not good for pricing. But now how to price it is no longer his concern, because according to what was agreed before, this wooden box, this piece of silk, has been owned by Shinqi. Compared to these, he was more curious about Shinqi. Today, listening to these words of Mr. I also feel that I have benefited a lot. Before it was me who looked away, and also wrongly blamed Mr. Please don't blame me. Dare to ask Mr. High name? Shinqi arched his hand and said, My name is Shinqi. Next to this is Shinqiu. Shinqi, Shenqiu? Gao Qingmu frowned and then soothed. But that distant uncle of the Shin family? I have heard many rumors about Mr. Shin in the past few days, and I thought that there were exaggerations in them, but I didn't expect to know that the rumors were true once I saw him today. I admire him. Shinqi was also not polite, slightly nodding his head as a response to Gao Qingmu's bragging. In terms of his qualifications and skills, Gao Qingmu's words are not even considered to be boasting, just said a small part of Shinqi's skills, so what Shinqi cannot afford. Ren Xuanfeng instantly understood after hearing Shinqi and Shinqiu's names. No wonder the two of them had to come to themselves. The Shin family's real estate company's project acceptance had gone wrong, and it had already brought great losses to the Shin family, compared to the loss of the real estate company, even if this wooden box was worth $10 million. So what? A project delayed for 3 months. The losses could be calculated in billions. Now that he knew the identities of Shinqi and Shinqiu, of course he had to come forward and say a few words. So you're from the Shin family. No wonder you came to me. But I'll say that since I've already said that this wooden box belongs to you, I won't go back on my word. You shouldn't think that you can bribe me with this wooden box. If you want to pass the acceptance inspection, seize the time to rectify the situation. As long as it meets the standard, I will naturally let you pass the acceptance inspection. Although Gao Qingmu and the stall owner were not very clear about the purpose of Shinqi's two men coming to see Ren Xuanfeng, when they heard Ren Xuanfeng's words, they still could not help but show their admiration. In front of treasures worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars, Ren Xuanfeng was still able to remain calm and did not waver or change his stance in any way. This was the person who deserved respect. Shinqiu also revealed a serious look and said, Mr. Ren's deep sense of justice. I have great respect for that, but I think that before we talk about our Shin family's business, it's better to determine what to do with this wooden box. Second Grandpa, this wooden box, can I handle it? Shinqi nodded his head. To be honest, although this wooden box was worth a lot of money, he hadn't put it on his mind yet. Shinqiu received Shinqi's affirmative reply and said, This wooden box is the owner of Wang spent countless efforts to find, after the careful appraisal of Elder Gao, which was able to enter this antique market, thanks to Mr. Ren's discerning eye, which was able to select this wooden box from among the crowd of antiques. although this wooden box has now fallen into my hands, but also thanks to all of you to have such a result, so that I alone, I feel bad in my heart, but Mr. Ren's attitude is so clear. If I insisted on giving the wooden box to Mr. Ren, it would be bad for Mr. Ren's reputation. So I have an idea, that is to put this wooden box on public auction, no matter how much it is sold for. We Shin family account for 40%, Elder Gao, Mr. Ren and Boss Wang each account for 20%, and donate the proceeds of the auction in our joint name to those who are truly in need. What do you all think? Chapter 57,000 Faces, what's going on? As soon as Shin Xiu's words fell, Gao Qingmu's eyes lit up. At his age, his position, the pursuit of money and power no longer had much, compared to money and power. He was more interested in acquiring some good reputation. According to Shin Xiu's practice, auctioning this wooden box and then donating it in the name of all of them, this is equivalent to him not spending a penny, but gaining a good reputation. This kind of good thing, he couldn't wait. The stall owner had completely given up the idea of trying to recover the wooden box after knowing Shin Xiu's identity. After all, the power of the Shin family was not something he could fight against, and if he operated poorly and offended the Shin family, he wouldn't have to hang around in Golden City. Now the peak turn around, although he cannot share the money, but can therefore get a good reputation, for him is also a good thing, and can make him in the antique world in the Golden City has a greater development prospects, is also considered an unexpected pleasure. As for Rin Xuanfeng, he was even more moved. It has been said before, to his position, even if he did not realize the freedom of wealth, it is still considered the middle class, so his pursuit is not in money, but more want to get a good reputation, and Shin Xiu this way of dealing with it, there is undoubtedly a great benefit to him, and he simply can't think of a reason to reject it. So the three Gao Qingmu people nodded their heads in succession, expressing their agreement, and expressed their approval of the proposal that Shin Xiu had put forward. Seeing this, Shin Xiu added, but then, after all, I'm young and don't know much about antiques, so if I want to fully reflect the value of this wooden box, it's still a bit short of the mark, so I would like to ask Master Gao for help in organizing an auction. I don't know what Master Gao would like to do. I am obliged. Gao Qingmu hurriedly answered. This kind of good thing that could quickly gain fame was not many. How could he miss it? Even if Shin Xiu didn't say anything, he still had to fight for it. Shin Xiu solemnly handed over the wooden box to Gao Qingmu. Then I'll trouble Elder Gao. If there is anything in this process that requires our Shin family's contribution, please also say it directly. As long as I can do it, I definitely won't excuse myself. Gao Qingmu nodded. Don't worry, this matter is wrapped up in old me. Having decided on how the wooden box would be handled, it was time to get down to business. Shin Xiu came to Rin Xuanfeng. Mr. Run, here, I want to apologize to you first. Before meeting you, I did intend to send you some favors through some means, so that you would help our Shin family pass the acceptance as soon as possible. But after seeing your performance just now, I feel that my previous thoughts were disrespectful to you, so please forgive me for my abruptness. After saying that, Shin Xiu bowed deeply to Rin Xuanfeng. Rin Xuanfeng hurriedly reached out to help Shin Xiu up. Who was Shin Xiu? Shen Hong's son, the internal heir of the Shin family. He apologized in this capacity. What could he, Rin Xuanfeng, not be satisfied with? Although he said on his lips that he didn't put the Shin family in his eyes, but Shin Xiu's social status was here. How could his heart not fluctuate a little? Mr. Shin doesn't have to be like this. Your actions just now have proved your heart, and I admire you. Shin Xiu straightened his body and added, Mr. Run. Having said that, the problems that our Shin family is facing still need to be solved. If possible, please ask Mr. Ren to give me a little bit of time to make things clear here. I believe that when Mr. Ren understands the twists and turns here, he will definitely give our Shin family a chance. Good, there is a tea house next to it. Let's go over there and talk. Ren Xuanfeng hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. If placed before, Ren Xuanfeng would never contact Shin Xiu in private. After all, the position he was in was still very sensitive, and contacting Shin Xiu in private would easily cause offense. But today, Shin Xiu's actions did give him a lot of good feelings, and that's why he agreed. Since we have to talk about business, Shin Xiu naturally will not stay in the antique market and Gao Qingmu polite. Leave the wooden box to Gao Qingmu. Let Gao Qingmu to operate. He pulled Rin Xuanfeng went to the antique market next to the tea house. The tea house was doing good business, but most of the customers were people from the antique market talking business here. Shin Xiu opened a private room and ordered a pot of the best tea, and without too much politeness, he went straight to the point. Mr. Run. The last time our Shin family's project inspection went wrong because someone from the Cheng family secretly moved. In reality, we don't have any quality problems with the project. That's why I have to come to you. I hope you can start the second round of inspection as soon as possible. You also know the volume of our Shin family's real estate. If there has been such a delay, it can be not only our Shin family's loss, but also Jin Chang's loss. You as a public official, you shouldn't be able to watch this result happen, right? Ren Xuanfeng didn't fully listen to Xin Xiu's words, but asked, last time when I inspected the project, your project had major quality problems. Was this also the Chang family's secretive maneuvering? Xin Xiu told the story of Li Chang and summarized at the end. Li Chang is a senior member of our Xin clan real estate company, and he has already been bribed by the Chang family. That's why this situation occurred. After the end of the acceptance, I took the other top executives of our Xin's real estate to specifically go to the construction site to look at it, and also inspected the entire project, and there really isn't a quality problem. Otherwise I wouldn't have come over to you just like this, with your iron face and selflessness. If there are still problems with our project, even if I break the sky, you won't give us a pass. I know that this is your responsibility for the entire project, for our Xin family, and for all the people of Jinchang, so on this point, I definitely don't dare to fool you. When Ren Xuanfeng heard this, his face only looked better, and said, that's good, we'll go to your Xin family's construction site right now, and if there are indeed no problems, I'll organize a full acceptance tomorrow, but if there's still a quality problem, then we'll have to wait until 3 months later for another acceptance. I appreciate your feelings for what happened today, but this is not a reason for me to make things easy for your Xin family. This is my bottom line and principle. Good, I'll get the car. Xin Xiu revealed a joyful look. As long as Ren Xuanfeng was willing to let go, the next thing would be easy. Second grandpa, wait for me here. I'll be right back. Xin Shi nodded his head and sat in his seat silently sipping tea. Xin Shi had the issue of project acceptance on his mind and hurriedly came out from the private room, not even noticing that an old man sitting in the hall had a brilliant light flashing in his eyes when he saw him. Then he got up and tremblingly walked towards the door. When he walked to the door, Xin Xiu just happened to come to the door as well, probably because Xin Xiu was really in a hurry. He didn't even notice the old man, and directly crashed into him. With a bang, the old man fell to the ground in response to the sound, his face showing a painful color. Xin Xiu hurriedly stopped and reached out to help this old man. Old man, I'm sorry, I was in too much of a hurry. Are you not hurt? The old man grabbed Xin Xiu's hand, and it took a lot of effort to stand up, and gasped again before saying, young man, you have to pay attention to your walking next time. It's just the old man, I'm still tough. If it were someone else, you'd have to break the bank. Xin Xiu accompanied a smile. Yes, this time it is my fault. This way, I still have urgent matters. You wait for me here for a while. I will find someone to take you to the hospital for a checkup and inspection. Must make sure that your old man is not injured. No need. No need. I know my body and my heart. It's enough that you have this heart. If you have something to do, hurry up and go get busy. I should also go home. After saying that, the old man really left on his own. Xin Xiu had the intention to chase after him, but thinking that Ren Xuanfeng was still waiting for him inside, he hesitated a little and finally went to drive. And Xin's real estate things compared to the old man, this side of the matter is really not so important, and so busy to finish and then come to visit the old man on the line. However, what Xin Xiu didn't know was that this old man's right hand was still trembling when he left. Just now when he and Xin Xiu collided together, he concealed a 5-centimeter long and poisoned golden needle in his right hand, with the purpose of taking advantage of the collision to send Xin Xiu to his death. But who knew that he had clearly stabbed the golden needle out? But Xin Xiu was not injured. Instead, a powerful force of recoil came and stabbed the entire golden needle into his palm. It was only because he had used a chronic poison that wouldn't take effect immediately, otherwise he would have died. So he didn't dare to have any stay in the tea house and only wanted to hurry back to take the antidote. At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. Xin Xiu was just an ordinary person. Why would this happen? Chapter 58, Cash and Bodies. Not long ago, Xin Xiu drove to the door of the tea house. Took Xin Qi and Ren Xuanfeng went straight to the Xin family construction site. The next thing is really simple. Ren Xuanfeng is an expert in engineering acceptance. In a circle on the construction site can see a general, and soon knew that Xin Xiu did not lie to him. Xin's real estate project is really not a problem. The reason why the last acceptance did not pass is really because of the Chang family bought Xin's real estate executives. Misunderstanding solved. Ren Xuanfeng immediately said that tomorrow will start the second round of acceptance. Absolutely will not let Xin's real estate project continue to delay. Xin Xiu, heart happy, insisted on sending Ren Xuanfeng back, but was rejected by Ren Xuanfeng. Ren Xuanfeng said that it was already inappropriate for him to come to the construction site as Xin Xiu's car, so how could he let Xin Xiu start sending him back again? In the end, Ren Xuanfeng took a taxi back. Xin Xiu heart to Ren Xuanfeng again, a few points of admiration. Sending Ren Xuanfeng away, Xin Xiu said, "Second grandpa, today is really thanks to you. If not, you see the mystery of that wooden box. I want to persuade Ren Xuanfeng, only not easy." Xin Shi smiled and didn't say anything. This kind of small matter, what was there to say? Xin Xiu added, "Second grandpa, you are very knowledgeable. Tell me, how do we find the person who bribed Li Chang? Shin Qi shook his head. Why bother? When we destroy the Chang family and capture Cheng Shishan, can't we ask what you want to know? Shin Xiu scratched his head. This sounded reasonable, but when he took a closer look, it seemed to be a bit of a problem. Without finding the person who bribed Li Chang, how was he going to make a move against the Chang family? However, since Shin Qi had made it clear that he didn't want to investigate this matter, Shin Xiu suppressed this thought. Second grandpa, my business is done. Do you have any arrangements next? Shin Qi thought for a moment and said, I came out this time just to take a break. What other fun places are there in Golden City? You can just take me there. Good. Second grandpa, get in the car. Let's go. When Shin Xiu invited Rin Xuanfeng to check on the construction site of Shin's real estate, the person who had just collided with Shin Xiu had already removed all of his disguises, and turned out to be a young man in his 20s, less than 1 meter 8 in height, slightly skinny, and without any features in his appearance, belonging to the kind that was hard to recognize when thrown into a crowd. He had already removed the golden needle that had stabbed into his right hand and had taken the antidote, so there would be no danger, but his face was still ugly. As the top assassin in Golden City, 1,000 Faces had never missed, so this failure was hard for him to accept. To this day, he couldn't figure out why he would miss. He had clearly stabbed the golden needle out, so why did a powerful force of recoil appear? Could it be that someone high up was hiding beside Shin Xiu? But this argument wasn't right either. If there really was a high person nearby, how could he have left so easily? He had already made his move, and the high person beside Shin Xiu definitely wouldn't let himself go right. So, where exactly did it go wrong? After a long silence, 1,000 Faces still couldn't figure it out. However, this did not affect him from continuing to strike at Shin Xiu. As a top assassin, he had dignity, and one failure was not enough to make him back down. Quite the contrary, he would take out more energy to deal with Shin Xiu. Otherwise, how could he live up to the name of Golden City's top assassin? What's more, the bounty against Shin Xiu and Shin Yu had reached 150 million. Even for him it was an astronomical figure. As long as he could succeed this time, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of his life, and he could completely wash his hands of his life and enjoy it. So he simply treated the injury on his right hand and went out once again. Chang family. Cheng Shishan sat in his study smoking, his face gloomy and uncertain. Yu Tian stood in front of Cheng Shishan, looking very rushed. Uncle, I also didn't expect the Shin family to turn over. At that time, I just wanted to hurry up and bring the Shin family down, so the means were a bit clumsy, but fortunately I had already threatened Li Chang in advance, and he had already committed suicide. Shin Xiu would definitely not check into us. Cheng Shishan snorted coldly. Do you think the Shin family really can't find out? I'm not angry at your means of bribing Li Chang, but you didn't sit on the quality of the Shin family's project. Now that the Shin family has turned over, as long as a second inspection is conducted, the Shin family's real estate company will come to life. If the Shin family doesn't die, we'll have to pay the price sooner or later. Today it's the Shin family's real estate company. Tomorrow it'll be the Shin family's financial company. If we let the Shin family take care of both of these troubles, we, the Chang family, will really be in danger. Yu Tian hurriedly said, didn't we also arrange people in the Shin family's financial company? Hurry up and get them to act. Actions? Cheng Shishan glared at Yu Tian. Do you have any practical solutions? If not, getting these people to move is the same as actively exposing them. There aren't many people we can mobilize nowadays. Every single one of them is very precious. They must be utilized as they should be in order to do so. Yu Tian lowered his head and didn't say anything. Don't look at him saying so much, but in reality he had no solution at all. The Shin family's turnaround was already a foregone conclusion. Whether or not the Chang family would be able to get through this difficult time was still a matter of 2 words. If it wasn't for the fact that Cheng Shangnan had already died, and Cheng Shishan didn't have any other children, as long as the Chang family would be able to get through this difficult time, he, as a nephew, would most likely become the Chang family's heir, and he wouldn't have stayed at all. Cheng Shishan saw that Yu Tian did not say anything inside in his heart, following closely. Compared to Cheng Shangnan, Yu Tian was not a bit worse. If not for his kinship, how would he have used Yu Tian as a punk? You go out, don't cause trouble during this period of time. Yu Tian was like an amnesty and hurriedly exited the study. Cheng Shishan lit up a cigarette. His heart was stifled. Now that it was unlikely that he wanted to deal with the Shin family through normal means, he could only pin his hopes on 1,000 Faces. As long as 1,000 Masks could kill Shin Xiu and Shin Yu, he could seriously deal a blow to the Shin family's arrogance, and he could even continue to spend money to kill Shin Hong as well. The Shin family was completely relying on Shin Hong to support them. Once Shin Hong died, the Shin family's huge family business would definitely fall into chaos, and at that time he could take advantage of the chaos to strike, utilizing the power and prestige that the Chang family had cultivated for so many years in the Golden City, and take the place of the Shin family. but look at the account, only left more than 100 million can be used. Chang Shishan feel headache. Money. No matter what you do, you need money. Their Chang family does have a great deal of industry in Golden City, but these industries cannot be immediately realized, and also cannot be realized at this time, or else the original shaky Chang family is likely to fall directly, no longer have the possibility of turning around. However, if you don't sell your properties, how can you get enough money from this $100 million? Just when Chang Shishan secretly sighed, a figure pushed open the window of the study and jumped in. Chang Shishan hurriedly got up. His right hand had already been put into the drawer to grab a handful of things that could make him feel safe enough. Who are you? How did you get in? The man who came in through the window had a duck-tongued hat, sunglasses and mask on his head, completely covering his features, and seeing Chang Shishan react like this, he didn't panic at all, and said in a suppressed voice, "I'm here to help you. At the door there is a gold cup. Inside is a gift to give you, and my request is only one. That is, you have to go all out against the Shin family. There can't be any mercy. Right. There's also this for you as well. This is a very powerful assassin organization outside of the country. If proper means don't work, I think you'll contact them." After leaving these two words, this person jumped out of the window, and when Chang Shishan chased after him to the window, the other party's figure could no longer be seen. Chang Shishan was curious in his heart. At this time, who else would come to give gifts to the Chang family? With this curiosity, Chang Shishan came to the front door, and indeed saw a broken and tattered gold cup that was not far from being scrapped. Pulling open the door, Chang Shishan froze at once. In the gold cup card there are two things, dense cash and a corpse. Chapter 59, Addicted to Being a Grandson. Chang Shishan had been completely stunned. A large amount of cash and a corpse. Any one of these things was enough to send an ordinary person into the abyss of doom. Even though Chang Shishan had a high status in Golden City, he didn't dare to easily let anyone else discover this scene. Only the driver's seat still has space in the gold cup car. The rest of the place is all filled with cash. Can't see how much money at all. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Chang Shishan reacted and hurriedly closed the car door. Even if he had seen many big scenes in his life, under the stimulation of so much cash and a corpse, his mood also had obvious ups and downs. After adjusting his mood outside, Chang Shishan opened the car door again. This time he found a note on the driver's seat. "Chang family master, this is our gift to you. What you see is only a small part of our gift to you." On the back of this note there's also an address. "You bring someone over there. There's still 1.9 billion in cash there. Together with fees in the car, it's a total of 2 billion in cash." Right, the corpse in the car trouble you to deal with it. This person sees money and deserves to die. I hope Chang family master will not let us down. Chang Shishan hurriedly turned over the note, and there was indeed an address on the back. He memorized this address in his heart, and let it be before taking out his lighter and burning the note to ashes. After doing so, Chang Shishan took another look at the body inside the car, and suddenly felt that the body looked somewhat familiar. Used car dealer, Wu Blade. Chang Shishan heart thumped. Wu Blade on the surface of the identity is a second-hand car dealer, but the real identity is one of the big brother of the underground world of the Golden City, under the hands of hundreds of fighters, usually in the second-hand automobile city work, but really need to take their hands. These people change, is to fight and dare to fight the gangsters. The used car market is already chaotic. I don't know how many people have suffered losses here in Wu Blade, but none of them dared to jump out and look for trouble. Even if there were, they were all secretly cleaned up by Wu Blade's men. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the rules of the used car market in Golden City were all set by Wu Blade. A few years ago, a certain second-rate family in Golden City that wanted to set foot in the second-hand automobile market had a head-on conflict with Wu Blade, and as a result, on the next day, 13 members of the second-rate family were hacked to death in their home, and even their son, who was attending school outside the city, was not spared. This incident caused a great sensation in Golden City. All the spearheads pointed at Wu Blade, but Wu Blade had prepared for it, and launched 3 junior brothers to take the blame, coupled with Wu Blade's various operations, and ultimately did not receive any punishment. After this incident, no one in Golden City dared to meddle in the second-hand automobile market anymore, and Wu Blade also established his monopoly in the second-hand automobile market. After several years of development, Wu Blade was able to establish a monopoly in the used car market. After several years of development, Wu Blade's power further expanded, but Wu Blade is very cautious, will not easily fall into the handle. Who can not take Wu Blade? Even if Shin Hong see Wu Blade, also have to give 3 times face. After all, Wu Blade this kind of person initiated crazy, everyone is afraid. But now, Wu Blade unexpectedly died here. Was this also done by that person just now? Taking a look at this gold cup that was close to being scrapped, and then taking a look at the cash filled in the car, Chang Shishan seemed to understand what had happened between Wu Blade and that mysterious person. The mysterious man had approached Wu Blade to buy a car, and when Wu Blade saw the money, he tried to swallow the money in the car, but ended up losing his own life. The person who was able to kill Wu Blade in Wu Blade's territory and didn't cause any other commotion, and didn't even suffer any injuries himself, was definitely not someone to be messed with. The other party sent Wu Blade's body along with him just to let Cheng Shishan know how powerful the other party was, so that he wouldn't have any thoughts that he shouldn't have. Cheng Shishan closed the car door again and looked around. Luckily, their Cheng family had faltered. Many people had already left the Cheng family, and no one had seen what was going on here nowadays. He hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Yu Tian. The only person he could trust nowadays was Yu Tian. Red Face Bar, one of the many entertainment industries of the Shin family. When the Shin family was being counted by the Cheng family, the Red Face Bar also broke some unfavorable news. But after the Shin family got a large amount of money injected into it, and under Shin Hong's operation, the Red Face Bar and other entertainment industries had already begun to operate once again, creating constant income for the Shin family. Shinshio drove his Mercedes-Benz Big G and parked in front of the Red Face Bar. Second Grandpa, this bar is also our Shin family's industry. To say what fun places there are now, the bar is absolutely not to be missed. Young people like to come here to relax. Shinshi got off the car and followed Shinshio into the bar. He came out this time not only to relax, but also to see what the society has developed into now. Otherwise he would be completely out of touch with the society if he kept his cultivation in seclusion. Now that it was afternoon, there were not many people in the bar. The music was also relatively soothing, and there was no one dancing on the dance floor, so there was absolutely no atmosphere that the bar should have. When Shinshio saw the scene, he immediately knew that he had overlooked this point. A bar without customers could still be called a bar? Second Grandpa, we came a bit early. We have to wait for another 2 hours before the people in the bar will slowly increase. Do you think we should wait here or go somewhere else? Wait here. Shinshi was not in a hurry. Since he had already come, he would take a good look at what was here. Shinshi gave a wink to the bartender at the bar, and the bartender hurriedly brought out the good wine that Shinshi existed here. Second Grandpa, let's go upstairs and find a place to sit for a while, and try my treasured wines on the way. The two came to the best seat on the second floor and sat down. Shinshio poured a glass of wine for Shinshi and sent it to Shinshi with both hands. Shinshi nodded his head, picked up the glass of wine and tasted it, and his brows frowned at once. He had also drunk a lot of wine before his seclusion. In comparison, his favorite was still the white wine brewed by the traditional techniques of Xia, not this soft wine. What's more, the bottle of wine that Shinshio brought out could not be called top-notch, and could not satisfy Shinshi in all aspects. Shinshio noticed Shinshi's expression and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Second Grandpa, are you not used to drinking this? I'll change it for you." Shinshi pushed the wine aside. "Forget it, no need. Is there tea? Just give me a cup of tea." Shinshio rushed to find tea again, but this was a bar. Who would come here to drink tea? At most, there might be tea in the manager's office, but that kind of tea, how could it get into Shinshi's eyes? Shinshi shook his head slightly when he saw Shinshio in this state. "Shinshio, forget it, don't look for it, I'll just drink." As he spoke, Shinshi flipped his right hand, and an altar of wine fell onto the table. Shinshio froze for a moment. He didn't even see clearly how this altar of wine came out, but it didn't matter anymore. Second Grandpa had godlike means. What was so difficult about changing out an altar of wine? Not only that, Shinshio also brought 2 cups to do opposite Shinshi. "Second Grandpa, the wine you brought out, that is definitely not mortal. Come on, I'll pour it for you." As he spoke, Shinshio opened the wine altar. A rich fragrance of wine wafted out. Shinshio couldn't help but take a deep breath. This fragrance of wine was more than several times stronger than the fragrance of the Mao Tai wine he drank before. Was this the fine wine treasured by Second Grandpa? Sure enough, this trip had not been in vain. Shinshio poured a cup for Shinshi and filled it up for himself in the process. It was hard to stumble upon such a fine wine. How could Shinshio miss it? Besides, this was the wine that his own second grandfather had brought out. Why couldn't a grandson drink it? Chapter 60, I don't drink wine of unknown origin. With a cup of fine wine in his belly, Shinshi was very satisfied as he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. After 80 years of closed-door cultivation, it was time to come out and relax. If every day he could drink a little wine like this and rest comfortably for a while, it really couldn't be better. Shinshio also picked up the wine cup and took a sip, only to feel the mellow fragrance in the mouth, which stretched on, making one's spirit shaken. Even though Shinshio had already drunk too many good wines, when he tasted this cup of wine, he still felt that this cup of wine was truly the world's first fine wine. With that, Shinshio picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp, reaching out to pour more wine, but Shinshi grabbed Shinshio's arm. "Are you sure you want to drink a second cup? If this second cup goes down, you're more than likely going to get drunk." Xinxiu had just drunk a cup and already had a few degrees of drunkenness, but he was still unaware of it and pushed Xinqi's hand away. Second grandpa, why are you so petty? This altar of wine has been taken out. How can there be any left over? Getting drunk in 2 cups of wine. You are also underestimating me too much. I won't get drunk today even if I drink all of this altar of wine. Seeing this, Xinqi slightly shook his head and withdrew his hand. Since Xinxiu said so, let's experience what it was like to get drunk. The second cup of wine down. Xinxiu had already gotten a little carried away, and when he stood up to pour the wine, his body began to shake. Xinqi helpless. Xinxiu is just a mortal. How can he withstand his hand brewed and added a lot of spiritual medicine wine? When he drank the first cup, he didn't get drunk. It was already because he had the jade pendant to protect his body. But when he drank 2 cups in a row, even if he had the jade pendant to continuously emit spiritual chi to help Xinxiu to stay awake, he still couldn't withstand this powerful wine. Seeing that Xinxiu was staggering and about to fall onto the table, noisy footsteps suddenly came from downstairs. Grand Duke Xin, we're here to find you. Hurry up and bring out the good wine. Our brothers haven't gotten together for a long time. Just now if we didn't see your car outside, we didn't dare to make sure you were here. Xinqi looked downstairs, but it was 2 youths of similar age to Xinxiu. From the other party's clothing, it should be some origin. When Xinxiu heard this voice, he immediately came to spirit. Old Zheng, you have finally come. Come up quickly, I'll let you see what is called real, fine wine today. Let me tell you, those wines that your family sells, compared to this wine of my second grandfather, it's nothing. The young man who was called Old Zhang by Xinxiu was named Zhang Yunliang. His family was in the wine business. More than half of the wines in the Golden City were their Zhang family agents. And it was also because of this wine business that the Zhang family had a wide range of friendships in the Golden City. Up to the Xin family, such a top-class mansion, down to a small private supermarket, all of them were able to get on the same page with the Zhang family. Previously, because the Xin family was calculated by the Chang family, almost facing bankruptcy, Zhang Yunliang could only cut off the dealings with Xinxiu to avoid their Zhang family being affected. Now that the Xin family has received a large amount of capital injection and has come back to life, Zhang Yunliang got the news and began to calculate how to re-enter the relationship between Xinxiu. Did not expect to pass by the red face bar this afternoon. Saw Xinxiu's car parked outside, so he came in. This time he came over. The main purpose is still to draw Xinxiu. Try to eliminate a few days ago their Zhang family alienation Xin family influence. If placed in the usual, Xinxiu see Zhang Yunliang is absolutely not so enthusiastic. After all, Xinxiu is not a fool. In the critical moment the Zhang family did not stand on the side of the Xin family, and now the Xin family is in power. Zhang Yunliang come up to what is the meaning of the heart of everyone understands. Unfortunately, Xinxiu has been drunk. Drunken men will not think so much. The rest is only passion. Zhang Yunliang was originally worried that this time to come over will eat the door. Did not expect Xinxiu even drunk. This time things will be good. He immediately raised his feet and walked upstairs, but the young man beside Zhang Yunliang had a displeased look on his face, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with what Xinxiu said. The two of them, Zhang Yunliang, came upstairs and before he could say anything, Xinxiu pulled him to Xinqi. Come, old Zhang, let me solemnly introduce you. This is my second grandfather, the person with the highest seniority in our Xin family. Come, call second grandpa. Zhang Yunliang also revealed a look of displeasure. Although their Zhang family wasn't a behemoth like the Xin family, it was still ranked in Golden City. How could he, Zhang Yunliang, as the sole heir of the Zhang family, easily call someone his second grandfather outside? Even if Xinxiu said so, it wouldn't work. What's more, he had already taken a look at Xinqi just now, and apart from the clothes on Xinqi being a bit elaborate, and his temperament being a bit special, there was nothing special about him. Even if Xinqi was really Xinxiu's second grandfather, the person with the largest seniority in the Xin family today. So what? In today's society, what people valued was not only the identity of the other party, but more of the other party's ability and true influence. He had never heard of the existence of someone like Xinqi in the Xin family before, and judging from Xinqi's age, he was mostly a distant relative. This kind of distant relative, said to be a relative, but if it really counted, perhaps it was not as close as a relationship like a neighbor friend, so he did not put Xinqi on his mind at all. Xinxiu, you're drunk. Not drunk. I'm not drunk. Xinxiu shook his body twice, and his right hand wobbled twice and slapped onto Zhang Yunliang's shoulder. Old Zhang, don't blame me for not reminding you. This second grandpa of mine, that's a person with great ability. If you serve my second grandpa well, you'll get a lot of benefits. See this jar of fine wine? This is what my second grandpa just brought out. It's hundreds of times stronger than those wines you sell at home. Don't believe me? Try it. As he spoke, Xinxiu shakily picked up another cup to pour one for Zhang Yunliang. Zhang Yunliang wanted to refuse, but but when the rich aroma of wine wafted out, the words he had just reached his mouth could not be said. As the largest alcohol agent in Golden City, Zhang Yunliang has a deep understanding of alcohol. A bottle of wine is good or bad, as long as a little smell, he can say pretty much. Xinxiu merely poured out a cup of wine, and the fragrance of the wine that wafted out made him lose his concentration for a moment. He had never smelled such a wine fragrance before. Compared to this kind of wine fragrance, even his family's collection of Mao Tai was far worse. Although his heart was very upset with Xinxiu's words just now, his body was honest enough to catch the glass of wine that Xinxiu handed over and gently took a sip, savoring the taste of the wine. With this taste, Zhang Yunliang froze. When it came to drinking, Zhang Yunliang could know a lot more than Xinxiu. After all, this was their Zhang family's craft of eating. Previously, he was still skeptical about what Xinxiu said, but after taking this small sip, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. This altar of wine was definitely the best of all the wine he had drank over the past 20 years. Bar none. Alright, Grand Duke Xin. I didn't expect you to be able to get such a good wine. This time I didn't come for nothing. Zhang Yunliang didn't put down the wine cup and took another fine sip. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Yunliang's attitude towards drinking was also different from Xinxiu's. Xinxiu was gulping and would not savor it at all, which was a pity for the fine wine that Xinxi had brought out. While Zhang Yunliang was savoring the flavor in this fine wine, Xinxi slightly nodded his head. If they all drank like Xinxiu, then it would really be a waste of this fine wine. Zhang Yunliang smacked his lips. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Just now he was almost immersed in this fine wine and could not extricate himself. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? The stuff my second grandfather took out, that's definitely the best. Xinxiu couldn't stand still and made it to the chair with a plop. Only then did he see that there was another person beside Zhang Yunliang. Old Zhang. Who is this? You don't give an introduction. Only then did Zhang Yunliang remember that there was another person beside him, and hurriedly pulled the youth beside him over. Blame me, I forgot to introduce. This is Mr. Feng Song, the newly promoted major shareholder of Chunmao Liquor. This time he came to Golden City to discuss some business matters with us. Xinxiu hemmed and hawed. So it's the major shareholder of Chunmao Liquor. All the more reason to have a drink. Come on, I'll pour it for you. Let me tell you, if an ordinary person wants to drink this cup of wine from my second grandpa, he still can't drink it. Feng Song looked at the drunken Xinxiu. A disgusted expression appeared on his face, and then looked at the wine cup in Xinxiu's hand. He directly took 2 steps back, and did not have the intention to give Xinxiu face at all. I'm sorry, I only drink the wine produced by our Chunmao wine industry. I definitely won't drink any other wine of unknown origin. Chapter 61, Taste it yourself. Chunmao Liquor Industry was the largest and most famous winery in Xia. The long-renowned Mao Tai, which was produced by Chunmao Liquor Industry, brought an astronomical profit to Chunmao Liquor Industry every year. In this regard, the volume of Chunmao Liquor Industry is much larger than the Xin family, so Feng Song as the major shareholder of Chunmao Liquor Industry, naturally do not need to look at the face of the Xin family to act. Originally, Feng Song didn't want to be like this. After all, he was a businessman, and the Xin family had great influence in Golden City, so according to his original plan, even if he didn't have business dealings with the Xin family, he still had to have a good relationship with the Xin family. But who would have thought that as soon as he came over, he saw the drunken Xinxiu, and also heard the words that Xinxiu said. What, that the wine his second grandfather took out was the best wine under the sky, and that all other wines were not worth mentioning. Could it be that the Mao Tai produced by their Chunmao Liquor Industry is not good either? Joking was fine, but slandering their Chunmao Liquor Industry like this was absolutely not. Although the cup of wine in Xinxiu's hand emitted a rich wine fragrance and he was already moved, but thinking about his position, he still did not give Xinxiu face and disliked him on the spot. Zhang Yunliang knew Feng Song's temperament, and when he saw how tough Feng Song was, his heart thumped, and he instantly felt that this was going to be bad today. Feng Song was the major shareholder of Chunmao Liquor. Xinxiu was the eldest son and sole heir of the Xin family. Both of these two were not something he could offend. If the two of them clashed, then which side should he stand on? If he had known this, he would never have brought Feng Song to find Xinxiu just now. Although Xinxiu was drunk, he could also distinguish between good and bad words. If Feng Song was targeting him, he might not care about anything. After all, Feng Song was brought by Zhang Yunliang and had a high social status himself. But Feng Song said that the fine wine that Xinxi had brought out was of an unknown origin. He could not tolerate it. If there was no Xinxi, the Xin family would most likely have gone bankrupt. And he, Shen Hong, and Shenxiu, would most likely not be able to hide from the family's pursuit. And how could they possibly have today? So he absolutely did not allow Feng Song to speak out in front of Xinxi. Together with the fact that Xinxiu was already drunk, he immediately placed his wineglass heavily on the table. You, what do you mean? I kindly took out second grandfather's treasured fine wine to share with you. Why do you not know what's good for you in this person? Could it be that this is how you, Chunmao wine industry, behave? Let me tell you, this is Golden City. Our Shin family has the final say. It's fine if you scold me. I don't care. But if you dare to speak ill of my second grandfather, I'll be the first to disagree. Feng Song snorted coldly and turned around. Zhang Yunliang hurriedly pulled Feng Song back. Brother Feng, don't go. Give my little brother a face. Grand Duke Shin is drunk. Drunk? Don't take what he said to heart. Who said I'm drunk? Shinxiu slammed the table. I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Old Zhang, come over here. I'll ask you, are you from Jincheng? This Feng kid is bullying our Shin family. Can I stand it? Feng, come back here. Today, if I don't give my word, I'd like to see if you can walk out of my family's red face bar. With this explosive shout from Shinxiu, the bartender at the bar on the first floor immediately rushed out, and behind him, a few security guards even blocked the doorway, not giving Feng Song a chance to leave at all. For the Shin family to be able to gain a foothold in Golden City and become a top-tier family, to say that they don't have some means, it is absolutely impossible. Feng Song's face changed. He had forgotten that this was also the Shin family's property. Flipping off Shinxiu here, and still flipping off a drunken Shinxiu, was really not rational. Drunk people were prone to impulsiveness. Who knew what out of the ordinary things they would do next? And if Shinxiu was really impulsive, he would definitely suffer a big loss here. Zhang Yunliang was on the verge of tears. His greatest fear was that Shinxiu and Feng Song would clash, and the consequences would be completely unmanageable. But the drunken Shinxiu didn't have any intention of letting go. Weighing it in his heart, Zhang Yunliang finally came to Feng Song's side. Grand Prince Shin, Mr. Feng is my guest. No matter what happens, I have to protect him. If there is any offense, I will personally come to my door to make amends some other day. Don't come with me on this. Shinxiu was unforgiving. If you want to make amends, you should make amends now. Let that kid surnamed Feng come over and apologize to my second grandfather. What did I say just now that was wrong? Isn't the wine that my second grandpa brought out better than their Mao Tai from Chunmao liquor? Is your Chunmao liquor industry so powerful that you can't allow others to speak a word of truth? Zhang Yunliang could not cry. Reasoning with a drunken person would never work. And looking at Shinxiu's attitude, he was surprisingly extraordinarily respectful of the man called Shinqi. Was a distant relative so worthy of Shinxiu's attention? For the sake of an insignificant distant relative, even want to offend both their Zhang family and the major shareholder of Chunmao liquor? Is it worth it? Feng Song also realized that things were a bit out of control, but he was not too flustered and took the initiative to take a step forward. Mr. Shin, you said that the wine that your second grandfather took out is better than our Chunmao liquor industry's Mao Tai? These words, it's fine if you say them in private. It's fine as long as I can't hear them. But you shouldn't denigrate our Chunmao liquor industry so much in front of me. Chunmao liquor industry's Mao Tai, that's recognized as the best wine in the Xia Kingdom. When you look at the Xia Kingdom, there's no one else like it. Your second grandfather casually took out a jar of wine and wanted to compare it to our Mao Tai. Don't you think it's too ridiculous? Don't think that having a fragrance floating out is good wine. I don't know how many small workshops will add things to the wine to improve its taste and flavor. You people who don't know much about wine will easily fall for it, while the Mao Tai wine produced by our Chunmao liquor industry will absolutely not add anything to it. In this regard, how can the wine that your second grandpa took out be compared to our Chunmao liquor industry's Mao Tai? Zhang Yunliang's intention was to protect Feng Song from getting hurt here, but after hearing Feng Song's words, he couldn't help but pull Feng Song's arm, meaning to tell him not to say anything. Only after truly tasting that cup of wine did he realize that Shinxiu was not talking big at all. The wine that Shinxi had taken out was indeed superior to Mao Tai in every aspect. As for whether or not there was anything else added to it, couldn't Zhang Yunliang still taste it? If they didn't even have the skill, what qualifications did their Zhang family have to become the largest liquor agent in Golden City? When Feng Song saw Zhang Yunliang pulling himself, he thought that the other party was telling him to restrain himself a bit and not make Shinxiu come down, so he immediately snorted coldly. Mr. Shin, I've already said what I should say. Our Chunmao liquor's Mao Tai can withstand the test. If you still want to continue to discredit our Chunmao liquor, I don't mind accompanying you to the end. Shinxiu did not show any weakness either, pointing at Zhang Yunliang. Old Zhang, you speak. Which one is better? Their Chunmao liquor industry's Mao Tai, compared to the wine my second grandfather brought out. That's right, Mr. Zhang, you say it. Feng Song hadn't realized that things had slowly changed and still looked confident. Zhang Yunliang was anxious in his heart. What should I say? This, Mao Tai and Grand Duke Shin's wine. Both are very good. Both are the best of the best in wine. It's really hard for me to judge which one is better. No way. Shinxiu and Feng Song spoke in unison. Today you must say which one is better. Shinxiu was already drunk and had absolute confidence in Shinqi. He believed that what Shin-shi took out was definitely not mortal. Feng Song was having absolute confidence in Chunmao liquor. If Mao Tai was not the best liquor in Xia, why could it have such a high status in Xia? Both sides believed that they would not lose, so how could they possibly make concessions at this time? This took pity on Zhang Yunliang, so anxious that he scratched his hair, looking at the aggressive eyes of both Shinxiu and Feng Song. Zhang Yunliang's heart crossed and he picked up the cup of richly scented wine from the table and handed it to Feng Song. Brother Feng, little brother, I don't know much about wine, where can I compare to you? I don't dare to arbitrarily make a judgment at this point in time, but I also asked Brother Feng to taste it for himself. Feng Song was puzzled in his heart, but still took the wine cup and took a sip, then his entire body froze. This, how is it possible? Chapter 62, Old Ancestor Again. So what if I'm drunk? All along, Feng Song was convinced that Mao Tai was the best wine in Xia, bar none, but after he took a sip of the wine in his glass, his belief collapsed. What kind of wine could have such a rich flavor, such an amazing taste, and no impurities whatsoever? Even the Mao Tai that had been treasured for decades in Chunmao liquor could not compare to this cup of wine in front of him in terms of taste and aroma. Zhang Yunliang was relieved when he saw Feng Song's reaction. To be honest, Mao Tai was very good, and he had always thought that Mao Tai was the best wine before this, but after tasting the wine that Shin-shi had taken out, he changed his opinion. Feng Song, as the major shareholder of Chunmao liquor, knew a lot about wine, so how could he possibly judge the goodness of two kinds of wine? Feng Song froze for a few seconds and gently took another sip, as if he wanted to verify what he had just thought. By now, he was still unable to accept that there was a wine in this world that could surpass Mao Tai. After the second sip, Feng Song was completely speechless. When Shinxiu saw Feng Song's reaction, he laughed and sat down on the chair, his feet lifted up onto the table with a smug and arrogant look. Mr. Feng, this wine, how is it? Feng Song was silent, although he knew that the wine Shin-shi took out was better. He could not admit it at this time, because he was the major shareholder of Chunmao liquor. He could not say that the Mao Tai wine was bad on any occasion, or else if it was spread out, it would inevitably have a bad impact on Chunmao liquor, so he had to play dumb. Zhang Yunliang knew that it was time for him to appear and hurriedly came to Shinxiu. Grand Prince Shin, this wine of yours, it's absolute. You just said that this wine was brought out by our second grandfather? Then I have to have a drink with second grandpa. Previously, he was simply too lazy to take care of Shin-shi, much less call out to Shin-shi as second grandpa. But it was different now. In order to alleviate today's embarrassment, he had to divert a topic, and based on Shin-xiu's performance, only by bragging about Shin-shi would Shin-xiu possibly let Feng Song go. This was also considered to fulfill Feng Song's face, so he had to pull his face down. Although Shin-xiu was drunk, he was not stupid. Seeing Shin-shi still leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, he knew that Shin-shi did not want to take care of Feng Song and Zhang Yunliang. Old Zhang, it's not that when my brother doesn't give you face, but my second grandpa is a godlike character. Not to mention me, even my old man, to my second grandpa have to be polite. This time, my second grandpa is willing to come out with me. It's all because I begged for half a day. If you want to drink with my second grandpa, you're still not even close to being able to drink with my second grandpa. This way, you let Mr. Feng come over, give my second grandpa a toast, admit your mistake. Today this matter, even if it's over. This, Zhang Yunliang was again in a difficult situation. He just did this to downplay Feng Song's embarrassment. But Shinxiu brought up this matter again. How could he do this? Shinxiu was unforgiving. What? You're wrong and still don't dare to admit it? If he didn't bring back Shin-shi's honor today, how could he bring his own second grandfather out in the future? Zhang Yunliang looked to Feng Song, who crossed his heart and came to Shin-shi. It's okay to let me toast to make amends, but I have a condition. Condition? Are you kidding? Shin-shi slammed the table. You made a mistake. Admit your mistake and still want to talk to me about conditions? Is this what your parents taught you? Feng Song's face became more and more ugly. He obviously already planned to make concessions, but he didn't expect Shinxiu to be so aggressive. How can he tolerate this? Zhang Yunliang was also helpless. Shinxiu had such an attitude. What else could he say? Can only wait for this matter to pass, and then find a way to apologize to Feng Song, who let him. Both sides cannot offend it. Shinxiu was still planning to further force Feng Song to apologize. Shin-shi finally spoke. Alright, Shinxiu, just about right. Feng Song also has his difficulties. Don't overdo everything. Zhang Yunliang's eyes lit up. Shinxiu's attitude towards Shin-shi was very respectful. Just now it was also because Feng Song had spoken out against the wine that Shin-shi had brought out. That was why there was such a situation. It could be seen how high Shin-shi's status was. Now that Shin-shi opened his mouth, Shinxiu should not pursue the matter, right? Shinxiu glanced at Feng Song and snorted coldly. Count yourself lucky this time. If it wasn't for my second grandfather opening his mouth, this matter wouldn't be over today. Zhang Yunliang hurriedly said, Right, What kind of person is second grandpa? How could he be general with me? Grand Prince Shin. I propose that we toast second grandpa together and put this misunderstanding behind us. How about it? He intentionally said that Shin Chi would not be general with him, and did not bring Feng Song along. The purpose was still to not let Feng Song look too bad. Shin Xiu looked at Feng Song again. What? Are you still not coming? Feng Song was still unhappy in his heart, but he also knew that this situation today was already rare. If the stalemate continued, the one who suffered would definitely be him. After all, this was Golden City. But just as he was about to walk over, Shin Chi spoke again. Alright, let's forget about drinking. This is the only good wine I have left. I can't give it to you guys. All disperse. I'll take a break here. Zhang Yunliang's face was joyful. No longer able to care about his gluttony, he hurriedly arched his hand and said, Yes, second grandpa, I've spoiled your pleasure this time. Next time I'll definitely bring good wine to make amends to you. Grand Prince Shin, today this matter is my fault. It's me who didn't arrange it well. Tomorrow I will be the host and apologize to you. Shin Xiu saw Shin Chi close his eyes again and waved his hand indifferently, meaning that Zhang Yunliang and Feng Song could leave. Zhang Yunliang hurriedly pulled Feng Song to leave. The two of them walked out of the red face bar. Zhang Yunliang panicked and apologized to Feng Song. He did not want Feng Song to be angered by today's incident to their Zhang family. For the sake of the family industry, he also suffered a lot of aggression. Feng Song snorted coldly. What is the background of this Shin family? You give me. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Ah, brother Feng, don't. The Shin family is extremely powerful in Golden City, and also has connections with many families in the capital. We can't be impulsive. Zhang Yunliang was really anxious. He was worried that Feng Song wouldn't eat this dark loss and would seek revenge from the Shin family. He wasn't worried about whether Chunmao liquor was a rival to the Shin family, but whether their Zhang family would be pulverized in a fight between two huge forces. Feng Song ignored Zhang Yunliang, reached out and stopped a cab and left. Zhang Yunliang couldn't care less about the fact that he had just drank and hurriedly drove after him. Definitely cannot let Feng Song make an impulsive decision. On the other hand, inside the red face bar, Shin Xiu was secretly pouring herself a drink again. Shin Chi was speechless. He hadn't seen before that Shin Xiu even liked to drink so much. Just now, he had been silent, just to see if Shin Xiu would have any out-of-the-ordinary behavior after getting drunk. If there was, then it proved that Shin Xiu had bad taste in alcohol and was not worth reusing. Zhang Yunliang and Feng Song, who came here just now, just happened to be the test subjects, and it can only be said that the two of them came at the right time. But it turns out, even if Shin Xiu drunk, in not too much action, but on the contrary, he this second grandfather more maintenance. A little cannot see Shin Chi aggrieved, so Shin Chi also acquiesced to Shin Xiu more drink 2 cups. Cannot let such a junior for their own sake cold heart. As for what to do after getting drunk, let him go. With him here, can still turn the sky not? Chapter 63, this Shin Xiu is a bit evil. After the third glass of wine, Shin Xiu finally completely drunk over. Lying on the table without moving, Shin Chi asked the bartender at the bar to send Shin Xiu to the manager's office to rest, while he continued to sit here and rest, occasionally drinking a sip of wine, but also feel cozy. Cozy time always passes very quickly. Unknowingly the bar has more people. The dance floor also has many more beautiful figures, but not many people can come to the second floor, because only the VIP users of the red bar can come to the second floor, and the VIP of the red bar has only one criterion, and that is to recharge 1 million. A very simple standard, but also very effective. While the people downstairs were getting more and more crowded, even Shin Chi didn't pay attention to a person who came in, circled around the bar, casually climbed into conversation with the people he met, and left after a few minutes. This person who suddenly appeared in the red face bar was none other than Thousand Faces in disguise. As the top assassin in Golden City, how could he give up so easily? This was a big deal of $150 million. After an afternoon of preparation, he had once again formulated an assassination plan and came in just now to determine Shin Xiu's location. After learning that Shin Xiu was already drunk and was resting in the manager's room, he knew his chance had come. Leaving the Rouge Bar, he went to an office building on the opposite side of the street, and through the window on the 7th floor, he was just able to see the manager's room of the Rouge Bar. Although the manager's room had its windows closed and curtains drawn, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. But for top killers, these were not a problem at all. Night vision, infrared detector, crossbow, poison crossbow and other equipment has been prepared. After some observation, the front finally locked Shin Xiu's exact location. Just need to use the crossbow to complete the assassination. The crossbow he brought was not an ordinary thing. The range reached 80 meters. Shooting through the manager's office window was definitely not a problem. With such terrifying power, the crossbow would also pierce into Shin Xiu's body, causing the first serious injury, and then the toxin on the crossbow would take effect, taking Shin Xiu's life within seconds. According to Thousand Faces' previous style of action, he was very disdainful of this kind of brute force approach, as it was not very technical and detrimental to his reputation as a top killer. If he hadn't collided with Shinshio once this afternoon and found that Shinshio was surprisingly difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have changed his mind. With everything ready, Thousand Faces had held his breath, waiting for a suitable opportunity. Although the movement of the crossbow firing was very small, he also had to be careful and absolutely could not expose his position. Soon, the opportunity came. A car continuously pressed the horn 3 times when it passed by the entrance of the Rouge Bar. The front hurriedly pulled the trigger and the crossbow arrow flew out. While the sound of the crossbow firing and the sound of the crossbow arrow piercing through the glass of the manager's room could be covered by the sound of this horn to a certain extent, and would not be easily noticed by others. After pulling the trigger, Thousand Faces didn't even check the result of this arrow, but immediately got up, put away the strong crossbow, night vision device and infrared detector, put them into his backpack, and left the scene with the fastest speed. As a top assassin, regardless of whether the operation was successful or not, one could not stay too long at the scene. And even if one wanted to poke around the results of the assassination, one had to change their identity before coming over. Shin Chi, who was resting comfortably on the second floor, suddenly opened his eyes, and although the sound of the glass breaking in the manager's office was covered by the sound of car horns, it still did not escape Shin Chi's perception. Shin Chi immediately distributed his divine sense and probed the situation on Shinshio's side, which was a relief. The glass of the manager's room window had been shattered, and a severely deformed crossbow arrow had fallen to the ground. But Shinshio was still asleep and had no idea what had happened. If Shinshio did not have the jade pendant that Shin-Chi gave him with him, this crossbow arrow had already taken his life just now. Even if Shin-Chi was here, I am afraid that there is no way to save him back. After all, some toxins have a quick effect. After determining that Shinshio was not in danger, Shin-Chi used his divine sense to probe the surrounding situation, and surprisingly did not find anything. Unlike that time in Golden City International, the person who carried out the assassination this time was very calm and did not reveal anything. It was not very realistic for Shin-Chi to try to determine the murderer through his perception of the surrounding situation. After a few moments Shin-Chi withdrew his divine sense, since he could not find the murderer. Then forget it. Anyway, Shinshio was not injured. The most he could do was to change the glass in the manager's room. This time the killer didn't succeed. There was bound to be another assassination, so Shin-Chi just had to wait patiently. As long as the other party revealed the slightest crack, Shin-Chi would make the other party pay the price. Shin-Chi closed his eyes once again, as if nothing had happened. Not long after, a youth came to the entrance of the red face bar, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw that there wasn't any chaos inside the red face bar. This youth was Thousand Faces. He had already disposed of all his equipment in a short period of time, no matter how much they were worth. After using them once, he would never touch them a second time. After that, he had grabbed the time to disguise himself and came to the red face bar as a youth to spy on the situation. Since he couldn't see what was going on inside from outside, he would go in and take a look. The youth strutted into the bar, ordered a drink at the bar, and then started staring at the women on the dance floor, sipping a sip of wine every now and then, looking no different from any other youth. While disguised as a customer, Thousand Faces was also paying attention to the movements of the staff of the Rouge Bar, and was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Regardless of whether Shinshio was dead or not, that arrow just now should have had some effect. Why was there no movement at all in the red face bar? Could it be that Shinshio had already died, and the staff of the red face bar hadn't realized it yet? As soon as this idea came up, Thousand Faces could no longer suppress it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Shinshio must have already died in the manager's office, and hadn't made any noise, which was why the people at Red Face Bar hadn't noticed anything. Therefore, this assassination was very successful, living up to his reputation as a top assassin. Thinking of this, Thousand Faces took another sip of wine, feeling extraordinarily relieved. Next, as long as he waited for the people in the Red Face Bar to discover Shinshio's body, he could take advantage of the chaos and leave the Red Face Bar without leaving any handles, and no one would think that it was him who killed Shinshio. As a killer, calmness and loneliness is on the one hand. On the other hand is to always be able to integrate into the surrounding environment. Since came to the Red Face Bar, then Thousand Faces naturally have to do some of the things that should be done, such as accosting a beautiful woman. Taking advantage of the fact that he had successfully killed Shinshio today, he wouldn't mind having something wonderful happen with a certain lucky beauty, just like this, when he was ordering his third glass of wine, and had even already talked and met with a certain beautiful woman, and couldn't wait to go out and have a good exchange right now. Shinshio finally woke up. The beautiful wine that Shinshi took out was different from the inferior white wine. Even if he got drunk, he wouldn't feel a headache, and Shinshio wouldn't have too much of a reaction when he woke up. Rolling over and getting out of bed, Shinshio saw the severely deformed crossbow that fell on the ground at a glance. and his heart thumped. Something special must have happened again while he was asleep. The crossbow arrow carried a distinct green color, and the glass on the window had shattered, so it could be seen how powerful this crossbow arrow was. He couldn't help but touch the jade pendant that Shin-Chi had given him. Without this jade pendant, I'm afraid he would have already died, right? Carefully picking up this crossbow arrow, Shin-Shio came to the second floor of the bar. He wanted to tell Shin-Chi about this situation. Although Thousand Faces was chatting with a beautiful woman, he didn't forget his mission and was always paying attention to the movements on the second floor. When he saw Shin-Shio walking out with a severely deformed crossbow, his entire body was bad. How was this possible? He had circled around the bar before entering it. The manager's room window had been broken, and based on his many years of assassination experience, this arrow would definitely hit Shin-Shio. So why was Shin-Shio not doing anything at all? This Shin-Shio, a bit evil. Chapter 64, Are You Tired of Living? Shin-Shio didn't know what had happened while he was asleep and walked out without any defense. Shin-Chi immediately sent out his divine sense to pay attention to the surrounding movements when he sensed Shin-Shio walking out. According to his experience, some powerful killers would return to the scene after the assassination was completed to confirm whether the target was dead or not. Before he was also paying attention to the movements around him, but there was no luck. Now that Shin-Shio had appeared, if that killer was in the vicinity, he was bound to see Shin-Shio, and in turn, he would show some abnormal behavior. As a result, just as he sent out his divine sense, he realized that the bar was full of abnormal reactions. After all, many people came to the bar for a purpose that was not pure, and there were also quite a number of people who used the name of drinking to do some hooks that could not be seen on the stage. Compared to these ordinary people, Thousand Faces' reaction was really nothing, and he had always been alert, and after a short period of surprise, he recovered and did not leave immediately, but continued to chat with the beautiful women in front of him, as if his purpose of coming to the bar today was to pick up girls. Shin-Shio came in front of Shin-Chi and found that Shin-Shio was still leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, as if the movement downstairs couldn't disturb him at all. Second Grandpa, look at this. Shin-Chi opened his eyes and said, I already know, but it's a pity that I haven't found the assassin who struck out at you. This assassin acts cautiously, and I'm afraid he's a bit difficult to deal with. Shin-Shio was surprised. Even you can't find that killer? Shin-Chi laughed. Although I'm powerful, I also need clues to make a judgment. That killer was very sophisticated and didn't leave any clues, so I can't conclude who it really was. But you don't have to worry. You have that jade pendant on you. It's not too realistic for an ordinary killer to kill you. Shin-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, what kind of killer is not an ordinary killer? Shin-Chi's tone was flat. A cultivator like me. Shin-Shio revealed a surprised expression. In this world, there are still powerful cultivators like you? Shin-Chi said, the summer country is so big, why can't there be? However, these powerful cultivators usually won't take action against ordinary people like you either, so you don't have to worry. Oh, I understand. Shin-Shio's heart gave birth to a few moments of envy. He also wanted to become a powerful cultivator, but this matter was not something that could be done in a moment. His gaze fell back downstairs on the dance floor. Second Grandpa, this time is just right now. It's just the right time to be lively. Let's go down. Shin-Chi shook his head. No need. I already know the way the young people in the bar relax. It's not suitable for me. Although he didn't go downstairs, but Shin-Chi, who was Shin-Chi, even if he was on the second floor with his eyes closed, what was happening downstairs? He could know exactly what was going on. The so-called young people's way of relaxing was nothing more than a kind of catharsis, and there were quite a number of people who used the excuse of catharsis to give vent to all kinds of desires in their hearts, and this way and Shin-Chi's state of mind of cultivation were completely incompatible. Then, I will send you home. Shin-Shio could also tell that Shin-Chi was not very fond of bars. Shin-Chi nodded. Then let's go. Shin-Shio intended to put away the poison crossbow and arrow to study it properly, to see if he could get some clues, but the crossbow and arrow were poisoned. It was inconvenient to just carry it around, so he planned to put it in the manager's office first, and then get a professional to come over tomorrow. So Shin-Chi went downstairs first. Shin-Chi has just walked to the door, and came face to face with a man and a woman. The woman he recognized. It is Zhao Xiaowan. The man is well dressed. A Rolex on the wrist is particularly eye-catching. Zhao Xiaowan's mind has long since fallen to Shin-Chi, but this evening, her father Zhao Qing suddenly said, let her not go pestering Shin-Chi in the future. Before, Zhao Qing's attitude was very obvious. That is, he wanted Zhao Xiaowan and Shin-Chi to be together, so that it would be beneficial to the development of their Zhao family. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Zhao Xiaowan asked many times, but Zhao Qing didn't say anything, which made Zhao Xiaowan's heart very depressed, which made her come to the bar to vent. The man beside her is named Yang Dong, who has been pursuing Zhao Xiaowan for a long time, but Zhao Xiaowan doesn't like Yang Dong, and the two of them don't have much result. Yang Dong was originally a regular customer of the Red Face Bar, and today he happened to meet Zhao Xiaowan here, so he followed her over. Zhao Xiaowan's eyes lit up when she saw Shin-Chi, and hurriedly took 2 quick steps to rush to Shin-Chi. Mr. Shin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again. Although Zhao Qing had made it clear that she would not be allowed to continue pestering Shin-Chi, but her mind had completely fallen on Shin-Chi. If she had not seen Shin-Chi, she could still control it, but suddenly seeing Shin-Chi, how could she control her feelings? Shin-Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of impatience when he saw Zhao Xiaowan, but he still nodded slightly. Yes, quite a coincidence. You guys go in, I should go back. The meaning expressed in a simple sentence was already obvious. Zhao Xiaowan's face changed slightly and quickly recovered. Mr. Shin, can I buy you a drink? Without waiting for Shin-Chi to speak, Yang Dong beside Zhao Xiaowan couldn't sit still. He had been pursuing Zhao Xiaowan and was very concerned about Zhao Xiaowan, and naturally knew that Zhao Xiaowan had suddenly become infatuated with a person named Shin-Chi in the past 2 days. As for Shin-Chi, he had also investigated, but it was just a distant relative of the Shin family, so he didn't put it on his mind because he thought that he could easily outperform Shin-Chi in every aspect. Today, when he met Zhao Xiaowan in front of the bar, he felt that this was a good opportunity. As long as he could grasp it, it could definitely make the relationship between him and Zhao Xiaowan go further. But he didn't expect to meet Shin-Chi here as well. If he had just met Shin-Chi, it would have been just that. But Zhao Xiaowan still looked like she was in love with Shin-Chi, and took the initiative to offer to buy Shin-Chi a drink. So he couldn't bear it anymore. Xiaowan, won't you introduce this gentleman to me? Yang Dong naturally moved towards Zhao Xiaowan's side, seemingly lifting his arm to glance at the time without thinking, revealing the piece of Rolex that was worth a lot of money. Zhao Xiaowan's eyes carried a clear disgust when she saw this move of Yang Dong. Yang Dong's conditions were not bad in all aspects, but he was just too showy, and when he had something good, he wanted the whole world to know about it, just like the Rolex he just bought, but he simply do not know. This piece of Rolex and Shin-Chi took out that piece of pocket watch compared to what is not. The key Shin-Chi is also very low profile. If not for Master Zhou's appearance, no one would know that Shin-Chi's pocket watch is actually worth 200 million. One is carrying a pocket watch worth $200 million, but very low key, until the last moment will not say it. The other is wearing hundreds of thousands of Rolex, want to do everything to show off. This kind of contrast, really too obvious. However, Zhao Xiaowan did not hide away, but instead took the initiative to get closer to Yang Dong. She wanted to use this move to see Shin-Chi's reaction. Perhaps, Shin-Chi would react because she was close to another man. Zhao Xiaowan forced herself to hold back the discomfort in her heart and said, "This is Shin-Chi, the distant uncle of the Shin family. This is Yang Dong. His father is the vice president of the Shin family's financial company." Shin-Chi gave an "oh" sound, and did not have any reaction to the performance of both Zhao Xiaowan and Yang Dong, with a look of complete disinterest. When Zhao Xiaowan saw Shin-Chi's reaction, a heart slowly sank, moving 2 steps to the side and distancing herself from Yang Dong. "Mr. Shin, time is still early. Why don't we go in for a drink?" Still not waiting for Shin-Chi to speak, Yang Dong took a step forward. "Xiaowan, Mr. Shin still has things to do. Let's not disturb. It's not easy for us to come out once. Don't let it be spoiled because of some people of unknown origin." In Yang Dong's opinion, Shin-Chi was the person of unknown origin. His father was the vice president of the Shin family's financial company, and he had never heard of any distant uncles in the Shin family. So naturally, he would not believe that Shin-Chi's identity was real. Zhao Xiaowan frowned. "Yang Dong, watch your words. I don't have any relationship with you, and I don't want you to meddle in my life." Yang Dong's face also changed. He considered himself a proud son of heaven, and had never put others in his eyes. Now that Zhao Xiaowan didn't give herself the slightest bit of face in front of Shin-Chi, how could he tolerate it? But let him turn his face against Zhao Xiaowan. He didn't dare yet and couldn't do it, so he could only vent the pent-up frustration in his heart on Shin-Chi. "Shin-Chi, right? I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from Xiaowan. Don't think that just because you're a distant relative of the Shin family that you can do anything in Golden City. In my eyes, you're nothing. Yang Dong, how dare you? How is our Shin family? Is that something you can comment on at will?" Shin-Shou walked out from the bar at this time, his face ugly. Surprisingly, someone dared to speak ill of his own second grandfather in front of him. Was this tired of living? Chapter 65. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Yang Dong's whole body froze when he saw Shin-Shou. He didn't expect Shin-Shou to be here, not to mention that Shin-Shou's reaction was so strong. "Mr. Shin, so you are also here. It was hard to meet you this time. I have to buy you a drink." He spoke politely, but Yang Dong did not mention Shin-Chi in the slightest, as if Shin-Chi was just a decoration. Shin-Shou let out a cold snort. "Yang Dong, I advise you to put yourself in the right position. The person you look down on is my father's second uncle, my second grandfather, the most important person in our Shin family. There is no one You're just the son of an employee of our Shin family's financial company. What qualifications do you have to say this here? I'll give you two choices. Either apologize to my second grandfather here, or your father will go and do the exit formalities tomorrow. Yang Dong was instantly confused. He wouldn't have just verbally expressed his disdain and dissatisfaction towards Shin Shi just now. Why would Shin Xiu even have such a big reaction? His father was not an ordinary employee, but a vice president, playing a very important role in the financial company. How could he leave his job so easily? Before this, even if Shin Hong saw his father, he had to be courteous. Now Shin Xiu even let his father leave his job as soon as he opened his mouth? Who gave him so much power? Yang Dong looked at Shin Shi and then Zhao Xiaowan. Through the reactions of the two he could also see something. Zhao Xiaowan's heart was here in Shin Shi, but Shin Shi had little interest in Zhao Xiaowan. But it didn't matter what the two of them had in mind, because in the big families, the children's willingness to be emotionally involved really didn't count for much, and as long as there was enough interest, strangers could become a couple. So, Shin Xiu purposely ingratiated herself with Shin Shi in this situation just to get Shin Shi to agree to be with Zhao Xiaowan. As soon as this idea popped up, Yang Dong felt that he had caught the key to the matter. A few days ago, the Shin family was still on the verge of bankruptcy, and although it had gotten an injection of funds in the past 2 days and had slowed down, Yang Dong thought that the Shin family still needed a strong ally. Like the Zhao family, Shin Shi was a distant relative of the Shin family, and was quite high up in the hierarchy. Using such a person who had no practical role to draw in the Zhao family was indeed a good move. As long as Zhao Xiaowan married Shin Shi, the Shin family and the Zhao family would even be closely connected, and the Shin family could turn around faster and even get a large amount of money from the Zhao family. Therefore, Yang Dong thought that the fact was already obvious. Shin Xiu did this to step on him to raise Shin Shi's status, so that Shin Shi could experience the benefits of power. Only then would Shin Shi agree to be with Zhao Xiaowan because he couldn't afford to give up all this power. The smarmy Yang Dong thought he had seen through everything, and his gaze toward Zhao Xiaowan took on an obvious pity. Zhao Xiaowan was a woman he valued. How could she become a victim of a marriage between two families? By acting tougher now, he was saving Zhao Xiaowan from the fire, and when Zhao Xiaowan saw the true purpose of Shin Shi and the Shin family, she would definitely be grateful to him. So Yang Dong made a decision. He had to defend Zhao Xiaowan back. He absolutely couldn't let the woman he liked become a victim. Mr. Shin, even though my father is the vice president of the Shin family's financial company, I can't say something against my conscience just because of that. I already know what you're doing this for, but don't you think what you're doing is very improper? You're looking for someone to step on in order to elevate Shin Shi's status, but you shouldn't have come to me, because I, Yang Dong, am not one to be bullied. Several question marks popped up on Shin Xiu's head. What was this? He just couldn't stand to see Yang Dong looking down on Shin Shi. That's why he asked Yang Dong to apologize. With all the means that Shin Shi had shown, a vice president of a financial company was not even worthy of lifting Shin Shi's shoes. So was there a problem with him giving Yang Dong these two options? Why would Yang Dong react this way? Is it really good to add drama to himself like this? So, you are unwilling to apologize to my second grandfather? Yang Dong nodded his head and took a step forward to go toe-to-toe with Shin Xiu. If Mr. Shin thinks that a distant relative of your Shin family who has no use is more important than my father, the vice president, then I have nothing to say, but I still hope that Mr. Shin can distinguish between light and heavy. Shin Xiu's face completely pulled down, because Yang Dong dared to say that Shin Shi was just a distant relative without any use. If this word reached Shin Hong's ears, not to mention Yang Dong, even Yang Dong's father couldn't cover it. But without waiting for Shin Xiu to speak, Shin Shi spoke first. That's right, there's no need for that because it chills the company's vice president. Shin Xiu, let's go. In fact, Yang Dong was still nervous in his heart when he said these words. Shin Xiu's identity was here after all. It was the first time that he was so unabashedly against Shin Xiu, and it was also related to his father's retention or dismissal in the Shin family financial company. It was impossible for him not to be nervous, but when he thought that doing so would not only save Zhao Xiaowan from the fire, but also had the possibility of getting Zhao Xiaowan's favor because of it, he felt that it was worth doing so, especially after hearing Shin Shi's words of softening. His heart instantly became free. This Shin Shi didn't have much ability, but his self-knowledge was still worth recognizing. Therefore, Yang Dong's expression became relaxed, and when he looked at Zhao Xiaowan, he also carried an obvious smugness, as if he had seen Zhao Xiaowan change her mind about him, and in reality, Zhao Xiaowan's gaze towards Yang Dong was as if she was looking at a psychopath. Do you know how much energy Shin Shi has? You can casually take out a pocket watch worth $200 million, attracting the old man Zhou bowed. Even the head of the Zhao family in the capital, Zhao Hang, when meeting Shin Shi have to be courteous. Your father is only the vice president of the Shin family financial company. Who gave you so much courage to dare to so defame Shin Shi? Do you know how to write the word death? So Zhao Xiaowan consciously moved 2 steps to the side, indicating that she had no relationship with Yang Dong. and she didn't even want to recognize this person. Shinshio looked at Shinchi with some surprise. He remembered that second grandpa's temper was not like this. Although second grandpa usually showed that he was very calm and didn't like to argue with people, but if he encountered trouble, he wouldn't just back off. Why did Shinchi choose to back off this time in the face of such an obvious provocation from Yang Dong? Is there something here that he doesn't know? Yang Dong didn't think so. He thought that his rising up against him had achieved results, so he naturally had to take the opportunity to brush another wave of existence in front of Zhao Shaowan. Sir Shen, please, if you really feel that my father is incapable of holding the position of vice president of the company and must dismiss my father, I suggest that you speak to the Shen family head first, and save you from getting things wrong and in turn making the Shen family head come down. Zhao Shaowan couldn't help but move another 2 steps to the side. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Chapter 66, This is no fun. The reason why Shinchi wanted to make concessions at this time was because he could tell that Yang Dong was interested in Zhao Shaowan, who was still chasing after him, so in order to make Zhao Shaowan change her mind, he didn't mind showing weakness at this time. As for whether showing weakness at this time would affect his prestige, would Shinchi care about that? Did his prestige need to be reflected here in Yang Dong? True prestige was all tied to strength. If anyone thought Shinchi was not good because he showed weakness for a moment, then sooner or later he would have to suffer a big loss. Shinshio was puzzled, and he was thinking about whether to counterattack back at this time. When he was going out, Shen Hong had specifically confided that he would listen to Shinchi no matter what, but Shinchi was showing such weakness in front of Yang Dong, he really couldn't tolerate it. After considering for a moment, he decided not to endure. Shinchi was Shen Hong's second uncle, his Shinshio's second grandfather. Even if Shinchi really didn't have any skills, then Shinchi represented the face of the Shen family. What's more, Shinchi's ability was obvious to all. Although Shinchi never participated in the various decisions of the Shen family, Shinchi had become the pillar of the Shen family, the kind that even Shen Hong couldn't possibly shake in the slightest. If Shinchi was bullied by Yang Dong here, that would be their Shen family's face being thrown under Yang Dong's feet and stepping on it viciously. If this matter was spread out, the reputation of their Shen family would definitely be affected. If it was a few days ago, perhaps he would not have dared to offend Yang Dong's father. After all, Yang Dong's father was the vice president of the financial company, a high-powered position, and once there was a change of heart, it would definitely accelerate the bankruptcy of the Shen family's financial company. But now it was different. Their Shen family had $20 billion of capital injected into it, and for the financial company, having capital was the same as having everything. A vice president. What was there to be afraid of? So Shinshio let out a cold laugh. Very well, Yang Dong, you are the most courageous person I have ever seen. I hope you can also bear the consequences of this courage of yours. After saying that, Shinshio took out his cell phone to call Shen Hong. If he couldn't have a say in this matter today, his Shinshio's name would be written upside down. When Shinshi saw how impulsive Shinshio was, he was speechless. It was so hard to find a chance to hopefully get rid of Zhao Shaowan, but Shinshio still stirred it up. However, what Shinshi didn't know was that Zhao Shaowan's mind was already completely on him, and wouldn't show any wavering at all because of Yang Dong's performance. Shinshio and Shen Hong's call was very efficient, and the entire process only took more than 10 seconds. When Shinshio said that Yang Dong had insulted Shinchi amongst him, Shen Hong exploded and directly jumped up from the chair in the study, hung up the phone and called the side of the financial company. Shinshio returned to Shinchi's side after making the call and waited patiently, but his silence was perceived by Yang Dong as calling to no avail and was instead scolded by Shen Hong. So Yang Dong's face became even more complacent. Mr. Shen, you just spoke with the Shen family head. What was the result? Although you are the son of the Shen family and are recognized as the heir of the Shen family, there are some things that you are not omnipotent, especially when it comes to the interests of the family. Personal glory and disgrace, what does it count for? My father is dedicated in the company, a true meritocracy. The prestige is high, not worse than the Shen family head. If your Shen family dares to lay hands on my father because of this small matter, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction of many employees in the company, and even make your Shen family's interests affected. This point, you as the heir, you shouldn't be unaware of this, but you still insisted on making things difficult with me and my father just now. Is this the kind of bosom and ability an heir should have? I will truthfully tell my father about today's events, and my father will tell the Shen family head, so I hope that Mr. Shen will be able to think of a good countermeasure in advance, to avoid having his hands full when the time comes. Shinshio laughed and ignored Yang Dong's provocation. Although Shen Hong did not say it explicitly, he knew Shinchi's position in the Shen family, and also knew what kind of choice Shen Hong would make. The reason why he had not reacted yet was because the call also needed time. Zhao Shaowan saw that Yang Dong was so complacent, once again moved 2 steps to the side. At this time she was already more than 2 meters away from Yang Dong, while Yang Dong did not notice the abnormality, and after mocking Shinshio to his face, he walked towards Zhao Shaowan's side. Shaowan, Don't mind them. Let's go. Zhao Xiaowan pulled down her face. Mr. Yang Dong, do I know you? Please stay away from me. Yang Dong was confused, and the hand he had just extended froze. He had just done so much for Zhao Xiaowan's sake. Could it be that Zhao Xiaowan didn't even understand his painstaking efforts? In order to curry favor with Zhao Xiaowan, he had even taken his father as a bet. Why did Zhao Xiaowan not appreciate it at all? Xinxiu stifled a laugh in his heart, almost unable to hold it in. Everyone could see that Zhao Xiaowan was interested in Xinqi. Yang Dong was so denigrating Xinqi, and still expected Zhao Xiaowan to give him a good face? Isn't this funny? As for stepping on Xinqi to improve his status, that also depends on whether Yang Dong has the ability. Just at this time, Yang Dong's cell phone rang, just dissolving his embarrassment. He hurriedly took out his cell phone. The screen showed the word Yang Hui. He hurriedly answered it. Hey, Dad. What's wrong? What's wrong? You still have the face to ask me what's wrong? Yang Hui was so angry on the other end of the phone that his body was trembling. I'm asking you, Duke Xinxiu and Mr. Xinqi, are they on your side? Yes, they are here. Yang Dong glanced at Xinxiu, but you can rest assured that I have. I'm letting go of Nima's heart. Yang Hui almost roared out. You open the speakerphone for me. Open it now. Yang Dong's body shivered. He had never seen Yang Hui lose his temper so much. He didn't dare to retort at all. He hurriedly opened the speakerphone. Then Yang Hui's voice came out from the cell phone. Sir Xinxiu, I'm sorry, it's because I'm not disciplining well, letting Yang Dong bump into you. You mustn't take it to heart. I'll let Yang Dong apologize to you. Yang Dong froze. This situation was not right. 2 days ago, he had heard Yang Hui say at home that their Shin family was very dependent on him nowadays, and did not dare to do anything to him at all. Even if their father and son did something out of the ordinary, the Shin family could only hold their noses and admit it. If it is not because of Yang Hui said these words, lend him a gall also dare not so with Xinxiu against. But why? Obviously 2 days ago, he had said something, but today it doesn't work? Xinxiu snorted coldly and didn't react. He was waiting for Yang Dong to apologize. At this point in time, of course he had to take out the posture of Shin's family. If Yang Dong didn't have some indication, he definitely wouldn't let go. Yang Hui couldn't hear Yang Dong's movement on the phone and yelled again. Yang Dong, you little brat, are you trying to piss me off? Everything we have now was given to us by the Shin family, and you dare to contradict Mr. Shen. Even a dog knows how to bark. The Shin family raised you, and you want to bite your master? If you don't apologize to Mr. Shen today, I won't have a son like you. Yang Dong was finally scolded and woke up this time, no longer having the momentum from earlier. He hurriedly bent down and bowed. Sir Shen, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said those words. You're generous. Just spare me. Xinxiu's face remained gloomy. Is it over just apologizing to me? I've remembered all those words you just denigrated my second grandfather. Yang Dong didn't dare to slack off and came to Xinqi again to bend down and apologize. Mr. Shen, just now it was me who spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Xinqi immediately felt disillusioned. He really wanted to show weakness in front of Yang Dong as a way to offset Zhao Xiaowan's favor. Why couldn't he even do such a little request? Forget it, let's go. Xinxiu saw that Xinqi had said so he didn't pay any more attention to Yang Dong and hurriedly followed Xinqi to leave. Behind the two of them, Yang Hui's voice came from Yang Dong's cell phone. Duke Shen, Mr. Shen, I will immediately bring this unworthy son to your home to apologize. Immediately. Chapter 67, Disobedience? Let them come to me. Xinqi and Xinxiu left, and Zhao Xiaowan instantly lost the intention of going to the bar to vent, and turned around to leave, leaving Yang Dong alone and dazed in place. Until now, he couldn't figure out what exactly went wrong. Why was a distant relative of the Shin family even more valued by the Shin family than even his father? Not long after the two of them, Xinqi and Xinxiu left, the front left the bar with a woman, which was a smooth getaway. On the other side, the two of them, Cheng Xishan and Yu Tian, spent several hours to finally hide the cash in the gold cup car, dispose of Wu Blade's body, and find the remaining $9 billion. After double-checking the amount of money he had gotten, Cheng Xishan surprisingly also had a feeling of dreaming. Before this, the liquidity that their Cheng family could utilize was only more than 200 million. Now that there was an extra 2 billion all of a sudden, then what else could he not do? Asking the topmost assassins to kill the two Xinxiu and Xinyu only cost him $150 million, which he had felt heartbroken about before, but now it seemed that it was nothing. As long as he could bring down the Shin family, not to mention $150 million, even if he was allowed to spend all of this $2 billion, he would still be willing. Yu Tian looked at the piles of cash in front of him, his whole body froze, and he only reacted after a full 10 seconds. Uncle, we have so much money, why don't we just leave Golden City and develop in another city? With your ability, With this $2 billion as startup capital, in less than 10 years, the achievements you can achieve will definitely be higher than now. Chen Xishan still maintained a great deal of composure and glared at Yu Tian. Is your brain all mush? For the other party to be able to send over $2 billion in cash, that means that the other party has more than just $2 billion in their hands. Someone who can casually take out $2 billion is someone we can afford to mess with? You've also seen Wu Blade's corpse. If we dare to think otherwise, Wu Blade's end will be our end. I'm warning you, don't get these useless thoughts. Do your job properly. Only by destroying their Shin family can we gain a foothold in Golden City and survive. As long as we can survive, let alone $2 billion. $20 billion is not a problem. Yu Tian nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle, I'll listen to everything you say. Cheng Xishan's face suddenly eased and patted Yu Tian's shoulder. Little Tian, Xiang Nan is dead and I'm getting old. In the future, no matter how much family property I have, it will all be yours. I will make a will when I return, and you will be my sole heir. Tomorrow I'll send out notices to the properties under my name. So go report early and familiarize yourself with the various businesses in the company first. Understand? Yu Tian only felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up. After Chang Shangnan's death, he did think about becoming Chang Xishan's heir, but he didn't dare to say it at all. Now that Chang Xishan had taken the initiative to bring it up, how could he not be excited? Uncle, don't worry about you. From now on, you are my own father. Xiang Nan is gone. I will give you old age. I am your son. Chang Xishan nodded. Well, Xiao Tian, I've never treated you as an outsider, but Xiang Nan's death, we can't just let it go. After you familiarize yourself with the company's various businesses, you have to think of every possible way to make things difficult for the Shin family and attract the Shin family's attention. You in the open, me in the dark, the two of us teaming up. We must make the Shin family pay. Golden City, Zheng family, 6:30 in the morning. Zhang Yunliang rushed out of his room in a hurry. Dad, get up. Something's wrong. Something big has happened. Zhang Weixian heard Zhang Yunliang's voice and hurriedly came out of his room. Yun Yang, what's wrong? What happened? Zhang Yunliang handed his cell phone to Zhang Weixian. Dad, I just received news that Feng Song came to Golden City early this morning with the other three major shareholders of Chunmao Liquor and has now driven towards the Shin family. Yesterday afternoon, Shin Xiao and that distant relative of the Shin family offended Feng Song. Feng Song brought so many people over. Surely he came to ask for punishment. If we let Chunmao Liquor and the Shin family clash, we won't be able to live our lives in Golden City. Zhang Weixian knew what happened yesterday afternoon and sobered up at once. Quickly, go get the car. We absolutely cannot let the Shin family and Chunmao Liquor industry clash. Okay, I'll go right away. Zheng family father and son couldn't even care about breakfast this time, drove the car and came straight to the Shin family, not daring to have a moment's pause. At 7 o'clock, the Zheng family father and son came to the entrance of the Shin family, just bumping into Shin Hong who was going out. Today is the second acceptance day of their Shin family project. Of course he will personally be there. As for Shin Xiao, has been sent to Shin Qi once again. When Shin Hong saw the Zheng family's father and son, he revealed a curious look. Boss Zheng, why did you come over so early? Is there something wrong? Zhang Weixian couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Shin Hong still looked indifferent. Shin family master, something big has happened. Listen to me first, no matter who comes over later, no matter what happens, you must remain calm and never be impulsive. Several question marks popped up above Shin Hong's head. Boss Zheng, what do you mean by this? What's the big deal that's happened? I don't think anything big can happen to our Shin family nowadays. Zhang Wei first gave Zhang Yunliang a wink, and Zhang Yunliang hurriedly explained. Uncle Shun, yesterday afternoon, I took Mr. Feng Song, the major shareholder of Chunmao Liquor, to the Red Face Bar, and I just happened to meet Mr. Shin. And then, Zhang Weixian added, Shin family master, you listen to my advice. Chunmao Liquor industry in the summer country have a very high reputation. The relationship network is all over the country. It is not so easy to offend. I've got the exact news. Feng Song with 3 other major shareholders of the Chunmao Liquor industry to the Shin family. It is estimated that there are a few more minutes will be there. They are certainly to ask for the crime. At that time, Shin family master must not be impulsive. Everything to peace and justice. Don't be impulsive. Everything is based on peace. Shin Hong couldn't help but frown. Boss Zheng, do you mean that you want me to apologize to them Chunmao Liquor industry? No. It's not about admitting fault. It's about giving Chunmao Liquor a leg up. Zhang Weixian didn't dare to say too much and explained again. After all, Chunmao Liquor's Maotai is recognized as the best wine in Xia, and your distant uncle took out a jar of wine and made Maotai worthless. So how could Chunmao Liquor just let it go? You just need to let that distant uncle of yours come out and put in a good word for Mr. Feng Song, and leave the rest to me. After all, I've been dealing with Chunmao Liquor for about 10 years now. and I still have some face. Shen Hong's face changed at once. He knew the strength of Chunmao liquor. The Shen family was no longer strong, but it was only the top gentry in Golden City, and compared to such a behemoth as Chunmao liquor, it was still far from being the same. So his intention was not to make too much of a mess with Chunmao liquor. Now that the Shen family is turning over at a critical moment, he is also willing to give Chunmao liquor a step. There may be opportunities for cooperation in the future, but Zhang Weixian 1,000 shouldn't, 10,000 shouldn't, only shouldn't say let Shen Qi apologize. Who is Shen Qi? Shen family's ancestor, now the real pillar of the Shen family. Others say he Shen Hong bad no problem, but who dares to say bad things about Shen Qi behind his back? He Shen Hong the first not agree. Zhang Weixian had been in business for many years, and after noticing the change in Shen Hong's face, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Shen family master, what do you think? No need to say. Shen Hong directly interrupted Zhang Weixian's words. What about Chunmao liquor? Since it's my second uncle who said that Mao Tai is not good, then it must not be good. Even if all the shareholders of Chunmao liquor come over, I still have this attitude. Disobedient? Let them come to me.